Terrain, son Goten. Where am I? Su Xian awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar room. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind as a torrent of memories flooded in. He had traversed worlds, landing in the realm of Dragon Ball, where he had become Son Goku's second son, Son Goten. At present, he was 6 years old, with a mere 20 days remaining until he turned 7. This indicated that there were less than 5 months until the arrival of Majin Buu. Ding! Host bloodline confirmed commencing recognition. As Su Xian pondered, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his ear. System. Upon hearing this, Su Xian was overjoyed. Typically, those who traverse dimensions possess a system or a golden finger. The novels had not deceived him. Before long, the system's recognition was complete, and a blue interface materialized before Su Xian. Name, Son Goten. Gender, male. Age, 6 years. Bloodline, half Saiyan, half Earthling. Combat power. Current dimension, Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super? Indeed, Master. What functions does the system possess? Ahem. The system cleared its throat. I can enable you to grow stronger by defeating your opponents. Defeating opponents to gain strength? Precisely. As long as the Master defeats an opponent of equal rank, he will receive an advancement card along with their skills. Advancement card? Yes, for instance, if the Master defeats Super Saiyan Trunks, he will obtain a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card. Once this card is used, your power will reach the Super Saiyan 2 level. That's impressive. Indeed, what if I defeat someone weaker? In that case, you can still acquire their techniques and abilities. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Goten, it's already 2 o'clock. It's time to get up. Okay, Su Xian responded, quickly springing from his bed, silently affirming to himself. From this day forth, I am Son Goten. He then proceeded to wash up in the bathroom before heading to the back mountain to train. As he had just traversed worlds and was still unfamiliar with Son Goten's body, he needed to adapt. Whoosh! Thud! Son Goten leapt into the air, his fists slicing through the wind as he struck forward with force. How swift! He exclaimed, raising his right leg for a rapid upward kick, followed by a downward kick, then switching to his left leg for the same. After completing these basic exercises, Son Goten began practicing the flight technique, as depicted in the Dragon Ball anime. According to the anime, the key to the flight technique lies in focusing one's energy to control their ki and soar through the skies. Son Goten concentrated intently, standing still for a moment, before gradually lifting off the ground. I did it! Son Goten joyfully maneuvered his ki, propelling himself forward. In no time, he was soaring through the air faster than the birds. Whoosh! Thud! Son Goten landed back on the ground, suddenly clenching his fists with determination. Huh! With a mighty shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a golden hue, his locks standing upright except for his bangs, his pupils shifting to a light green as a golden aura enveloped him. This was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Son Goten took a deep breath, retracting the aura radiating from his body. Thereafter, he continued training in the back mountain in his Super Saiyan form. At Son Goku's residence, Son Gohan was diligently working on his exam questions when he suddenly sensed the powerful aura emanating from Son Goten during his training. What immense power! This aura feels like Goten's. Son Gohan glanced at the papers on his desk before rising and leaving the room. In no time, he reached the back mountain and beheld Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goten! Son Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at his younger brother. Son Goten was merely 6 years old, yet could already transform into a Super Saiyan. It was worth noting that he himself had only achieved this transformation at the age of 10, and that was only after undergoing rigorous training. Son Goten nodded, pausing his training. Goten, when did you transform into a Super Saiyan? When? Last year, during a spar with Mom. Last year. Son Gohan was taken aback once more. Are you saying you mastered the Super Saiyan form last year? Yes, Trunks mastered it even before me. Trunks? What did you mean by your sparring with Mom? Mom had previously taught me to train, but during that spar, I transformed into a Super Saiyan. Mom said I had become a delinquent as well, so she stopped teaching me. Is that so? Son Gohan chuckled. That's because Mom has always disliked the hair and hairstyle of Super Saiyans. Is that so? However, I never expected Mom would teach you to train. Son Gohan mused, feeling nostalgic. When he had wanted to train, Shishi had always vehemently opposed it. Goten, are you training? How about we have a spar? But brother, aren't you supposed to study? Don't worry, Goten won't take much time. All right then, but could you only have a chance? A chance? Can you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course not. Why? Because I haven't trained in a long time, but I can let you have 3 moves. Just 3 moves? How about 10 moves? Can I have 100 moves? Son Goten grinned mischievously. Fine, 100 moves, but this time you mustn't say anything more." Son Goten nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Son Gohan stepped back, positioning himself for battle. "Can we begin now, brother?" "Yes." Son Gohan nodded. "Huh." Son Goten shouted, dashing towards Son Gohan like the wind, his fists launching forward with force. Whoosh! Swish! Son Gohan dodged while retreating. With a mighty shout, Son Goten struck forward with all his might. Son Gohan raised his arms, stepping back several paces. At that moment, Son Goten's figure vanished, reappearing behind Son Gohan. Not good. Son Goten leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Son Gohan's back. Ah! With a cry, Son Gohan shot forward like a projectile, crashing heavily into a nearby mountain. Dust and debris were instantly kicked up around the mountain. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan quickly clawed his way out of the rubble. At that moment, Son Goten concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand, directing it towards Son Gohan. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, a significant portion of the mountain was obliterated. Ah! Son Gohan gasped for breath, appearing in the sky above to the right of the mountain. Son Goten was astounded. Son Gohan's strength exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goten frowned slightly, but charged at Son Gohan nonetheless. Chapter 2, Son Goten vs Trunks. Before long, Son Goten reached Son Gohan, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like lightning. Son Gohan dodged while countering Son Goten's assaults. "Goten, the 100 moves have already passed," Son Gohan reminded him. Upon hearing this, Son Goten said nothing further, continuing his onslaught. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly and initiated a counterattack against Son Goten. Bam! With a heavy kick, Son Goten was sent flying like a projectile into the mountain behind him. Dust was kicked up in a massive cloud. As the dust settled, Son Goten conceded defeat. Although Son Gohan had not trained for a while, he had once possessed the strength to defeat Cell. There was no way Son Goten could surpass him with his current abilities. "Goten, you are already quite impressive. When I was your age, I couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan." Son Goten nodded in acknowledgement. "The hour is getting late. I should return to my studies, lest my mother scold me again. So, do take care in your training." Sun Wutian nodded once more. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wufan immediately turned and soared into the distance. Sun Wutian gazed at the receding figure of Sun Wufan and resumed his training. Time slipped away unnoticed until a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Trunks. Whoosh! Thud! Trunks landed gracefully before Sun Wutian. "Wutian!" Sun Wutian responded with an enthusiastic nod. "Wutian, with whom did you just engage in combat?" "My brother." "Your brother?" "Yes." Sun Wutian affirmed with a nod. "And how formidable is he?" "Extremely strong." "Is that so? I once heard my mother say that Wufan defeated Cell, and his power might even surpass that of my father." Sun Wutian chuckled awkwardly. That was in the past, without a doubt. Sun Wufan's current strength had diminished compared to Vegeta. "Well, Wutian, what shall we do today? Shall we go fishing by the waterfall, or hunt big bears at Bunshao Mountain?" Although both Sun Wutian and Trunks had already mastered the transformation into Super Saiyans, their minds were still those of children. Thus, their usual pastimes included catching stag beetles, crabs, and battling against canine bears. "No, I wish to train today." "Train?" "Indeed." "Wutian, what has prompted this sudden desire to train?" "Oh, nothing in particular. I just felt inspired to train after sparring with my brother." "I see. Since that's the case, I shall train alongside you." "You too?" "Yes, is that a problem?" "Not at all." Sun Wutian shook his head vigorously. Originally, he had intended to train in secret, aiming to surpass Trunks. Now that Trunks wished to train as well, it would become even more challenging to surpass him. However, with their strengths being closely matched, Sun Wutian need not rely solely on power to overcome him. He could also employ cunning strategies. The afternoon passed swiftly, and before long, the sun in the sky began its descent toward the western horizon. "Wutian, it's getting late. Shall I come find you to play tomorrow?" "Sure." Sun Wutian nodded. Seeing this, Trunks promptly utilized his flight technique and headed westward. Sun Wutian glanced at the sky before continuing his training for a while longer. The next morning, after having breakfast, Sun Wutian made his way to the back mountain to train. Around 8 o'clock, Trunks arrived at the back mountain and spotted Sun Wutian in the midst of his training. When did this guy become so diligent? Trunks murmured to himself as he swiftly descended beside Sun Wutian. "Trunks!" Sun Wutian greeted him with delight. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. "Wutian, did you come here to train early this morning?" Sun Wutian nodded. "Wutian, what has come over you? Why this sudden fervor for training?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just heard my brother speak of my father, which sparked my desire to train." "You mean your deceased father?" Sun Wutian nodded. Trunks, how about we have a match today? Sounds good. After a moment's thought, Trunks agreed. Then, both of them simultaneously retreated a few steps. Huh. With a powerful shout, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan. Transforming directly into a Super Saiyan? Trunks remarked as he too shifted into his Super Saiyan form. Sun Wutian chuckled lightly and swiftly dashed towards Trunks, launching a powerful strike with both fists. Trunks deftly dodged while retreating. Suddenly, Sun Wutian executed a sweeping kick, resembling autumn leaves in the wind, aimed at Trunks. Caught off guard, Trunks found himself knocked to the ground. However, he quickly propped himself up with his right hand and sprang to his feet. Before Trunks could celebrate, Sun Wuxian's figure appeared behind him. Trunks hastily turned around and swung his right fist forward with great force. Whoosh! Trunks' punch met only air, striking at the illusion of Sun Wutian. The once clear image immediately became indistinct. After image, Trunks' expression shifted slightly. At that moment, the real Sun Wutian emerged behind Trunks and delivered a powerful kick. Trunks shot forward like a bolt of lightning, crashing into a nearby mountain. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust. Damn it! Trunks exclaimed in frustration as an immense aura suddenly burst forth from him, scattering the surrounding dust. Sun Wutian narrowed his eyes slightly upon witnessing this. Just then, Trunks' figure vanished from sight. Sun Wutian gasped and quickly scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Sun Wutian, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! Sun Wutian was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into the mountain ahead of him. Dust swirled around as the mountain was disturbed. Trunks smirked, feeling a sense of pride. Whoosh! At that moment, a golden energy wave surged forth from the swirling dust. Trunks swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the blast. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the golden energy wave detonated behind Trunks. He observed as the dust settled, revealing no sign of Sun Wutian. What? Trunks exclaimed in surprise. In the next instant, a figure appeared behind Trunks, launching an attack. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Sun Wuxian's fist struck the illusion of Trunks. After image, at that moment, a playful laugh echoed from behind Sun Wutian. He turned to see Trunks delivering a powerful kick. Whoosh! Trunks' right foot met only the illusion of Sun Wutian. Another afterimage? Chapter 3, Super Saiyan 2 Advancement Card. Trunks remarked, his figure flashing into the air, spotting Sun Wutian standing directly below him. Their eyes locked, and in an instant, both figures surged forward, charging at one another. Soon, the two individuals stood before each other, engaging in a vigorous clash of fists and feet. Bang! Sun Wukong was forcefully expelled from the body. Sun Wutian gritted his teeth and unleashed a golden energy wave towards Trunks with his right hand. Trunks swiftly shifted to the right, narrowly evading the strike. In that moment, Sun Wutian's figure vanished from his original position and, in the blink of an eye, appeared directly in front of Trunks. The sheer speed of Sun Wutian's arrival left Trunks with no choice but to raise his hands in defense against the impending assault. Bang! 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 Trunks was relentlessly propelled backward by the force of the attacks. Suddenly, Sun Wutian let out a powerful shout, executing a fierce side kick with his right leg that sent Trunks flying to the right. Infuriated, Trunks clenched his teeth and unleashed a barrage of energy waves from his palms, retaliating against Sun Wutian. With a powerful thrust of his feet, Sun Wukong ascended into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of tremendous explosions, waves of energy cascaded down to the ground, erupting upon impact. Observing this, Trunks swiftly redirected his focus towards the heavens. Sun Wutian let out a powerful shout, unleashing a torrent of energy waves from both hands toward Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. With each tremendous explosion, their energy waves collided or detonated around them, filling the sky and ground with a haze of smoke and flames. After a moment, Sun Wutian abruptly ceased his barrage, swiftly bringing his hands together. Kamehameha! A Kamehameha? Trunks exclaimed, mirroring Sun Wutian's gesture as he gathered his own energy. With a resounding cry, Sun Wutian launched his Kamehameha at Trunks, who responded in kind, hurling his own Kamehameha back. Bang! The two powerful energy beams clashed violently, each warrior gritting their teeth as they stared each other down. Their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, Sun Wutian shouted, infusing more energy into his Kamehameha. Trunks, taken aback, also pumped additional energy into his attack. The resulting collision intensified fiercely. Eventually, as their energy waned, Both Kamehamehas dissipated simultaneously. Gasping for breath, they regarded one another. Once their breathing steadied, Sun Wutian charged at Trunks, who clenched his fist in preparation. The two soon stood face to face, engaging in fierce combat. Thud! Trunks landed a solid punch, sending Sun Wutian reeling backward. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Trunks' lips as he watched Sun Wutian stagger. At that moment, Sun Wutian closed his eyes and placed his hands at his temples. Solar flare. As soon as he spoke, an intense, blinding light erupted from his hands. Trunks, caught off guard by the sudden attack, found himself unable to open his eyes against the brilliance. Just as the light began to fade, Sun Wutian opened his eyes and lunged at Trunks. In an instant, he was before Trunks, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. With a cry of agony, Trunks was propelled like a projectile into the mountain behind him, raising a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations. You have defeated Super Saiyan Trunks and received a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card, learning instant transmission and Kamehameha. Would you like to use the Super Saiyan 2 advancement card? Yes. Very well. As the words faded, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Sun Wutian's body. After a while, as the dust settled, Trunks, now returned to his normal state, spoke with irritation. Wutian, didn't we agree to a friendly spar? Why did you hit so hard? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to strike so fiercely. Trunks scoffed. Where did you learn that technique? My brother taught me. Trunks, realizing the implication, remarked, Ah. So that's why you suddenly wanted to fight me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian smiled. Today's competition with Trunks was indeed a scheme of his own making. However, Wutian, do not become overly complacent. I was merely careless this time. In our next contest, I shall surely defeat you. Next time? Indeed, this time you triumphed through technique. So upon my return, I too shall devise a strategy to counter you. Is that so? Then, Wutian, shall we find a place to rest for a while? Trunks suggested. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two soared into the sky and descended upon a verdant meadow, where they reclined upon the soft grass. A gentle breeze caressed them, ruffling their hair. How refreshing, one remarked. Indeed. Wukong, what do you plan to do after our rest? I am uncertain. How about coming to my home for a visit? That sounds delightful. After a brief respite, the two departed from Baozi Mountain and made their way to West City. Time passed unnoticed as they flew, and soon they arrived at Bulma's backyard. At that moment, Bulma was engrossed in a magazine, enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon. Sun Wukong greeted Bulma with enthusiasm. Aunt Bulma. Upon noticing Sun Wukong's approach, Bulma's face instantly brightened with a smile. Wukong, you've arrived. Son Goten bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Son Goku, in their childhood. Thus, upon seeing him, Bulma felt as though she were gazing upon Goku himself. Sun Wukong nodded. Goten, come here quickly. I want to show you my newly acquired toy. All right. After Sun Wutian finished speaking, he accompanied Trunks to his room to admire the newly acquired transforming robot. Isn't this robot incredibly cool? Moreover, it can transform into a leopard. Time swiftly passed in the morning, and as noon approached, Sun Wutian bid farewell to Trunks and returned home. In the afternoon, he visited Sun Wufan's room to inquire about Krillin and the others. Although Sun Wutian had little interaction with Krillin and the others, Sun Wukong had previously mentioned them to Sun Wutian. Uncle Krillin. Chapter 4. Sun Wutian vs. Razali. Sun Wukong nodded. Uncle Krillin's words must have originated from Kame House. Where is Kame House? Kame House is located in West City. Oh, and what about Uncle Piccolo? Uncle Piccolo is likely in the Otherworld. The Otherworld is situated above the highest tower on Earth, the Karin Tower. As for Uncle Tien, Shinhan, and Chaozu, they are probably training at the southernmost part of the Earth. The southern part of the Earth. Sun Wukong nodded. How about this, Goten? I shall take you to meet them. It has been quite some time since I last saw them. No need, brother. If Mother were to find out, she would surely say that I am disturbing your studies. Very well. If you have no other matters to attend to, may I take my leave? Certainly. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian promptly exited Sun Wufan's chamber. On the shores of Kame House, Krillin was tending to his daughter Marin, whom he had with Lazuli. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, and it was none other than Sun Wutian. Could it be you, Wutian? Krillin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Although he had not been in frequent contact with Sun Wufan over the years, he was still aware of the existence of Wufan's younger brother, who was 10 years his junior. Sun Wukong nodded. You must be Uncle Krillin, right? Indeed. Krillin replied, nodding. Who is she? She is my daughter, Marin. Marin. This is your brother, Sun Wukong. Brother Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Wu Tien, have you come here alone? Where's Wu Fan? No, he is at home studying. I see. So, what brings you here? I wish to challenge Uncle Krillin to a contest. A contest? With an innocent expression, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Very well. Marin, please step aside for a moment. Father wishes to engage in a contest with brother Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Marin promptly moved to the side. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and Krillin simultaneously took a step back. Well then, Uncle Krillin, shall we commence? Krillin nodded in agreement. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien, charged towards Krillin. Clenching his fists, Krillin awaited the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Sun Wutien found himself face to face with Krillin, his fists flying like the wind as they engaged in a fierce battle. Bang. Moments later, Sun Wutien tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow, sending Krillin reeling backward. Such formidable strength. It is no wonder he is the son of Goku. Krillin exclaimed with exhilaration. Sun Wukong, in his lifetime, was his dearest companion. Thus, witnessing the formidable strength of Sun Wutien brought him immense joy for Sun Wukong. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared before Krillin, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Krillin's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly raised his hands to defend against the onslaught. The sound of impact echoed as he was forced to retreat repeatedly under the force of Sun Wukong's strikes. Dad! Marin cried out to Krillin. At the sound of her voice, an incredible aura erupted from Krillin, pushing Sun Wukong back. In that instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing behind Krillin. As Krillin turned, he found Sun Wukong lifting his right hand towards him. I concede. Sun Wutien chuckled softly and nodded. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed, ding. Congratulations, Master, on defeating Krillin. You have acquired the technique of Energy Slash, the Solar Fist, and 10 Senzu Beans. Senzu Beans. Indeed, Master. Defeating opponents grants a certain probability of receiving additional rewards. I see. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit's house opened, and a woman with golden hair and blue eyes emerged. She was tall, clad in a purple t-shirt and blue jeans. This was Lazuli. Lazuli. Lazuli nodded and turned to Sun Wutien, inquiring, who is he? He is Goku's youngest son, Sun Wutien. Wutien, this is your Aunt Lazuli. And Lazuli. Lazuli gave a slight nod. Mom. Marin called out to Lazuli. Upon hearing this, Lazuli approached Marin and gently ruffled her hair. Krillin, were you two just fighting? Yes. Who won? Wutien. Although Sun Wutien was the son of Goku, losing to a child left him somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? Lazuli smiled at Sun Wutien. Then, Wutien, how about we have a little contest? Lazuli. Krillin was startled, thinking that Lazuli was defending him, but in reality, she was merely intrigued by Sun Wutien's prowess. Us? Yes. Lazuli nodded. All right then. Krillin, take good care of Marin. Oh. Sure. Krillin replied, leading Marin outside the Turtle Hermit's house. Shall we begin? Lazuli asked Sun Wutien. Absolutely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lazuli dashed towards Sun Wutien with lightning speed. Startled, Sun Wukong quickly raised his hand to defend against Lazuli's onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Under the lightning-fast strikes of Lazuli, Sun Wukong found himself continually retreating. Boom. Lazuli executed a powerful kick with her right foot, landing squarely on Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wutien's body immediately recoiled backward. Lazuli let out a cold snort, her palms emanating several waves of energy as she launched an assault on Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien swiftly evaded to the sides, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves crashed upon the sea, unleashing colossal waves that surged forth, inundating the shore with a torrent of water and fish. Father, look at all the fish. Marin exclaimed, her innocent gaze directed at the fish sprawled on the beach. Krillin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The turtle sage, who had been peacefully slumbering in his abode, was abruptly awakened by the commotion and hurried outside. With a loud creak, the door to the turtle house swung open, prompting Krillin and Marin to instinctively glance back. The turtle sage's expression transformed to one of grave seriousness as he beheld Sun Wutien engaged in battle with Lazuli. Could it be? Indeed, Master Wutien. He is none other than Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien. I always said he bore a striking resemblance to Wukong in his youth. Just then, with a resounding crash, Lazuli sent Sun Wutien flying across the surface of the sea. Sun Wutien, will you not reveal your true power? The notion of true power left both Krillin and the Turtle Sage perplexed by Razali's words. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Son Goten clenched his fists tightly. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A super-duper Saiyan. Krillin and Master Roshi were taken aback, particularly Krillin, whose throat seemed to constrict at the mere mention of a Super Saiyan. It took several moments before he could finally articulate the words. It is worth noting that Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan was the result of relentless training and combat. Yet, at the tender age of 6, Son Goten was already capable of this transformation, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Chapter 5, Infinite Stamina Card. As Sun Wukong observed the astonished expressions of the two individuals, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth. The mere transformation into a Super Saiyan had left them in such awe. One could only imagine the extent of their astonishment should he ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Just then, Lazuli charged towards Sun Wukong, her fists and feet moving with the swiftness of the wind, launching an attack against him. Sun Wukong effortlessly dodged Lazuli's attacks, shifting his body left and right with grace. Taken aback, Lazuli thrust her right fist forward with all her might. Sun Wukong raised his hand to block and successfully deflected Lazuli's attack. Gritting her teeth, Lazuli executed a swift side kick towards Sun Wukong with her left foot. Sun Wukong Tien immediately released Lazuli's right fist and stepped back. Lazuli lunged forward once more, launching another attack at Sun Wukong Tien. Whoosh! Swish! As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he retreated further. It appeared that the outcome had been determined. The Turtle Sage remarked, "The outcome has been determined?" Before Krillin could grasp the meaning behind the Turtle Sage's words. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Lazuli. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick sent Lazuli soaring through the air like a projectile, landing in the sea. As her body erupted with an immense aura, she paused above the water's surface. The ocean beneath her was instantly stirred into a tumultuous wave. Lazuli gazed forward, only to realize that Sun Wukong was no longer on Kame House. Turning to glance behind her, she saw Sun Wukong raising his right hand towards her. I have lost, Lazuli thought to herself, a sense of reluctance swelling within her. With a beaming smile, Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. He then returned his body to its normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Lazuli and receiving a special card, an Infinite Stamina Card. Utilize the Kamehameha technique with the Infinite Stamina Card. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Goten immediately soared back to Kame House. Uncle Krillin, who is he? He is my and your father's master, Master Roshi. Master Roshi. The turtle hermit nodded in acknowledgement. Remarkable, Goten. At such a tender age, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Your father had yet to become my disciple at your age. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and refrained from saying much more. It is getting late, Uncle Krillin, so I shall take my leave. Would you not care to sit inside for a while? No, thank you. Sun Wukong shook his head. When will there be time to come and play again? Sun Wutien nodded and turned to leave the island. Krillin watched the retreating figure of Sun Wutien and couldn't help but sigh. He reminisced about the time when he and Sun Wukong learned their craft together. The gap between them was not insurmountable. Yet now he found himself unable to match even Sun Wukong's young son. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. At that moment, Karinta, the cat sage, and Yaki Luobe were gazing down at the mortal realm in a state of boredom. Suddenly, they spotted a figure soaring toward them. It was none other than Sun Wutien. Wukong. Due to the striking resemblance between Sun Wutien and the young Sun Wukong, Yaki Luobe mistook him for the latter. He is not Wukong. He is Wukong's son. Sun Wutien, the cat sage, interjected. Wukong's son? Indeed. The cat sage nodded. With that, Sun Wutien swiftly ascended into the tower. You are Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien. Are you not? The cat sage inquired. Sun Wukong nodded. You are Lord Karin, are you not? Indeed. The cat sage affirmed with a nod. Young one. Do you know who I am? Asked Yakurubai, crossing his arms. Who are you? Sun Wutien pretended not to know. I am your father's good friend, a Kyrolope. In the past, I have saved your father on multiple occasions. It is surprising that Gohan never mentioned you. Multiple times? Indeed. The first instance was when your father was severely injured by Tao Pai Pai. The second was after his battle with Piccolo. He was falling from the sky, and I caught him just in time. The third occasion was when Vegeta transformed into a giant ape, and I severed his tail, thus saving your father's life. Then why not mention that Goku defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved us all? Master Roshi interjected. Upon hearing this, Akiralobe's face flushed. That is a different matter. I never said Goku did not save us. I merely wished to express my camaraderie with him. That is more acceptable, Master Roshi remarked, turning his gaze towards son Wu-Tien. By the way, Wu-Tien, what brings you here? Nothing much. I was just bored and decided to take a stroll. A stroll, you say? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. By the way, Lord Karin, do you happen to have any magical beans here? Though Son Wukong possesses a modest supply of celestial beans. Who would ever deem such a treasure excessive? Furthermore, these divine beans hold little value for them, rendering them a mere extravagance. Indeed, there are 10 in total. Should you desire them, I shall gladly present them to you as a token of our first meeting. Son Wukong nodded. Upon seeing this, the cat sage promptly produced a cloth bag for Son Wukong. Thank you, Master Karin. If there is nothing else, shall we take our leave, Uncle Yachirobe? Indeed. The two nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wu-Tien promptly departed from Karin Tower and soared towards the heavenly realm. Before long, he arrived in the celestial domain, where he encountered Dandy, Piccolo, and Bobo. You are Wu-Tien? Piccolo inquired, casting a glance at Sun Wu-Tien. Although he had maintained minimal contact with Sun Wufan over the years, he would still occasionally visit his brother. Sun Wu-Tien nodded. Wu-Tien, isn't your brother coming along? Dandy inquired. No, he's at home studying. Piccolo snorted. Ever since that brat Gohan defeated Cell, he has neglected his training, spending all his time buried in books. Wu-Tien, what brings you here? Dandy asked. I have come to challenge Uncle Piccolo. You wish to challenge Piccolo? Me? Indeed. I've heard from my brother that you possess remarkable strength. So I wanted to test my skills against you. Is that so? Then I accept your challenge. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately stepped back, assuming a defensive stance with his hands poised for battle. Dandy and Bobo, observing the situation, moved to the side. Then come at me, Piccolo said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded, and, like a flash of lightning, charged towards Piccolo. In no time, he stood before Piccolo, launching a fierce assault with his fists. However, all his strikes were deftly evaded by Piccolo. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, Piccolo delivered a crushing kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. With a resounding cry, Sun Wukong was violently hurled from the heavens. Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy waves from his right hand, targeting the airborne Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of immense explosions as the energy waves struck their mark, enveloping Sun Wukong in a thick shroud of smoke. Chapter 6, Rebirth Technique Ha. With a powerful shout, a radiant golden aura enveloped Sun Wukong, swiftly dispersing the smoke surrounding him. Super Saiyan. Both Piccolo and Dandy were taken aback. They had witnessed the emergence of a Super Saiyan before and understood the arduous journey to attain such a transformation. Yet, here was Sun Wukong, merely 6 years of age, already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Has the value of a Super Saiyan diminished so drastically? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Piccolo quickly regained his focus and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and charged towards Piccolo with fervor. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In a swift moment, the two collided before one another, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of lightning as they engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared behind Piccolo, catching him off guard. In that instant, Sun Wukong executed a powerful flying kick, striking Piccolo squarely in the back. Piccolo's body shot forward like a projectile, crashing heavily onto the sacred grounds of the other world. The impact shattered the ground, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Piccolo! Dandy exclaimed in shock. Curse it! Piccolo gritted his teeth and quickly rose from the ground, charging once more towards Sun Wukong. Before long, Piccolo was upon Sun Wukong, launching a flurry of rapid attacks with the speed of lightning. As Sun Wu-Tien swayed his body, he effortlessly evaded Piccolo's attack. Observing Sun Wu-Tien's current state, Piccolo could not help but reminisce about the time when Son Gohan faced off against Cell. Back then, Cell had relentlessly assaulted Son Gohan, yet he could not land a single blow. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Sun Wu-Tien's figure flickered to Piccolo's left side, and he delivered a powerful kick forward. With another resounding impact, Piccolo was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Damn it! Piccolo exclaimed in fury, only to find that Sun Wu-Tien's figure had already vanished from sight. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he quickly turned to look behind him. At that moment, Sun Wu-Tien was raising his right hand towards him. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, Piccolo ultimately chose to concede. I concede, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wukong smiled. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on defeating Piccolo. You have acquired the ability of regeneration, enabling the self-repair of lost bodily structures, excluding the head, which requires a substantial amount of energy. Additionally, you have gained telepathy, the ability to summon objects from thin air, create matter from nothing, and the foresight technique that allows one to see clearly from thousands of meters underground, primarily utilized by deities to monitor the mortal realm. This ability was inherited by Piccolo after his fusion with the divine. After acquiring an abundance of memories, Sun Wutien pondered internally, how could my strength be so formidable? Was it Gohan who guided my training? Piccolo inquired. No, it was my mother who taught me how to cultivate. Your mother? But didn't she oppose Gohan's training? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Although Sun Wutien said little, Piccolo had already surmised that Chi-Chi's intention to train him was undoubtedly influenced by the late Son Goku. Subsequently, Sun Wutien took a brief tour of the heavenly realm before returning home. On his journey back, he employed his clairvoyance technique to gaze towards West City, perceiving everything as though it lay before him. After utilizing his foresight, an image of the old Kai appeared in his mind. The old Kai possessed the ability of distant sight, enabling him to observe the battles of insects on Earth from King Kai's planet. Upon arriving home, Sun Wutien utilized his creation technique to fashion a new martial arts uniform for himself. Regrettably, he lacked such abilities in his previous life. If he had possessed them, he could have effortlessly crafted dozens of garments each day to secure his livelihood. The following morning, after having breakfast, Sun Wukong took his leave from Baozi Mountain and soared to the peak of a grand mountain at the southernmost tip of the earth. At this moment, a bald man with 3 eyes was engaged in profound meditation upon this mountain. This individual was none other than Tien Shinhan. Beside Tien stood a small child wearing a cap, who was none other than Kairatsu. Although Kairatsu had matured in age, his appearance still resembled that of a child. Wukong! Tien Shinhan exclaimed as he beheld the visage of Sun Wukong, instantly reminded of the young Sun Wukong from days gone by. Son Goten, are you Uncle Tianjin and Uncle Dumpling? Is it possible that you are Goten? Tianjin Fan inquired. Though he diligently practiced his martial arts, he occasionally kept in touch with Krillin and the others, aware that Sun Wukong had a young son. Sun Wukong nodded. What brings you here? Tianjin Fan inquired. I wish to engage in a friendly spar. A spar? Indeed. Is that permissible? Of course. Then, Uncle Jiaozi, shall we have a friendly duel? Sun Wukong gazed at the dumplings. The primary objective of Sun Wutien on this occasion is the dumpling. The dumpling possesses the extraordinary ability to control individuals, a power that fluctuates in intensity depending on the strength of its wielder. Beast Kaishin also possesses this ability and temporarily subdued Son Gohan with it. Me? Indeed. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Dumpling, why don't you spar with Wukong? All right. Dumpling nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately retreated, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Uncle Jiaozi, shall we commence? He inquired. Indeed. Jiaozi nodded in agreement. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Wukong, like a gust of wind, surged towards Jiaozi, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Just as his fist was about to connect with Jiaozi, the latter suddenly invoked his supernatural abilities, rendering Sun Wukong's body immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Jiaozi propelled his foot forward in a decisive kick. Bang! As Sun Wutien leaned back, he suddenly clenched his fists with great determination, instantaneously breaking free from the constraints of supernatural power and charging towards Dumpling. Taken aback, Dumpling was startled. Just as Sun Wutien's right fist was about to make contact with Dumpling's face, he abruptly retracted his punch. I concede, Dumpling exclaimed, immediately choosing to surrender upon witnessing this. Sun Wukong nodded. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating the Dumpling and acquiring the power of control, learning the whole wave. Now, Wukong, shall I challenge you as well? Tien Shinhan remarked. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, the Dumpling immediately stepped aside. So, Wukong, shall we begin? Sun Wukong nodded once more. Upon witnessing this, Tianjin Fan immediately charged towards him. In no time, Tianjin Fan reached Sun Wukong, launching a powerful assault with both fists directed forward. Sun Wukong, while deftly evading, began to retreat. With a swift motion, Tien Shinhan executed a powerful side kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Goten raised his hand to block and executed a lateral kick with his right foot towards Tianjin Fan. Taken aback, Tianjin Fan hastily retracted his right foot and stepped back. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutien swiftly dashed before Tien Shinhan, unleashing a powerful assault with his fists. Chapter 7. The Goku Training Program. Bang, bang, bang. As Tien Shinhan defended against Sun Wutian's relentless strikes, he was forced to retreat. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Sun Wutian executed a fierce kick, landing squarely upon Tien Shinhan's abdomen. The impact sent Tien Shinhan hurtling backward, clenching his fists tightly. He managed to come to a halt on the ground. At that moment, Sun Wutian's figure abruptly vanished from Tien Shinhan's view. Behind you, Chaozu alerted. What? Tien Shinhan turned to glance behind him, only to find Sun Wutian gathering a golden energy wave in his hands, directed at him. I concede. Thank you, Uncle Tien Shinhan. As Sun Wukong spoke, he dissipated the energy wave he had been gathering. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on defeating Tien Shinhan and acquiring the four-way fist and the Demon Seal wave. Tien nodded. Goten, is it your brother Gohan who usually teaches you to cultivate? No, it is my mother who instructs me in my training. Your mother? Tien and Kaiatsu were taken aback. They were astonished that Kiki would teach Goten to cultivate, and even more so by the strength she had imparted to him. Sun Wukong nodded. Well then, if Uncle Tianjin and Uncle Jiaozi have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Very well, Uncle Tianjin replied, nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian immediately soared into the sky. Tien Shinhan gazed at the receding figure of Sun Wutian, and memories of his first encounter with Sun Wukong flooded his mind. At that time, Sun Wukong's strength was far beyond his own capabilities. Now, he found himself unable to contend not only with Sun Wukong, but even with Sun Wutian. After a brief moment of reflection, Tien Shinhan resumed his training. Although Sun Wutian's strength surpasses his own, he remains undeterred, for his pursuit lies in the path of martial arts rather than in the mere act of defeating an opponent. In the vicinity of Baobao Mountain, at Sun Wukong's residence, Trunks is currently searching for Sun Wutian. Chi-Chi inquires, Wutian? Yes, Aunt Chi-Chi. Is Wutian not at the back mountain? He's not. Then perhaps you should ask Gohan. He might know where Wutian is. Trunks nods in agreement and proceeds to enter Gohan's room to inquire about Sun Wutian's whereabouts. Son Gohan was equally oblivious to the whereabouts of Goten. With no other option, Trunks decided to take a stroll around the East capital, hoping to locate Goten. After wandering for a while, Trunks suddenly sensed Goten's energy and looked up towards the sky. He saw Goten flying towards him. Goten! Trunks exclaimed joyfully as he soared from the trees to stand before him. Trunks! Goten responded. Trunks nodded and inquired. Where have you been, Goten? Nowhere much. I was just bored and decided to fly around the earth. I see. How about we have a spar today? A spar? Yes, I've developed several new techniques. And I am determined not to lose to you this time. Is that so? Then let us find an open space to battle. With that, the two of them swiftly flew forward. After a short flight, Trunks landed in a spacious meadow. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong also descended in unison. Whoosh, thud. Sun Goten landed on the grass just a few dozen meters away from Trunks. Trunks glanced at Sun Goten and said, So, Goten, shall we begin? Sun Wukong nodded. Ha! Trunks shouted loudly as he charged towards Sun Wukong. With both hands raised forward, Sun Wukong's power rendered Trunks' body completely immobile. This was indeed the manifestation of his extraordinary ability. What was happening? Trunks was taken aback with astonishment. Sun Goten chuckled and said, Trunks, I recently acquired an extraordinary ability to control others. An extraordinary ability? Indeed. As Sun Wukong spoke, he retracted one hand and swiftly approached Trunks, launching an assault against him. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Sun Wukong's body soared as he relentlessly delivered kicks towards Trunks' face and torso. Trunks soon emitted a series of anguished cries. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong executed a powerful kick, sending Trunks hurtling away. Although Trunks was propelled through the air, he found himself unable to move. Infuriated, he gritted his teeth and suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, striving to break free from Sun Wukong's grasp. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, he liberated himself from Sun Wukong's control and darted towards him with lightning speed. In no time, Trunks stood before Sun Wukong, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning as he launched his assault. As Sun Wukong deftly defended against Trunks' assault, he gradually retreated. Suddenly, Trunks clenched his right fist with great force and delivered a powerful blow that sent Sun Wukong soaring through the air. Ha! Trunks shouted, channeling an immense surge of energy into both hands, launching a fierce attack towards Sun Wukong. This technique was none other than the renowned prince's strategy from the illustrious world of Dragon Ball. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly halted his descent and soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, waves of energy erupted upon the ground. In an instant, the earth was engulfed in thick smoke and flames generated by the blasts. Trunks immediately ceased his energy wave assault and ascended into the heavens. Sun Wutien clenched his hands tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan amidst the heavens. At that moment, Trunks dashed in front of Sun Wutien and delivered a powerful right punch forward. As Sun Wukong's figure flickered backward, Trunks' right fist missed its target. Trunks lifted his head, poised to charge forward, yet his body was once again rendered immobile. Son Goten chuckled and said, "Trunks, you are no match for me. It would be wise for you to concede." Upon hearing this, Trunks gritted his teeth, attempting to break free from Son Goten's grasp. Yet, regardless of how hard he tried, he found himself unable to escape. After a futile struggle, Trunks, feeling a deep sense of reluctance, finally admitted his defeat to Son Goten. "Goten, I concede." Sun Wukong's son nodded slightly, lowering his hand to revert to his usual form. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, on defeating Trunks and acquiring the Gum Ghost, the continuous Super Chocolate Ring, and the Volleyball Fist." Sun Wukong's son was taken aback. It dawned on him that by vanquishing his opponent once more, he could acquire new skills from them. If he were to defeat Sun Wukong in his perfected state of ultimate freedom, would he not be able to directly learn the ultimate freedom technique? If that were the case, he could simply devise a training regimen centered around Sun Wukong. The stronger Sun Wukong becomes, the mightier he grows. Trunks, upon realizing he could move his body, immediately sighed with relief. He then reverted to his normal state and flew to Goten's side, inquiring, "Goten, how did you suddenly acquire such superhuman abilities?" "I don't know," Goten responded. "While training yesterday, I just discovered I possess superpowers." "Is that so?" Trunks listened skeptically, his mind filled with doubt. In Chapter 8, the rematch with Gohan, Trunks proposed, "How about we engage in another battle without using your superpowers?" "That could work. But wouldn't it lack significance?" Goten replied. "That is true," Trunks conceded. At noon, Trunks returned home and asked Vegeta for a method to counteract Goten's newfound powers. "Superpowers? Goten has suddenly gained the ability to manipulate others, and now even I cannot defeat him," Vegeta remarked. "Dad, do you have any suggestions to help me overcome his abilities?" Trunks pleaded. "Indeed. Simply train diligently until your strength far surpasses his. In the face of absolute power, no superpower can prevail." "But Dad, are there no other options?" Trunks asked, seeking alternatives. "There are none," Vegeta replied sharply. Trunks' defeat at the hands of Goten had already displeased Vegeta, and the fact that Trunks was reluctant to train further aggravated him. "From this day forth, you shall train with me until you can defeat Goten," Vegeta declared. "Dad," Trunks protested, somewhat unwilling. "If you refuse, I shall instruct Bulma to have your allowance." "Dad, enough. It is settled." In the afternoon, bored and restless, Sun Wukong crafted several magical sealing jars intended for the martial arts tournament. However, he found himself lacking the essential sealing talismans. Without these talismans, even if he were to confine an opponent within the jar, it would be futile, as the absence of a sealing talisman rendered the containment ineffective. Since these talismans could not be conjured from thin air, Sun Wukong resolved to purchase some yellow paper to create the seals himself. Yet, as he currently had no immediate need for the magical sealing technique, he decided to postpone this task until he had time to procure the materials from West City. Having completed the jars, Sun Wukong then used his creative abilities to conjure several orange martial arts uniforms and shoes, allowing him to easily change attire during his training sessions. After fashioning the clothing and footwear, he proceeded to create various weights and training gear before embarking on his rigorous training regimen. The following morning dawned. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, visited Bulma's residence to play with Trunks, only to discover that Trunks had been coerced into training vigorously. Unable to find any other recourse, Sun Wutien reluctantly returned home. Upon his arrival, with leisure time at hand, he decided to retreat to the mountains for training. With only a little over 4 months remaining until the emergence of Majin Buu, it was imperative that he hasten his ascent in strength to attain the power necessary to defeat this formidable foe. Presently, he had achieved the level of Super Saiyan 2, and his next ambition was to vanquish Son Gohan and Sun Wukong, thereby acquiring the transformation cards for Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God. However, Sun Wukong was currently in the afterlife, and he needed to devise a strategy for his resurrection. After Son Gohan's triumph over Cell, there had indeed been an opportunity to resurrect Sun Wukong, but he had chosen to decline the offer of revival. Time flowed swiftly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, Sun Wutien dedicated the majority of his time to rigorous training. The back mountain of Sun Wukong's home. At this moment, Sun Wutien was seated in a lotus position, suspended in midair, engaged in meditation and cultivation. A figure emerged from the distance, approaching. This person was none other than Sun Wufan. Sun Wutien seemed to sense the arrival of his brother, Sun Wukong, and opened his eyes. Brother. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Goten, have you been training for the entire month? Indeed. Then your strength must have improved significantly, right? Not really. Just a slight improvement. It's perfectly fine. A little progress in a month is quite normal. Sun Wukong chuckled. Brother, what brings you here? I haven't practiced in a long time, so I thought I would come and train a bit. Is that so? But what about your studies? Oh, it's fine. In fact, I am currently previewing the materials for my senior year. Previewing? Sun Wukong was taken aback. One can only say that the realm of academic prodigies is beyond his comprehension. Indeed, in terms of mathematics, I have already previewed university-level concepts. By the way, Wukong, that training you just engaged in must have been a form of meditation akin to Uncle Piccolo's, right? Sun Wutien nodded. Although Uncle Piccolo's meditation practice is commendable, physical training remains the most suitable approach for us Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Sun Goten remained silent. In the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta noted that their strength is actually comparable to that of Jiren. However, Jiren's mastery over his own body far surpasses theirs, a sentiment echoed by Whis. This implies that both mental fortitude and physical prowess are crucial for enhancing one's power. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately commenced his training. The morning swiftly elapsed, and before long, it was nearly noon. Both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan were drenched in sweat due to their rigorous training. Sun Gohan anticipated that he would be summoned by Chi-Chi to study again that afternoon, so he turned to Sun Goten and proposed, Goten, what do you say we have a little sparring session? Spar? Goten replied, intrigued. Yes, after all, I have managed to secure this precious time from Mother for myself. Very well then. With that, the two of them simultaneously took a step back. Now, Goten, shall we begin? Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly charged towards Sun Goten. In no time, he arrived before Sun Goten, unleashing a powerful assault with both fists thrust forward. Sun Wutien similarly raised his fists, engaging in a fierce exchange with Sun Wufan. The sound of their strikes echoed, reverberating like thunder. Both combatants unleashed their fists with the swiftness of the wind, delivering powerful blows toward one another. After a brief bout, Sun Wufan executed a horizontal kick with his right foot, aimed directly at Sun Wutien. In a reflexive motion, Sun Wutien instinctively raised his right hand to block, yet Sun Wufan seized the opportunity to strike his brother's face with a powerful right fist, sending him sprawling backward. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, clenched his fists with immense strength, and suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being. With a resounding shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. As Sun Wukong spoke, he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! Sun Wukong's body radiated an abundance of golden energy as he charged towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan charged towards Sun Goten with fervor. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, they found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. Dust swirled around them, enveloping the arena. Boom! With a resounding explosion, both warriors simultaneously concentrated their energy, manifesting a golden wave that collided with one another. A blinding radiance erupted from the explosive energy. In that fleeting moment of detonation, both retreated several hundred meters behind. Impressive. Goten, I never anticipated that your strength could evolve so dramatically in just a month. Sun Goten nodded slightly. In an instant, the two figures flickered and ascended into the air, engaging in fierce combat. Whoosh! Bang! 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 As they swiftly maneuvered through the sky, they unleashed a flurry of attacks upon one another. Their incredible speed created the illusion of ripples dancing across the heavens. Chapter 9. The Ascension of the Third-Level Super Saiyan Boom. Moments later, Sun Goten executed a flying kick that sent Sun Gohan crashing hard to the ground. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Son Gohan slowly rose from the ground, gazing up at Son Goten in the sky. Is this what one calls a slight enhancement in power? Sun Wukong's arrogance is simply remarkable. He deserves a perfect score. Sun Wukong glanced at the sky, noting that it was nearly noon. Thus, he resolved to relinquish any reservations and unleash his utmost strength to defeat Sun Wutien. With this determination, Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great force, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with remarkable speed. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of his energy, and a multitude of sand and stones was swept into the air by the formidable force radiating from his being. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan's aura surged dramatically. Instantly, the hair atop his head stood even more erect, and the fiery essence enveloping him transformed into a blazing inferno, crackling with electricity. This was the manifestation of Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Once the transformation was complete, Son Gohan immediately unleashed his formidable energy. In the celestial realm, Piccolo, deep in meditation, sensed Gohan's overwhelming power and promptly opened his eyes. What has transpired? How can Gohan suddenly emit such a potent aura? No, Gohan is sparring with Goten. Sparring? Could it be that Gohan, now a Super Saiyan, struggles against Goten? Dandy nodded. Upon hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him. Once, he had been the fearsome Demon King Piccolo, yet now he found himself surpassed by Goku and the others. To claim he felt no envy would be a blatant untruth. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta too sensed Gohan's energy, though he paid it little mind, for he had long since eclipsed Gohan's strength. As Sun Wutien gazed upon the transformed Sun Wufan, a subtle smile graced his face. Super Saiyan 2, is it? In that case, I shall also transform into Super Saiyan 2. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong was taken aback. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Wutien clenched his fists with determination, an extraordinary aura emanating from his entire being as he ascended rapidly. With a tremendous roar, Sun Wutien transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Super Duper Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Surprisingly, Sun Wutien has also mastered Super Saiyan 2. Just like him. It is noteworthy that even he did not attain this form until he was 10 years old, following more than a year of rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber. If one considers the time dilation of that chamber, he was effectively 11. Yet, how old is Sun Wutien? Merely 7. At such a tender age, he has already achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. It is becoming increasingly difficult for him to fathom the potential strength Sun Wutien might attain if he continues his training diligently. In the celestial realm, Piccolo gazed at the transformed Sun Wutien, his face instantly reflecting a hint of astonishment. It became clear to him why he had been unable to defeat Sun Wutien previously. The latter's power had long since surpassed his own. Meanwhile, in West City at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, still immersed in his training within the gravity chamber, sensed Sun Wutien's energy and was taken aback. Trunks, is that Wutien's energy? It seems to be, but how has it grown so formidable? Has he undergone some intense training elsewhere? Sun Wutien's energy now exceeds that of Gohan. His energy surpasses that of Gohan. Vegeta nodded. That boy Gohan has not trained since defeating Cell, and he is now far weaker than he once was. Is that so? Vegeta affirmed. Therefore, Trunks, you must not follow in Gohan's footsteps. Trunks, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, as he harbored a deep-seated aversion to the monotonous nature of training. With that thought, he suddenly felt a twinge of resentment towards Sun Wutien. Were it not for him, he would not have been compelled by Vegeta to engage in training. At Baozi Mountain, after a moment of astonishment, Sun Wufan inquired towards the sky where Sun Wutien hovered. Wutien, when did you attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Just 3 days ago. Is that so? Then, brother, shall we continue our battle? Oh, certainly. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien raised his left hand and utilized his extraordinary powers, rendering Sun Wufan's body immobile. His form was utterly unable to move. Son Gohan was taken aback. In the next instant, Son Goten appeared before him and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan collided with the mountain behind him, causing a cascade of rocks and dust to erupt. As the dust settled, Son Gohan emerged from the debris. Goten, what just happened? Why was my body suddenly immobilized? That was a telekinetic ability. Telekinetic ability? Yes, it is a power I inexplicably acquired a month ago. Superpowers are scientifically unfounded, with an exceedingly low probability of occurrence. Thus, despite his lingering doubts, Son Gohan could only choose to believe. For even the advanced technology of the Dragon Ball universe could not fully comprehend why certain individuals possessed such extraordinary abilities. Is that so? As Sun Wukong spoke, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Sun Wutian, launching an attack forward. Whoosh! In an instant, Sun Wutian's figure flickered, appearing several hundred meters behind, while Sun Wufan's right fist struck nothing but empty air. With a swift lift of his left hand, Sun Wutian invoked his extraordinary powers once more, rendering Sun Wukong utterly immobilized. His body found itself ensnared in a state of paralysis once again. As Sun Wukong spoke, he struggled desperately to break free. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the grasp of Sun Wutian. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede defeat. I concede. Sun Wukong nodded and lowered his left hand. Subsequently, he returned his body to its normal state. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan reverted to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Son Gohan. You have obtained the Super Saiyan Level 3 advancement card and learned the Kamehameha technique along with 100 Senzu beans. Upon hearing this, Son Goten promptly utilized the Super Saiyan 3rd grade advancement card. Sun Wukong felt an immense surge of power coursing through his body. At that moment, he suddenly heard Chi-Chi's voice calling out, "Gohan, it's time for Goten to eat." "Well then, Goten, shall we return for our meal?" Sun Wutian nodded. On their way back, Sun Wufan, feeling somewhat reflective, engaged in conversation with Sun Wutian. "How wonderful it would be if Father were here. He would surely be delighted to witness the strength you possess now." Chapter 10. The Serpent Road of the Underworld Brother. What if we were to bring Father back to life? Revive him? Are you suggesting we use the Dragon Balls? Indeed. Initially, we had also contemplated reviving Father. But he was not in favor of it, which is why he chose to remain in the afterlife to cultivate. Then, shall we devise a plan to resurrect him? But what could we possibly do? Father, where is he currently in the afterlife? I believe he is with King Kai. King Kai? Sun Wukong feigned ignorance. Sun Gohan nodded. Lord Ko is the deity who governs the North Galaxy. How did my father come to know him? Well, that's a lengthy tale. Let's discuss it after we finish our meal. Once they had completed their dinner, Sun Gohan recounted the events of Raditz invasion to Sun Goten. Sun Wukong. So it turns out that Trunks' father was once a villain. Indeed. However, Uncle Vegeta has now reformed his ways. Sun Goten nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, he exited Gohan's room and returned to his own. His strength had ascended to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, making the prospect of defeating Goku quite feasible. However, given the rapidity of his recent advancements, he decided it would be prudent to wait a month or two before challenging Goku to battle. In the afternoon, upon awakening from his afternoon slumber, Sun Wukong was greeted by the arrival of Trunks. "Trunks, what brings you here?" he inquired. "How can you even ask that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been dragged by my father into training." Trunks retorted, "Well, you can't entirely blame me. It's merely that your father is excessively competitive." Trunks continued, "By the way, Wukong, my father mentioned that you have surpassed the Super Saiyan level?" Sun Wutian nodded. "Wutian, how have you trained? How did your strength suddenly increase so dramatically?" "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is the awakening of the potential hidden within me." "Potential?" Trunks pondered, somewhat skeptical. "Wutian, could you transform into Super Saiyan 2 for me to see?" "Of course, but this place isn't suitable. Let us proceed to the back mountain." Trunks nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the back mountain. Sun Goten clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that propelled him swiftly upwards. With a crackling sound, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 2? It looks incredibly impressive," Trunks thought to himself, filled with a twinge of envy. Sun Wutian nodded. Observing Trunks' envious expression, he secretly wished to reveal that he possessed an even more formidable transformation. However, in order to avoid dampening Trunks' enthusiasm for training, he decided it would be best to wait for a more opportune moment to demonstrate it. With this thought in mind, Sun Wutian promptly reverted to his normal state. Having not seen each other for quite some time, Trunks spent an entire afternoon at the Bun Mountain before returning home. As 2 months swiftly passed, Sun Wutian's strength had significantly increased. At this moment, he found himself within a palace situated in a desert oasis. This very palace belonged to the fortune-telling matron. The fortune-telling matron inquired, "You wish for me to take you to the underworld to find Goku?" "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded. Is Chi-Chi aware of this? Inquired the fortune-telling old woman. I am uncertain, but I shall not linger in the underworld for long. I will return swiftly. After a moment of hesitation, the fortune-telling old woman nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must not tarry there for too long. Sun Wutian nodded. Upon witnessing this, the fortune-telling old woman promptly led Sun Wutian to the underworld. As they arrived at the Hall of Yama, the king of hell was engrossed in his labors when two figures entered from outside. These two were none other than the fortune-telling old woman and Sun Wutian. Fortune-telling old woman, exclaimed the king of hell, startled by her sudden appearance. The old woman nodded in acknowledgement. It has been a long time, my lord Yama. And who might this young man be? Inquired the king, glancing at Sun Wutian. He is the youngest son of Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian? And what brings you here? The king asked. He wishes to see Wukong. Seeing Wukong is certainly feasible, but can he traverse the Yellow Spring Snake Path? Yama questioned. Rest assured, his strength has now surpassed that of Gohan. He has far exceeded Gohan. The king of hell was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Sun Wutian appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, yet astonishingly, his strength had already surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Indeed, the fortune-telling matron nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Shall we then send him to the serpent road of the underworld? The king of hell nodded in agreement and summoned a little ghost. Young spirit, escort him to the serpent road of the underworld. Yes, my lord. The little ghost saluted the king of hell and, without delay, led Sun Wutian out of the realm of the king, arriving at the serpent road of the underworld. The serpent road, as its name suggests, meanders like a serpent. Here lies the serpent road of the underworld. The Sun Wukong you seek resides on the planet at the very end of this serpentine path. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Sun Wukong nodded. The little ghost turned and began to walk away. However, after taking just a few steps, a sudden noise erupted behind him. Curiosity piqued. The little ghost turned around to glance back. To his astonishment, he found Sun Wukong moving with a velocity surpassing that of a rocket. Having already soared several thousand meters away, it seemed he had just mentioned his name was Sun Wukong. The North Kai? At this moment, Sun Wukong was engaged in arduous training, his head adorned with a radiant halo. Meanwhile, King of the North and Beerus stood beside him, observing his rigorous practice. Suddenly, Sun Wukong ceased his training and cast his gaze towards the serpent road of the underworld. The King of the North followed his line of sight, focusing on the same path. Abruptly, a brilliant white light appeared, approaching them with astonishing speed. As the light drew near, Sun Wukong discerned a figure resembling his childhood self. It was Sun Goten. The King of the North exclaimed, "This child bears a striking resemblance to Wukong." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Goten's form descended upon the King of the North's planet. "Who are you?" inquired the King of the North. "Greetings. My name is Sun Goten, and I have come in search of my father." "Father? Could it be that you are Wukong's son?" Sun Wukong nodded and gazed at Sun Wutian. "Are you truly my son?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. Over the years, he had not been in contact with Sun Wufan and the others, and thus was unaware that he had another child. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. "What brings you here?" "I have come to discuss matters pertaining to resurrection." "Resurrection?" Sun Wukong nodded. "My brother and the others all wish for your revival. I am doing well here. It matters not if you do not return to life." Chapter 11. Sun Goten vs. Sun Goku. "However, Mother and the others miss you dearly. In a few days, I shall return to visit everyone," Sun Wukong remarked. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian promptly approached the North Kai. "You must be Lord Kai, correct?" "Indeed, I am the Kai." "Then, Lord Kai, do you desire resurrection?" "Resurrection." The North Kai, upon hearing this, was immediately reminded of the other Kais who mocked him for his demise. "Ah, yes." He coughed lightly. "Speak, what are your conditions?" "There is not much to ask, merely that you persuade my father to return to life." "Goku." The North Kai glanced at Sun Wukong after hearing this. Sun Wukong has always followed his own path, never heeding the opinions of others. However, to avoid ridicule from the other kings of the realms, he felt compelled to give it a try. "That Wukong, it would indeed be beneficial for you to be revived. After all, you possess the ability to teleport and can come to me for training at any time." "Lord of the Realm, are you suggesting that you wish for Goten to assist in your revival?" Sun Wukong remarked. "Indeed, I yearn for resurrection. Had it not been for your bringing Cell to my planet, I would not have met my demise and been ridiculed by the West Kai." The North Kai, feeling a surge of indignation, responded, "Ever since I took on Sun Wukong as my disciple, I have scarcely enjoyed a moment of peace. My Lord Kai, did I not apologize to you regarding the cell incident? The North Kai snorted coldly. If mere apologies sufficed, humanity would have no need for laws. What then are laws? Sun Wukong inquired. Bang. Upon hearing this, the North King fell to the ground, utterly speechless. Law is a system of regulations established by humans to govern behavior. For instance, when a thief steals, they have transgressed the laws set by humanity. Is that so? The North King nodded in acknowledgement. Wukong, you must not spend all your time solely in cultivation. Occasionally, you should indulge in the pursuit of knowledge as well. Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, how are Goten and Gohan doing? Brother? Yes. Has he been diligently training? No. Brother has been focused on his studies. Studying all the time? Does that mean his strength hasn't improved much? Indeed, I even managed to defeat brother. You defeated Gohan? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback in astonishment. Over the years, even if Sun Wukong has not engaged in rigorous training, he should still possess the pinnacle level of Super Saiyan 1. Sun Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wutien, appears to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, yet his strength astonishingly surpasses that of Sun Wufan. Could it be that Wutien's innate talent is even more formidable than that of Wufan? In his heart, Sun Wukong silently pondered, Wutien, how about we engage in a duel? A duel, perhaps? Sun Wukong nodded. However, given the limited space here, would our battle inadvertently damage Lord Ko's planet? Upon hearing Sun Goten refer to his planet as small, North Ko felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, understanding that Goten was merely looking out for his own interests, he did not dwell on his irritation. It's fine, Goten. As long as Wukong is willing to be revived, this Ko's planet can be yours without issue. Revived? Lord Ko, when did I ever agree to be revived? With a look of perplexity, Sun Wukong remarked, you did not agree. I merely stated that if you wish to battle here, you must consent to our resurrection. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a glance at Sun Wutien and said, Lord of the King of the Worlds, let us postpone the discussion of resurrection until after my battle is concluded. No, came the reply, we must settle this matter now, otherwise, you are not permitted to fight here. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and responded, very well, however, Lord King of the North, I shall continue my training under your guidance after my resurrection. The North King chuckled, no problem, no problem. As long as you are willing to return, everything can be arranged. The thought of Sun Wukong's revival brought him joy, as it would allow him to flaunt his strength before those who had reveled in his misfortune, providing him a chance to vent his frustrations. With this in mind, the North King promptly led Beerus and the others away from the two. Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wutien and said, well then, Wutien, shall we commence? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and assumed a combat stance with both hands poised for battle. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong similarly assumed a battle stance. With a resounding roar, he charged forward like the wind towards Sun Wutien, launching a powerful right punch. Sun Wukong deftly shifted his body to the right, evading the impending strike. Sun Wukong lifted his right foot and forcefully kicked forward. Sun Wukong swiftly retreated, evading the attack once more. Sun Wukong clenched his hands with great force, striking like a bolt of lightning towards Sun Wutien. As Sun Wutien deftly evaded, he launched an assault towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong's left fist struck Sun Wutien's face, while Sun Wutien's right fist landed on Sun Wukong's abdomen. Both combatants simultaneously hit each other, causing the other to be pushed back. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wutien, who had just repelled him, and a subtle smile immediately graced his face. At that moment, Sun Wutien unleashed an energy wave towards Sun Wukong with his right hand. Sun Wukong swiftly shifted his body to the left, evading the impending danger. With a thunderous explosion, a wave of energy erupted in the sky behind him. The figure of Sun Wukong flickered as he soared into the sky. Sun Wukong ascended into the sky with equal fervor. Soon, the two reached a height of several hundred meters above the North Galaxy King Star and came to a halt. They exchanged a glance, and in an instant, their bodies surged towards each other with the swiftness of lightning. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In unison, they closed the distance, their fists colliding with remarkable speed and force. Whoosh! After a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong's figure abruptly vanished, leaving Sun Wutien's right punch to strike nothing but air. As Sun Wukong observed his right fist miss its target, his body instinctively turned. He was confronted by a rapid punch barreling towards him. The proximity left him with no room to evade. The blow struck his chest directly, propelling his body like a projectile towards the surface of the North Kai star. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's form collided heavily with the ground, creating a vast spiderweb of cracks and a cloud of dust that billowed into the air. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and swiftly rose from the ground, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan indeed. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great force and transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a resounding shout, Sun Goten was enveloped in a golden aura, surging upward towards the sky where Sun Wukong awaited. A similar aura emanated from Sun Wukong as he charged towards Sun Wutian. Suddenly, Sun Wutian's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared before Sun Wukong, executing a swift lateral kick with his right foot directed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly retreated, evading the impending danger. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, raised his fists, which moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong similarly raised his fists and struck at Sun Wutian. Chapter 12, Super Saiyan 3rd Level. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists collided with the swiftness of lightning, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Suddenly, with a swift side kick, Sun Wutian sent Sun Wukong staggering backward. With a firm clench of his fists, Sun Wukong was poised to charge forward once more, only to behold Sun Goten, his fists tightly clenched, emanating an escalating aura that surged upward with great intensity. With a resounding roar, Sun Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the unparalleled Super Saiyan 2. Although Sun Wukong anticipated that Sun Goten's power might have reached Super Saiyan 2, he could not help but feel astonished upon witnessing it firsthand. At that moment, Sun Goten's figure flashed instantaneously behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist aimed at Sun Wukong's body. Bang! With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong's body was propelled like a projectile into a sea of yellow clouds. As they found themselves in the realm of the Underworld, the surroundings comprised only the Yellow Springs Snake Path and the North Kai's planet, enveloped by an expansive void and clouds. Kamehameha. Sun Goten clasped his hands behind him, and a brilliant blue light blossomed in his grasp, coalescing into a wave of azure energy. With a powerful shout, he unleashed the Kamehameha towards the clouds. Observing this, Son Goku, still within the cloud, instantly activated his instant transmission, appearing behind Son Goten in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens as the Kamehameha detonated, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that rapidly spread outward. Subsequently, a thick plume of smoke materialized in the air. With a powerful clench of his fists, Sun Wukong immediately emanated an extraordinarily potent aura, swiftly ascending. ZZ Bang! Accompanied by an astonishing momentum, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wutian cast a glance at Sun Wukong, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, unleashing a powerful strike with his right fist. Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, evading the impending strike. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, was taken aback, poised to raise his right fist to strike at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong executed a powerful sidekick, striking forcefully against Sun Wutian's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a loud shout, and his body immediately fell backward. Although Sun Wutian's strength is comparable to that of Sun Wukong, his combat prowess is somewhat lacking. With a smile, Sun Wukong swiftly dashed before Sun Wutian, launching a powerful assault with his fists. As Sun Wutian evaded his opponent's strikes, he raised his fists to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wutian's youthful physique, their clashes often favored Sun Wukong, as the former's shorter limbs rendered him at a disadvantage. With his limited reach, evading attacks became increasingly manageable for Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The figure of Sun Wukong suddenly flickered behind him, and with his right hand, he concentrated a golden wave of energy, hurling it towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong effortlessly swatted it away with his right hand, sending it soaring to the left. With a smile, Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared before Sun Wutian, forcefully delivering a kick with his right foot. Whoosh! As Sun Wukong's foot descended, it found only emptiness, for Sun Goten had vanished from sight. Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted, catching sight of Sun Wutian charging towards him with an aggressive intent. Bang! Sun Wukong seized the right fist launched by Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian gritted his teeth and executed a swift side kick with his right foot, directing it towards Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong released his left hand, he leaped upwards, deftly evading the attack. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien, let out a mighty roar as he swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a multitude of energy waves directed towards his father, Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded attacks, he retaliated with waves of energy. The sky was soon engulfed in thick smoke, illuminated by brilliant flames. Explosive blasts generated violent storms that swept outward in all directions. In the Yama Palace, the overwhelming aura of the two combatants reached even the King of Hell, who sensed their formidable presence. The fortune-telling old woman pondered aloud. It seems Wukong is engaged in battle with someone. With whom is he fighting? She mused, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that the father and son are clashing upon their first meeting? Without delay, she consulted her crystal ball to observe the situation on North Kai's planet. The crystal ball revealed an image of the North Kai alongside Beerus, both gazing upward at the tumultuous skies. The fortune-teller adjusted the view to the heavens, and indeed, beheld the fierce struggle unfolding above. She was rendered speechless. She had anticipated a heartwarming reunion between father and son, but was instead met with the shock of their violent confrontation. The intensity of their battle captivated the King of Hell, compelling him to pause his duties. Nearby, the lesser spirits, eager to alert him, were restrained by the more seasoned specters. The King of Hell, a figure of authority in the underworld, rarely took breaks. Thus, the new spirit's attempts to intervene would undoubtedly lead them into peril. On North Kai's planet, the battle raged on. Though the primary battlefield for Sun Wukong and his companions lies in the heavens, they occasionally find themselves hurled down to North Kai's planet, creating numerous deep craters upon its surface. King Enma, observing the pockmarked landscape of North Kai's planet, could not suppress his laughter. It seemed that once their battle concluded, North Kai would have his hands full once again. Indeed, the fortune-teller nodded with a smile. Just then, both warriors simultaneously struck each other back, gasping for breath. Once their breathing steadied, Sun Goten clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with incredible speed. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Surprisingly, Sun Wutien was able to elevate his energy further. With a resounding roar, his aura spread out into the cosmos. The surface of the North Kai's planet trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wutien's energy. What? The North Kai was taken aback. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 has far exceeded his expectations. However, he is astonished to discover that Super Saiyan 2 is not his ultimate form. What manner of race are the Saiyans? At that moment, Goten's energy reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Could it be that? Sun Wukong stared in astonishment at Sun Wutien. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, Sun Wutien's hair cascaded down to his waist, his brows vanished, and his brow bones pressed closely to his eye sockets. Deep blue pupils emerged within his previously singular light green irises, while the golden aura enveloping him transformed into a radiant light and solidified. This was indeed the third level of Super Saiyan. Boom! The Hall of Hell trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wutien's energy. The Super Saiyan at the third level. Sun Wukong found it hard to believe as he gazed upon Sun Wutien before him. Chapter 13. Super Saiyan 3rd Grade versus Super Saiyan 3rd Grade. After enduring over 30 years of rigorous training to attain the Super Saiyan 3rd Grade, he was astounded that Sun Wutien had achieved it at the tender age of 6 or 7. Such talent was truly extraordinary. On Earth, the overwhelming aura of the Super Saiyan 3rd Grade was so potent that even Vegeta and his companions could sense Sun Wutien's energy. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, who was diligently training in the gravity chamber, felt the immense power radiating from Sun Wutien and immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. Could this be Wutien's energy? No, it can't be. How could his aura be so powerful? Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth and exited the gravity chamber with determination. Dad, Trunks exclaimed, following his father's lead and leaving the chamber as well. At the home of Sun Wukong in Mount Baozi, Sun Wufan, engrossed in his studies, paused as he sensed Sun Wutien's formidable energy. Is this truly Wutien's energy? No, it can't be. How can his aura be so strong? In the King of Hell's domain. Upon witnessing Sun Wutien transform into the Super Saiyan 3rd Grade, the king was filled with astonishment. Madam Fortune-teller, what is this transformation of Wutien's? I am uncertain, but I believe it to be the Super Saiyan 3. The Super Saiyan 3? The king echoed. Did they not already possess the Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Then this must indeed be the Super Saiyan 3. The king nodded in agreement. By the way, Madam Fortune Teller, how old is Wu Tian this year? 7 years old. The king stroked his chin thoughtfully. For him to be so powerful at merely 7, one can only imagine how strong he will become in the future. Madam Fortune Teller nodded in affirmation. Has Wukong ever transformed in such a manner? I do not know. I have always resided in the Underworld. Perhaps only the North Kai can provide insight on this matter. On North Kai's planet, upon witnessing Sun Wutian in his Super Saiyan third-grade form, the North Kai was thoroughly captivated by his prowess. Sun Wukong is the most extraordinary human he has encountered since becoming the king of the realm. In the sky, after transforming, Son Goten did not hasten to take action, but instead gazed at Son Goku before him. Father, why don't you also transform into Super Saiyan 3? The name Super Saiyan 3 was bestowed upon the transformation that surpassed the second tier of Super Saiyan by Son Goku himself. Thus, if Son Goten were to mention Super Saiyan 3, it might easily arouse Son Goku's suspicions about him. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Wu Tian, how did you know I could transform into a Super Saiyan third grade? Just a guess. I see. Then I shall transform into a Super Saiyan third grade, as you suggested. Super Saiyan third grade. Sun Wukong nodded. This is the name I have bestowed upon Super Saiyan 3. Huh. As Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fists tightly. An immensely powerful aura emanated from him, rapidly ascending. In the Kaishin realm, at that moment, both East Kaishin and Jebet felt the overwhelming presence of Son Goten and his companions. The aura of a mere human could actually traverse from Planet King to Planet Kaishin. Jebet remarked in disbelief. East Kaishin nodded in agreement. If we could enlist their assistance, we might be able to locate Babidi more swiftly. On Earth, at the home of Sun Wukong on Mount Payaz, Vegeta had already arrived with Trunks. Upon seeing Vegeta unexpectedly at her home, Chi-Chi was somewhat astonished, as it was the first time Vegeta had visited. Vegeta nodded slightly. Where's Gohan? Gohan is in his room. I will fetch him right away. Chi-Chi exclaimed, hurrying into Gohan's room to summon him. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta acknowledged him with a nod, preparing to inquire about the whereabouts of Goten, when he suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful aura. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong's presence. Kakarot. Dad. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, was equally astonished. He was able to sense his father's presence in the underworld even while on Earth, particularly from the North Kai's planet. In a resounding roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan of the third grade, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Goten. The North Kai, witnessing both warriors ascend to this formidable state, felt an immediate surge of anxiety wash over him. Although he had witnessed Sun Wukong's third-grade Super Saiyan transformation before, he had never seen it engaged in battle. This signified that an extraordinarily fierce confrontation was imminent. On Earth, as Sun Wukong's energy stabilized, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Gohan and inquired, Gohan, where has Goten gone? Son Gohan cast a glance at Chi-Chi, a sense of trepidation swelling within him. Yet, even if he chose to conceal the truth, it would prove futile. Goten, Chi-Chi exclaimed, turning her gaze towards Son Gohan. Goten has gone to the Lord of the Kais. Vegeta scoffed, as expected. So this truly is Goten's energy. That little brat has hidden it from me so well. To the Lord of the Kais? How did Gohan manage to get there? Chi-Chi inquired. Goten requested the fortune teller to take him there. The fortune teller? Then he must have ventured to the afterlife. Indeed. But Gohan, why did Goten wish to go to the afterlife? Vegeta questioned. Goten wanted to see his father. He wished to persuade him to return to life. To revive Goku? Chi-Chi remarked. North Kai's planet. Upon the completion of his transformation, Sun Wukong immediately turned to Son Goten and inquired, well then, Goten, shall we commence? Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. After speaking, the two figures simultaneously flickered and instantly found themselves before each other, their fists striking forcefully towards one another. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With a series of thunderous sounds, their fists clashed with the ferocity of a tempest. Boom! Their right fists collided simultaneously against each other's faces, causing their heads to recoil backward. As Sun Wukong raised his hand to block Son Goten's forward kick, the two warriors swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Each began to gather an immense amount of energy in their hands, launching it toward their opponent. Boom! 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 The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of colossal explosions as their energy waves collided, creating brilliant flames and thick smoke that illuminated the sky. What an extraordinary and fierce battle! The North Kai could not help but exclaim, Kamehameha! Sun Wukong clasped his hands behind him, channeling a deep blue wave of energy. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong gathered energy with both hands, preparing to unleash it. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave from his hands. Chapter 14. The Resurrection of Sun Wukong. With a resounding shout, Sun Wutien unleashed his Kamehameha wave. Bam! The colossal sound echoed as their Kamehameha waves collided with ferocious intensity. An overwhelmingly fierce gale emanated from the clash, radiating outward in all directions. Both warriors gritted their teeth, locking eyes with one another. Huh! Suddenly, Sun Wukong bellowed, channeling additional energy into his Kamehameha wave, propelling it forcefully towards Sun Wutien. Crash! With gritted teeth, Sun Wutien infused greater energy into the Kamehameha, propelling Sun Wukong's technique back outward. Thus, after a brief standoff in the sky, both Kamehameha blasts dissipated simultaneously as their energies were depleted. Gasping for breath, the two warriors locked eyes. Once their breathing steadied, they charged at each other once more. Their incredible speed rendered even the North Kai unable to discern the intricacies of their battle. With a resounding clash, their hands locked tightly together, and they exerted all their strength in the air. On Earth, Krillin and the others had gathered at Sun Wukong's home, inquiring about Sun Wutien's whereabouts. Krillin, reviving Wukong? But would he even agree to it? I'm not sure, but we have to try? By the way, Gohan, how has Wutien cultivated his strength? How could he be so powerful? I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps his innate talent is exceptional. Exceptional? This is beyond extraordinary. Son Gohan smiled faintly, remaining silent. Who do you think would win, Goku or Goten? Yamcha inquired. I believe it should be Goku, Krillin responded. However, I contend that it would be Goten, Trunks asserted. Trunks, what leads you to believe Goten would prevail? Because Goten possesses extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Above the realm of the North Kai, though Sun Wukong possesses formidable strength, he has only recently mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Moreover, the immense energy expenditure associated with this form makes it increasingly challenging for him to sustain his Super Saiyan 3rd level state. Although Sun Wukong and Sun Wutien possess immense physical stamina, the latter is endowed with boundless energy. Not only is he capable of engaging in battle with Sun Wukong, but he can also effortlessly sustain this state indefinitely. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon the faltering figure of his father, Sun Wukong, and without hesitation, he surged forward. With a powerful grip of his hands, Sun Wukong charged towards Sun Wutien. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two confronted each other, engaging in a fierce battle. Moments later, Sun Wutien managed to strike Sun Wukong down to the North Kai's planet. Sun Wukong, unable to sustain the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3rd grade due to the limitations of his physical endurance, reverted to his normal state. Sun Wukong gazed upward at Sun Wutien in the sky and chose to concede. I admit defeat. Sun Wutien nodded. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of the system immediately resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Sun Wukong. You have obtained the Super Saiyan God Advancement card, learned the King Fist, and received the instant transmission reward, the Key Sword. The Key Sword? Sun Wutien recalled that this sword resembled the one from the Dark Demon Realm comic, which sealed the Dark Demon King, Mechikapura. However, it appeared that it required the convergence of 4 powers, the power of darkness, the power of divinity, the power of time, and the power of light, in order to achieve eternal confinement of an individual. After contemplating for a moment, Sun Wukong descended back to King Kai's planet. At this juncture, the once vast expanse of King Kai's realm had been reduced to merely a third of its original size due to the tumultuous clash between the two fighters. The remnants of King Kai's abode stood as little more than fragments of its former walls. King Kai and the others took refuge behind this crumbling barrier, which served as their bastion. Father, King Kai, it is getting late, and I must be on my way. All right, Sun Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, the North Kai hurriedly approached Sun Wutien and inquired, when will you assist us in our resurrection? Given the significant losses he had endured, it would be a grave misfortune if Sun Wutien chose not to aid him. Once I return, I shall gather the Dragon Balls to facilitate your revival, Wutien responded. However, it is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to help us. The North Kai, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze intently upon him. Sun Wukong is unfazed, yet he is frequently ridiculed by the King of the West and others for his demise. Would you be so kind as to assist us in resurrecting him? Sun Wukong gazed at the malevolent expression of the North King and remarked. Sun Wutian nodded and, with a swift motion, propelled himself away from the Northern King's star. He then soared forward at an astonishing speed. In the Hades Palace, upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, King Yama resumed his duties. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wutian returned to the Hades Palace. Wutian, you have returned, exclaimed the fortune-telling old woman with a smile. I apologize for making you wait, dear fortune-teller. He replied, not at all. Did Goku agree to your revival? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. In that case, shall we return? Sun Wutian nodded once more. The Celestial Realm. Through her ability to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, the fortune-teller brought Sun Wutian to a chamber within the Celestial Palace. Where's this? He inquired. This is the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace? The fortune-teller affirmed with a nod and guided Sun Wutian outside, where he encountered Piccolo, Dandy, and Bobo. Wutian, how are things? Is your father willing to be revived? He has consented. Really? Then I shall send Krillin and the others to seek the Dragon Balls immediately. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, nodded in agreement. After a considerable time, Krillin and his companions gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and transported them to the heavenly realm, summoning the Earth's divine dragon. Is this the legendary dragon? Trunks exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the magnificent creature soaring in the sky. It was his first encounter with the dragon since his birth. State your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one wish may be granted, the dragon announced, addressing the familiar faces before him. I wish to bring back the North Kai and others who perished due to Cell's self-destruction. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, spoke. Very well. However, since Sun Wukong has perished once, we can only grant a singular wish for his resurrection. Does this imply that we require 2 wishes? Indeed. The eternal dragon nodded in affirmation. In that case, let us first bring Wukong back to life, Krillin suggested. Agreed. Sun Gohan nodded. Oh, divine dragon, please resurrect my father first. Very well, but since Goku's soul is not here, I can only restore him to the location of his spirit. This shouldn't pose a problem, should it? No, just bring him back. Understood. As the divine dragon spoke, his crimson gaze flickered, and the halo above Goku's head, far away on King Kai's planet, vanished. Oh no, the halo has disappeared. Goku, is that so? As Sun Wukong gazed upward, he noticed that the halo above his head had indeed vanished. Very well. Is your second wish to resurrect the king of the Northern Realm and his companions? Sun Wukong nodded. All right, I understand. Chapter 15, The Resurrection of Sun Wukong. Everyone gathers together wonderful. We can be revived as well. Upon hearing this, North Kai immediately began to dance exuberantly with Beerus and the others. Before they could dance for long, the halo above their heads vanished. Lord Kai, your halo has disappeared as well. Is that so? Replied North Kai, feeling quite pleased. In a few days, I shall pay a visit to West Kai and the others to revel in this. Let them no longer mock me with this joke. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a dry chuckle. So, Master King of the North, shall I take my leave? The North King nodded with a smile. After a moment of joy, the North King gazed at the ravaged North King star and immediately sighed. He then began to fill in the craters on the King star. Earth, Celestial Realm. After Sun Wufan and the others made 2 wishes, they ceased to wish and waited for the return of Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the heavens. It was none other than Sun Wukong himself. Wukong, Wukong, Father. The crowd beamed with joy at the sight of the resurrected Sun Wukong. Particularly, Chi-Chi, who had single-handedly raised Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian over the past 7 years, found her heart filled with immense relief and happiness. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. It has been a long time. How has everyone been? The crowd nodded in agreement. Wukong. At that moment, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Sun Wukong tightly. Chi-Chi. Upon suddenly being embraced by Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong felt a surge of nervousness within. Seeing this, Krillin and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly became somewhat misty. If it had not been for his reckless behavior back then, his father would not have perished. Father. Gohan called out to Goku. Gohan. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately released her tight embrace. Daddy, is he Goten's father? Trunks inquired. Vegeta nodded and approached Goku. It's been a long time, Vegeta. Sun Wukong greeted Vegeta with a casual nod. Vegeta responded with a disdainful snort. Kakarot, The power you and Goten wield cannot possibly be Super Saiyan 2, can it? Indeed, it transcends Super Saiyan 2, reaching the third level of Super Saiyan. The Z fighters gasped in astonishment. They had previously assumed that the strength displayed by the two was merely Super Saiyan 2, only to discover it was, in fact, the third level of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly. If Sun Wukong's power were merely Super Saiyan 2, the disparity between them would not be insurmountable. However, if Sun Wukong had achieved the third level of Super Saiyan, the gap between their strengths would be vast. So who emerged victorious between you and Goten? Goten? What? Krillin and the others gasped in shock once again. Sun Wukong is a martial arts prodigy. Even if Sun Wutien has attained the form of Super Saiyan at the third level, with Sun Wukong's extensive practical experience, he should not be outmatched by Sun Wutien's innate talent. Could it be attributed to superpowers? Son Gohan remarked. Sun Wukong, superpowers? Indeed. Goten possesses an extraordinary ability that renders others immobile. Has he not employed it upon you? No. Sun Wukong shook his head. Wutien, my friend, have you been concealing your true strength from me all along? Trunks inquired as he approached Sun Wutien. Not at all. How could you think that? Sun Wutien appeared somewhat guilty and said, Then, if that is the case, please enlighten me on how you have cultivated such strength. I have simply trained with considerable diligence. He replied. Upon hearing this, Trunks fixed his gaze intently on him. Over the past few months, Trunks had devoted himself to rigorous training. Yet he had not even reached the second level of Super Saiyan, let alone the third. Swear to me that if you are deceiving me, we shall no longer be friends. All right, I swear that if I am lying, we shall cease to be friends. Trunks, after hearing this, reluctantly chose to believe him. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly challenged Son Goku, exclaiming, Kakarot, it has been 7 years since we last met. Shall we have a match? I also wish to witness your third level of Super Saiyan. A match? Vegeta nodded. However, I have just finished sparring with Wutien, and I find myself quite drained. Perhaps we could postpone until another day? Very well. I shall seek you out for our contest tomorrow. Tomorrow? Is there a problem? No, none at all. Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly. If he did not acquiesce now, Vegeta would persistently pester him. At that moment, the sound of Sun Wukong's growling stomach echoed. How about we host a gathering at my home to celebrate Wukong's resurrection? Bulma suggested. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group departed from the celestial realm and arrived at Bulma's residence. Bulma arranged for an abundance of delectable dishes to be delivered, and thus, a celebration for Sun Wukong's revival commenced in her home. Sun Wukong savored the delectable dishes, occasionally responding to the inquiries posed by Krillin and the others. As he neared the end of his feast, he suddenly turned to Gohan and remarked, Gohan, I heard from Goten that you have not practiced your training over the years. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan nodded with a hint of concern. It seems that this young man has likely lost even the strength he possessed when he defeated Cell. Vegeta remarked, Gohan, this is simply unacceptable. No matter how busy you are with your studies, you must also dedicate time to training. Just look at Goten. His strength has already surpassed that of his father. Sun Wukong nodded. The gathering lasted for quite some time, only concluding in the evening as guests gradually departed. The following morning, Vegeta arrived bright and early at Sun Wukong's residence, eager to engage him in battle. However, Sun Wukong had already set off to King Kai's place early that morning, leaving Vegeta unable to challenge him. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, seething with anger. If he were still oblivious to Sun Wukong's trickery at this point, he would truly be a fool. On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong, engrossed in his training, suddenly sneezed. He then glanced at the newly restored King Kai's planet and remarked, King Kai, your speed in repairing the planet is truly impressive. King Kai, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in irritation. This is all because of you. Because of me? Sun Wukong retorted. Have you ever considered who repairs King Kai's planet each time you destroy it? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong displayed an expression of embarrassment. During his 7 years on Beerus planet, he had nearly caused destruction to the planet on a daily basis. Thus, the rapid restoration of Beerus planet by the king was entirely due to his acquired proficiency. Chapter 16, The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Afternoon. Upon awakening from his midday slumber, Son Goten beheld his friend Trunks, who had come to seek his company. Trunks, what brings you here? He inquired. Trunks, with an expression of displeasure, replied, Goten, do you seem to wish for my absence? No, how could that be? My father is no longer insisting that I train incessantly. I only need to train for an hour or two each day. I see. That sounds rather pleasant. Trunks responded, though his countenance remained clouded with discontent. His resentment stemmed from the fact that he was summoned by Vegeta to train due to Goten's influence. And now the lack of compulsion to train was also a consequence of Goten's presence. What troubles you, Trunks? Goten inquired. Nothing much. So what shall we do next? I am uncertain. Perhaps you could make the decision? How about we go fishing at the waterfall today? Let us indeed go fishing. Trunks nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed. And before long, a month had elapsed. Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, has, much like in the original narrative, gained admission to Orange Star High School, where he has become classmates with Fidel. This setting is located at Mount Pozu, the sacred mountain behind Sun Wukong's residence. At this moment, Sun Wutien stood upon a verdant meadow, engaged in his training. With a resounding roar, his hair transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, his eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils, with the colors of his pupils and irises shifting to black and red, respectively. His entire being was enveloped in an aura reminiscent of the sun's fiery flames. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan God. As the essence of a deity, the aura of Super Saiyan God was imperceptible to Sun Wufan and others on Earth. Sun Goten gazed at his own hair, once again elevating the aura that enveloped him. In an explosive surge of incredible power, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a celestial azure, while his irises deepened into a profound blue. Surrounding him was a halo of blue spiritual energy, adorned with the unique starlit particles characteristic of divine essence. Droplets of water occasionally coursed through the fiery aura, which flowed at a pace markedly slower than that of a human or a Super Saiyan, accompanied by faint electric sparks. The aura manifested in two distinct layers, with the outer layer shimmering in sky blue and the inner layer gleaming in white. This was indeed the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Goten clasped his hands slightly and spoke. Subsequently, he cast a glance behind him. The power of Super Saiyan Blue was on par with that of Super Saiyan 4. Had he not been devoid of a tail, he could have transformed into Super Saiyan 4 in the manner depicted in Dragon Ball GT. In fact, Sun Goten had possessed a tail during his childhood, but it was removed by Son Gohan. Concerned that Son Goten might succumb to uncontrollable fury like he did during a full moon, Son Gohan took action. Presently, in his youthful form, if he could attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he would attain a stature akin to that of Goku and the others. System, is there a way for my tail to regenerate? He inquired. Regrettably, Master, the system lacks such a function. However, you could utilize the Dragon Balls to restore your tail. The Dragon Balls? Yet, only one wish remains, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise on Earth, we would need to employ the Dragon Balls. Then, Master, it appears you must await the natural regrowth of your tail. Sun Wukong nodded. That system, I shouldn't lose control when I transform into a giant ape, right? Based on your current bloodline, I believe it is indeed possible. Is that so? Well, you need not worry too much, Master. With your mastery over the power of Super Saiyan God, theoretically, even if you were to lose control, it would only be for a brief moment. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien immediately began his training. As evening fell, Sun Wufan returned home, clad in a green tunic and black trousers, with a red cape billowing behind him and a helmet adorning his head. This attire was none other than the Super Saiyan superhero costume crafted by Bulma in the original Dragon Ball series, designed to help Sun Wufan conceal his noble deeds. What do you think, Wutien? Upon returning home, Sun Wukong proudly showcased his attire to Sun Wutien. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a dry chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. The attire of Sun Wukong's son appears rather juvenile upon closer inspection. Nonetheless, it is quite commendable. Sun Wukong spoke insincerely. Son Gohan smiled. This outfit was crafted with the help of Aunt Bulma to conceal my identity. Conceal my identity? Sun Wukong's son pretended to be curious and said, Indeed. I aspire to be a champion of justice, yet I wish to keep my identity concealed to avoid disturbing my high school life. Thus, I don this attire to shroud my true self. I see. Sun Wukong nodded. Moreover, I have bestowed upon myself a name of great distinction. What name, you ask? Super Saiyan Superman. Goten, what do you think of this title? It's all right. What do you mean by all right? This is a name I have pondered for a long time. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien chuckled softly. What is it that amuses you, Wutien? Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression turned somewhat serious. It's nothing. At that moment, having spent a day training on North Kai's planet, he returned home. Upon seeing the attire of his son Wufan, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Wufan, what is this outfit? Dad, this is the Super Saiyan superhero costume that Aunt Bulma made for me. Super Saiyan superhero? What is that? It's a hero who upholds peace in West City. Oh, but why are you dressed like this? I want to blend in as an ordinary high school student. So I don't want others to know my true identity. I see. So, Dad, what do you think of my outfit? It's quite impressive. Son Wukong spoke insincerely. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong's heart surged with joy. Subsequently, he sought out Chi-Chi to inquire about the attire. Chi-Chi, without uttering any insincere words, merely remarked that the clothing was average. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Upon returning home one evening, Son Wukong announced to Chi-Chi his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi echoed, intrigued. Yes, mother. I have heard that the champion receives a prize of 10 million, and even the runner-up is awarded 5 million. 10 million. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. For years, she had relied on Goku's earnings to sustain their household, and their finances had dwindled significantly. Such an opportunity to acquire wealth was not one to be overlooked. Very well. I consent. Tomorrow, you shall approach your school and request a leave of absence. Goku, Goten, you both must also enter the World Martial Arts Tournament. We? Chi-Chi. Goten and I need not participate, do we? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi glared fiercely at Goku. Goku, you have spent years in the other world, completely unaware of the struggles I faced while raising Gohan and Goten. Moreover, our financial situation is precarious. If you enter the competition, the victory is almost assured. 10 million plus 5 million amounts to a staggering 15 million. If you refuse to agree, I shall cease to prepare your meals. Son Wukong, faced with the threat from Chi-Chi, had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 17, Registration. The following morning, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, and his younger brother, Goten, were training in the mountains when a jet aircraft suddenly descended before them. As the aircraft came to a halt, a girl with twin ponytails emerged, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. Her hair was ebony, her eyebrows elegantly shaped, and her irises shone with a light blue hue. She was none other than Bidi Li. Bidi Li, how did you know my family resides here? Son Wukong gazed at the unexpected visitor, Bidi Li, and expressed his astonishment. Bidi Li chuckled softly and replied, Did you not write your home address at school? It is merely a matter of inquiry to uncover it. I see. Son Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. Brother, who is she? She is my classmate, Bidi Li, whom you may address as Sister Bidi Li. Sister Bidi Li. Bidi Li smiled and nodded. Bidi Li, how did you come to my house? Son Wukong inquired. Did you not promise me earlier that you would teach me how to fly in the sky? Have you forgotten? Bidi Li looked at Son Wukong with a displeased expression. Upon hearing Bidi Li's words, Son Wukong immediately recalled the matter. No, I thought this was not urgent, he replied. Bidi Li snorted lightly. Who said it isn't urgent? You must teach me before the World Martial Arts Tournament begins, so that I can thoroughly astonish my father. Son Goten, brother, I wish to visit Trunks today, so I shall take my leave. He had no desire to be a third wheel. Goten. Without waiting for Gohan to finish speaking, Son Goten had already employed the instant transmission technique and soared into the sky. As Videl gazed at Son Goten ascending into the heavens, her resolve to master the instant transmission technique grew even stronger. Noon. Upon returning home for a meal, Son Wukong encountered Bidi Li, who had stayed behind to dine. Wukong, you have returned. Bidi Li greeted him with a radiant smile. Son Wukong nodded and took a seat. Chi-Chi exclaimed, All right, let us commence the meal. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong and the others immediately sprang into action. After tasting some of the dishes prepared by Chi-Chi, Bidi Li praised her, saying, Chi-Chi, the meals your mother makes are truly delightful, even more exquisite than those prepared by the chef at my home. Chef, does your family possess considerable wealth to afford a chef? It's not too bad. Then, how many houses does your family own in the West? Let me think. I believe there are dozens. Dozens? That implies your family is exceedingly affluent. Wufan, when are you and Bidi Li planning to wed? Upon hearing these words, Son Wufan immediately spat the food in his mouth onto Son Wukong's face. Wufan, I am so sorry, father. As Son Wufan spoke, he picked up a tissue from the table and wiped the grains of rice off Son Wukong's face. Bidi Li gazed at Son Wufan with a blank expression, her mind seemingly lost in thought. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. After a week of guidance from Sun Wukong, Bidalai finally mastered the art of flight. At that moment, she soared through the skies above Baozi Mountain. Suddenly, she flew in front of Sun Wufan and declared, "Sun Wufan, I have learned the art of flight. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Excellent." Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Bidalai immediately employed the technique of flight and departed from the Baozi Mountain. At last, she had left. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong sighed deeply in relief. Subsequently, he returned home and summoned son Goten to assist him in his training. Time swiftly passed, and before long, more than half a month had elapsed. Today marked the commencement of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Hearing that Sun Wukong would participate, Krillin and the others decided to join in the excitement and partake in the competition. Given their abilities, it was evident that securing the championship was beyond their reach. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already encountered Bulma and the others outside the tournament venue. Vegeta, with his arms crossed and an imposing demeanor, glared at Sun Wukong and declared, "Kakarot, this time, I must settle the score with you." Sun Wukong nodded. He understood that the confrontation between him and Vegeta was inevitable. As the two conversed, Sun Wufan frequently turned his head to survey the surroundings. "Wufan, are you searching for Bidili?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Krillin, what about Bidili?" "Indeed. She is Gohan's classmate." Krillin responded. "Is that all she is?" Gohan interjected. With a chuckle, Krillin replied, "Of course, she is a classmate, Uncle Krillin. What's with all the excitement over just being classmates?" "I am not excited at all." Sun Wukong explained. "Gohan, my dear student." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Sun Wukong turned around and cast a glance back, where he beheld the short-haired Videl. "Son Gohan." "Hello, Miss Videl." Upon catching sight of Videl, Krillin couldn't help but tease son Gohan, saying, "Gohan, this girl is quite lovely. Your taste is commendable, Uncle Krillin." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gazed at Krillin with a face full of indignation. All right, I was merely jesting. Do not take offense, Wukong." "Uncle Krillin, please refrain from such jokes." "Understood." At that moment, Bidalai approached Sun Wukong. "Classmate Wukong, who are they?" "They are friends of my father. This is Uncle Krillin, this is Uncle Yamcha, and this is Uncle Tien." Bidalai nodded slightly. "Greetings, I am Bidalai, a classmate of Sun Wukong." Krillin and the others offered a slight nod in return. "So, Wukong, have you registered yet?" Bidalai inquired. "Not yet." Just then, a staff member holding a loudspeaker shouted to the crowd, "The registration for the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament is here. We invite everyone to come forth and sign up." "Son Gohan, the junior division?" "Indeed. The World Martial Arts Tournament now has separate categories for juniors and adults. At Goten's age, he is only eligible to compete in the junior division." "Son Wukong, I see." Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others couldn't help but chuckle. The mightiest among them, son Goten, was relegated to competing in the junior category due to his tender age. "What is the prize for the champion of the junior group?" Chi-Chi inquired. "It is also 10 million. Is that so? Then Wukong, Gohan, and Goten, you have secured both the championship and the runner-up, which amounts to 25 million. Vegeta, upon hearing this, wore a displeased expression. Sun Wukong acknowledges the formidable strength of Sun Wutien. However, he remains skeptical about son Gohan, who has not trained for 7 years, believing he would be unable to defeat him. "So, Wutien and Trunks, why don't you both go ahead and register?" Sun Wukong spoke, and the two nodded in acknowledgement. Due to the limited number of participants in the youth division, it did not take long for Sun Wukong and his companions to complete their registration. Chapter 18, Mr. Satan. After finalizing their registration, Sun Wukong and his companions proceeded to sign up as well. Since the youth division's competition commenced first, they made their way to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament to watch Sun Wutien's match. At that moment, Sun Wutien stood nonchalantly on the competition stage, observing the young boy in front of him. The boy, shirtless, provocatively posed with his arms in a stance resembling a white crane spreading its wings. The referee addressed the two contestants. "If there are no issues, let us begin." Upon hearing this, the boy immediately stepped back into position. "I hereby declare the first match of the youth division officially commenced." With a loud shout, the boy launched a powerful right punch towards Sun Wutien. However, before the boy's fist could reach Sun Wutien's face, Sun Wutien's right fist had already struck the boy squarely on the nose. The boy let out a pained cry, his body stiffening as he collapsed onto the ground behind him. Xiaowu, the boy's mother shouted in alarm. The referee, witnessing the scene, promptly began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 0. Contestant Sun Wutian is the victor. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a yawn, his expression one of utter disinterest. Were it not for the enticing prize of 10 million, he would not have bothered to participate in such a tedious competition. After Sun Wukong's victory in the match, he promptly leaped off the competition stage to allow others to participate. The tournament progressed swiftly, with Sun Wukong and Trunks advancing to the finals with remarkable ease. Attention, esteemed audience and competitors. We are now approaching the finals of our junior division. The victor of this match will not only receive a grand prize of 10 million, but will also earn the opportunity to challenge the world champion, Mr. Satan. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted with excitement. Many among them were fervent admirers of Mr. Satan, and the prospect of witnessing his valiant presence thrilled them immensely. Meanwhile, in an ancient structure located on the second floor beneath the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Mr. Satan lounged leisurely in a chair, smoking a cigar. Suddenly, a staff member entered the room, prompting Mr. Satan to hastily lower his feet. What is it? Nothing significant, Mr. Satan. I merely wanted to inquire if you would be watching the junior finals. Mr. Satan chuckled. What is there to see in a children's match? If you have no other business, you may leave. Understood, Mr. Satan. The staff member responded before promptly exiting the room. Once the staff member departed, Mr. Satan rose and gazed out the window towards the competition stage. Son Goten and Trunks now stood upon the stage. Mr. Satan regarded the two with a sense of familiarity, yet the exact moment they had crossed paths eluded him. If there are no further matters, shall we commence the match? He inquired. The two nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they both stamped their feet upon the ground, propelling themselves like the wind towards one another, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Whoosh! Bang! 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 As they swiftly maneuvered, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Mr. Satan, observing from the second-floor lounge, was immediately taken aback by the formidable prowess displayed by the pair. Even if they were to compete in the adult category, one could surmise they would secure remarkable standings. After a brief moment of astonishment, a memory struck him. He recalled witnessing Son Goku and Trunks during the Cell games. Could it be that they were the offspring of those golden-haired warriors? Mr. Satan swallowed hard. He had witnessed the battle against Cell, and he was acutely aware that it was indeed Son Goku and his companions who had vanquished Cell, not him. His earlier claims had been fueled by a desire for fame and fortune. If it truly was them, then victory would be utterly beyond his grasp. What if I am defeated? He pondered anxiously. The truth of his deception regarding Cell's defeat would undoubtedly be unveiled, rendering him the target of scorn. How infuriating. What am I to do? On the competition stage, Trunks found himself at a disadvantage due to the vast disparity in their strengths, forcing him into a perpetual state of defense against Son Goten's relentless assaults. Vegeta, perched atop the highest railing of the audience, could no longer bear to watch and opted to depart. Vegeta, are you not going to stay? Sun Wukong inquired. There is no need to watch any longer. After all, there is nothing of interest. Standing beside Sun Wufan, Bidalai expressed her confusion, asking, Wufan, why would he say that such an exhilarating match involving you and Goten is not worth watching? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan let out a dry chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. The reason for Vegeta's disinterest in the match was rather straightforward. Trunks was unable to surpass Son Goten. Had Trunks been victorious over Goten, Vegeta undoubtedly would have watched the entire contest, perhaps even reveling in the opportunity to boast before Son Goku. You shall soon discover the truth of this matter. Sun Wukong did not explicitly state his thoughts. Instead, he opted for subtle insinuations. He understood that a direct declaration would undoubtedly offend Bulma and Vegeta. Wait. Son Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, Videl immediately turned her gaze to the competition stage. With a resounding thud, Son Goten delivered a powerful punch that sent Trunks flying off the platform. Trunks was eliminated, and Son Goten emerged victorious. Congratulations to Son Goten for claiming the championship title in this youth tournament. The referee announced loudly to the audience below. Upon hearing this, the spectators erupted in cheers. Videl, witnessing the scene, seemed to grasp something profound. On the second floor of the waiting room, Mr. Satan felt a surge of panic upon Son Goten's victory. The match had concluded far too swiftly, leaving him no time to devise a strategy. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Mr. Satan, come in. He feigned composure as he called out. The staff member outside promptly opened the door and entered. Mr. Satan, the champion of the youth category has been decided, and it is now your turn to compete against him. All right, I understand. Please leave me for a moment. I will join shortly. Very well, Mr. Satan. The staff member responded before exiting the room. Once alone, Mr. Satan intended to sit and ponder his next move. But the loud cheers from the audience outside interrupted his thoughts. Satan, Satan. The fervor of the crowd intensified the pressure he felt within. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to steel himself for the challenge ahead. Determined, Mr. Satan made his way, with heavy footsteps, toward the venue of the martial arts tournament. What should have been a brief journey felt interminable in his anxious heart. Chapter 19. The Shadow Emperor, Mr. Satan. Moments later, Mr. Satan arrived at the tournament venue. As he stepped onto the stage, he instantly became the center of attention for a throng of spectators and journalists. It's Mr. Satan, the hero who saves our planet. The crowd roared in unison. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan. Hello, everyone, Mr. Satan exclaimed, raising his arms in greeting. Dad, he is unbelievable, Vidal thought, feeling speechless. At that moment, a multitude of reporters rushed toward Mr. Satan to conduct interviews. Mr. Satan, do you have confidence in this competition? A gentle-looking female reporter inquired. Of course, he replied. Is there anything you would like to say to the viewers at home? Impatiently awaiting, Sun Wukong urged Mr. Satan from the audience. Uncle, could you hasten your pace? Startled by Sun Wukong's insistence, Mr. Satan replied, It will be ready shortly, very shortly. Turning to the reporters beside him, he added, Let us pause the interview for now. I shall resume it after the match. Certainly, Mr. Satan. We will ensure to capture your dashing presence during the contest. One of the reporters exclaimed. Mr. Satan paused in disbelief. It was a miracle he wasn't pummeled into a pulp by Sun Wukong, and yet they spoke of his dashing demeanor? At that moment, the referee, also growing impatient, inquired, Mr. Satan, may I ask if you are ready to compete? Oh yes, Mr. Satan responded, his feet feeling exceedingly heavy as he trudged toward the competition stage. Goku, let us depart. There is no need to watch, as I already foresee the outcome, Krillin remarked, observing Mr. Satan's sluggish approach to the arena. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Standing beside Son Gohan, Vidal was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going to watch this match? It's a battle between Mr. Satan, the world champion, and Son Goten. It could very well be an extraordinary contest. After hearing this, Krillin waved his hand dismissively. With this free time, I would rather find a place to catch some sleep. Vidal then immediately turned her gaze towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong could not help but let out a dry chuckle, secretly wishing to deliver a sound thrashing to Krillin. Just then, Mr. Satan finally ascended the competition stage. Since Mr. Satan had taken the stage, the match was about to commence. Wait. The referee had yet to finish speaking when Mr. Satan abruptly interjected. What is it, Mr. Satan? The referee inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Clearing his throat, Mr. Satan continued, Before the match begins, I would like to have a few words with that young lad, to ease any burdens he may carry in his heart. Oh, very well, but please be swift, as the audience has been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Satan nodded and quickly approached Sun Wukong. Young man, he said, the upcoming match is merely a casual affair. Just have fun and don't take it too seriously. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Mr. Satan, witnessing this, approached the referee and declared, You may announce the commencement of the match. The referee nodded in agreement. I hereby declare that the match between contestant Sun Wukong and Mr. Satan officially begins now. The audience erupted into cheers, chanting Satan, Satan. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan swiftly dashed to stand before Sun Wukong, leaning in closely, and said, Little one, Uncle would like you to throw a punch, but you must do it gently. All right, Uncle. Sun Wukong smiled. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a request from another. Bang. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wutien struck Mr. Satan squarely on the face with his right fist. Instantly, Mr. Satan's visage contorted from the impact, and like the wind, his body crashed heavily against the wall of the house behind him. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Vidal, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. The father she held in such high regard had been effortlessly defeated by Sun Wutien with a single blow. Beneath the stage, Mr. Satan, having collided forcefully with the wall, was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. This little brat. I distinctly told him to take it easy, yet he struck with such ferocity. Mr. Satan inwardly lamented as he endured the pain, though he maintained an appearance of nonchalance before the audience. At that moment, one of Mr. Satan's fervent admirers seemed to have an epiphany and shouted, "I understand now. Mr. Satan must have intentionally lost to that child to encourage him." The surrounding spectators, upon hearing this, quickly rallied to support his assertion. "I knew it. How could the world champion, Mr. Satan, possibly lose to a mere child?" As the audience's sentiments overwhelmingly tilted in favor of Mr. Satan, they were all moved by his supposed act of sportsmanship. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian and his companions could only feel speechless. One must admit, their capacity for imagination was indeed remarkable. With Mr. Satan eliminated, Sun Wutian emerged victorious. Congratulations to Sun Wutian for successfully challenging Mr. Satan. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong leapt down from the competition stage and approached Trunks. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. "Wukong, now that you have claimed the championship, you must treat us." "Indeed." Sun Wutian nodded. "Shall we go and witness the battle of my brother and the others?" Trunks nodded again. "Wonderful. Wutian has emerged as the champion." In the audience, Chi-Chi, filled with immense joy, turned to Bulma and exclaimed, "While 10 million may seem insignificant to the Bulma family, it is undoubtedly a substantial sum for the Son Goku family." Bulma nodded thoughtfully. "With this prize money, I can hire private tutors for Wutian. It would be no trouble to engage 3 or 4 at once. Now, let us turn our attention to Goku and the others." In the resting area of the World Martial Arts Tournament participants, after Sun Wukong observed the match between Son Goten and the others, feeling a pang of hunger, he beckoned Son Gohan and the others to accompany him to the refreshment area for a bite to eat. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta voraciously indulging in his meal. Sun Wukong greeted Vegeta with a smile, but Vegeta paid him no mind, continuing to enjoy his meal. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong expressed his desire to partake in a meal to the staff, subsequently taking a seat beside Vegeta, and together they began to enjoy their food. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan escorted Bidalai over. However, they did not hasten to indulge in the food laid before them. Instead, they awaited the staff to serve the delectable dishes before commencing their meal. "Delicious, isn't it, Dad? The cuisine at the martial arts tournament has always been exquisite. Always." Just as Son Gohan pondered this, Sun Wukong snatched the food right from in front of him and devoured it. "Father, that was my meal. Who told you not to eat? I thought you didn't fancy it." Krillin, observing Sun Wukong and his companions enjoying their meal, couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, when he dined with Sun Wukong, the latter would similarly seize his food. Chapter 20. The Punching Machine. After a considerable while, Sun Wukong finished his meal and led Son Gohan and the others to the venue of the martial arts tournament. As they departed from the resting area, Sun Wukong spotted 2 men, one tall and one short. The taller man had red skin, appeared somewhat aged, boasted a mane of white hair, and donned a red uniform. The shorter man floated above the ground, his skin a pale purple, with a white punk hairstyle, dressed in a blue uniform. These two were none other than Jebet and the East Kaishin. Upon encountering the 2 individuals, Sun Wukong immediately sensed their extraordinary nature. "Hello. May I inquire if you are indeed Sun Wukong?" The East Kaishin greeted him with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded. "May I ask who you are?" The East Kai smiled and replied, "I cannot disclose my identity at this moment, but I believe we shall meet soon on the competition stage." "Competition stage?" "Indeed. We have also registered for this tournament." "I see. Yes." The East Kai nodded. "Then we shall see each other in the arena." With those words, the East Kai led Jebet towards the rest area. Standing nearby, Piccolo's expression was less than favorable. For reasons unknown, he sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the East Kai. "What troubles you, Uncle Piccolo?" "Oh, it's nothing," Piccolo replied, and then followed Sun Wukong and the others to the preliminary venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This time, the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament were not conducted through traditional duels, but rather by eliminating contestants based on their scores from a punching machine. In simple terms, those who achieved higher scores on the punching machine would advance to the top 16. At that moment, Mr. Satan stood before the punching machine, preparing to strike, surrounded by numerous reporters capturing the moment with their cameras. As Sun Wukong gazed at the cameras, a sense of unease crept into his heart, fearing that they would capture his image and unveil his true identity, causing his expression to become increasingly tense. It seemed that Piccolo sensed his anxiety. His eyes widened as he unleashed a formidable aura, resulting in the spontaneous combustion of all the journalists' cameras. What could this possibly mean? The reporters were left in a state of bewilderment as they witnessed their cameras unexpectedly explode. I have destroyed their cameras and camcorders. So even if your garments were to fall away, your classmates would remain oblivious. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was deeply moved. What is going on? What is happening? Truly, you media are utterly ineffectual. Mr. Satan, noticing the malfunctioning cameras and equipment of the reporters, expressed his dissatisfaction. He then assumed a fighting stance and struck the punching machine with great force. Bang! With a resounding thud, Mr. Satan's right fist connected with the machine. Instantly, the display screen illuminated with two numbers that rapidly climbed. Ultimately, the number settled at 137. 137. Many onlookers who had gathered could not help but shout in excitement. Several contestants, taken aback by the display, were equally astonished. Observing their surprised expressions, Mr. Satan burst into laughter. He then swaggered forward, embodying what he considered the epitome of coolness. Upon reaching an entrance of the martial arts tournament, he suddenly turned and addressed the competitors. Everyone, do your utmost. I look forward to the day someone can defeat me. At that moment, the staff in charge of the preliminary rounds informed Sun Wukong and the others, now, please collect your number tags and line up one by one for the punching machine test. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and his companions promptly proceeded to draw their numbered tokens. The numbers drawn by Sun Wukong and his companions were rather low, due to Mr. Satan's commendable prowess. None had managed to surpass his record before they even approached the punching machine. After a brief wait, it was Lazuli's turn to step up to the challenge. Lazuli, be gentle with it. Please don't damage the machine. Krillin whispered to her. I know. Can you please stop being so nagging? Lazuli replied, somewhat impatiently. As she approached the punching machine, she delivered a powerful strike. Bang! With a resounding thud, 3 digits appeared on the machine, swiftly climbing upwards before finally settling at 774. 774. The staff member nearby was taken aback by the number displayed. The crowd surrounding them was left in a state of shock. It is worth noting that prior to this, the highest score recorded on the punching machine was Mr. Satan's 137. Mr. Satan, the world champion, had once defeated Cell to save the world. The surpassing of his score implied that Lazuli's strength might have eclipsed that of Mr. Satan, at least in the minds of the onlookers. After a moment of astonishment, the staff gradually regained their composure. The punching machine might have malfunctioned. I'll have someone check it. Please wait before continuing. Upon realizing it was a machine error, the competitors breathed a sigh of relief. Krillin turned to Lazuli again. I told you to hold back. I know, but it's really hard to control this strength. At that moment, the staff repaired the machine and smiled at Lazuli. The punching machine is fixed. Please give it another go. Lazuli nodded and, with a gentle flick of her wrist, struck the machine again. The digits promptly displayed 203. 2203. The staff members' eyes widened in disbelief. If the previous score was indeed a machine error, then this time, there could be no denying the truth. Just then, Krillin took his turn and scored 192. 1192. The staff member stood there, stunned. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong stepped forward and achieved a score of 186. 1186. The staff, having observed Mr. Satan's score being consecutively surpassed, felt utterly desensitized. At that moment, Piccolo took the stage and scored an impressive 210. The staff began to suspect a malfunction in the machine and conveyed their concerns to one another. This punching machine may be faulty. I suggest we replace it with a new one. Just then, Vegeta took his turn, swinging his right fist with tremendous force, shattering the punching machine into countless pieces. The onlookers and competitors alike were left in stunned silence. Some competitors, overwhelmed by fear, chose to forfeit and withdrew from the competition altogether. Seeing this, Sun Wukong could only cover his face in exasperation. He had intended to maintain a low profile in front of Videl, but with Vegeta's actions, he could hardly remain inconspicuous. As anticipated, after Vegeta shattered the punching machine, Videl was swiftly drawn to the commotion. Chapter 21. Spabich Videl gazed in disbelief at the fragments of the punching machine scattered on the ground. A punching machine is not akin to a sandbag. Even her father might not possess the strength to demolish one. Contemplating this, Videl immediately turned to Sun Wukong and asked, Wukong, who shattered this punching machine? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, even in his silence, Babidi could glean the recent events from others. Once Babidi learned that the punching machine had been shattered by Vegeta, doubts regarding the true identities of Sun Wukong and his companions began to take root in her mind. Meanwhile, on another front, Son Goten and Trunks, constrained by their youth, found themselves idly wandering as they awaited the commencement of the competition. Goten, why don't we join the contest? Trunks proposed. Us. Goten replied, indeed. You could allow me to perch upon your shoulders, and together we could masquerade as adults to enter the fray. I think I'll pass, Trunks retorted. Why not? After all, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. Listening to Goten's boastful proclamation, Trunks expressed his displeasure. Goten, do not become too complacent. I shall undoubtedly grow stronger and surpass you and everyone else, including Dad. Son Tien nodded. Shall we go watch the competition of our brothers? Trunks responded affirmatively. Subsequently, the two made their way to the audience seats, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. With the preliminaries concluded, Sun Wukong and his companions successfully advanced to the top 16. In the first match, Krillin took the stage, effortlessly defeating his opponent. In the second match, Sun Wukong also triumphed with ease over his rival. The third match featured Piccolo, whose adversary was the East Kaishin. The third match of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Please welcome contestants Piccolo and Shin to the arena. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the East Kaishin promptly leaped onto the stage. Well then, Piccolo and Shin, if there are no further inquiries, please commence the battle. The two nodded in agreement. As the match commenced, Piccolo intended to initiate his attack, but found himself inexplicably immobilized, as though some unseen force had rendered him powerless. The crowd below, witnessing the standoff, began to urge the fighters to engage. What is going on? The match has started, yet neither is striking. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others looked on, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. On the stage, Piccolo was drenched in sweat, casting a concerned glance at the East Kaishin, who wore a serene smile in response. Thus, the two stood in a tense standoff for an extended period. The referee below, unable to contain himself, called out, contestants Piccolo and Shin. Could you please begin the match? Uncle Piccolo, son Gohan murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Piccolo cast a glance at the referee and declared, I choose to forfeit. The referee, taken aback, responded, forfeit? At this revelation, Krillin and the others were immediately astonished. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Piccolo has forfeited. Shin is the victor. With this, Piccolo promptly leaped down from the competition stage. Uncle Piccolo, what on earth is happening? Son Gohan inquired. Let us first wait until you finish your competition before discussing this matter. All right. Son Wukong nodded. Below the arena, Trunks gazed at Goten with a perplexed expression. Goten, why did Uncle Piccolo concede? I have no idea. Son Wukong shook his head. Could it be that this individual is exceptionally powerful? Does Uncle Piccolo believe he cannot defeat him? Perhaps. Unfortunately, I cannot participate in the tournament. Otherwise, I would truly relish the opportunity to engage in combat with him. Just as the two were conversing, Babidi ascended to the competition stage. Goten, that is your brother's girlfriend. Son Tien nodded. After Babidi took the stage, a tall and robust bald man named Spobik made his entrance. He had once been a formidable opponent of Mr. Satan. What is her strength like? Surely she can defeat that behemoth, Trunks inquired. Her strength is decent, but whether she can vanquish that giant remains uncertain, came the reply. On the competition stage, the referee began to introduce Babidi to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, not only is contestant Babidi participating in this event, but she is also the reigning champion of the youth division from the last World Martial Arts Tournament and the daughter of Mr. Satan. Babidi, at that moment, a blond young man in the audience rose and called out loudly to Babidi. His name was Sharp, a classmate and admirer of hers. Upon his standing, Babidi's teacher and classmates sitting beside him cheered enthusiastically for her. In response, Babidi waved back. The referee then addressed the contestants. If there are no further questions, let the match begin. Both Babidi and Spobik nodded in agreement. The referee promptly leaped off the stage. With a powerful shout, Babidi charged towards Spobik like a gust of wind. She swiftly closed the distance and launched a fierce assault with her fists directed at Spobik. Spobik raised his hands to block her strikes while retreating. Suddenly, Babidi executed a powerful kick, landing a heavy blow to Spobik's neck. He immediately collapsed to the ground. The referee began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Just as the count reached 6, Spobik, seemingly unfazed, rose back to his feet. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Babidi furrowed her brow slightly. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her ability to defeat Spopovich. The Spopovich contestant rose to his feet, and the match resumed. Spopovich rotated his neck and smiled at Babidi. With a loud shout, Babidi swiftly charged towards Spopovich. Bang! Her right foot delivered a powerful flying kick, striking Spapavich with great force. He staggered backward several steps. As Bidalai's foot touched the ground, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Spapavich, gripping his fists tightly. Spapavich retaliated with an attack of his own. Bidalai deftly sidestepped, her fist striking like a tempest, continuously pushing Spapavich back. Huh! With a resounding shout. Bidalai's right foot landed heavily upon Spapavich's neck, bending it at an awkward angle, causing him to collapse to the ground. As Spapavich lay there, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Bidalai, hearing this, began to catch her breath. Just as the referee reached 3, Spapavich, with his neck askew, stood up. Is this guy indestructible? Trunks remarked, observing Spapavich's frightening appearance. At that moment, Spapavich straightened his neck and smiled at Bidalai. Chapter 22. Sun Wukong takes the stage with gritted teeth. Bidalai charged at Spapavich once more. She forcefully stomped her left foot and executed a flying kick with her right foot aimed at Spapavich. Having endured several of Bidalai's flying kicks, Spapavich had anticipated this attack. Consequently, when Bidalai aimed her kick, he swiftly caught her right foot with his left hand. What? Bidalai gasped in shock as she realized her right foot was captured. Spapavich chuckled lightly and, with a powerful grip, hurled Bidalai towards the ground. Bidalai? Sun Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, Spapavich's body suddenly came to a halt. Although Bidalai was unaware of what had transpired, she managed to break free from Spapavich's grasp and landed gracefully on the ground. The East Kai's gaze swept across the audience, landing upon Sun Wukong's younger brother, Sun Goten, who was directly opposing Spapavich's display of supernatural abilities. Initially, Sun Wutien was reluctant to intervene, yet considering that Babidi would eventually become his sister-in-law, he decided to lend her a hand. At that moment, Sun Wufan, watching from the sidelines of the competition, realized it was indeed Sun Wutien who had taken action. Lord Kaishin, it appears that the young lad possesses a form of mind control. What course of action shall we take? I shall engage him in a contest of strength, responded East Kaishin. Jebet nodded slightly in agreement. Without delay, East Kaishin employed his supernatural abilities on Sun Wutien, rendering his body immobile. I am unable to move. As Sun Wutien spoke, Spapavich on the competition stage immediately regained his mobility. However, due to Sun Wutien's recent control, while Spapavich's body was restored, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by an attack from Babidi. Just then, the East Kaishin lost his hold on Sun Wutien due to the overwhelming power emanating from him. Lord Kaishin, Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. This is untenable. Sun Wutien's strength is far too formidable for me to restrain. Then, Lord Kaishin, what shall we do next? It seems we must alter our original plan. The East Kaishin replied, leading Jebet to seek out Sun Wukong and the others. Have we given up? Sun Wutien sensed the sudden cessation of control from East Kai and immediately employed his extraordinary abilities to render Spapavich's body immobile. On the arena, Bidalai had already brought Spapavich to the ground. As Spapavich lay defeated, the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. Spapavich. At that moment, a bald man with an M-shaped hairline shouted towards Spapavich. The man's name was Yam, a companion of Spapavich. 0. With Spapavich unable to rise, Bidalai emerged victorious. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately relinquished his control over Spapavich. I refuse to accept this. She cheated. Spapavich exclaimed, her face contorted with fury as she rose from the ground. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately leaped onto the stage, positioning himself protectively in front of Bidalai. What cheating? I believe you are the one who is cheating. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha also ascended the stage. Spapavich, it's over, a loss is a loss. Spapavich, begrudgingly, descended the stage alongside Yamcha. Gohan. At that moment, the audience, including Sharp and others, recognized Sun Wukong, who was adorned with a white headband and sunglasses. Upon realizing that he had been recognized, Sun Gohan was taken aback. In an effort to disguise his identity, he had deliberately donned the attire of a Super Saiyan superhero. However, today, due to the absence of his helmet during the match, he was easily identified. Yet, having been unveiled, he had no choice but to remove his sunglasses and greet Sharp and the others with a smile and a wave. It truly is Gohan. Initially uncertain if the individual on the competition stage was indeed Sun Gohan, Sharp was left astounded as he witnessed Gohan take off his sunglasses and gesture towards them, promptly returning to his seat in disbelief. He could never have imagined that this bookworm, Sun Gohan, would be a Super Saiyan superhero. I knew he was Gohan. Eliza exclaimed with a laugh. Sharp nodded in agreement. Even if he were to doubt it now, the evidence was unmistakably before him. On the competition stage, as the fourth match featured Son Gohan against Jebet, there was no need for Gohan to step down. Videl encouraged, "Gohan, the next match is yours, so make sure to give it your all." Sun Wukong nodded. Upon seeing this, Bidalai immediately leapt down from the competition stage. At that moment, Jebet ascended the platform. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere surrounding them grew somewhat tense. "Are you the contestant, Jebet?" the referee inquired. Typically, prior to the commencement of a match, the referee confirms the identities of the participants. "Yes," Jebet affirmed with a nod. "Then, the Super Saiyan Superman contestant, Jebet, if there are no further issues, please commence the match." Both nodded in agreement. Observing this, the referee promptly exited the competition stage. Suddenly, Jebet turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Hello, you are Sun Wukong, correct? I wish to witness your true strength." "True strength?" Sun Wukong replied. "Indeed, your demonstration would greatly benefit us. But why should I assist you?" Upon hearing this, Jebet glanced towards the audience. At that moment, Piccolo unexpectedly communicated telepathically with Sun Wukong, saying, "Gohan, you should follow his suggestion, Uncle Piccolo." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, although harboring some doubts, gazed at Piccolo, who was even closer to him than his own father, and ultimately chose to place his trust in him. "I understand now." As Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great determination, an astonishing aura emanated from his entire being, propelling him swiftly upward. With a resounding roar, the bricks of the arena floor were sent flying. The audience, witnessing this spectacle from their seats, were all taken aback in astonishment. At that moment, Sun Wukong's hair and brow transformed into a brilliant gold, his irises shifting to a pale green, while all but his bangs stood upright, enveloped in a radiant golden flame. This was none other than Super Saiyan 2. "Wukong!" exclaimed Bidalai in disbelief, for his current appearance mirrored that of the Golden Warrior who had previously appeared in West City. "So, Wukong is indeed the Golden Warrior," Sharp remarked in astonishment. Son Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan was astonishing enough, but to his surprise, he discovered that he was also a golden-haired warrior. Was this a dream? If so, may I awaken swiftly? Shappa thought to himself, grappling with the reality that was difficult to accept. On the sidelines, Mr. Satan gazed at the transformed Son Gohan and was immediately reminded of the golden-haired figure who had defeated Cell 7 years prior. Could it be that this young man is part of that same group? Mr. Satan pondered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, at a distance, Spabich was aiming the energy collector given to him by Babidi at Son Gohan, eager to measure the immense energy he possessed. Chapter 23. Pursuit. What do you think? Yam asked. Remarkable energy, Spabich replied, observing the rapidly spinning needle of the energy collector. Such incredible energy, it must be him, Yam exclaimed with excitement. Back on the competition stage, Jebet was equally taken aback by the sight of Son Gohan. What astonishing power! It is unimaginable that he is merely a mortal. As you wished, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. What shall we do next? Is this how one competes? Son Gohan inquired. Vegeta, that scoundrel, when he defeated Cell, was certainly not at this level. It must be due to the complacency brought on by peace. No, even so, his strength still surpasses my imagination. Can I truly halt that power? The East Supreme Kai remarked. Sun Wukong, stop. At that moment, Spabich and AMU suddenly charged onto the competition stage. As Sun Wukong turned his body, he beheld two figures lunging toward him. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, poised to bring the two adversaries to their knees, when suddenly, his body became paralyzed, rendering him immobile. What? Sun Wukong was startled. In the next moment, he found himself tightly embraced by Spabich. Seizing this opportunity, Yamcha inserted the needle of the energy collector into Sun Wukong's body, siphoning off his energy. Sun Wukong suddenly emitted a piercing cry. Gohan! Dilly exclaimed in shock, attempting to rush onto the stage to intervene, but was restrained by Sun Wukong's hand. Uncle, what are you doing? Gohan is your son, isn't he? Trust me. Gohan will be fine. Sun Wukong reassured her, sensing her distress. I understand how you feel, but I assure you, Gohan will come to no harm. Although still slightly apprehensive, Dilly chose to place her faith in Sun Wukong. Spabich, Yamcha, what are you doing? Your sudden appearance on stage is a violation of the rules, and I can revoke your competition eligibility. The referee, observing the situation from below the stage, hurriedly intervened. However, the two competitors paid him no heed. Despite the referee's earnest attempts to hinder them, he He remained merely an ordinary person, bound by the constraints of decorum. At that moment, Gohan's energy was excessively drained, returning him to his normal state. Trunks, seated in the audience, instantly turned to his brother Goten. Goten, your brother is no longer a Super Saiyan. Aren't you going to assist him? It's all right. With Dad and the others here, Gohan should be fine. Goten replied, nodding in agreement. Just as the words left his lips, Gohan's complexion turned alarmingly pale. Gohan! Kiki screamed desperately, worried for his safety. At that instant, Gohan's energy was completely siphoned away. All right, Spabich, his energy has been entirely extracted. Shall we go? Spabich nodded, releasing Gohan from his grasp. Bang! With a pallid complexion, Sun Wukong collapsed onto the ground. The two figures swiftly turned and soared into the sky. Observing the scene from the sidelines, the referee hastily summoned medical personnel, only to be halted by Jebbet, who raised his hand in protest. He is unscathed, merely experiencing a slight fatigue, declared Jebbet. Fatigue? Questioned the referee. Indeed, I shall swiftly restore his vitality. As Jebbet spoke, he crouched down, placing his hands upon Sun Wukong's chest to rejuvenate his strength. Jebbet sensed a lingering power within Sun Wukong, leaving him once again astonished by the young warrior's resilience. In that moment, Sun Wukong regained his strength and rose from the ground. Sun Wukong has stood up, exclaimed the onlookers. Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Bidalai and the others immediately felt a weight lift from their hearts. What on earth is happening? Son Gohan inquired. Jebbet cast a glance at the audience below, where Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already departed from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, accompanied by the East Kai. Where are you going, Goku and Vegeta? Bulma and Chi-Chi shouted at the two. However, due to the considerable distance, Sun Wukong and his companions did not hear them. Dad and the others have left, Goten, Trunks remarked. Sun Wutien nodded with a smile. Trunks, shall we go take a look? Trunks replied, nodding in agreement. With that, the two immediately employed their flight technique, soaring into the sky. Wutien, Trunks, where are you headed? Chi-Chi and Bulma shouted at them. Upon hearing this, the duo accelerated forward. If you wish to know everything, follow me, Jebbet exclaimed, promptly leaping down from the competition stage. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong leapt down from the competition stage. Meanwhile, the East Kaishin revealed his true identity to Sun Wukong and the others after departing from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin inquired, Kaishin? Goku. What is a Kaishin? Goku replied, I'm not entirely sure. I only know about the Supreme Kai and the Grand Supreme Kai. We Kaishins are gods even greater than the Grand Supreme Kai. The East Kaishin nodded slightly. Then, esteemed Kaishin, why did you allow Spopovich and Yamu to absorb Gohan's energy? Krillin asked. The East Kaishin glanced behind him, where two figures were swiftly approaching. These figures were none other than Goten and Trunks. Soon, they arrived at the side of Goku and the others. Goten, Trunks. Dad, Uncle Goku. Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. The reason I instructed Spopovich and the others to absorb Gohan's energy is that we are in search of a certain individual, declared the East Kaishin. Sun Wukong, a single individual? Indeed, it is the one who manipulates them, a nefarious sorcerer named Babidi. Babidi? Yes, long ago. When humanity on Earth had merely begun to walk on two legs, the universe was governed by the four Supreme Kais of the North, South, East, and West. Along with the Grand Kai, everything was peaceful until, one fateful day, an evil sorcerer named Babidi conjured a monstrous being known as Majin Buu. Krillin, Majin Buu? Yes. After Babidi created Majin Buu, he commanded the creature to wreak havoc across the cosmos, leading to the destruction of countless planets in a brief span. The bravest of the Kais, the South Supreme Kai, upon learning of this calamity, confronted Majin Buu, only to be tragically absorbed by him. Subsequently, the West and North Supreme Kais engaged in battle with Majin Buu and met a similarly grim fate. Ultimately, the Grand Kai attempted to combat Majin Buu, only to suffer the same dire consequence, while I, by mere fortune of not participating in the conflict, survived. The East Supreme Kai's voice trembled with emotion. Had it not been for his own feeble strength, he would not have been forced to witness his comrades perish before his very eyes. Chapter 24, Dabura, Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Trunks' face lit up with excitement. Goten, did you hear that? Majin. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Piccolo, however, was left utterly speechless. What was there to be excited about regarding the demon? He was still the Demon King. What would follow? Sun Wukong inquired. Subsequently, Babidi. finding it difficult to control the formidable Majin Buu, decided to seal him away. Seizing the opportunity while Babidi was preoccupied with the seal, I located and eliminated Majin Buu, believing that this would conclude the matter. However, a terrifying event has recently transpired. Piccolo, a terrifying event? Indeed. The East Kai nodded. Babidi's son has been born, and he is named Babidi. Like his father, he is a malevolent sorcerer, capable of unraveling the magic that binds Majin Buu. I instructed those two humans to absorb Gohan's energy, intending to use them as a means to locate Babidi. Piccolo, so that is the case. The East Kai nodded in affirmation. Therefore, you all must be vigilant and avoid detection by Spopovich and his companions. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Goten and Trunks, who were the most likely to compromise their secrecy. Uncle Piccolo, why are you looking at us? Trunks asked. We are currently tracking Spopovich and his group. You two must not reveal our presence. Do not worry, Uncle Piccolo. We will not expose anything. Piccolo cast a wary glance at Trunks, for his greatest concern lay with him and Goten. Lord Kai, is it true that the being known as Majin Buu possesses tremendous power? Sun Wukong inquired. How formidable is it? To illustrate, let me put it this way. Our former King Kai could effortlessly annihilate Frisia with a mere finger, yet was unable to defeat Majin Buu. Is that so? Thus, after a brief pursuit, Sun Wukong and his companions caught sight of Sun Gohan and Jebet, who had followed them due to their energy signatures. Gohan. Piccolo greeted Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong nodded. You should already be aware of the situation regarding Majin Buu, shouldn't you? Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, nodded once more. Jebet had already informed me. At that moment, Spopovich and Yamcha suddenly began their descent. Goku, they have already started to descend. Shall we follow suit? All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong and his companions immediately descended. With a whoosh, Spopovich and Yamcha landed in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains, where before them stood a house adorned with the letter M. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly descended behind a small hill, concealing themselves. At that moment, Spopovich and Yamcha approached the front of a white house. As the door swung open, a short man with yellow skin emerged, accompanied by a tall figure with red skin. These two were none other than Babidi and Dabura, the king of the demon realm. The East Kaishin was immediately struck with astonishment upon seeing them. What is it, my Lord Kaishin? Sun Gohan inquired, astonished that Babidi had even summoned the demon realm king, Dabura. This situation had become quite precarious. The demon realm? Indeed. The so-called demon realm is another world parallel to your Earth, and King Dabura is the most formidable entity within it. The East Kaishin's expression turned grave. As the two conversed, Spopovich and Yamcha presented the energy they had gathered to Babidi. Lord Babidi, you previously mentioned that if we helped you collect sufficient energy, you would reward us? Spopovich asked, his face alight with anticipation. Yes, indeed, there will be a reward. Babidi replied with a smile. And what might that reward be? Spopovich inquired eagerly. Babidi chuckled softly and began to utter an incantation. As the spell was recited, Spopovich's body swiftly expanded, transforming into a puddle of black blood. Yamcha, witnessing this transformation, was immediately paralyzed with fear. Do you still wish for a reward? No, I desire nothing, Lord Babidi. Yamcha exclaimed. Babidi let out a cold laugh and cast another spell, turning Yamcha into a similar pool of black blood. From behind a small hill, Krillin watched in horror. His fear did not stem from Babidi's power, but rather from the sheer terror of his insidious method of killing. This is the malevolent magic of Babidi. However, it only affects those with evil intentions in their hearts, so you need not worry excessively, the East Kaishin reassured. Upon hearing this, Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. These two useless fools didn't even notice they were being tracked, yet they dared to seek a reward. Babidi remarked, glancing at the blood on the ground. Dabura nodded in agreement. Due to the distance, Goku and his companions were unaware that they had already been discovered. The pursuers were indeed formidable. If they could capture them, perhaps they could harness the energy necessary to resurrect Majin Buu. What is your plan? I intend to lure them onto the spaceship and then capture them. Do you feel confident in this approach? Of course, as the Demon Realm King, I hardly regard a few humans as a threat. Very well. Then I shall leave everything in your capable hands. Dabura affirmed with a slight nod. Observing this, Babidi turned and made his way towards the spaceship. Babidi has entered. Krillin exclaimed. The East Kaishin nodded in response. Let us depart for now and strategize our next move. Are we leaving, Lord Kaishin? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed. As everything has exceeded my expectations, we must reassess our strategy. Just then, Dabura soared towards Goku and his companions. Piccolo exclaimed, this is not good. It appears he has detected our presence. In that case, we have no choice but to confront him. As Sun Wukong spoke, he led the charge forward. Alas, Wukong! The East Kaishin, witnessing this, intended to intervene. However, Son Gohan and the others followed suit, rushing out alongside Sun Wukong. With no other recourse, the East Kaishin reluctantly joined Jebet and surged forward with them. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and his companions, Dabura's face immediately twisted into a cold smirk. Suddenly, he spat twice at Krillin and Piccolo. The two, taken aback, found it too late to evade. As the spit struck them, their bodies instantly turned to stone. Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, was taken aback. Goku, Gohan, and Dabura's saliva has the power to turn individuals to stone. So you must avoid being struck by it at all costs, declared the East Kaishin. How infuriating! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Dabura let out a hearty laugh and was about to turn back to his spaceship when he suddenly realized that his body was immobilized. He could not move. Chapter 25. Ego. At this moment, Sun Wukong and the others also noticed Dabura's unusual condition. Could it be that East Kaishin had an inkling of what was happening? He turned to Son Goten and said, Brother, I have him under control. You should go and eliminate him. This way, perhaps Uncle Krillin and the others will be restored. With a smile, Sun Tien addressed Sun Wufan. How dare Dabura act so brazenly in his presence? He would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, Wufan, although Dabura was temporarily restrained, he could easily break free from Wu Tian's grasp. No sooner had he spoken than Dabura immediately freed himself from Sun Wutian's control. You see, Wufan, I told you Dabura is not so easily subdued. Bang! Sun Wukong's son, Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan and once again subdued Dabura. Trunks, unleashed the Kamehameha. Son Goten gazed at the timid East Kai, feeling a sense of exasperation. All right, exclaimed Trunks, swiftly bringing his hands together behind him. Kamehameha. Damn it, snarled Dabura. Watching the Kamehameha energy gather, his teeth clenched in fury. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not free himself from Son Goten's grasp. At that moment, Trunks unleashed the Kamehameha towards Dabura. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Dabura was vanquished. Following his demise, Piccolo and Krillin's bodies immediately rejuvenated. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin. Son Wukong, filled with joy, called out to the two. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Wukong, weren't we just turned to stone? Son Gohan nodded, expressing gratitude that it was thanks to Goten and Trunks' defeat of Dabura that the two of them could be restored. The East Kaishin, standing nearby, was utterly astonished as he gazed at Goten and the others. The formidable king of the demon realm had been effortlessly vanquished by Goten and Trunks. If this news were to spread, few would likely believe it. Vegeta looked upon the naive East Kaishin with disdain, beginning to harbor a condescending view of the Majin Buu that the East Kaishin had mentioned. Meanwhile, aboard Babidi's spaceship, Babidi stared incredulously at the crystal ball, which displayed the obliteration of Dabura. Just before entering the spaceship, Dabura had confidently boasted to him that he hardly regarded a mere handful of humans as a threat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had dispatched him. The speed of this humiliation could rival that of light itself. Despite his incredulity, Babidi's foremost concern was survival. With Dabura's demise, the East Kaishin would undoubtedly lead Goku and the others into the spaceship, marking Babidi's imminent doom. No, I cannot follow the same path as my father. As he contemplated this, Babidi glanced at the giant egg containing Majin Buu. Initially, he had intended to gather enough energy to resurrect him. However, given the current circumstances, it was impossible to accumulate that energy to revive Majin Buu. Outside Babidi's spaceship, the East Kaishin, emboldened by Dabura's defeat, led Goku and the others into the vessel. They quickly ascended to the first level of Babidi's spaceship via the elevator. Lord Kaishin, it seems there is nothing here, one of them remarked. Sun Wukong glanced around and remarked, I am not entirely certain about this, but we must exercise caution. Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, a man appeared, his skin entirely black, adorned in a suit of white armor. This individual, known as Pei Pei, was one of Babidi's subordinates captured from the cosmos. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired. My name is Pei Pei, a servant of Lord Babidi. Pepe? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could not help but burst into laughter. What an amusing name you have, he exclaimed. Pi, taken aback, instantly grew furious. Sun Wukong audaciously dared to mock his own name. Wukong, I believe it would be prudent for us to swiftly resolve this matter and seek out Babidi, suggested the East Kaishin. Sun Wukong nodded. How dare he look down upon me? With a fierce snarl, Pepe dashed forward like the wind, swiftly closing the distance to Sun Wukong. In no time, he stood before Sun Wukong, swinging his right fist with great force. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised his left hand and caught the punch from Pepe. Startled, Pepe quickly lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong released his left hand, a powerful strike landed heavily upon his adversary's face just before the latter could execute a kick. Ah! With a piercing scream, the foe staggered backward several paces. Infuriated, he charged at Sun Wukong once more. However, before he could reach his opponent, a tremendous blow suddenly struck his abdomen. Glancing at Sun Wukong, who had inexplicably appeared before him, he fell to the ground without delay. With a swift turn of his body, Sun Wukong returned to the side of Sun Wufan and the others. The East Kaishin inquired, Well, Wukong, shall we proceed to the next level? Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, the East Kaishin promptly guided Sun Gohan and the others to the next level. Before long, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the second tier. Much like the first, the second level was devoid of any inhabitants. Sun Wukong, it is rather strange. Why is there not a soul in sight? Humph. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. I dare say that the lack of followers is indicative of Babidi's incompetence. Kakarot, once we have dealt with Babidi, you shall face me in battle. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong remained silent. After all, even if Vegeta were to engage him in battle, he would be no match for him. At that moment, a creature with a blue complexion, resembling a mantis, emerged. This creature was named Yego, a subordinate captured by Babidi from the cosmos. The demon beast Yego, the East Kaishin, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Yego, was instantly taken aback. The demon beast Yego? The East Kaishin nodded. The demon beast Yego is a terrifying existence in the universe that instills fear in all who speak of it. Wukong, you must exercise caution. Sun Wukong nodded. However, Vegeta regarded this with a look of disdain. Kakarot, you just dealt with one. Allow me to handle this. All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Observing this, Vegeta slowly approached Yego. Yego let out a cold laugh and forcefully propelled himself off the ground, leaping toward Vegeta. In no time, Yego appeared before Vegeta, launching an attack. Vegeta let out a disdainful grunt, evading Yego's strike and delivering a powerful kick to Yego's body. Bang! With a resounding impact, Yego was sent crashing against the wall behind him. Infuriated, Yego quickly regained his footing. At that moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly materialized in front of Yego, his right fist aimed at Yego's chest. Bang! Accompanied by a violent noise and a scream, Yego spat out a mouthful of bitter water. Chapter 26. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. Furious, Yego glared at Vegeta with unrestrained rage. Just then, Vegeta pointed his right hand at Yego's chest and unleashed a golden energy wave. Boom! A golden blaze surged through Yego's body. With a loud wail, Yego's vitality was extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground. Vegeta let out a cold snort and walked over to join Sun Wukong and the others. East Kaishin, shall we proceed to the third level? Indeed. Sun Gohan nodded. In Babidi's control room, Babidi watched in dismay as Ego could not endure even a minute, and he could not help but berate him internally. However, his greatest ire was reserved for Spabovich and his companions, who had summoned Son Goku and the others. After a moment of venting his frustration, Babidi uttered an incantation to break the seal on the Majin Buu egg. The egg did not require a full accumulation of energy to be unsealed. Rather, Babidi wished for Majin Buu to be revived with complete energy. He was uncertain whether Majin Buu could successfully resurrect without it. As the seal was lifted, the Majin Buu egg cracked open, splitting in two. A surge of pink energy erupted from the egg, soaring toward the ceiling. Where is my Majin Buu? Babidi exclaimed in despair upon seeing that nothing emerged from the egg. Regret flooded him. He wished he had insisted on waiting for the egg to gather sufficient energy before attempting the revival. Moments later, Babidi noticed a substantial mass of pink energy coalescing on the spaceship's ceiling, forming a humanoid figure. After a brief interval, a stout man appeared, his skin a vibrant pink. His upper body bare, clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes, adorned with wristbands, and boasting robust hands. This was Majin Buu. With a resounding thud, Majin Buu descended from the ceiling, deliberately stomping his feet onto the ground, causing the entire control room to tremble violently. Babidi, who had just risen, was jolted back to the floor, landing unceremoniously. "Ouch!" he cried, quickly scrambling to his feet. He looked at Majin Buu and inquired, "Are you Majin Buu?" "Oh ho ho!" Majin Buu responded with exuberance, ignoring Babidi's question. "How dare you?" Babidi seethed, gritting his teeth. "Majin Buu, should you defy my commands, I will seal you away again. I have perused my father's notes and know precisely how to do it." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu ceased his jubilant cries and adopted a demeanor of utmost respect. "Lord Babidi, what are your orders?" Seeing this, Babidi nodded in satisfaction. "Now we shall go and eliminate our arch-nemesis, the Supreme Kai." Arch-nemesis? Although Majin Buu's consciousness had only just awakened, he could not recall having any such adversary, for those who had opposed him either perished by his hand or were absorbed. Babidi nodded and led Majin Buu out of the control room. Babidi's spaceship, 3rd level. Sun Wukong and his companions have now vanquished all the soldiers stationed on the 3rd level. Suddenly, they are engulfed by a formidable and malevolent aura. "What an overwhelmingly powerful presence!" Krillin exclaimed, trembling in his body. Upon hearing this, the East Kai's expression darkened significantly. This aura. Before the East Kai could finish his sentence, Babidi appeared, accompanied by the fearsome Majin Buu. "Son Gohan, Babidi." Babidi nodded with a smile. "And who is that beside you?" "Majin Buu." The East Kai spoke up. What? Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. "Majin Buu has been resurrected without gathering enough energy." Babidi chuckled. "Are you surprised, Kai?" "What on earth is happening, Babidi?" East Kai inquired. Babidi replied with a grin. "Under normal circumstances, Majin Buu should have been revived in a fully charged state. However, given my current predicament, I am unable to fully resurrect him, so I took a gamble and brought him back without complete energy. Although my Majin Buu has been revived without accumulating full energy, I believe he will be sufficient to deal with you. Wouldn't you agree, Majin Buu?" Majin Buu nodded. How infuriating. The East Kai clenched his teeth in anger. Had he known the situation would turn out like this, he should have left Babidi some leeway. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, surround the enemy, but do not corner them. Pursue a desperate foe only to the point of exhaustion. At that moment, Babidi suddenly cast a spell, transforming the surrounding environment into a mountainous terrain. Where is this place?" Krillin gasped. "This is Babidi's magic. He can alter the surroundings at will." The East Kai explained. "Magic?" "Indeed." The East Kai nodded. Babidi smiled and said, "Kai, this is the grave I have chosen for you. How do you like it?" Upon hearing this, the East Kai gritted his teeth tightly. "Goku, you all must escape quickly. Save whoever you can." Sun Wukong, escape? Indeed. Do you not sense the formidable aura of Majin Buu? Lord Kaioshin, while Majin Buu's power is immense, I believe he is not invincible. Is that truly the case, Wukong? Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, Vegeta, intrigued by the demon Majin Buu, stepped forward and declared, "Kakarot, I shall handle this Majin Buu myself." The East Kaioshin interjected. "Vegeta, do you mean to confront him alone?" Vegeta affirmed with a nod. "That's unwise, Vegeta. Majin Buu's power is far beyond your expectations. I believe it would be more prudent to join forces with Goku and the others for a greater chance of success," the East Kaioshin advised. Disregarding the council, Vegeta strode directly toward Majin Buu. Babidi chuckled. "Majin Buu, since he wishes to be the first to meet his demise, grant him that honor." Majin Buu nodded in agreement. Just then, Vegeta halted, his hands clenched tightly. With a tremendous roar, Vegeta's hair and brow transformed into a golden hue, his eyes became a pale green, and his hair stood upright, surrounded by crackling lightning. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Majin Buu gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, witnessing this form for the first time. At that moment, Vegeta shouted and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering powerful punches to Majin Buu's body. Chapter 27. Vegeta transformed into Chocolate Bang. Bang! Bang! Under Vegeta's relentless assault, numerous fist imprints appeared on Majin Buu's body, causing him to stagger backward. "Majin Buu!" Babidi exclaimed in shock. Vegeta scoffed, delivering a fierce blow to Majin Buu's face. Bang! With a resounding impact, Majin Buu's face caved in. Then, Vegeta executed a high kick that struck Majin Buu's head. sending him crashing to the ground. Majin Buu. Babidi gasped in disbelief, witnessing the once-feared Majin Buu falter before Vegeta's might. Huh? Vegeta bellowed, gathering a golden energy wave in his hands and launching it at Majin Buu. Boom. With a colossal explosion, a large hole was blasted through Majin Buu's body. Wonderful. Father has vanquished Majin Buu. Trunks exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others fell silent. Although the head of Majin Buu had been obliterated by Vegeta, his aura remained undiminished. Goten, what is the matter? Why is everyone unhappy despite Dad's victory over Majin Buu? Trunks, did you not sense that Majin Buu's energy has not weakened at all? Trunks, upon reflection, indeed confirmed that Majin Buu's energy showed no signs of diminishing. Just as Trunks pondered over the inexplicable persistence of Majin Buu's aura, the fallen creature suddenly rose from the ground, sprouting a new head. Subsequently, Majin Buu inhaled deeply, causing the bruises inflicted by Vegeta to vanish instantaneously. Majin Buu. Babidi, witnessing that Majin Buu was unharmed, felt a surge of exhilaration. If Majin Buu were to perish so easily, his own fate would be sealed. I am enraged. Majin Buu bellowed, emitting a torrent of white energy from the hole atop his head. In an instant, he charged ferociously towards Vegeta. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu's right fist collided violently with Vegeta's face, sending him sprawling backwards. As Majin Buu released his clenched fist, he seized Vegeta's head with both hands and forcefully drove his right knee into Vegeta's forehead. With a brutal impact, Majin Buu's knee struck Vegeta's brow, eliciting a piercing scream. Immediately thereafter, as he relinquished his grip on Vegeta's head, Majin Buu unleashed a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's face. Under the relentless barrage of Majin Buu's assault, Vegeta emitted a chilling cry of agony. Dad! Trunks shouted in fury, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be restrained by Piccolo. Trunks, remain calm. Your father will be fine. But there are no buts. At that moment, a growl emanated from Majin Buu's stomach, announcing his hunger. He glanced at the battered Vegeta, and his antennae suddenly fired a beam of transformation at him. With a shriek, Vegeta was transformed into a chocolate figure, reduced to a size befitting a mere human. Vegeta! Dad! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Babidi, reveling in their shocked expressions, smugly proclaimed, "This is the fate that befalls those who offend me, Babidi. Today, all of you shall become Majin Buu's sustenance." Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin gritted his teeth in frustration. Just then, Goten let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Super Saiyan 3rd level. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He never anticipated that Sun Wutien would transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment. Wutien, what an astonishing power. This energy surpasses even that of Vegeta by an immeasurable degree, the East Kaishin remarked solemnly. Although he was aware of Sun Wutien's formidable strength, it was the first time he had felt the intensity of his Super Saiyan 3rd-tier transformation up close. The Majin Buu, who initially aimed to consume Vegeta, was now captivated by the overwhelming aura emanating from Sun Wutien. Sun Wukong gazed at the onlookers, raising his hands to subdue Majin Buu. Trunks, swiftly rescue your father. Understood. Trunks nodded affirmatively, dashing towards Majin Buu to retrieve the chocolate-turned form of Vegeta from the ground. Father! Trunks whispered as he carried Vegeta away. Majin Buu, what is wrong? Babidi inquired, noticing the stillness of Majin Buu's body. However, Majin Buu did not respond. Instead, he suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, breaking free from Sun Wukong's grasp. Krillin, you all must evacuate immediately. I will handle him. All right, but do take care. Sun Wutien nodded. Upon witnessing this, Krillin promptly soared backward alongside Piccolo and the others. East Kaishin remarked, Gohan, shall we also take our leave? Sun Wukong glanced at his younger brother, Sun Wutien, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Although Wutien possessed greater strength, he was but 7 years old and lacked combat experience. Gohan, you should go with Lord Kaishin. I will ensure Wutien's safety. Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon noticing that Sun Wukong and his companions intended to flee, Babidi promptly issued a command to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, ensure that they do not escape. Majin Buu nodded in acknowledgement and charged towards Sun Wukong and the others. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wutien darted forward, arriving before Majin Buu in the blink of an eye. With ferocious intent, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's head. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound as Majin Buu was propelled like a projectile, crashing forcefully into the mountain behind him. The colossal collision unleashed a torrent of dust and debris, obscuring the surroundings. At this opportune moment, Sun Wukong and his companions departed from the battlefield. Swish! After Sun Wukong sent Majin Buu's body flying with a powerful kick, he immediately unleashed an energy blast at Babidi with his right hand. What? Babidi exclaimed in shock, hastily casting a spell to activate his protective shield. However, the energy blast was far too potent, even with the shield in place. Babidi was ultimately annihilated by Sun Wukong's attack. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Babidi and acquiring the dark magic. At that moment, a pink energy wave surged forth from the swirling dust. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged to the side. A shadow suddenly materialized behind him. It was none other than Majin Buu. Just as Majin Buu prepared to launch his attack, Sun Wukong executed an instantaneous movement, appearing behind Majin Buu in the blink of an eye. Instantaneous movement. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had never taught Sun Wutien the art of instantaneous movement. How could he possibly move in such a manner? Just as Sun Wukong was lost in thought, Sun Wutien seized Majin Buu's antenna with his right hand, his left fist striking like a bolt of lightning towards Majin Buu's face. Chapter 28. Sun Wukong vs. Majin Buu. Bang! 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 Due to the inherent elasticity of Majin Buu's body, after Sun Wutien's left fist made contact, Majin Buu's form rebounded like a spring, bouncing up and down. Whoosh! After Sun Goten delivered a series of blows to Majin Buu, he flung him away with a swift motion of his right hand. He then gathered a tremendous amount of energy in both hands, launching a fierce assault upon Majin Buu. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 With the resounding echoes of colossal explosions, Majin Buu's form was shattered into countless fragments. As Sun Wutien halted his energy wave assault, he patiently awaited the restoration of Majin Buu's form. After a brief interval, Majin Buu's body rejuvenated, his expression radiating intense fury as he gazed at Sun Wutien. With a resounding cry, Majin Buu propelled himself forward like a dart, launching a powerful assault with his fists aimed directly at Sun Wutien. With a firm grip, Sun Wutien launched an attack against Majin Buu. The clash resonated with a series of thunderous sounds as their fists collided with the swiftness of lightning. The ground trembled violently under the intensity of their fierce combat. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others, having not ventured too far, settled atop a great mountain to observe the unfolding battle from a distance. Remaining in their previous position would have undoubtedly hindered Sun Wutien and his comrades. Piccolo, what is the current situation? Krillin inquired, straining to discern the details of the fight. I cannot tell, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Although he possessed greater strength than Krillin, he too was unable to clearly perceive the struggle between the two. Uncle Piccolo, what should my father do? Trunks asked, standing behind them. Piccolo, it seems the Dragon Balls still have one wish left. Should we use it to restore Vegeta? Krillin suggested. No, we cannot. There is only one wish remaining. And if Wutien and the others are unable to defeat Majin Buu, we may need the power of the Dragon Balls ourselves. Dragon Balls. The Supreme Kai of the East expressed his confusion. The Dragon Balls are 7 orbs capable of granting any wish. Sun Wukong remarked, is it true? Such wondrous things exist in this world. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, shall we depart from Earth together and journey to the realm of the Kais? The realm of the Kais? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He was indeed planning to take Son Gohan, a mere mortal, to the realm of the Kais. The realm of the Kais is where I reside. Then, Supreme Kai, may I accompany Gohan as well? Piccolo inquired. The East Supreme Kai nodded in affirmation. Supreme Kai, what is the reason for your desire to take me to the realm of the Kais? Son Gohan inquired. In order to help you enhance your strength and defeat Majin Buu? Enhance my strength? Indeed, you will understand once you accompany us. The East Kaioshin, having spoken, promptly instructed Jebet to utilize instant transmission, transporting Son Gohan and Piccolo to the Kaioshin realm. Whoosh! Boom! Here is Sun Wutien. After a fierce battle, Sun Goten shattered Majin Buu into countless pieces. However, due to Majin Buu's formidable regenerative abilities, he swiftly reconstituted himself. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Majin Buu. You have acquired the ability to survive in the cosmic realm. Exceptional regenerative powers. As long as a single cell remains, you can continuously revive, body liquefaction, telekinesis, and transformation beams. Is this truly a victory? Indeed, Master, this conclusion is based on the system's analysis. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly flew in from a distance and said to Son Goten, Goten, allow me to engage in combat with this fellow. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong clenched his hands tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Subsequently, he continued to elevate his energy. Having recently mastered the third tier of Super Saiyan, he struggled to fully control the immense power radiating from him, resulting in his aura expanding uncontrollably across the entire Earth. The ground beneath trembled as Son Wukong's energy induced earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, manifesting various natural calamities. The sheer potency of his aura was so overwhelming that even Gohan and the others, who had ascended to the Kaishin realm, could sense it. Father, I never imagined that a mere mortal's energy could reach the Kaishin realm from Earth, exclaimed Jebet with astonishment. What is happening? Wasn't Goten engaged in battle with Majin Buu just moments ago? How is it that Father is now exuding such formidable energy? I am uncertain as well, but I can still perceive Goten's energy. It seems a change in combatants has occurred. However, that is of little consequence now. What matters most is to draw forth the Kaishin sword. The Kaishin sword? Yes, legend has it that by pulling out the Kaishin sword, one can attain the might of the universe's strongest. Thus, if you can pull it free, you shall possess unparalleled strength. Boom. On Earth, as the ground trembled violently, Son Wukong successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. I apologize for the wait. I have only recently acquired this transformation. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his hands tightly and, like a dart, charged towards Son Wukong. With a smile, Son Wukong charged towards the malevolent Majin Buu. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing before each other, fists and feet colliding fiercely. Bang! Their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, causing their heads to jerk back at an angle. Almost instantly, they retracted their right fists, unleashing a flurry of blows once more. Bang! After a brief exchange of strikes, Son Wukong executed a horizontal kick, sending Majin Buu flying through the air. Buu clenched his fists, swiftly stabilizing himself upon the ground. In that moment, Son Wukong darted forward, launching a powerful kick aimed at Buu's abdomen. With a resounding crack, Buu was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a towering mountain behind him. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong swiftly brought his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards the formidable Majin Buu. In no time, the Kamehameha struck Majin Buu, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion upon impact with the ground. Boom! With a resounding roar, both Majin Buu and the towering mountains behind him were obliterated by the Kamehameha. As the dust from the explosion settled, numerous fragments of Majin Buu's form littered the earth. Chapter 29, The Sword of the King of Worlds. Son Wukong gazed at the scattered remnants of Majin Buu on the ground, and his expression instantly turned grave. Is even the Kamehameha ineffective? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Majin Buu's form swiftly reconstituted. I am furious. With a roar of indignation, Majin Buu's arms suddenly elongated towards Son Wukong's shoulders. Startled, Son Wukong was just about to remove the arm of Majin Buu. In a swift motion, Majin Buu extended his arm forward, instantly appearing in front of Son Wukong, and forcefully collided his forehead against Son Wukong's. Son Wukong let out a piercing scream, his head tilting backward. Seizing this opportunity, Majin Buu executed a sweeping kick, reminiscent of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, aimed directly at Son Wukong. Bang! Son Wukong was knocked down to the ground. Majin Buu charged forward, his fist striking like a tempest, launching an assault upon Son Wukong. Startled, Son Wukong swiftly raised his hand to fend off the onslaught of Majin Buu. With each powerful strike, the ground was enveloped in swirling clouds of dust. Suddenly, Son Wukong slid forward, delivering a forceful kick with his right foot that sent Majin Buu soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong swiftly rose from the ground. Breathing heavily, what on earth is happening? I was certain that my stamina wouldn't deplete so rapidly under the guidance of Lord Kai. Could it be due to my resurrection? Just as Son Wukong pondered these thoughts, Majin Buu hovered in midair, launching a multitude of pink energy waves towards him in a fierce assault. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a torrent of golden energy waves from his hands, directing them towards the formidable Majin Buu. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 As a series of colossal explosions erupted, the energy waves of the two combatants collided, resulting in a spectacular detonation. In that moment, the sky and the ground were engulfed in a chaotic display of explosions, thick smoke, and radiant flames. The scene unfolded in the realm of the Kaishin. At this moment, Sun Wukong was brought by the East Kaishin to a stone pillar situated in the center of a tranquil pond. Embedded within the pillar was a sword, with only its hilt visible above the surface. This sword was none other than the Kaishin sword. Wukong, this sword is the Kaishin sword. If you manage to pull it from its resting place, you may very well possess the power to vanquish Majin Buu. Very well. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan took a deep breath, grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and forcefully drew it upwards. From a distance on the grassy field, Piccolo harbored a fervent hope that Son Gohan would succeed in lifting the sword. However, standing beside Piccolo, Jebbit remained skeptical, doubting that Son Gohan possessed the strength to pull it free. After attempting to draw the sword of the King of Worlds for a while, Sun Wukong found it exceedingly difficult. Not only did he fail to unsheath the sword, but his hands also became swollen and reddened from the exertion. Sun Wukong gazed at his inflamed hands and immediately rose to his feet. Jebbit, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle, remarking, "The King Kai's sword is a challenge even for the esteemed King Kai himself. What can a mere mortal do?" However, the Eastern Kai, noticing Jebbit's attempt to mock Sun Wukong, swiftly admonished him. Upon hearing this, Jebbit promptly fell silent. Though he held little regard for mortals, he was nonetheless quite obedient to the Eastern Kai's words. Sun Wukong, undeterred, clenched his fists tightly. With a tremendous roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The sight astonished Jebbit. Although he held mortals in low regard, he was well aware of the formidable power of a Super Saiyan. Thus, the expression on his face began to shift to one of tension. At that moment, Sun Wukong grasped the handle of the King Kai's sword once more, his entire being radiating an overwhelming golden aura, and with a swift motion, he pulled upward. Bang! Sun Gohan's feet struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the entire stone pillar to tremble violently under his immense strength. The water in the pool beneath the pillar surged tumultuously in response. At that moment, the sacred sword of the King Kai was drawn slightly from its resting place. Upon witnessing this, the East Kai's face brightened with a glimmer of joy. Suddenly, Sun Gohan let out a fierce roar, channeling all his strength as he lifted the sacred sword of the King Kai from the stone pillar, sending it soaring into the air. The upper portion of the stone pillar collapsed somewhat due to the sword's extraction. Sun Gohan gasped for breath as he brought the sword next to Piccolo. "How do you feel, Gohan? Have you sensed any increase in your power?" inquired the East Kaishin. "There hasn't been any enhancement, but I do find this sword quite heavy." Gohan replied. "I see," the East Kaishin responded, his expression one of disappointment. If the Kaishin sword couldn't augment Sun Gohan's strength, their chances of defeating Majin Buu would diminish. However, dear Kaishin, do not be too disheartened. Perhaps when I learn to wield this sword effectively, I will be able to vanquish Majin Buu. Sun Wukong comforted him, saying, "Is that so? In that case, dedicate yourself fully to mastering this sword." Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin felt a flicker of hope reignite within his heart. Sun Wukong nodded and reverted to his normal state. Due to the sword's considerable weight, upon returning to his usual form, he was unable to grasp it securely, causing the sword to crash heavily to the ground. Jebbit, witnessing Sun Wukong's struggle to hold onto the sword, could not help but express his disbelief, questioning, "Is the sword truly that heavy that you cannot even hold it?" Sun Gohan, since that is the case, kindly assist me in retrieving the sword. Just pick it up. He remained skeptical about the weight of a mere sword. Jebbit, saying this, crouched down and exerted all his strength to lift the sword. However, the sword proved too heavy. His hands turned red and swollen, and his face flushed from the strain, yet he still could not manage to pick it up. Exhausted from the effort, he eventually released the sword, causing himself to fall heavily to the ground. Were it not for his red skin, one might not have guessed how flushed his face truly was. The impact was undeniably painful. Piccolo, feeling a sense of satisfaction, let out a cold snort. Jebbit had always harbored disdain for mortals due to his status as a servant of the Supreme Kai, possessing an overwhelming sense of superiority. Had it not been for his respect for the East Supreme Kai, he might have delivered a few slaps. How does that sound? Sun Wukong chuckled, ahem. Upon hearing this, Jebbet coughed lightly and swiftly rose from the ground. Indeed, this sword is quite weighty. However, I am confident that once you cultivate your strength to the point where you can wield it effortlessly, you will be able to vanquish the evil Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan laboriously picked up the Kaishin's sword from the ground. Lord Kaishin, what is the current situation on Earth? I am uncertain, but Goku's energy is waning. Waning? Indeed, I believe he cannot hold on much longer, so you must strengthen yourself as swiftly as possible. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Upon the Earth, due to the excessive physical strain of the Super Saiyan third-grade transformation, Sun Wukong has now reverted to the Super Saiyan state. In Chapter 30, Majin Buu is transformed into a chocolate ball. Goku. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's return to the Super Saiyan form, Krillin immediately clenched his fists tightly. Just then, Son Goten exerted his strength, and an astonishing aura suddenly emanated from his entire being. A multitude of sand and stones floated in the air, influenced by Goten's energy. Goten. Sun Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from Sun Wutian's body. A column of white light emerged from him, reaching up to the heavens. Fierce gusts of wind burst forth from the light pillar, sweeping outwards in all directions. The aura of Sun Wutian gradually transformed from white to a vivid red. As the white light dissipated from his form, his hair took on a brilliant crimson hue, while his eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils. His gaze became outlined, with the colors of the pupils and irises shifting to black and red, respectively, enveloped in an energy akin to the flames of the sun. This was the manifestation of the Super Saiyan God. As mere mortals cannot perceive the essence of a deity, Goku and the others were unable to sense Sun Wutian's energy. Wutian, what is this transformation of yours? Why can I not feel your aura? Sun Wukong inquired. This is the transformation of the Super Saiyan God, the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Mortals cannot perceive the aura of the divine. Is that so? Then, is the Super Saiyan God indeed more powerful than the third level of Super Saiyan? Sun Wutian nodded. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the East King sensed the presence of Sun Wutian's energy due to his divine nature. However, he was unaware that this energy belonged to Sun Wutian. What is happening? Inquired the East King. A potent divine energy has suddenly manifested on Earth. Divine energy? Indeed. To put it simply, it is the essence of a deity. Mortals like you cannot perceive such divine auras. Divine essence? But, esteemed King of Worlds, could there be a deity in this universe of whom you are unaware? Indeed. The East King nodded. Take the new deity on Earth, Dandi. Had he not ventured to Earth, he would remain oblivious to the existence of deities there. Then, esteemed King of Worlds, what of Sun Wukong and the others? I can still sense Sun Wukong's energy, but Wutian's presence is elusive. Wutian, what has happened to him? Hearing their conversation, Sun Wufan, who was practicing his swordsmanship, rushed over with an anxious expression. Wufan, you must remain calm. I merely cannot sense Sun Wutian's energy. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth resolutely on Earth. After Sun Wutian finished explaining to Sun Wukong, he immediately turned his gaze towards Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu was glaring at the two with a face full of fury. It was the first time he had encountered opponents as formidable as Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian. Infuriating, Majin Buu gritted his teeth and, like a dart, charged towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong stood motionless, rooted to the spot. Just as Majin Buu was about to charge towards him, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Majin Buu. Before Majin Buu could react, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, striking forcefully at the back of Majin Buu's head. In an instant, Majin Buu's body shot forward like a projectile, crashing violently into the mountain ahead. With a resounding boom, a massive crater was formed in the mountain where Majin Buu collided, and the ground was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. With a swift motion of his right hand, Sun Wutian unleashed a barrage of energy waves, directing them towards the malevolent Majin Buu. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! The air resonated with thunderous explosions as Majin Buu and the towering mountain before him were swiftly reduced to mere particles of dust under Sun Wutian's relentless onslaught. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten immediately ceased his assault. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, a myriad of pink energies began to coalesce in the sky. These pink energies swiftly took form, materializing into the visage of Majin Buu. Due to the overwhelming barrage of energy waves, Majin Buu initially appeared charred and blackened. After a short while, the soot upon his body dissipated. Majin Buu, gazing at Son Goten, emitted a substantial amount of white vapor from the openings atop his head. He was genuinely incensed by Son Goten's actions. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Majin Buu propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, arriving before Son Goten in an instant, and unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. Sun Wutian deftly evaded the attacks of Majin Buu, skillfully shifting left and right with ease. Truly impressive. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although the two were merely engaged in a brief skirmish, he could discern that Sun Wutian's strength far surpassed that of Majin Buu. Just as Sun Wukong was astonished, Sun Wutian clenched his hands tightly, his fist striking with the speed of lightning against Majin Buu's face. Bang! 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 Under the ferocity of Sun Wutian's onslaught, Majin Buu was propelled backwards, emitting a series of anguished cries. Suddenly, Sun Wutian seized the antennae atop Majin Buu's head, spinning him around several times before launching him skyward. Whoosh! Majin Buu soared into the heavens like a projectile, reaching thousands of meters in altitude. Infuriated, Majin Buu halted midair with a furious cry. At that moment, a golden beam surged from the ground, swiftly striking Majin Buu and detonating in the sky. Under the force of the tremendous explosion, Majin Buu's body was instantly obliterated. After a brief interval, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Majin Buu's form reconstituted itself once more. As Sun Wukong gazed upon the resurrected Majin Buu, he found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to vanquish him or to subdue him. According to the original Dragon Ball narrative, Majin Buu exists in two forms, the corporeal Majin Buu and his malevolent essence. Every individual harbors a dark inclination. The original Demon King Piccolo was, in fact, the malevolent fragment extricated from the Earth's deity. Majin Buu is notoriously difficult to control. Otherwise, Babidi would not have opted to seal him away. Just as this contemplation occupied Sun Wukong's mind, Majin Buu surged towards him like a swift arrow. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's silhouette darted behind the formidable Majin Buu. Transforming beam. With a swift motion of his right hand, Sun Wukong unleashed a beam of pink light that transformed the monstrous Majin Buu into a delightful chocolate orb. What on earth? The North Kai, observing from the North Kai's planet, was immediately taken aback by this astonishing spectacle. Surprisingly, Sun Wutian transformed the formidable Majin Buu, who even Sun Wukong could not defeat, into a chocolate ball. Majin Buu was indeed turned into a chocolate ball by Wutian. Krillin and the others were equally astonished upon witnessing this. How marvelous! Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Sun Wutian held the Majin Buu, transformed into a chocolate ball, in his palm and soared towards Krillin and the others. Chapter 31. Borrowing the Realm of the Kaishin. Sun Wukong descended before Trunks. Trunks, Wukong. Sun Goten nodded affirmatively, and with a flick of his left hand, he unleashed a beam of pink light that restored Vegeta, who had been transformed into chocolate, back to his original form. Father! Trunks exclaimed joyfully as he rushed forward to embrace him upon witnessing Vegeta's return. Trunks, what just transpired? Where is Majin Buu? Father! You were turned into a piece of chocolate by Majin Buu. Chocolate! Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart ignited with indignation. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, being reduced to mere chocolate was an affront of the highest order. And what of Majin Buu? He has now been transformed into a chocolate ball by Goten. A chocolate ball? Vegeta's gaze shifted to Son Goten, who had assumed the form of Super Saiyan God, and he clenched his teeth. Goten, what kind of transformation is this? This is called Super Saiyan God, the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. The divine transformation of a Super Saiyan? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. And what of the fiend Majin Buu? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian raised his right fist and loosened it, revealing a brown chocolate orb. This chocolate orb is Majin Buu. Wutian, hand me that chocolate orb. Certainly, but Uncle Vegeta, you must not destroy it. Otherwise, it will revert to Majin Buu. Not to be destroyed. Are you implying that it is not yet dead? Sun Wukong nodded. He was merely transformed into a chocolate sphere for a brief period. After some time, he would revert to his original form. If you were to destroy him, he would recover prematurely. How infuriating! Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in fury. At this moment, he yearned to rend Majin Buu to pieces, Yet he understood that with his current strength, he could not possibly defeat Majin Buu. Then you shall give him to me. I shall not destroy him. Vegeta contemplated and declared. Very well. Upon hearing this, Son Goten promptly handed the chocolate ball to Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Krillin inquired. Vegeta, without acknowledging Krillin, hurled the chocolate ball to the ground and began to stomp on it with great force. Could he not destroy the chocolate ball, or at the very least, crush it underfoot? Dad, let me help you stomp on it, Trunks exclaimed, rushing forward to assist in trampling the already flattened chocolate ball. Krillin and the others were taken aback. Was this truly the aloof Vegeta they knew? The ground resounded with loud thuds and a cloud of dust as the two continued their vigorous stomping. All right, Trunks, stop stomping now, Vegeta said, having vented his frustration, and promptly regained his composure. Okay, Dad. Sun Wutien glanced at the chocolate ball, now flattened like a delicate sheet of paper underfoot, and silently marveled at its remarkable softness, which rendered it impervious to damage. Now, Trunks, would you kindly return the chocolate ball to Wutien? Trunks nodded and presented a thin, shapeless piece of paper to Sun Wutien. As soon as Sun Wukong received the thin paper, he crumpled it back into a spherical shape, holding it firmly in his hand. By the way, Wukong, how did you learn Majin Buu's techniques? Vegeta inquired. I have no idea. I just glanced at his moves and instantly grasped them, Sun Wukong remarked, casting a fleeting glance. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. For even a prodigy like him could not simply discern an opponent's technique with a mere glance and master it, unless Sun Wukong had already possessed that technique. So, Wukong, how did you come to know how to revert me back? Upon witnessing Majin Buu wielding the transformation beam, Son Goten, with his extraordinary intellect, managed to grasp the technique, albeit with some difficulty. However, upon reverting to his original form, he realized he had not actually observed Majin Buu employing this ability, rendering his claim perplexing. Uncle Vegeta, would you believe me if I said this was my own insight after mastering Majin Buu's technique? I do not believe so, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Oh, then you may choose not to believe. Sun Wukong chuckled, remarking that regardless of whether Vegeta believed it or not, the fact remained that he had reverted Vegeta to his original form. Wukong, you just mentioned that Majin Buu will return, correct? Sun Wukong nodded. This technique belongs to Majin Buu. He may possess a means to unravel it, though it will require some time. If that is the case, why not simply eradicate him? Majin Buu possesses formidable regenerative abilities. Unless his cells are entirely obliterated, he shall inevitably return. By the way, what of my brother? He has been taken to the Kaishin realm by Lord Kaishin for training. The Kaishin realm? Indeed. Krillin nodded. Is that so? In that case, I shall also make my way there. You too? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Yes. As Sun Wukong spoke, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and instantly transported himself to the realm of the King of Worlds. Instantaneous movement. Krillin exclaimed in surprise, Goku, when did you teach him to teleport? I did not teach him how to teleport, nor do I know how he acquired my technique. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta listened intently. Could it be that Sun Wukong's innate understanding is truly extraordinary? The realm of the King of Worlds. At this moment, Sun Wufan was brandishing the sword of the King of Worlds on a grassy expanse when a figure suddenly materialized beside the East King of Worlds. This individual was none other than Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien, exclaimed the East King of Worlds in astonishment. Piccolo and the others were equally taken aback, especially Jebet, who was astounded that a mere mortal could arrive in the realm of the King of Worlds. Sun Wutien nodded. Wutien, how has your aura transformed into that of a deity? Inquired East Kaishin. This is my Super Saiyan God transformation. Super Saiyan God transformation? Indeed. It is the Super Saiyan of the gods. Then Wutien, what you just performed was instant transmission, correct? Sun Goten nodded once more. What about Majin Buu? Why did his energy suddenly vanish? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien relaxed his tightly clenched fist and remarked, I have now been transformed into a chocolate sphere. The East Kaishin exclaimed in astonishment. Are you implying that this chocolate sphere is Majin Buu? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. If that is the case, why not eradicate him? It is not that I do not wish to eliminate him, but rather that if I were to destroy this chocolate sphere, the body of Majin Buu would revert to its original form once again. It would restore yet again. The East Kaishin was taken aback. What shall we do then? Lord Kaishin, could you lend me the Kaishin realm? Chapter 32, Subduing Majin Buu. The East Kaishin was astonished. Having served as Kaishin for so long, This was the first time he had ever heard someone request to borrow the Kaishin realm. Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, I have been engaged in battle with Majin Buu for quite some time, and I fear that should he be unable to defeat me, he might resort to self-destruction, obliterating the earth in the process. Upon hearing these words, Son Gohan immediately recalled the self-detonation of Cell. Had he not been so reckless back then, Sun Wukong would not have perished in the explosion. Thus, a sense of guilt washed over him as he pondered why he had not exhibited the same caution as Son Goten. A self-detonation. The East Kaishin was taken aback once more. What if such an explosion were to occur in the Kaishin realm? Fear not, for your Kaishin realm is sparsely populated. At worst, I shall summon the dragon to restore it. After hearing this, the East Kaishin clenched his teeth resolutely. Very well, I understand. I shall lend you the Kaishin realm. As a Kaishin, he was well aware of the gravity of certain matters. Kaishin Lord, Jebet exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that the East Kaishin would acquiesce to Son Goten's request. It's of no consequence, Jebet. If the Kaishin realm were to be lost, we could simply recreate it. In comparison to all of humanity on Earth, this is hardly significant. Jebet nodded in agreement. Now, Kaishin Lord, you must hasten to Earth. Majin Buu should soon be revived. Understood, replied the East Kaishin, nodding affirmatively. Son Gohan. Goten, I have grown stronger. I wish to remain and fight alongside you. Goten, no need, brother. I can handle him on my own. Son Gohan. All right. Goten, I believe it would be best to leave this to you. East Kaishin. Indeed, Gohan. Piccolo, witnessing this, also urged. Yes, Gohan. Son Gohan. Very well then. Upon concluding his words, Sun Wukong swiftly departed the King Kai's realm alongside East Kai. Son Gohan glanced at the chocolate sphere in his hand, tossed it onto the ground, and transformed back. Majin Buu, witnessing the restoration of his form, immediately turned to Goten and inquired, why did you revert me? I wish for you to mend your ways. Mend my ways? Indeed. If you promise me that you shall cease your destruction, I shall bestow upon you an abundance of delectable candies and cookies. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's stomach rumbled loudly. Since his release from confinement, he had not consumed anything. What say you? Sun Wukong's son, Goten, chuckled and said, then hand over the candy and cookies to me. As Sun Wukong spoke, he produced a miraculous capsule and cast it to the ground. Instantly, a plethora of candies and biscuits manifested at his feet. These delightful treats were procured with the money he earned from selling wild game from the mountains. Upon witnessing the abundance of sweets, Majin Buu's mouth watered in anticipation. Certainly, but you must promise me to mend your ways from now on, Sun Wukong declared. Without hesitation, Majin Buu tore open the wrappers of the candies and biscuits, devouring them with glee. Before long, the confections that Sun Wukong had summoned were entirely consumed by Majin Buu. Is there more? Majin Buu inquired eagerly. Son Goten offered an awkward smile. That's it. Although he had managed to earn some money by selling wild game from the mountains, his funds were still limited. However, as long as you promise to turn over a new leaf, I can procure more. Majin Buu, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Son Goten and replied, very well, I agree. After all, your strength is formidable, and I cannot possibly defeat you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and replied, please wait a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat right away. As Sun Wukong spoke, he instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. Wukong. The Eastern Supreme Kai and the others gazed upon his return with a flicker of astonishment on their faces. Wukong, what has become of Majin Buu? Piccolo inquired. He has vowed to reform. Reform? Wukong, you must never place your trust in Majin Buu. He is a creature born of Babidi's malevolence. The Eastern Supreme Kai exclaimed with fervor. I am aware, yet we currently lack the means to vanquish him. Perhaps we should permit him to remain in the realm of the Kais for now. But will he comply? The Eastern Supreme Kai questioned. He will, provided we offer him an abundance of candy and cookies. Candy and cookies? Indeed. Thus we must enlist the help of Aunt Bulma. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wutien. Sun Wukong. Then I shall seek out Bulma and request her assistance in preparing a copious amount of delectable cookies and candies. Sun Wutien nodded. So, Lord Supreme Kai, will you be staying on Earth for a while? I presume you wouldn't want to coexist with Majin Buu on the same planet, would you? Very well. The East Supreme Kai replied with a nod. Uncle Yamcha, would you be so kind as to accompany Majin Buu in the Supreme Kai realm for a time? Spend some time playing with Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Yamcha was immediately taken aback, stuttering in fear. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, unexpectedly wishes for him to accompany the Majin Buu in play. Ah, Son Goten nodded. What if he were to kill me? He has already turned over a new leaf. If he were to slay you, we could use the Dragon Balls to bring you back to life. If that is the case, why not send Krillin instead? Uncle Krillin has a family to care for. Besides, you are all alone, are you not? Ah, Yamcha felt as if a dagger had been thrust into his heart upon hearing those words. And what about Tien and Kaiatsu? Are they not also single? They are focused on their training. Yamcha felt yet another knife pierce his heart at this remark. Observing this, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Yamcha, I think it would be better for you to keep Majin Buu company. Yamcha snorted in response. Do not get too cocky, Krillin. I will surely find someone. Is that so? Krillin replied with a faint smile. Well then, Uncle Yamcha, would you be willing to accompany Majin Buu in the other world? Though my inclination may not be strong, for the sake of everyone, I suppose I shall make this sacrifice. Sun Wutien nodded and gazed at the sacred sword of the Kai. Brother, what is this sword? This is the sacred sword of the Kai. The sacred sword of the Kai? Indeed. Lord Kai said that if one can wield this sword with ease, there is a chance of defeating the Majin Buu. Is that so? Could you show me the sword? Certainly, but you must be cautious. The sword is quite heavy. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly entrusted the King Kai sword to Sun Goten. Sun Goten lifted it effortlessly, his right hand darting forward like lightning, striking with precision. Both East Kai and Jebet were taken aback. Although they were aware of Sun Goten's formidable strength, witnessing him wield the Kaishin sword with such swiftness left them momentarily astonished. At that moment, Sun Goten ceased his vigorous display, returning the sword to Gohan. Brother, practice diligently with this sword. You may indeed be able to vanquish Majin Buu. Hearing these words, Sun Wufan felt a peculiar sensation, as though an elder were addressing a younger relative. Yet, he believed he should be the elder in this context. This misconception stemmed largely from the fact that Sun Wutien surpassed him in strength. Chapter 33, Zampa and Bardos. Well then, Uncle Yamcha, shall I escort you to the realm of the Kaishin? Are we going right now? Shouldn't we wait for Goku? No need, let us proceed directly. Very well then. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten instantaneously transported Yamcha to the King Kai's realm. At that moment, Majin Buu was languidly perched upon a large rock. His expression one of sheer boredom. However, upon seeing Sun Goten's return, he was instantly filled with joy and hurried over, exclaiming, Goten. Sun Wutien nodded. Wutien, who is he? He is Uncle Yamcha. Uncle Yamcha? Upon hearing this, Yamcha immediately chuckled and said, You are older than me. There is no need to call me uncle like Wutien does. Just call me Yamcha. Yamcha. Yamcha nodded. Wutien, where's the food? My father has gone to fetch it. It may take a little while. Oh, Majin Buu said with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Then, Uncle Yamcha, why don't you play with Majin Buu for a while? Me? Yamcha pointed to himself. Yes. Well, all right. Yamcha glanced at Majin Buu, still feeling somewhat hesitant to play with him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out a stack of comics and magazines featuring beautiful women from his clothing and presented them to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, take a look at this. What is this? This is a comic, and this is a magazine featuring beautiful women. They are very interesting. Majin Buu examined the covers of the magazines and comics, ultimately choosing to pick up a comic and began to read. Ha! After a while of reading, Majin Buu burst into laughter. Seeing this, Yamcha let out a small sigh of relief. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten immediately sat down on the grass nearby. In the 7th universe, a strikingly tall woman with blue-green skin and flowing white hair, styled in a high ponytail, was traveling at superluminal speed alongside a portly figure resembling a bulkier version of Beerus, characterized by a short tail. These two were Kampa and Vados from the 6th universe. Their presence in the 7th universe was motivated by Kampa's desire to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Vados decelerated and came to a halt. What are you doing, Vados? Kampa inquired, noticing her abrupt stop. In response, Vados raised her staff, revealing an image of Sun Goten within the crystal orb atop it. What's the matter, Vados? She was asked. It's nothing, Lord Kampa. I merely sensed a powerful divine aura and felt a surge of curiosity. A powerful divine aura? Is it that of a god of destruction? Kampa questioned. No, Vados shook her head. It is a divine energy unlike any I have ever encountered. Kampa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that he is a candidate chosen by Beerus to become a god of destruction? I don't know. But if he resides in the realm of the Kais, he could potentially be the next Supreme Kai. Vados speculated. The Supreme Kai? Then he ought not to have noticed us, right? Kampa asked, somewhat nervously. Their mission was to collect the Super Dragon Balls while Beerus remained in slumber. For if Beerus awoke and learned of their acquisition of the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. I can't say for certain. Vados replied with a smile. Lord Kampa, you wouldn't be worried about him informing Lord Beerus of your presence in the 7th universe, would you? Kampa scoffed in reply. If I were afraid of him, I wouldn't have come to the 7th universe. Ah, then let us continue our search for the Super Dragon Balls, Vados suggested. Ahem. Kampa cleared his throat. You just mentioned his divine aura is quite formidable. What if we were to meet him? Meet him? Indeed. To ascertain whether he is a candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Vados laughed lightly. Lord Kampa, you are indeed afraid. I am not. I am merely intrigued by his prowess. Kampa retorted defiantly. Following this exchange, Vados pointed her staff into the vastness of space. Once more, they surged forward at superluminal speed, with Vados leading Kampa onward through the cosmos, in the realm of the Kais. At this moment, Sun Wukong is seated upon a verdant expanse, gazing up at the cosmos. Due to the unique geographical position of the King Kai's realm, numerous exquisite planets adorn the vicinity of the tower. How delightful it would be to possess a planet of my own, Sun Wutien murmured to himself. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Father. Sun Wukong nodded. Wutien, I have brought the candies and biscuits. Now, you should present them to Majin Buu. As Sun Wukong spoke, he opened a multifunctional capsule and tossed it to the ground. Bang! With a puff of white smoke, an array of candies, cookies, and cakes appeared before him. Candies and cookies. Majin Buu, engrossed in his comic book, immediately set it aside and hurried over. His interest in food far surpassed his fascination with the comic. In no time, Majin Buu reached Sun Wukong and began to devour the treats voraciously. Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked, Wutien, this fellow certainly has an impressive appetite. Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an immensely powerful aura approaching them, and his expression instantly turned gravely serious. Such a formidable divine presence. Could it be Beerus? No, that is impossible. Beerus is not due to awaken for another 5 years. Sun Goten pondered to himself. What is the matter, Goten? Upon noticing the unusual expression on Sun Wukong's face, Sun Wutien inquired. There is an immensely potent energy approaching us. Such formidable energy, yet I sense nothing, Sun Wukong replied. That is the essence of a deity. A deity? Is their power greater than yours? Indeed. Sun Wutien nodded. As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of white light descended before him and his companions. When the brilliance faded, 2 figures emerged from within. These 2 individuals were none other than Xiangpa and Beerus. Sun Wukong pondered inwardly. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired. Greetings, my name is Vados, and I am the servant of Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Standing beside me is none other than Lord Kampa himself. The 6th universe? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, there are a total of 12 universes, and the one you currently inhabit is the 7th. As Babidi spoke, he glanced around. By the way, where is the god of destruction for your universe? The god of destruction is currently on Earth. Sun Wukong remarked. The Earth? Sun Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Kampa glanced at the 4 and inquired, Bardos, which of them possesses the most formidable divine aura? Since Sun Goten had reverted to his normal state, Kampa was unable to sense the divine energy emanating from him. Chapter 34. The Malevolent Majin Buu. It is the smallest one among them. Bardos replied with a smile. The smallest? Kampa immediately turned his gaze towards Sun Goten. Could it possibly be him? Indeed. Bardos affirmed. Little one, what is your name? I am Sun Goten. And do you know Beerus? I do not. Sun Wukong shook his head. Do you not recognize him? Hasn't the Supreme Kai mentioned Beerus to you? In fact, I only met the Supreme Kai today. Today? Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately turned to Beerus. Beerus, did you not say he would be the next Supreme Kai? Lord Kampa, I only suggested that it might be possible. Then what of that divine aura? Lord Kampa, you must inquire with him. Oh, Kampa turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, what is the nature of your divine aura? That is my transformation into a divine state, which I refer to as Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Then can you transform and show me? All right. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great intensity, an astonishing aura radiating from his entire being as he ascended rapidly. Huh! With a mighty shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan god. A Super Saiyan god indeed. At that moment, a smile graced his face. Suddenly, he noticed the ever-indulgent Majin Buu, who was busily devouring candies and cakes. He approached and said, "Hey, have you not seen me?" "I have, but what of it?" Buu replied. "Do you know who I am? I am the god of destruction. Do you believe I could obliterate you in an instant?" Upon hearing this, the expression on Majin Buu's face instantly turned serious. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian hastily intervened to prevent a conflict between the two. "Lord Xiangpa," he implored. "He is uneducated and knows nothing. Kindly overlook his shortcomings and do not hold it against him." "Humph." Lord Xiangpa scoffed. "If you wish for me to let it go, then he must provide me with those delectable treats." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's heart was immediately filled with hesitation. Majin Buu had just been subdued. Provoking him now would surely lead to a swift rebellion. However, disregarding Kampa's words might incite his wrath, potentially forcing a direct confrontation with Kampa, or even resulting in the abandonment of Majin Buu altogether. Though the power of the Super Saiyan god is formidable, it still pales in comparison to that of a destroyer god. "Lord Kampa, might I tempt you with something else?" "No, I want cake," Majin Buu exclaimed, promptly licking the untouched cake with his tongue. "You scoundrel!" Kampa, witnessing this, clenched his fists tightly and, in an instant, appeared before Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the air. "Lord Kampa!" Vados gasped, taken aback by his sudden aggression. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian immediately turned to his father, Sun Wukong, and said, "Father, please return to Earth with Uncle Yamcha and fetch some delicacies from Aunt Bulma." "Delicacies?" "Yes, otherwise we may face dire consequences in the other world." "Understood." Sun Wukong declared and immediately employed instant transmission to bring Yamcha back to Earth. Whoosh! Bang bang bang. In the sky, Kampa was using one hand to strike Majin Buu. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Kampa's right fist forcefully struck Majin Buu's face, sending him crashing down to the ground. The ground was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. After a moment, as the dust settled, a massive crater emerged on the ground. Majin Buu lay there, utterly disheveled in the depths of the pit. "Damn it!" Majin Buu gritted his teeth and quickly crawled back to his feet, a torrent of white mist emanating from the hole in his head. Bang! Majin Buu darted towards Kampa like an arrow. Kampa stood immobile, unwavering. Soon, Majin Buu reached Kampa, launching a series of powerful punches. However, all were effortlessly evaded by Kampa. Suddenly, with a wicked grin, Kampa delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's abdomen, akin to kicking a soccer ball. Bang! With a violent sound, Majin Buu's body flew backward like a projectile. Kampa swiftly vanished and appeared behind Majin Buu, unleashing a wave of destructive energy upon him. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the destructive energy detonated, enveloping Majin Buu in a thick cloud of smoke. Kampa then reappeared beside Beerus. After a while, as the smoke cleared, Majin Buu stood there, panting heavily, looking quite disheveled. "In light of your lack of manners, I shall spare you today, but should there be a next time, you cannot expect mercy," Kampa said coldly. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his teeth, and more white mist erupted from the hole atop his head. Suddenly, with a pained scream, Majin Buu clutched his head tightly. "What's wrong with him?" Kampa inquired. "I don't know," Beerus replied, shaking his head. "Come out." After a moment of agony, Majin Buu expelled a dark mist from his mouth. This dark mist quickly transformed into a slender, pitch-black version of Majin Buu, the evil Majin Buu. "Now he has become two," Kampa exclaimed. "It appears to be a split." "Split?" "Yes, that slimmer one is brimming with malevolence." "Is that so? Then it seems we shall witness an interesting spectacle." Kampa laughed. "I suppose so." At that moment, the two Majin Buus locked eyes, each intent on eliminating the other to become the sole Majin Buu. "Who are you?" "I am Majin Buu." "I am also Majin Buu." With that, they surged toward each other in a blur, engaging in a fierce battle. Dust swirled around them as they exchanged blows. Bang! With a heavy strike, evil Majin Buu sent Majin Buu flying. Majin Buu clenched his fists and halted his fall midair. Just then, evil Majin Buu appeared before him, delivering a kick that sent Majin Buu hurtling away. Boom! Majin Buu crashed into the mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. Evil Majin Buu clasped his hands together, unleashing a pink energy wave towards Majin Buu. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, The mountain was obliterated, leaving Majin Buu charred and scorched. I didn't expect that slimmer one to be so formidable, Kampa remarked with a chuckle. It's just like you and Lord Beerus. Kampa retorted angrily. I am stronger than Beerus. Chapter 35. Son Goten vs. Kampa. Just then, evil Majin Buu launched a pink beam from his antennae toward Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu fired a pink beam from his own antennae. Bang! The beams collided in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a mighty shout, evil Majin Buu's beam repelled Majin Buu. Zzz. Amidst a flash of electricity, Majin Buu was transformed into a cookie. Transformed into a cookie. Kampa gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Beerus nodded. At that moment, Son Goten appeared in a flash, swiftly kicking evil Majin Buu away. Bang! With a resounding thud, evil Majin Buu was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Son Goten unleashed a pink beam from his right hand towards the malevolent Majin Buu, reverting him back to his original form. Enraged, the wicked Majin Buu gritted his teeth and glared furiously at Son Goten. How intriguing! Exclaimed Pafu with a smile. Bang! In that moment, the sinister Majin Buu darted forward towards Son Goten with the swiftness of an arrow. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wutian appeared beneath the malevolent Majin Buu, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning, delivering powerful blows to the fiend's abdomen. Bang! 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 With each of Sun Wutian's relentless assaults, the wicked Majin Buu let out cries of anguish. Bang! Son Goten struck the jaw of the malevolent Majin Buu with formidable force, propelling him into the air. Immediately, he gathered energy throughout his body, swiftly bringing his hands together and exclaiming, Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave rapidly coalesced from Son Goten's hands, aimed at the skybound Majin Buu. In an instant, an immense blue sphere of light manifested before the evil creature, thrusting him toward the cosmos. Majin Buu bellowed in anguish, desperately attempting to fend off the Kamehameha with his hands. Yet, against the overwhelming might, his efforts were utterly futile. With a resounding explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, unleashing an extraordinarily brilliant blue light that illuminated the entire firmament. Subsequently, a colossal tempest emerged, sweeping across the heavens and the realm of the Kais. Majin Buu cried out in despair as his form was swiftly obliterated by the ferocious storm. Majin Buu, I hope you choose to be a good person in your next life. As Sun Wukong gazed upon the imminent demise of the malevolent Majin Buu, he remained transfixed. After a brief moment, as the thick smoke dissipated from the sky, the presence of the sinister Majin Buu vanished entirely. Had Majin Buu truly been eradicated? On the North Kai's planet, upon witnessing this event, the North Kai was instantly taken aback in astonishment. Despite the formidable efforts of Sun Wukong and Son Goten, they were unable to vanquish the malevolent Majin Buu. Yet, astonishingly, Son Goten has effortlessly dispatched another incarnation of Majin Buu. It remains uncertain whether this new entity possesses a diminished regenerative capacity or if Son Goten intentionally held back his strength. Observing this, Paikahin approached Son Goten with a smile. Son Goten, your abilities are quite impressive. Would you care to engage in a friendly duel with me? Rest assured, I shall not exert my full power. Very well. As Sun Wukong spoke, he immediately took a step back. Shall we begin? Said Xiang Pa, gesturing towards Sun Wukong. Very well. As Sun Wutian spoke, his body swiftly transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Xiang Pa. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wutian found himself before Xiang Pa, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Xiang Pa deftly shifted to the left and right, effortlessly evading the strikes. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong immediately let out a resounding shout and thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Xiang Pa raised his left hand, seizing Sun Wukong's powerful right punch. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong executed a swift side kick towards Xiang Pa. In response, Xiang Pa lifted his right foot to meet Sun Wukong's strike head-on. A thunderous clash erupted as their feet collided, producing a crackling surge of lightning. Xiang Pa cast a glance at Sun Wukong and relaxed his grip. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately retreated, his fists tightly clenched. With a resounding shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a celestial blue, while his pupils shifted to a deep azure hue. Surrounding him was a blue aura, interspersed with starlit particles characteristic of divine energy. Within this ethereal flame, droplets of water occasionally flowed, moving at a considerably slower pace than the ki of humans and Super Saiyans, accompanied by faint electric sparks. The aura was composed of two layers. the outer layer a heavenly blue and the inner layer a pristine white. This phenomenon is known as Super Saiyan Blue. What is this? Super Saiyan Blue is a transformation achieved by a Super Saiyan who has mastered the essence of Super Saiyan God. Oh, it sounds rather intricate. In any case, it is certainly more powerful than the previous transformation, right? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. In that case, shall we proceed? Certainly. As Sun Wukong spoke, his form swiftly transformed into a streak of azure light, charging towards Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong found himself before Xiangpa. His fists propelled forward with great force. Taken aback by the unexpected surge in speed following Sun Wukong's transformation, Xiangpa was compelled to raise his hands to deflect the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike from Sun Wukong, Xiangpa was forced to retreat. Infuriated, Xiangpa gritted his teeth and in an instant, unleashed a powerful wave of energy, sending Sun Wukong staggering backward. Sun Wukong tightened his grip with both hands, swiftly coming to a halt upon the ground. At that moment, Xiangpa unleashed a destructive surge of energy from his right hand, directing it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hands forward, successfully intercepting the destructive energy. However, his body was still propelled backward for several hundred meters by the force of the energy. How intense! As Sun Wutien spoke, he immediately hurled the destructive energy skyward. With a thunderous roar, the energy erupted in the heavens. A direct hit. Xiangpa, with a smile, instantaneously appeared before Sun Wutien, launching a powerful assault with both fists. Due to Xiangpa's astonishing speed, Sun Wutien had no time to react before the fist struck his face. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, let out a piercing scream as his face and body were mercilessly pummeled like a rag. Sun Wutien gritted his teeth and, in a sudden movement, evaded Xiangpa's right fist, forcefully colliding his forehead against Xiangpa's. With an explosive sound, Sun Wutien sent Xiangpa staggering backward. Damn it! Xiangpa exclaimed in fury, rubbing his forehead. In the blink of an eye, his figure flickered, and his right fist struck Sun Wutien's face with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Sun Wukong's son clenched his fists and swiftly lowered his body. Chapter 36, Sister Battles. On Earth, the East Supreme Kai and the others had just sensed the presence of another Majin Buu. Supreme Kai, what on earth is happening in the Kai realm? How can there be two signatures of Majin Buu? I am uncertain, the East Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. However, it appears that Goten is currently engaged in battle with the God of Destruction that Goku mentioned. God of Destruction? Supreme Kai? Do you know what sort of deity this is? Not quite. The East Supreme Kai shook his head once more. Back when the 5 Supreme Kais were still around, I was solely responsible for overseeing the Eastern Galaxy. It was only after Majin Buu annihilated the great Supreme Kais that I became the sole Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. Is that so? Then, Supreme Kai, is that deity's presence particularly formidable? Sun Wukong expressed his concern for son Goten's safety, saying, he is incredibly powerful. It is the first time I have sensed such a formidable divine presence. Lord Kaioshin, will Goten be in danger? I cannot say for certain, came the reply. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Sun Wukong and Xiangpa have transitioned from the ground to midair. At this moment, the two are channeling energy waves with their hands, launching attacks at one another. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. The energy wave of Sun Wukong collided with the destructive energy of Janemba, resulting in colossal explosions. In an instant, the sky was filled with the brilliance of detonations and the fiery glow they produced. Suddenly, Janemba ceased his onslaught of destructive energy and instantly appeared before Sun Wukong. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. In the next moment, Xiangpa's right fist came crashing down towards Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wutien raised his arms forward, utilizing the force generated by Xiangpa's attack to retreat. Oh, Xiangpa was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young Sun Wutien possessed such formidable combat prowess. This revelation sparked a sudden mischief within Xiangpa. He let out a sinister chuckle as a multitude of destructive energy manifested around him. With such an overwhelming display of power, I wonder how you will manage it all on your own. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien clasped his hands behind him and declared, Turtle School's Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his hands. With a flick of his right index finger, all the destructive energy surrounding him surged forth to launch an assault on Sun Wutien. Boom! Sun Wutien let out a mighty roar, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. As the energy surged forth, it resembled a divine dragon's tail, igniting the incoming destructive forces in a spectacular explosion. Soon, the sky was filled with resounding detonations that shook the heavens. Xiangpa narrowed his eyes, transforming into a flash of purple light as he charged towards Sun Wutian. In the blink of an eye, Xiangpa appeared before Sun Wutian, delivering a powerful punch with unwavering force. Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack. The elephant, startled, charged at Sun Wukong once more. Huh! With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's younger brother, Sun Goten, suddenly emanated a vast aura of blue energy. His right fist surged forward, aimed squarely at Xiangpa. The air crackled with the sound of thunderous clashes, as their fists collided and feet met in a fierce confrontation. The sky above became a tempest, stirred by the ferocious winds generated by their formidable blows and overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, on Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Sun Wukong and Yamcha, having complied with Sun Wutian's instructions, procured a substantial amount of delicacies from Bulma and were poised to return to the realm of the King of Worlds. After standing silently for a considerable time, Vegeta abruptly addressed Sun Wukong. Kakarot, I wish to accompany you to the King of Worlds. Vegeta, you too wish to go? Vegeta nodded affirmatively. I am eager to meet the god of destruction you just mentioned. Very well then. As Sun Wukong spoke, he employed instant transmission, transporting the two individuals to the realm of the King of Worlds. Whoosh! Sun Wukong and his companions appeared beside Majin Buu. Upon seeing Majin Buu, who had transformed him into chocolate, Vegeta felt an immediate sense of displeasure. However, he was soon captivated by the battle between Goten and Kampa. Kakarot, is the one fighting Goten the god of destruction? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta became pensive. When he was quite young, he had encountered Beerus. Although Kampa bore some resemblance to Beerus, he was undoubtedly not the same being. Furthermore, Sun Wukong had mentioned that his name was Kampa. Could it be that they are brothers? Just as this thought crossed Vegeta's mind, Sun Goten and Kampa clasped hands, exerting their strength against one another in the sky. With a resounding shout, Sun Goten emanated a tremendous azure aura. Kampa let out a disdainful huff, releasing a vast purple energy. The two auras clashed fiercely in the heavens, akin to raging flames. After a brief stalemate, Kampa exerted his strength, propelling Sun Goten away with force. Sun Wutian gasped for breath and glanced at Sun Wukong, standing on the ground. Lord Pa, I find myself rather fatigued. Shall we conclude today's battle here? At present, Sun Wukong's age is merely that of a child, so it seems quite reasonable for him to act playfully towards Xiangpa. Are we not going to engage in a battle? Indeed, I find myself feeling somewhat hungry. Sun Goten chuckled. As Zampa observed Sun Goten, still a mere child, he refrained from exerting his superiority and thus tempered his aura. Very well, however. You must not disclose our meeting to Beerus, and they too must keep this a secret. Zampa cast a glance at Goku and the others. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, returning his form to its usual state. Sun Wukong, are we not going to fight anymore? Upon saying this, both figures immediately descended towards the ground. They landed beside Sun Wukong and Bados. Father, have you brought the delicious food of Earth? With a nod, Sun Wukong tossed the universal capsule onto the ground. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a lavish spread of delectable dishes that adorned several tables. Kampa gazed at the aromatic and visually appealing feast, his interest piqued by the culinary delights brought forth by Sun Wukong. Majin Buu, upon witnessing this, also found himself intrigued by the sumptuous offerings. Goten, what are all these? May I have a taste? Majin Buu inquired, saliva trickling from his mouth. Of course, you may, but you must not fight with Lord Kampa over the food. All right. Majin Buu nodded obediently. Kampa scoffed. I never claimed I wanted to eat your food. Does Lord Kampa not wish to partake? Then I shall have to invite Sister Bados to sample it instead. Sister. Bados chuckled at this. Even celestial beings, like angels, share the human desire to be addressed as youthful. Naturally, Badosage transcends that of the ancients, surpassing even the forebears of the Saiyans. Sun Wutian exclaimed as he immediately handed a slice of pizza from the table to Bados. Sister Bados, this is pizza from Earth. Would you care to try it? Certainly. Bados responded with a smile and a nod. Chapter 37. Departure of Zampa. Bados then took the pizza from Sun Wutian's hand and began to eat. After taking a bite, a look of utter astonishment spread across her face. What is it, Bados? Zampa inquired. Lord Zampa, this delightful dish called pizza is absolutely exquisite. Is that so? Zampa replied with feigned calmness. Bados nodded enthusiastically and soon finished the slice in her hand. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian brought forth an array of delectable earthly delicacies for Bados to savor. As Bados sampled the various dishes, her face was adorned with expressions of astonishment. Unable to contain his cravings any longer, Xiangpa exclaimed, "Bados, are these dishes truly so exquisite?" To which Bados replied, "Indeed, Lord Xiangpa. Every dish that Sun Wutian has brought from Earth is utterly delightful." Xiangpa turned his gaze towards Sun Wutian, momentarily at a loss for words. For he had just declared that he would not partake in Sun Wutian's offerings. Sun Wukong seemed to perceive Xiangpa's intentions and, with a smile, offered him a slice of pizza. "Lord Xiangpa, do give this pizza a try. It is truly delectable." Xiangpa coughed lightly. "Since you insist, I shall indulge," he said, taking the slice of pizza that Sun Wukong had handed him. Upon tasting a bite, a look of sheer astonishment spread across Xiangpa's face. Subsequently, he devoured it with great enthusiasm. Before long, he had finished an entire slice. No longer holding back, Xiangpa began to savor the array of delicacies laid out on the table. Observing Xiangpa competing for food, Majin Buu quickly hastened his own eating. Sun Wutian expressed his inability to compete with Xiangpa for culinary delights, yet he did not mention the possibility of hastening his consumption of such delicacies. How infuriating! Xiangpa, witnessing Majin Buu contesting for the same food, felt a surge of competitiveness and quickened his pace of eating. Before long, the feast brought by Sun Wukong was entirely devoured by Sun Wukong, Xiangpa, Bardos, and Majin Buu. Xiangpa, still somewhat unsatisfied, turned to Sun Wutian and inquired, "Did you bring all this food from Earth?" Sun Wutian nodded. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately turned to the side and addressed Vados. "Vados, could you please locate the Earth of our sixth universe?" "Yes, Lord Kampa. The Earth of the sixth universe? Could it be that your universe possesses an Earth as well?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Since the sixth universe and the seventh universe are twin universes, the planets that exist in the seventh universe should also be present in the sixth universe." Bardos elucidated. "Then, does the sixth universe have scions?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Is there really such a place?" "Indeed, though their power is not as formidable as yours," replied Bados, as a dead star materialized within the crystal ball atop her staff. What is this? Is your Earth located in the northern galaxy?" "Yes, Sister Bados, what of it?" "Nothing. It seems that the Earth in our sixth universe has transformed into a dead star." "A dead star?" exclaimed Xiangpa. If the Earth in their universe had become a dead star, he would be deprived of the exquisite culinary delights found on the Earth of the seventh universe. "I shall rewind time to discern the cause that led our universe's Earth to become a dead star," Bados declared, and the image of Earth within the crystal ball reverted to a time before it had perished. As time flowed backward, it became evident that the inhabitants of the sixth universe's Earth had plunged their world into desolation through war. So it was the case. Our universe's Earth turned into a dead star due to humanity's conflicts. War? Does this imply that the Earthlings of our universe were unable to create the delectable dishes found on the Earth of the seventh universe? Indeed. Bados nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa stroked his chin, his desire to gather the Super Dragon Balls intensifying. "Bados, it is getting late. We should be returning." "Very well, Lord Xiangpa," she acknowledged with a nod, bidding farewell to Sun Wukong. "Then, Sun Wukong, we shall take our leave. Until we meet again. Until we meet again." With that, Bados pointed her staff toward the ground, and a radiant spectrum of light immediately enveloped the feet of the two, whisking them away from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten immediately sighed in relief. "Then, Father, shall we return to Earth?" "What about Majin Buu?" Sun Wukong inquired. "He shall return with us." "Then place your hands upon my back." Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong executed a swift teleportation, returning Sun Wutian to the Earth in an instant. Whoosh! Sun Wukong and his companions stood before the East Kaishin. Majin Buu. The East Kaishin was immediately struck with fear upon seeing the returned Majin Buu. "Do not be afraid, great Kaishin. Majin Buu has truly reformed, hasn't he? Majin Buu?" "Indeed." Majin Buu nodded. "Goten, you must not trust him so readily. He is, after all, Majin Buu." The East Kaishin, still haunted by his fear of Majin Buu, found it hard to believe that he could have reformed so swiftly. "Great Kaishin, you genuinely need not fear. He has truly turned over a new leaf." However, the East Kaishin remained skeptical. Faced with Majin Buu, He felt utterly powerless, and thus, despite his doubts, he had no choice but to accept this new reality. Then, Goten. What was the cause of the two distinct energies emanating from Majin Buu previously? That was the dark essence of Majin Buu. Dark essence? Yes. It has now been eradicated by me. And what of the Kaishin realm? How is it faring? It suffered minimal damage, but all is well. Is that so? In that case, Jebet and I shall take our leave. Great Kaishin, what about the Kaishin sword? Sun Wukong inquired. Since you have drawn this sword, it shall be bestowed upon you, for we are unable to lift it regardless. Sun Wukong nodded. Well then, everyone, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Upon witnessing this, Jebet executed an instantaneous teleportation, returning the East Kai to the Kai realm. Upon arriving in the Kai realm, the East Kai immediately observed the myriad of craters scattered across the land. The Kai realm, exclaimed Jebet. Earth. Upon seeing the Eastern Kai and his companions, Sun Wukong immediately turned his gaze towards Majin Buu. So, Goten, where do you intend to accommodate Majin Buu? He is quite the glutton, and given the financial situation of our household, it would undoubtedly be a considerable burden. Furthermore, Chi-Chi would never consent to having Majin Buu reside with us. Yamcha, my friend. Sun Goten glanced at Yamcha. Upon hearing this, Yamcha repeatedly waved his hands and said, Goten, my financial situation is rather constrained. I can allow him to stay with me, but I am unable to provide for his meals. Chapter 38, Settling Majin Buu. I see. Sun Goten gazed at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, could Majin Buu perhaps reside in your other world for a while? The other world is not mine. It belongs to Dend. Allow me to inquire with Dend for you. All right. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien, nodded in agreement. Observing this, Piccolo promptly utilized telepathy to communicate with Dandy. Dandy, grant Majin Buu permission to reside with you. Dandy responded with enthusiasm. Is that so? That is splendid news. Majin Buu, with a puzzled expression, turned to Sun Wutien and inquired about the heavenly realm. Indeed. You shall temporarily stay here today, and tomorrow I will take you to a remarkable place. Majin Buu nodded eagerly in affirmation. Well then, if there are no further matters to discuss, shall we take our leave, Goku? Yamcha suggested. Very well, let us seize the next opportunity to gather once more. Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, we left the World Martial Arts Tournament without knowing how the competition turned out. Krillin remarked. He had come to participate in the tournament alongside Lazuli, not only to join his friends in the contest, but also to secure the prize money. Following that, they intended to leave Kame House and purchase a residence in West City. I suppose it must have concluded by now, Sun Wukong remarked. Sun Goten chuckled and remarked. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Lazuli might have already secured the championship in this tournament. Champion. This time, Krillin, you've struck gold. Yamcha exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Krillin's neck. Struck gold? Krillin looked at Yamcha, pondering whether he meant that he had married Lazuli or that Lazuli had triumphed in the tournament. Regardless of which he referred to, it was indeed a boon for him. Indeed, the tournament's prize money is surely in the hands of your esteemed family member. Krillin nodded in agreement. Then, Dad, should I take Majin Buu to the other world? All right, shall I escort you there? Yes. Sun Goten nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong executed a swift teleportation, transporting the two individuals to the celestial realm. Wukong. Dandy greeted Sun Wukong with a nod. Sun Wukong nodded. Dandy and Piccolo have informed you, haven't they? Indeed, they have. Majin Buu will be residing with me. Then, Majin Buu, while you stay here, you must obediently heed Dandy's words. Sun Goten conveyed to Majin Buu. All right. Majin Buu nodded in agreement. So, shall we return now, father? Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Having spoken, the two immediately departed from the heavenly realm. The following morning, after having breakfast, Sun Wukong arrived in the heavenly realm, bringing Majin Buu to Mr. Satan's residence. Aren't you the champion from the youth division yesterday? Indeed. Sun Wutien nodded. So what brings you here? Mr. Satan, I have come today to trouble you with a matter. A matter? Indeed, it concerns a being named Majin Buu. Who is my friend? I wish for him to reside with you. Reside with me? Absolutely not. I refuse to have him here. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Majin Buu raised his fist in fury. Of course, Majin Buu did not truly intend to strike. He merely sought to intimidate. Witnessing this, Mr. Satan immediately trembled in fear. Sun Goten smiled and said, Mr. Satan, it was not you who defeated Cell 7 years ago, but rather my father and the others, correct? Mr. Satan was taken aback. How do you know this? Did your father tell you? Sun Wukong nodded. However, Mr. Satan, There is no need for concern. I shall not disclose this matter, provided you agree to allow Majin Buu to reside with you. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan felt a twinge of hesitation. The power of Majin Buu surpasses that of Ms. Lazuli, enabling him to protect you and even pose as your disciple to assist you in competitions. Is that truly the case? Mr. Satan inquired, intrigued. Just yesterday, in his match against Lazuli, although she had lost, she extorted 30 million from him. Originally, Lazuli was to receive a mere 10 million as the champion. With this extortion, coupled with the runner-up prize, she had cunningly pocketed an additional 25 million. One cannot deny that Lazuli is exceptionally shrewd. Of course, as long as you treat Majin Buu well, he will undoubtedly assist you. Wouldn't you agree, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded in affirmation. Very well then. But the matter you just mentioned must remain confidential. Certainly. Majin Buu, you may stay here for now. If you desire anything to eat, simply inform Mr. Satan, and when I have the chance, I shall come to visit you. All right. Majin Buu nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly departed from Mr. Satan's residence. Upon the departure of Sun Wukong, Mr. Satan immediately turned his gaze towards Majin Buu. You are referred to as Majin Buu, correct? He inquired. Indeed. Majin Buu nodded in affirmation. Can you, like the others, soar through the skies? Certainly. Would you be willing to teach me the art of flying? Of course. But I must confess, I am feeling a bit peckish at the moment. What would you like to eat? I can have it delivered right away. I crave sweets, cakes, and an assortment of delectable treats. Very well, consider it done. On another note, after Son Goten departed, he first went to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament to collect a prize of 10 million. Subsequently, he arrived at Trunks' residence. Goten, Trunks exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he greeted his friend warmly. Sun Wukong's son smiled and nodded. So, Wu Tien, have you received your bonus? You mentioned you would treat us. I did receive it, but my mother said I can only use a maximum of 10,000. Ah, that's quite little. Indeed, our family is not like yours. We have no idea how many companies we own. Don't say that, Wu Tien. While 10,000 may be modest, it can still procure a fair amount of delicious treats. Sun Wu Tien nodded. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Kappa, having savored the exquisite cuisine of Earth yesterday, found himself utterly captivated by its flavors. However, the journey to the 7th universe was long, and he earnestly hoped that Beerus would locate the 7 Super Dragon Balls. With them, he could make a wish akin to that of the Eternal Dragon, desiring a planet identical to Earth in the 7th universe. It remained uncertain whether Beerus had indeed discovered the Super Dragon Balls of the 6th universe. If he had, it would grant Kampa the opportunity to traverse once more into the 7th universe. The Super Dragon Balls were scattered across both the 6th and 7th universes, and Kampa had already unearthed 2 within the 6th. Typically, it was believed that 1 or 2 more might still be hidden there. Thus, should Beerus successfully gather the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, Kampa would once again accompany him to the 7th to continue the quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On Earth, atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Son Goten and Trunks were training on the mountains behind Son Goku's home. Chapter 39, The Malevolent Wave. Goten, confess honestly. How did you attain the form of Super Saiyan God? I simply trained diligently. Perhaps I possess a natural talent. Goten replied with a hint of pride. Humph. Trunks scoffed. Don't get too smug, Goten. I will also train to become a Super Saiyan God and surpass you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Trunks' current strength is merely that of a Super Saiyan, 3 realms beneath him. Once he cultivates to become a Super Saiyan God, his power is likely to reach level 6 or 7. In the Underworld, within the Hall of Yama, the King of Hell was busily reviewing the records of souls to determine their fates, whether they would descend into hell or ascend to heaven. To heaven, to hell, to hell. Amidst his flurry of activity, a small ghost arrived with a newcomer, approaching the King of Hell. Lord Yama, this is the new little ghost. How should his duties be assigned? The King of Hell glanced at the newcomer and replied nonchalantly, let him manage the soul-cleansing machines. Understood, Lord Yama. The small ghost said as he guided the newcomer to the location of the soul-cleansing machines. In the Underworld, all souls sentenced to hell must pass through the soul-cleansing machines before entering. This is the soul-cleansing machine. Your primary responsibility is to promptly replace the jars that are nearly full. The small ghost instructed the newcomer. At that moment, the newcomer, engrossed in music through his headphones, failed to hear the instructions. Did you hear me? The small ghost removed the newcomer's headphones and raised his voice. I heard. The newcomer replied with a huff. Also, remember to change the jars when they are full. The newcomer nodded. And during work hours, do not slack off, or I shall report to Lord Yama to have your wages docked. The newcomer remained silent. After delivering his warning, the small ghost turned and ascended the stairs. The newcomer, seeing this, stuck out his tongue in response. Suddenly, the small ghost turned back to remind him, do not forget to change those jars. Yes, the newcomer affirmed, nodding. As the small ghost continued upward, the newcomer resumed listening to his music. While dancing to the rhythm, he completely forgot about the task of replacing the jars. Just as the little ghost became lost in his revelry, the jars of the soul cleansing machine reached their capacity and began to swell. With a thunderous explosion, the jars burst, releasing a cloud of gas. Upon contact with flames from the explosion, the gas ignited, causing the soul cleansing machine to explode as well. The little ghost, still absorbed in his music, quickly removed his headphones and was met with a surrounding cloud of gas. Oh no, my wages are gone. The newcomer lamented as he grabbed a fire extinguisher nearby, desperately attempting to quell the blaze and mitigate his error. At that moment, the small ghost who had assigned him the task rushed in, seeing the chaos and expressing his fury. You little ghost, I warned you repeatedly to change the jars. Yet you disregarded my words. Upon hearing this, the newcomer felt immense regret, realizing he not only wouldn't receive his wages, but would also owe a significant debt to the Underworld. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden explosion occurred nearby, enveloping him in a torrent of gas. In no time, the newcomer found himself transformed, his body swelling into a massive, rotund yellow creature. This creature boasted prominent short horns on either side of its head, pointed ears, short limbs, slightly longer arms than legs, and was adorned in light purple trousers with matching wrist guards. A large, thick tail extended from behind. The little ghost had transformed. The small ghost gasped in shock and ran forward. Evil wave. The yellow creature raised its hands, summoning a barrier that spread throughout the Underworld. On Earth, at this moment, Son Goten and Trunks are engaged in a sparring match. Suddenly, both of them sense a surge of formidable energy emanating from the Earth. Goten, did you feel that? It seems that a multitude of powerful energies have suddenly manifested on our planet. Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. Shall we go and take a look? All right. After exchanging these words, the two immediately soared towards West City. In West City, Son Gohan, who was attending Orange Star High School, sensed the energy of Frieza and his minions. Promptly, he exited the classroom and beheld a multitude of deceased beings adorned with halos soaring through the sky. Among these specters were not only members of Frieza's army, but also foes previously vanquished by Sun Wukong and his companions. Though Sun Wukong was unaware of the unfolding events, he recognized that they were malevolent beings posing a significant threat to the city. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the Z fighters on Earth sensed the malevolent energy emanating from Frieza and his minions and hastened to West City to offer their assistance. Krillin inquired, Goku, what exactly is happening? Why are there so many spirits appearing on Earth? To which Goku replied, I am uncertain as well. I shall consult Lord Kai. As Sun Wukong spoke, he employed telepathic communication to reach the North Kai. Lord Kai, what exactly is happening? Why have the spirits of Frieza and his ilk manifested on Earth? The root of this predicament lies in the failure of the little imp responsible for managing the soul cleansing machine to timely replace the cleansing canister, resulting in an explosion. The imp, having been tainted by the gas, transformed into the malevolent Spectre Wave. Spectre Wave? Indeed, the spirits that have appeared on Earth were summoned by it. Currently, King Enma and his associates are ensnared within the barriers established by the Spectre Wave. I see. Lord Kai, do you possess any means to banish these spirits? I am powerless in this matter. It seems your only option is to defeat them. Understood. Krillin, let us annihilate these spirits. All right. Krillin nodded. Above a towering building in West City, as Son Goten and Trunks encountered Frieza and the Jinyu Force, Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, Who are you? Why do you resemble Son Goku so closely? I am his son, and my name is Son Goten, replied Son Goten confidently. Upon hearing this, Frieza glanced at Trunks and noticed a striking resemblance to the future Trunks who had previously severed his body into several pieces. And who might you be? Frieza inquired of Trunks. My name is Trunks. And who is your father? Vegeta. Ah, so Vegeta is the traitor. Do you know my father? Trunks asked. Indeed. Your father was once one of my subordinates. Subordinate? Trunks responded with confusion. Frieza chuckled. Has your father never mentioned me? I'm Frieza. Oh, so you are the infamous Frieza. Trunks realized, understanding that Vegeta had not disclosed Frieza's identity, as Bulma had informed him about it. After all, Vegeta's service under Frieza was hardly a matter of pride. Humph. Frieza scoffed. Ginyu Force, dispose of them. Yes, Lord Frieza. The Ginyu Force responded, immediately charging at the two. Ha! Trunks shouted, swiftly darting in front of Ginyu and delivering a powerful punch that pierced through his form. Bang! As Ginyu was currently in a soul state. Trunks' strike caused Jinyu's body to dissipate like smoke. The other members of the Ginyu Force were taken aback, yet they lunged at Trunks with determination. Trunks deftly dodged and dispatched them with a series of punches and kicks. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth and charged at Trunks. Just then, a figure appeared and kicked Frieza's body in half. It was Son Goten. Frieza's expression changed dramatically as he saw his form split apart, and like Ginyu, he too dissipated into smoke. Frieza's army, witnessing this, began to flee in terror. Don't run, Trunks shouted, immediately pursuing them. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong hastened to follow. Chapter 40, Sun Wukong vs. Evil Mindwave. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong and his companions vanquished the majority of the specters and sought out the Dragon Balls, hoping to restore everything through the power of the Eternal Dragon. Sun Wukong, Dragon, could you possibly send all the spirits currently on Earth back to the Underworld? Dragon, that is beyond my abilities. The spirits of the Underworld are under the jurisdiction of Lord Yama, and I have no power to intervene in such matters. Sun Wukong, I see. Then in that case, we shall refrain from making any wishes for now. The dragon nodded, and his form transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Krillin inquired, So, Wukong, what shall we do next? Sun Wukong, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps, Father, we could seek out Lord Kai? Sun Goten proposed, Lord King Kai? Indeed, since this incident was instigated by that sinister wave of malevolence, let us venture into the Underworld and vanquish that wicked force. It is a sound argument. Goten, grasp my shoulder. Very well. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported Sun Wutien to the realm of the King of Worlds. Wukong, exclaimed the East King of Worlds, his face a picture of astonishment at the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Lord King Kai, you must be aware of the matters concerning the Underworld, correct? Indeed, I am aware, yet the creature's formidable aura leaves me utterly helpless. Then, Lord King Kai, do you possess a means to transport us to the Underworld? To the Underworld? Lord King Kai replied, this monster transformed into a malevolent force due to a minor spirit's contact with explosive gas. Thus, our goal is to vanquish it and restore the Underworld to its original state. I see, said Lord King Kai. Jebbet, please escort these two to confront the malevolent force. As you command, Lord King. Jebbet nodded. I am immensely grateful to you, Lord King Kai. It is nothing. It is my duty. Shall we proceed? Jebbet inquired, looking at Sun Wukong and his son. Absolutely. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Jebbet, transporting the two into the confines of the Malevolent Wave's barrier. The Malevolent Wave. The Malevolent Wave. At that moment, resembling a diminutive monster, the Malevolent Wave danced within the enclosure. Wukong, I can only accompany you thus far. The next steps rest in your hands. Excellent. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Jebbet immediately utilized his teleportation to depart. How about I first engage in combat with the Evil Thought Wave? All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately charged towards the Evil Thought Wave. In no time, he reached the front of the Evil Thought Wave, his fists propelled forward with great force. The Evil Thought Wave swiftly evaded, circling around to Sun Wukong's rear, delivering a powerful kick to his backside. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's body shot forward like a projectile, crashing heavily against the barrier before him. Ouch! Sun Wukong raised his hand to touch his head, swiftly rising from the ground, and turned to gaze at the malevolent wave of thoughts. With a solemn expression, Sun Wukong raised his hands, clenching them tightly. With a resounding roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh! The malevolent energy wave, witnessing this, revealed a hint of astonishment. Subsequently, it unleashed a golden energy wave, launching an assault towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong lunged forward, deftly evading the impending threat. With a resounding boom, an explosion reverberated as a shockwave cascaded across the ground. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong propelled himself towards the malevolent entity, delivering a powerful right punch aimed squarely at its form. Bang! The forceful strike sent the malevolent being reeling backward, stumbling several steps. The creature, now fixated on Sun Wukong, manipulated the scattered fragments of candy strewn across the ground, transforming them into numerous diminutive manifestations of itself. The smaller entities, under the malevolent being's command, began to bounce and frolic towards Sun Wukong. Clones? Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately concentrated energy waves in both hands and unleashed them towards the malevolent thought wave. Boom, 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 with each resounding explosion. The manifestations of the malevolent thought wave were swiftly annihilated. With a smile, Sun Wukong gazed with a sense of pride at the sinister wave of thoughts. The malevolent wave, observing the self-satisfied Sun Wukong, extended its arms to strike at him. Sun Wukong was taken aback and swiftly leapt to his feet. At that moment, the apertures on the body of the malevolent entity, along with its mouth, simultaneously unleashed waves of energy directed at Sun Wukong. Dozens of energy beams were rapidly emitted into the air, launching an assault towards him. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised both arms forward, bracing against the onslaught of the malevolent energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves collided with his arms, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Enormous plumes of thick smoke swiftly enveloped his form. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, repelling the incoming waves of attack. He then directed his focus towards the malevolent energy wave descending towards the ground. At that moment, the sinister wave forcefully struck down with its right fist, creating a ripple in the void that transported its fist directly above Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback, and before he could evade, the malevolent force of the right fist struck him fiercely, sending him crashing to the ground. Instantly, a vast cloud of dust and sand was stirred up from the earth. Energy distorted the very fabric of space. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong tightened his eyes. The technique of the evil thought wave resembled that employed by Oniraza from Universe 3 in Dragon Ball Super. How infuriating! At that moment, Sun Wukong let out a furious roar and swiftly rose from the ground, charging towards the evil thought wave. With a rapid motion of his fists to the left and right, the evil thought wave's ability to distort space immediately transmitted his attack directly before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback and swiftly dodged to the sides. At that moment, the malevolent energy wave unleashed a flurry of punches into the surrounding space. The attacks of the malevolent energy wave instantly emerged from all directions, converging upon Sun Wukong. Though Sun Wukong possesses formidable strength, he finds himself unable to evade the multitude of simultaneous assaults. Bang! With a resounding crash and a cry of anguish, his back is struck with great force. Subsequently, the other attacks from the evil thought wave rained down upon him, eliciting a series of pain screams. Bang! The evil thought wave brings his fists together, delivering a crushing blow that sends Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Alas! Upon witnessing this, Sun Tien could not help but let out a sigh. It is widely known that Sun Wukong possesses a rather poor habit of refraining from exerting his full strength from the outset. At that moment, Sun Wukong rose from the ground, swiftly bringing his hands together behind him. Kamehameha! A deep blue wave of energy coalesced between his palms. Just then, the evil thought wave raised its right hand, and Sun Wukong's figure abruptly materialized in its grasp. At present, Sun Wukong remains oblivious to the grasp of the sinister energy, and thus he unleashes the Kamehameha wave. In that very moment, as the Kamehameha is propelled forth, Sun Wukong finds himself transported to the forefront of his own attack. Boom! With a resounding explosion, he is left with a charred visage from his own Kamehameha. Are you capable of performing magic? Sun Wukong gazed blankly at the malevolent energy wave. Chapter 41, The Road to Ruin. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly transformed into one of utmost seriousness. With a fierce grip of his hands, Sun Wukong emanated an astonishing aura, swiftly ascending into the air. Accompanied by an incredibly intense roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan at its third level. Evil Key Wave, you are truly formidable, to compel me to resort to the third level of Super Saiyan. The Evil Key Wave, upon hearing this, continued to bounce towards Sun Wukong. Alas! With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong swiftly propelled himself beneath the Evil Thought Wave and landed a powerful punch that sent it soaring into the air. Without hesitation, he ascended rapidly, his fists crackling with energy as they struck toward the abdomen of the evil thought wave. The air crackled with electric energy as his fists collided, amplifying the ferocity of his assault. Under the relentless barrage from Sun Wukong, the evil thought wave was repeatedly propelled into the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong soared above the evil thought wave, conjuring two radiant golden energy waves in his hands, and unleashed them upon its midsection. The impact was thunderous as the energy waves detonated against the evil thought wave's abdomen. Following the explosion, the remnants of its form floated in the air like wet clay, gradually morphing into a sinister figure with orange-red skin. This figure was characterized by pointed ears, dark eyes with yolk-like pupils, and adorned in a light purple armor that exposed its midriff. Sprouting from its head were a pair of beastly horns, while its robust physique was complemented by a long, lizard-like tail. White bracers encircled its wrists and shins. This marked the emergence of the evil thought wave's second form. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The malevolent figure let out a sinister chuckle and suddenly vanished from his original position, appearing right before Sun Wukong in an instant. Such astonishing speed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and launched an assault towards the malevolent energy wave. In response, the malevolent energy wave raised its hands and intercepted the punch delivered by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong lifted his foot and kicked forward, sending the malevolent energy wave flying away. At that moment, a dark-hued Dragon Ball suddenly materialized, attaching itself to the malevolent energy wave. Standing nearby, Sun Wukong's face instantly reflected a look of astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Dark Dragon Ball." In his previous life, he had encountered the Dark Demon Realm saga in the Dragon Ball manga. In the comic, the Demon King Dabura sought to regain his youth and powers by prompting the deities of the Demon Realm to activate the Dark Dragon Balls. Consequently, these Dark Dragon Balls scattered across various timelines. Among them, one had latched onto the malevolent energy wave. Just as Sun Wutian pondered this, the malevolent energy wave let out a deafening roar, its egg yellow eyes transforming into an abyssal black, as if it had spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. With a swift lift of his right foot, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick forward. Bang! With a resounding crash, the malevolent energy wave was sent soaring away. However, it quickly regained its composure and charged towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the sinister wave was upon him, launching a flurry of attacks with fists and feet as swift as lightning. Sun Wukong raised his fists and launched an assault against the malevolent wave. Bang! 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 The two combatants struck each other with the ferocity of a tempest. However, empowered by the Dark Dragon Pearl's control, the malevolent wave soon overpowered Sun Wukong, sending him crashing to the ground after a brief but intense clash. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan god and charged towards the malevolent energy wave. Bang! As Sun Wukong swiftly approached the malevolent wave, he executed a powerful knee strike with his right foot, propelling the dark energy away. Gritting his teeth, the malevolent wave quickly regained its composure from the ground and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the malevolent entity known as Evil Buu. Channeling a surge of golden energy in his right hand, he unleashed it towards Evil Buu. The ensuing explosion reverberated with a thunderous roar, obliterating Evil Buu and causing the Dark Dragon Ball that had been bound to him to fall to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing Evil Buu and acquiring the ability to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, the power to warp space, and the dominion over life and death. You now possess the authority to manipulate the laws of life and death across the two realms, allowing you to alter the state of the deceased at will, resurrecting all spirits and corpses to wreak havoc upon the earthly realm, inciting great turmoil, including the legions of Frisia. Additionally, you have gained the ability to create barriers, disassemble and relocate, along with an extra reward, the Angelic Staff, which contains the essence of the Shifting Cube. The Angelic Staff. Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian promptly picked up the Dark Dragon Ball lying on the ground. At that moment, a ripple manifested in the void beside him. A man with striking white hair, wielding a colossal scythe and adorned with an abundance of white cloth, emerged. His name was Shalom, the demon god of the dark magic realm. Following Shalom's appearance, a multitude of masked figures materialized, forming the masked army under the command of the dark magic realm's king, Mechakapura. Many of these individuals were Saiyans. Surrender the Dark Dragon Ball. Shalom threatened Sun Wutian, who was clutching the Dragon Ball in his hand. Sun Wukong Tien chuckled and said, "If you possess the ability, then feel free to take it from my hands." Damn it! Ruolam exclaimed in fury, raising the scythe in his hands and charging towards Sun Wukong Tien. Huh! Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he charged towards Shalomu. In no time, Shalomu closed the distance, wielding dual scythes with rapid precision. striking towards Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he launched an assault on Shulam. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, striking Shulam squarely, causing him to stagger backward. Gritting his teeth, Shulam charged once more towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong deftly evaded the assaults of the Shilum, skillfully leaping and dodging with ease. Witnessing this, Shilum's fury intensified, prompting it to launch an even more aggressive attack against Sun Wukong. Sun Wutien let out a cold snort, executing a swift kick that sent Zayulirim sprawling to the ground. In a flash, he gathered a golden wave of energy in his right hand and launched it towards Zayulirim. With a resounding explosion, Sun Wutien's energy wave struck Zayulirim, enveloping him in a cloud of thick smoke. Lord Zayulirim! The masked army watched in growing concern, their expressions filled with apprehension. Their power was rather feeble, merely assisting in the fray, and should Zayulirim be defeated, their only recourse would be to flee. Ding! Congratulations, Master. For vanquishing Zayulirim and acquiring the ability to traverse time and space, the power of darkness. The power of darkness. This is a force possessed by demon gods, capable of augmenting one's strength. Chapter 42, Sun Wutien vs. Time Patrol Team, Sun Wukong. At that moment, a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform, draped in a red cloak, made his entrance. Sun Wukong from the Xeno Dimension, now a member of the Time Patrol Team. His primary duty involved aiding the Kaishin of Time in rectifying historical inaccuracies. Upon the appearance of the Time Patrol Sun Wukong, he immediately focused his gaze on the masked army and Zayulirim. Though Zayulirim had been struck by Sun Wutien's energy wave, he remained uneliminated. Time Patrol. Realizing that his chances of obtaining the Dark Dragon Balls were thwarted, Zayulirim opted to retreat with the masked army. Escaping, are we? Time Patrol Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at the Dark Dragon Balls held by Sun Wutien. He soared towards Sun Wutien and greeted him. Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded. Who are you? I'm Sun Wukong from another dimension. Another dimension? Then who were those people just now? Those individuals belong to the Dark Demon Realm. Wutien. Could you possibly hand over the Dark Dragon Ball in your possession? I could, but I have a condition. What condition? I wish to engage in a battle with you. Regardless of the outcome, I shall give you the Dark Dragon Ball. A battle? The Time Patrol Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wutien. Although Sun Wutien appears to be quite young, his ability to defeat the Demon Shulu must certainly indicate his considerable strength. After a moment of contemplation, the Time Patrol member Sun Wukong acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien stepped back, positioning his hands into a battle stance. The Time Patrol version of Sun Wukong wore a serious expression, his fist clenched tightly. With a resounding shout, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What an overwhelming aura! Upon sensing the aura of the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong, a flicker of astonishment immediately crossed his face. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong clenched his hands tightly and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What is this transformation? Why can I not sense your energy at all? Inquired the Time Patrol member. Sun Wukong. This is known as Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation that embodies the essence of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Indeed. Mere mortals cannot perceive the aura of a deity. Hence, you are unable to sense my energy. I see. Then shall we commence? Sun Wutien nodded. The Time Patrol's Sun Wukong, witnessing this, let out a powerful shout and transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging towards Sun Wutien. With a resounding shout, Sun Wutien transformed into a streak of azure light and charged forward. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two adversaries ascended into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle. Their incredible speed created the illusion of ripples cascading across the heavens. After a brief exchange, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong delivered a powerful right punch to Sun Wutien's face, sending him crashing down to the ground. A cloud of dust and sand erupted upon impact. As the dust settled, Sun Wutien planted his feet firmly on the ground and surged upward towards the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. In a flash, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong repositioned himself behind Sun Wutien, delivering a forceful kick to his back. Bang! The kick struck Sun Wutien's back with tremendous force, propelling him like a projectile against the barrier. The impact was so severe that a significant portion of the barrier shattered upon his collision. How infuriating! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and swiftly rose from the ground, his fists clenched tightly with determination. Sun Goten let out a powerful roar, and his entire body suddenly emanated a vast amount of crimson energy. Could this technique be? Sun Wukong was taken aback, for the technique employed by Sun Wutien was none other than his own King Kai Fist. However, the exertion required for the King Kai Fist placed an immense burden on the body, especially considering that Sun Wutian was utilizing it while in the Super Saiyan Blue state. The King Kai Fist? As another incarnation of Sun Wukong, the Time Patroller was certainly familiar with this move. Yet, he found it difficult to believe that Sun Wutian could wield the King Kai Fist in the Super Saiyan Blue form. The strain of using the King Kai Fist while in a Super Saiyan state was extraordinarily severe, and a misstep could even prove fatal. Unbeknownst to them, however, Sun Wutian now possessed the physique of Majin Buu, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the risks involved. At that moment, Sun Wutian fully merged the energy of the Super Saiyan Blue with that of the King Kai Fist. Beyond the azure aura of Sun Wukong, a crimson essence emerged. Has success been attained? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Goten gazed up at the Time Patrol Goku in the sky, clenching his fists tightly as he declared, "Tenfold Kaioken." No sooner had the words left his lips than Goten transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the Time Patrol Goku. The Time Patrol Goku tightened his fists, a look of intense apprehension crossing his face. Sun Wutian moved with remarkable speed, arriving before the Time Patrol Goku in the blink of an eye. As the tenfold Kaioken fist was about to strike him, Time Patrol Goku swiftly raised his arms to brace against the blow. With a resounding crash, he was propelled backward like a projectile, hurtling through the air. With a resounding shout, Sun Wutian swiftly approached the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong from behind, launching a powerful strike with his right fist. The Time Patrol's Sun Wukong deftly shifted to the right, evading Sun Wutian's assault. Sun Wutian was taken aback, poised to lift his foot to kick forward. Suddenly, the figure of Sun Wukong from the Time Patrol vanished and reappeared before Sun Wutian. "Wutian, the tenfold Kaioken should be your limit, wouldn't it? I'm not sure, but I believe I can push further." "Push further? Do you intend to unleash the 20-fold Kaioken?" Sun Goten nodded. "Goten, may I inquire how old you are this year?" 7 years old. 7 years old. The Time Patrol's Son Goku was astonished. At the age of 7, he could barely contend with Master Roshi. Yet, this version of Son Goten from another timeline had already attained the power of Super Saiyan 4. The disparity between individuals was indeed staggering. Just as the Time Patrol's Son Goku pondered this, Son Goten clenched his fists tightly, once more elevating his energy. Upon witnessing this, the expression on the Time Patrol's Son Goku's face instantly turned grave. Soon, Son Goten had amplified his Kaioken technique to 20 times its usual power. 20 times Kaioken. With a powerful shout, Sun Wutian surged forward, his speed significantly greater than before, charging towards the Time Patrol version of Sun Wukong. Chapter 43, Super Saiyan 5 Advancement Card. Although the Time Patrol Sun Wukong was somewhat prepared, the velocity of the 20-fold Kaioken was simply too swift. He failed to evade and was struck in the abdomen by Sun Wutian's 20-fold Kaioken. A piercing scream echoed as the Time Patrol Sun Wukong was propelled backward like a bolt of lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutian swiftly brought his hands together and declared, "Kamehameha." A deep azure energy coalesced in his palms, launching towards the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. The Time Patrol's Sun Wukong, witnessing this, was taken aback, hastily raising his arms to shield himself from the Kamehameha wave. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as the Kamehameha struck him, erupting in the sky. Following the explosion, an immense tempest surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, thick smoke enveloped the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, he was seen gasping for breath, suspended in midair. Upon witnessing the Time Patrol's Son Goku yet to be vanquished, Son Goten's expression grew increasingly grave. The Time Patrol's Son Goku, gazing at Son Goten, standing upon the ground, exhibited a similarly somber demeanor. Although he had just withstood Son Goten's 20-fold Kaioken, his body bore considerable injuries. If Son Goten were to utilize the Kaioken technique 2 or 3 more times, his body would likely be unable to withstand it. Just as the Time Patrol's Son Goku contemplated this, Son Goten let out a mighty roar, his body once again emanating the aura of the Kaioken. The Time Patrol's Son Goku had long since mastered Super Saiyan 4, making it exceedingly difficult for Son Goten to defeat him under normal circumstances. However, endowed with the essence of Majin Buu, Son Goten possessed boundless stamina, enabling him to deplete his opponent's strength through a war of attrition. Upon witnessing Son Goten's intention to employ the Kaioken once more, a flicker of alarm crossed the face of the Time Patrol's Son Goku. Although the Kaioken is formidable, the strain it imposes on the body and the significant drain on stamina are considerable. Upon utilizing it once, Sun Wukong was already taken aback. Little did he expect that he would continue to employ it. "I am indeed curious to see how many more times you can wield it." With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. At that moment, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the Time Patrol's Son Goku. In response, the Time Patrol's Son Goku let out a powerful roar and surged forward to meet him. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, their right fists collided with tremendous force, sending both warriors reeling backward. Sun Wutien was taken aback. Subsequently, he unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken once more, charging towards the Time Patrol version of Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Amidst a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds, the two figures transformed into streaks of crimson light, relentlessly clashing in the skies. After a fierce exchange, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong began to falter under the relentless onslaught of Sun Wutien's 20-fold Kaioken. With a resounding crash, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong was propelled downwards like a comet, crashing violently to the ground. The impact sent a massive cloud of dust and debris soaring into the air. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong and obtaining a Super Saiyan 5 advancement card, along with an additional reward of the ability to rewind time by 3 minutes. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Sun Wutien's ears. Super Saiyan 5 advancement card. Sun Wutien exclaimed with excitement. Yes, Master. Shall I use this advancement card? Use it, came the reply. Understood, Master. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brownish-yellow tail sprouted from behind him. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Sun Wutien's body. At that moment, the Time Patrol officer, Sun Wukong, rose from the ground and declared, I concede, Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded and took out a magic bean, tossing it to the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. Upon receiving the magic bean, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong consumed it without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien cast the Dark Dragon Ball he held into the hands of the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. Thank you, Wutien. Until we meet again, exclaimed Sun Wukong of the Time Patrol, and without delay, he soared forward. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien promptly produced 2 magical beans, administering one to Sun Wukong and consuming the other himself. Wutien, from whence did you acquire these divine beans? I obtained them from Lord Karin. Lord Karin. Sun Wukong nodded, surveying the surrounding barrier. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and dispelled the barrier that enveloped them. The enchantment vanished. So, shall we return now, father? With a nod, Sun Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, bringing Sun Goten back to Earth. As the barrier dissipated, King Enma regained control over the Underworld, summoning the spirits that had been called to Earth back to their realm. Once the spirits vanished, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, resurrecting the innocent souls who had perished due to the specters. The Time Nest serves as the residence of the Supreme Kai of Time, overseeing the management of time and space, situated in a void beyond all timelines. The Time Nest is expansive, featuring courtyards, training rooms, swimming pools, offices, and more. After acquiring the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong returned to the Time Nest. In the office of the Time Nest, a young girl with pink skin and short, peach-pink hair donned a shoulder-bearing Supreme Kai uniform, sat at a desk, rapidly flipping through a book. This girl is the current Supreme Kai of Time, Karin. Supreme Kai, I have returned, Sun Wukong announced as he entered the office, addressing Karin with enthusiasm. Karin cast a brief glance at him and replied, Wukong, have you discerned the intentions of the Dark Demon Realm? Nodding, Sun Wukong produced the Dark Dragon Ball from his hand. I believe their aim is the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? Gathering all 7 can grant any wish. They must intend to exploit them to fulfill their desires. Are you implying that this orb can indeed grant any wish? Yes, Supreme Kai. In that case, we must ensure that those from the Dark Demon Realm do not succeed. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. By the way, Supreme Kai, during my recent venture into an anomalous timeline, I encountered Goten. There exist numerous parallel timelines. This is not unusual. That is not the case, Supreme Kai. I encountered a 7-year-old Goten, and he managed to defeat me. You mean to say that the Goten from the parallel timeline bested you? Indeed, Supreme Kai. Chapter 44. The arrival of Zampa on Earth. While it is impressive that the 7-year-old Goten could defeat you, our paramount concern remains the situation with the Dark Demon Realm. As for the Goten you mentioned, I will investigate further when time permits. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, after several days of rigorous training, Sun Wukong has mastered the use of the sword of the King of Worlds with utmost ease. Goten, my strength has significantly increased. Would you care to engage in a duel and witness it for yourself? As Son Gohan brandished the sword of the King Kai, he addressed Son Goten. Do you intend to engage me in battle with the sword of the King Kai? Son Goten inquired. Of course not. Your strength is formidable. If I were to wield the sword of the Supreme Kai, I would undoubtedly be unable to defeat you. However, brother, even without the sword of the Supreme Kai, you still cannot triumph over me. Son Gohan gazed at his innocent younger brother, Son Goten, uncertain whether his words were intentional or unintentional. Regardless, Goten, I shall refrain from employing the Kaioshin sword. Oh, upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly set aside the sword of the King of Worlds, preparing to engage in battle with Sun Wutien. Just then, a radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens, landing before Sun Wutien and his companions. As the brilliance dissipated, 2 figures materialized within it. These 2 individuals were none other than Kampa and Beerus. Lord Kampa. Sun Wukong greeted Xiangpa with a nod. Xiangpa, smiling, replied, once again, we meet, Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded gently. Son Gohan, Lord Beerus? Could it be that he is the god of destruction you spoke of? Sun Wukong nodded. Wukong, who is he? He is my elder brother, Sun Wufan. Greetings, Lord Parda. Sun Wukong greeted Kampa with a nod. Kampa glanced at the Supreme Kai sword beside Sun Wukong. Is that not the Supreme Kai sword? How did it come to be in your possession? I drew the Supreme Kai sword, and thus Lord Supreme Kai bestowed it upon me. However, it seems that something is sealed within this sword. Sealed within what? Kampa nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Goten. Goten, would you be so kind as to take me on a culinary journey to experience Earth's delicacies? Experience Earth's delicacies? Indeed. We are unfamiliar with Earth and are unaware of where the finest cuisine can be found. However, I am merely a child. Perhaps I could take you to Bulma's house, where Aunt Bulma can guide you in savoring exquisite dishes. Bulma? Her family is the wealthiest on Earth. Whatever you wish to eat, she can procure for you. I see. Then, in that case, Bados, we shall accompany Goten to Bulma's house. Very well, Lord Kampa. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien promptly approached Xiangpa. Are you not coming along? Bardas inquired, gazing at the immobile Sun Wufan. No, you all go ahead. He replied. Very well then. Wutien grasped my shoulder. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien promptly placed his hand upon the shoulder of Badass. Observing this, Badass pointed his staff toward the ground. Instantly, a radiant spectrum of colors emerged beneath their feet, whisking the 3 away. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was leisurely reclining in the yard, engrossed in the latest magazine. Suddenly, a beam of colorful light descended from the heavens, landing in Bulma's backyard. As the brilliance dissipated, 3 figures materialized before her. These 3 were none other than Sun Wutien, Xiangpa, and Badass. Upon seeing Sun Wutien, Bulma immediately rose from her lounge chair. Sun Goten nodded with a smile and said, Aunt Bulma, who are they? This is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and this is his attendant, Vados. Lord Kampa? Yes. Sun Wutien nodded. So what brings them here? Aunt Bulma, they are quite fond of Earth's delicacies and hope you can introduce them to the culinary delights of our planet. Introduce them to Earth's cuisine? Indeed. If you're busy, you could simply have someone deliver it. Oh, I see. What specific dishes would you like to try? Bulma inquired of the 2. Lord Kampa, pizza, sushi, roasted duck. Hold on a moment. Let me jot that down. Kampa nodded. Shortly thereafter, Bulma made a call for the food Kampa had requested to be delivered. Please, take a seat in the yard while we await the arrival of your desired delicacies. Kampa nodded in agreement and settled down at a table with Beerus. Observing this, Bulma joined them. Lord Kampa, what is a god of destruction? The god of destruction is responsible for the annihilation of planets. Beerus chuckled. Responsible for obliterating planets. Is that so? Yet, you need not worry. Lord Kampa oversees the 6th universe, not the 7th. The 6th universe? Indeed, there are 12 universes in total. And you currently reside in the 7th universe. Does the 7th universe also have a god of destruction? Yes, but Lord Beerus is currently in slumber. Sleeping? Indeed. Beerus nodded. Gods possess long lifespans, allowing them to occasionally slumber for extended periods. I see. Does that mean all planets are subject to destruction by the god of destruction? Certainly not. Only planets that do not meet certain standards face annihilation. Substandard? Beerus nodded once more. After a while, the food that Kampa had ordered arrived, and was placed upon the table in the yard. Here we are, your requested delicacies have arrived. Kampa gulped. Then we shall not hold back. Bulma nodded. With that, Kampa eagerly began to devour the food before him. Trunks, isn't your father joining us? Bulma glanced at Trunks, who sat nearby. My father said he was busy training. Very well. After some time, Kampa finished the food Bulma had ordered and let out a loud burp. Oh, I'm so full. Indeed, you ordered 3 times. How could you not be full? Upon hearing this, Kampa's face flushed. Beerus's mention of 3 times referred to the 3 rounds of orders Kampa had placed. Bulma's initial order had been insufficient, prompting a second request. Yet, even the second round proved inadequate, leading to a third order. My 3 orders were simply due to feeling a bit hungry today, and I wanted to take some back with me. Take some back? Yes, given the distance of the 7th universe. Having some to take back would save you the trouble of making extra trips. I understand, but Lord Kampa, you are already quite plump. Perhaps a bit of dieting would be wise. I know. Kampa dismissed. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 5 Bulma, may we take the remaining food with us? Beerus asked Bulma. Of course. I will fetch some bags for you. Thank you. After a short while, Bulma had the food packed. With a wave of Beerus's staff, the food was stored within. Lord Kampa, the food is packed. Shall we return? Kampa nodded and stood from his chair. Very well. Bulma, shall we take our leave? Absolutely. Bulma nodded. Seeing this, Beerus pointed his staff to the ground, and with that, he and Kampa departed from Earth. Well, Aunt Bulma, I too must be on my way. Son Goten bids farewell to Bulma. Goten, won't you spend a little more time with Trunks? No, Aunt Bulma. Very well then. After son Wukong finished speaking, he immediately departed from Bulma's residence. In the Dark Demon Realm, an elderly figure with pale blue skin and a mane of white hair stood before a pedestal adorned with 7 dark dragon balls. This individual was Mechikabura, the sovereign of the Dark Demon Realm. Following a fierce confrontation with the Time Patrol, the Dark Demon Realm ultimately triumphed, seizing the 7 dark dragon balls. Let us commence. Mechikabura declared to a statuesque woman standing nearby. The woman, named Tawa, was the dark goddess of the realm. As you command, Lord Mechikabura, Tawa responded, invoking ancient spells to summon the Dark Shenron. As the incantation resonated, a colossal dark dragon materialized in the skies above. State your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one, Tawa proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tawa cast a glance at Mechikabura beside her. At that very moment, a figure unexpectedly manifested amidst the dark dragon balls. It was Son Wukong. Who goes there? Tawa inquired, her expression shifting to one of heightened vigilance at the sudden appearance of Son Wukong. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong conjured a golden wave of energy with his right hand, hurling it towards the dark god dragon. Alas, Tova, taken by surprise, realized it was too late to intervene. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the dark god dragon was obliterated into countless pieces. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for defeating the dark god dragon and acquiring its power. Infuriating. Mechikabura, witnessing the destruction of the dark dragon ball he had painstakingly obtained, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Tova, eliminate him. Yes, Master Mechikabura, Tova proclaimed, his body darting towards Son Wukong with the speed of lightning. With a firm grip of his hands, Son Wukong emanated an astonishing aura that propelled him skyward with remarkable speed. Accompanied by a resounding roar, Son Wukong's physique transformed to that of an adult. His entire body, save for his head, hands, feet, and chest, adorned with a profusion of crimson fur. His thick black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his golden eyes were framed by striking red rings. Clad only in yellow trousers and black cloth shoes, he epitomized the Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's transformation, Tova's expression shifted to one of astonishment, yet he still charged forward to engage Son Wukong in battle. Sun Wutian let out a light chuckle, gracefully sidestepping to the side. Master Tawa, the artificial being Mira, created by Tawa, immediately charged towards Sun Wutian. How infuriating! Tawa exclaimed with rage, raising her wand and launching a frenzied assault on Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian moved through the sky with a speed akin to light, deftly evading the onslaught. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With each resounding explosion, the energy waves unleashed by Tawa's wand detonated in the air. Seeing that Tawa's attacks failed to reach Sun Wutian, Mechikabura immediately addressed the other 5 demigods. Salusa, Puting, all of you, engage him and eliminate that pest. Yes, Lord Mechikabura. The five responded in unison, charging towards Sun Wukong. A 6-on-1 confrontation indeed. As Sun Wukong spoke, his fists moved with the swiftness of light, striking outwards with fervor. Instantly, ripples manifested, transmitting his assault directly to the presence of Salusa and his companions. This was indeed the energy distortion ability of the evil thought wave. Galabi, Puting, and Dabura, caught off guard by Sun Wukong's possession of such a spatial distortion capability, were struck by his sudden onslaught, plummeting swiftly towards the ground. Meanwhile, Salusa and Shuluan, having evaded Sun Wukong's attack, charged towards him with faces etched in fury. Sun Wukong stood motionless in place. Soon, the two figures rushed before him, one brandishing a wand while the other lifted a scythe, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Sun Goten's body transformed into particles, encircling the two individuals from behind. Their attacks consequently fell short. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Salusa's waist with his right foot. Bang! Boom! With a resounding explosion, Salusa's body shot downwards like a projectile, crashing heavily onto the ground. A cloud of dust and debris was instantly stirred up. Rilum, gritting his teeth, raised his enormous scythe with both hands and charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and seized the scythe of Zayulyu, startling him greatly. Sun Wukong raised his left foot and delivered a powerful kick to Zayulyu. With a piercing scream, Zayulyu was propelled backward like a projectile, soaring through the air. Sun Wukong glanced at the scythe in his hand and stored it away in the system's inventory. The scythe of Xiao Lu Mu had vanished. Puting, who lay on the ground, was taken aback. Gulabai nodded, his right hand grasping the hefty iron hammer as he rose from the ground. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great force, emanating an astonishing aura that swiftly ascended. Boom! The dark demon realm trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wukong's energy. What is this? Mechikabura exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a shimmering silver, cascading down to his waist. His pupils turned a striking purple, and his skin took on a reddish hue, radiating an abundance of lightning. This was none other than Super Saiyan 5. Though Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 could contend with them, he preferred not to prolong the battle, thus opting to transform into Super Saiyan 5 to vanquish them. As they beheld Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 5, the expressions on Salusa and his companions' faces grew exceedingly grave. While they were unaware of the true might of Super Saiyan 5, their perception of its aura indicated that its formidable power was far beyond their capabilities. Bang! Upon the completion of his transformation, Sun Wukong swiftly released the energy that had accumulated around his body, causing a crater to form on the ground as if a meteor had struck. Chapter 46, The Devouring of Darkness. With gritted teeth, Gyuribi charged towards Sun Wukong first. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong's body appeared before Gyuribi in the blink of an eye, his right foot aimed at Gyuribi's chest. A thunderous crash resounded as Gyuribi was propelled like a projectile, crashing forcefully into the mountain behind him. Observing this, Tawa and the others immediately surged towards Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong moved, he swiftly appeared behind Salusa, delivering a powerful knee strike that sent him soaring through the air. In a flash, he then confronted the trio, Xiao Lu Mu, Pu Ting, and Apu La, landing a decisive punch or kick on each, sending them hurtling away. Tawa, witnessing the three being dispatched, was momentarily taken aback, yet she resolutely raised her wand, directing an energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Just as Tawa lifted her wand, Sun Wukong's figure materialized before her, snatching the wand from her grasp. "My wand!" Tawa exclaimed, her voice filled with incredulity at the loss. Upon hearing her words, Sun Wukong made no response. Instead, he stowed the magic wand into the item inventory of his system. Subsequently, he concentrated a surge of golden energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Tawa. A thunderous roar erupted as the colossal explosion ensued, engulfing Tawa in the wave of energy. And a thick cloud of smoke billowed into the sky from the aftermath of the detonation. Lord Tawa, Mira bellowed, propelling his body at full speed towards Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and appeared behind Mira in the blink of an eye. His right hand coalesced a golden energy wave, launching it towards Mira. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Mira was obliterated. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Tova, learned. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Mira, learned. Who exactly are you? Mechikabura inquired with a countenance full of fury, directing his question at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, so, are you a member of the Time Patrol? Not exactly. But I am acquainted with those from the Time Patrol. Is that so? Mechikabura said, raising his wand. A formidable dark power manifested upon it, which he infused into the body of the demon Dabura. Dabura let out a thunderous roar, emanating an astonishing aura throughout his entire being. With an expression devoid of emotion, Sun Wukong stood suspended in midair. Although Dabura's power had surged somewhat, it still paled in comparison to his own. Within a dark and ancient castle in the southern region of the demon realm, a man with pale yellow skin, pointed ears, fiery red hair cascading down his back, and clad in a blue garment, sat upon a stone chair. This man was known as Demigula. In the ancient era, he had been the most formidable sorcerer of the celestial realm, betraying it alongside two other sorcerers, Puting and Gulabai, to ally with the dark demon king, Mechikabura, thereby receiving the power of a demon god and becoming one of the creators of the dark demon realm. However, he and Mechikabura were ultimately defeated by Karin and sealed within a rift in time and space. Upon their escape from this rift, he too had emerged. Yet, after his escape, he chose not to join Mechikabura and the others in unsealing the dark demon realm. Instead, he opted to return to the demon realm with his subordinates, Xiaomeyu and Robalu, biding his time. Originally, he had feared that after the defeat of the Time Patrol, Mechikabura, upon regaining his youth, would come after him. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's appearance had disrupted Mechikabura's plans. However, considering Sun Wukong's formidable strength, if he were indeed a member of the Time Patrol, dealing with them would prove to be quite troublesome. In the dark demon realm, Dabura, having acquired the power of darkness, raised his wand and charged towards Sun Wukong. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and appeared behind Dabura, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Bang! Boom! With a thunderous sound, Dabura was propelled like a projectile, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the demon Dabura. Learned, detestable. Upon witnessing this, Mechikabura gritted his teeth in fury. Had he not been sealed for so long, with his dark energy nearly depleted, he would have personally engaged in combat with Sun Wukong. However, even if he were to intervene now, it was uncertain if he could match Sun Wukong's prowess. Just as Mechikabura contemplated this, Sun Wukong had already charged toward the other demons. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Salusa. Learned. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Gulabai. Learned. Under Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength, Salusa and his companions were swiftly vanquished. Only you remain. With a visage of indifference, Sun Wukong gazed at Mechikabura. Mechikabura, observing the fallen Salusa and his companions, raised his wand, and an ominous black vortex materialized beside them. Devourer of darkness. Salusa's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the sudden emergence of the dark whirlpool in the sky. The Devourer of Darkness is one of Mechikabura's most formidable abilities. It allows him to consume anything with his overwhelming dark power and convert it into his own strength. Mechikabura had previously utilized this technique to absorb the very history of a time and space. It was evident that he intended to devour them, seeking the power that resided within them. You scoundrel, Mechikabura, we have aided you wholeheartedly, and yet you intend to consume us, shouted Shiluan vehemently at Mechikabura. Mechikabura scoffed coldly. This world is inherently one of survival of the fittest. Blame yourselves for your inadequacy. Shall you engage in mutual destruction? As Son Goten spoke, he immediately charged towards Mechikabura. Due to Son Goten's astonishing speed, Mechikabura had no time to react before being struck by a powerful punch, sending him flying. With a resounding boom, Mechikabura's body soared like a projectile, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. The impact stirred up a great cloud of dust from the mountainside. With both hands thrust forward, Sun Wukong unleashed a torrent of energy waves directed at Mechikabura. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of tremendous explosions resonated, Mechikabura was struck by the energy waves, emitting anguished screams. At that moment, Mechikabura's dark devouring power engulfed Salusa and the others, converting them into strength for his own body. After assimilating the powers of Salusa and his companions, Mechikabura's aura intensified significantly, yet it still fell short of his peak potential. Despite having acquired their strength, he remained in a state of decline. Following this enhancement, Mechikabura promptly raised his wand and unleashed a barrage of energy waves at Sun Wukong. With a swift motion of his right hand, Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected the energy waves unleashed by Mechikabura. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 47, The Old Supreme Kai. Amidst a cacophony of massive explosions, the energy waves detonated in the sky. Suddenly, Mechikabura's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before Sun Wukong, his wand thrusting forward with great force in an assault. With a sudden flash, Sun Wukong's figure materialized behind Majin Buu. Startled, Majin Buu swiftly turned around, only to be met with a fist aimed directly at his face. In an instant, Majin Buu's body shot backward like a bolt of lightning, propelled away from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together, exclaiming, "Kamehameha!" A deep blue wave of energy coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Mechikabura. Startled, Mechikabura found himself unable to evade the impending attack. With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha struck Mechikabura, propelling his form backward. Almost immediately, an enormous explosion erupted in the sky, unleashing a colossal tempest that surged outward in all directions. As Sun Wutien concentrated his energy, a translucent protective shield formed around him, shielding him from the howling winds. After a brief interval, when the explosion ceased, a voice from the system suddenly resonated in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Mechikabura. You have acquired the Dark Body, Dark Energy Bomb, and Dark Devour." Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien immediately turned his gaze forward. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, Mechikabura's form slowly came into view. Mechikabura gasped for breath, his garments tattered in numerous places, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. An immortal being, perhaps, having consumed a significant amount of history. It is highly probable that Mechikabura had attained immortality. Instead of responding, Mechikabura raised his wand and unleashed an energy wave towards Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien effortlessly sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. At that moment, the Time Patrol team, led by Sun Wukong, arrived with Karin and the others. Time Patrol Sun Wukong called out, "Wutien." Sun Wukong nodded and returned to his normal state. "Since you have arrived, I shall leave this fellow in your capable hands." "Wait." Karin called out to Sun Wukong with a grave expression. "What is it? Who are you? And how is it that you can traverse time and space?" "I am Sun Wukong. As for the reason behind my ability to traverse time and space, I cannot disclose that to you until we meet again." Upon the conclusion of his words, Sun Wutien promptly opened a portal through time and space, departing from the realm of darkness. "Lord Kaishin, shall we pursue him?" inquired Sun Gohan of the Time Patrol. "No, we must first address the matter at hand." Upon hearing this, the Time Patrol members turned their attention towards Majin Buu. "Kaishin!" Majin Buu exclaimed, gritting his teeth with determination. Subsequently, the Time Patrol engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu. Ultimately, Majin Buu was sealed away forever by the Time Patrol's fateful sword. In the main timeline, upon returning to his original timeline, Sun Wukong, finding himself with little to occupy his time at home, decided to borrow the King Kai sword from his brother, Sun Gohan. At that moment, he was wielding the sword on the hillside. After a brief period of skillful maneuvers with the King Kai sword, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, gripping the blade with unwavering strength and bending it outward. With a resounding crack, the King Kai sword shattered, breaking into two halves. Sun Wukong glanced around, realizing there was nothing in sight. After a brief moment, an elderly figure clad in the garb of the old Kai suddenly materialized behind him. This individual was none other than the old Kai himself. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, seemed to sense something and turned around, catching sight of the hunchbacked old Kai. "Did you rescue me?" the old Kai inquired. "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded. "What is your name?" "My name is Sun Wukong." "Sun Wukong, how did you come to know that I was trapped within the sword?" "It was Lord Zangpa who informed me." "Lord Zangpa? Are you referring to the god of destruction from Universe 6? "Indeed. How did you come to possess the god of creation's sword?" Upon hearing this, Sun Goten promptly informed the old Kai about the matters concerning Majin Buu. Once Sun Goten finished his account, the old Kai regarded him with an expression of calm contemplation and remarked, "I see. So what you are saying is that it was indeed your brother who wielded the Supreme Kai's sword." "Indeed." Sun Wutien nodded. "This poses quite a challenge, as my initial intention was to repay the one who drew the King Kai's sword." "Repay?" "Indeed. After all, I am the King Kai. I understand the value of gratitude and reciprocity." Are you formidable? Certainly. Then how about we engage in a battle? Ahem. The old King Kai coughed. The prowess I speak of differs from your understanding of it. Different? The strength I refer to pertains to my abilities. I can elevate a person's power beyond their limits. Do you comprehend? Oh, could you perhaps spar with me? The old King Kai was left speechless. I have already stated that I am not skilled in combat. It is my abilities that are remarkable. It's all right, esteemed old King Kai. I shall not use my full strength. The old King Kai was once again rendered speechless. Is this a matter of using full strength or not? Wu Tien, look at my age. Do you truly believe I can still fight you? Why not? Master Roshi can still battle my father. Who is Master Roshi? My father's mentor. The old King Kai gazed at the innocent son Wu Tien, utterly at a loss, and thus could only concede. Very well, but do remember, I am but an old relic now. You must not strike too hard. Agreed. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. The old Supreme Kai, observing the cheerful countenance of Sun Wukong, had already resolved in his heart that the moment their battle commenced, he would promptly concede. Well then, Wukong, unleash your attack. All right. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Wukong's right fist struck forcefully against the old Supreme Kai's face. The old Supreme Kai let out a loud cry of agony, his body hurtling backward like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the old Supreme Kai. You have acquired the ability of the 1,000-mile eye to observe insect battles on Earth from King Kai's planet, and an additional reward, a crystal ball capable of using magic to see everything in the 7th universe. Oh, it hurts so much. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai clasped his head with both hands and exclaimed, Wukong, I told you to go easy on me. Yet your blows are so heavy. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly approached and presented a mystical bean to him. I deeply apologize, esteemed old Supreme Kai. This is a heavenly bean. Simply ingest it, and your injuries shall be healed. A heavenly bean? Indeed. Sun Goten nodded. Chapter 48, Beyond Limits. The old Kai, after a moment of hesitation, consumed the Senzu bean. Instantly, his wounds healed. Sun Goten, where did you acquire this remarkable bean? It is quite extraordinary. I received it from Lord Karin. Lord Karin? Indeed, he resides atop the Karin Tower. I see. Well, Goten, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Where to? Naturally, back to the Kaioshin realm. Oh, please convey my gratitude to your brother. Thank my brother? Yes, after all, he was the one who extracted the Kaioshin sword. Then, dear old Kai, could you assist me in repairing this Kaioshin sword? Not possible. The old Kai shook his head. This sword has sealed him for so long. How could he possibly restore it? Why not? No reason. With that, the old Kai immediately utilized instant transmission and departed from Earth. In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin stood amidst a grassy expanse, gazing at the cosmos when a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was the old Kai. The East Kaioshin glanced down and inquired, Who might you be, esteemed elder? I am likely the 15th Kaioshin before you. 15th. This is astonishing. Indeed. So, does that not make you my ancestor? The old Kai nodded. Then, esteemed ancestor, what brings you here unexpectedly? It is a long story. To put it succinctly, I was previously sealed within the Kaioshin sword. The Kaioshin sword? But isn't that in Gohan's possession? Yes. Today, Son Goten was practicing swordsmanship and accidentally broke it. He broke the sword. Indeed. Otherwise, I would still be confined within. I had initially thought that a future Kaioshin would be the one to extract the sword, yet it turned out to be a mere human. The Kaioshin truly seems to be declining with each generation. I apologize, esteemed ancestor. The East Kaioshin expressed with shame. The old Kai, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and fell silent. On Earth, at the Puff Puff Mountain, after the old Kai's departure, Son Goten returned home and shared the news of the Kaioshin sword being broken in two with Son Gohan. The old Kai? Yes. Son Goten nodded. If the King Kai's sword is broken, it shall remain so. I shall have my father seek Lord Kai to repair it. Lord Kai? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. In the 6th universe, Kampa and Beerus were swiftly traversing the cosmos in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Lord Kampa, we have already located 5 Super Dragon Balls. We only need to find 2 more to complete our collection. Kampa nodded in agreement. At that point, we shall make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, granting our 6th universe its own Earth. Indeed, Kampa affirmed. Bardas, how long until Lord Beerus awakens? 5 years. Is that so? This fellow truly possesses an extraordinary ability to slumber. Lord Kampa, You have slumbered far longer than Lord Beerus. That was in the past. Now that there are such delectable earth delicacies, I shan't sleep for such an extended period. By the way, Bardos, what are your thoughts on that scion named Goten? What do you mean? At merely 7 years of age, he possesses such formidable power. Bardos contemplated for a moment and remarked, he exhibits the potential to become a god of destruction, just as I suspected. So, Lord Kampa, do you intend to appoint him as your successor? Not at this moment. I have no desire to relinquish my role as god of destruction. I merely find his strength commendable. He may very well surpass me in the future. As time passed, half a month swiftly elapsed. During this period, everything remained serene. At the back of Mount Baozi, in Sun Wukong's residence. At this moment, Sun Wutian was practicing in the mountains when a figure suddenly appeared before him. This individual was none other than the Kaishin of Time, Karin. Who are you? Sun Wutian inquired. I am the Kaishin of Time, responsible for overseeing the fabric of time and space, came the reply. What brings you here? I have come to inquire about the intricacies of time travel. Generally, only deities such as demon gods and Kaishins possess the capability to traverse through time. Even the Time Patrol, including Goku, can only open the portals of time with my assistance. Therefore, I must ask again, who exactly are you? Sun Wutian chuckled softly. Did I not inform you earlier? My name is Sun Wutian. And how do you explain the time travel? An elderly man bestowed upon me the power of time. An elderly man? Indeed, he instructed me not to reveal his identity. Upon hearing this, Kain stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, why not join our Time Patrol squad? Absolutely not. Why is that? Because I have always preferred to act independently. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Is that all? Are you not staying for a meal? That is not entirely out of the question. Kain, disinterested, chose to depart without further ado. In the time nest, Trunks of the Time Patrol was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard when he suddenly caught sight of Kain's figure. Lord Supreme Kai. Kain nodded in acknowledgement. How did your inquiries go? I did not uncover much. Do you think he might be possessed? I cannot say for certain. However, I did not sense any malevolence within him. Could he be a reincarnated traveler? I am unsure. By the way, Lord Supreme Kai, did you extend an invitation for him to join our Time Patrol? I did, but he declined. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai was rather bored, observing insects battling on Earth through his clairvoyance. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the Supreme Kai realm. It was Sun Wutian. Wutian, the East Supreme Kai exclaimed in surprise. It has been a while, Lord Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai immediately turned his gaze towards Sun Wutian. It has indeed been some time. What brings you here today? I have come to seek the old Supreme Kai. Seeking me? Sun Wukong nodded. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Lord Old Kai, did you not previously mention that you possess the ability to help individuals transcend their limits? Are you seeking my assistance to surpass those boundaries? Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. No way. Why not? Do you not remember how you struck me before? However, esteemed Old Kai, I did offer you a senzu bean afterward. No, it doesn't matter. I've already repaid you. In that case, I shall seek Lord Kampa. What do you intend to do with Lord Kampa? The Kai sword has been repaired. I believe it is best to return you to the sword. Chapter 49, Mysterious Super Saiyan 5, Battling Kampa again, the Kai sword. Indeed, my father had Lord Kai fix it. North Kai, that scoundrel. Old Kai gritted his teeth. So, esteemed Old Kai, will you aid me in enhancing my power? Old Kai snorted disdainfully. Could I possibly refuse? I truly cannot fathom why, despite your considerable strength, you still seek to grow more powerful. It is akin to human desire, forever insatiable. I did not expect you to be so young yet possess such insight. Sun Wukong smiled silently. Since you wish for my assistance in enhancing your strength, you must heed my words from this point onward. Sun Wukong nodded. Very well. Now stand straight. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately stood upright. The old Kai nodded and began to dance around Sun Wukong with exuberance. What are you doing, esteemed ancestor? This is a ritual to enhance Sun Wukong's strength. A ritual? Indeed. The old Kai affirmed. By the way, Sun Wukong, I neglected to inform you that this ritual will require 24 hours. If you feel that this duration is excessive, we can halt it now. No worries, venerable old Kai. Please proceed with the enhancement of my strength. Is that what you truly wish? Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. Observing this, the old Kai had no choice but to assist Sun Wutian in enhancing his power, since the ritual required a duration of 24 hours. Sun Wutian requested the East Kai to inform Sun Wukong about the matter. Upon learning of this matter, Sun Wukong chose to remain silent, while Chi-Chi, in contrast, displayed considerable agitation. This was largely due to the fact that Sun Wutian seldom spent the night away from home. Although a day typically passes swiftly, the hours felt interminable for Sun Wutian, as he found himself unable to engage in any activities or find solace in sleep. Is it not resolved yet? As Sun Wukong gazed at the unchanging sky, he muttered, "Just a little longer." At that moment, a radiant beam of 7 colors descended from above, landing upon the realm of the King of Worlds. As the brilliance faded, 2 figures emerged within it. These 2 individuals were none other than Kampa and Vados. Lord Kampa. Sun Wutian greeted Xiangpa, who nodded in acknowledgement and glanced at Sun Wutian seated on the grass. "I heard from Bulma that you had the Grand Kai assist you in enhancing your power," he remarked. "Indeed, it is nearly complete," Sun Wutian replied. "Is that so? In that case, I shall wait a moment." After a brief interval, the old Grand Kai suddenly retracted his raised right hand and announced, "All done. The enhancement is complete." "Is it truly finished?" Sun Wutian inquired. "Indeed," the old Grand Kai affirmed with a nod. "You may attempt to unleash your energy now." "All right." Upon hearing this, Sun Goten immediately rose from the grass, his fists clenched tightly. With a resounding shout, a formidable aura, surpassing even that of Super Saiyan 5, emanated from Sun Goten, spreading throughout the cosmos. The god of destruction, Kampa, was taken aback. Although Sun Goten's energy was that of a mortal, the power radiating from his being was not to be underestimated, even by a deity of destruction. As Sun Goten's aura expanded, Goku, who was training on North Kai's planet, sensed his son's energy. "This is Goten's power. How has it grown so formidable?" he pondered. Indeed, this energy was unmistakably Goten's. The North Kai felt a slight tremor as he remarked, "It must be that Lord Kaioshin has assisted him in surpassing his limits." Yet even so, this energy is astonishingly powerful. On Earth, in West City at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, felt the surge of Sun Goten's energy and gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, is Goten some kind of monster? How can his energy have grown to such an extent? Simultaneously, Piccolo and the others on Earth also sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Sun Goten, marveling at his newfound strength. In the realm of the gods of destruction, a tall figure with bluish-green skin and flowing white hair stood on a patch of grass. His violet eyes sparkled with intrigue. Around his neck hung a large, light blue halo, and he donned a deep crimson robe adorned with 3 diamonds, 2 white and 1 orange, over black armor, secured with a light blue belt. In his right hand, he held a long staff. This individual was Whis. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Whis turned his gaze towards the North Galaxy. After releasing the energy within him, Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at his own hands. Although he was aware of the old Kai's formidable abilities, he had not anticipated them to be this extraordinary. "How was it?" the old Kai inquired. "It was satisfactory." "What do you mean by satisfactory?" "That was truly impressive." "Indeed, it was exceptionally impressive." "Now that is more like it. Moreover, I shall enhance your powers beyond their limits, so you need not transform into a Super Saiyan." "Why is that?" "Because once you transform, you will be unable to maintain your current state." "Wukong, since you have already augmented your strength, how about engaging in another match with me?" Kampa chuckled. "Another match?" "Indeed. Since you, Lord Kampa, have proposed it, I shall accept your challenge." "Wait." At that moment, the old Kai interjected. "What is it, old Kai? I have no objections to your battle, but you do not intend to fight in the Kaioshin realm, do you? Is that a problem?" "Of course it is. The Kaioshin realm is our territory." Upon hearing this, Kampa gathered a sphere of purple destructive energy in the palm of his right hand. "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing. If you wish to battle, then by all means, proceed." The old Kai conceded swiftly. Kampa snorted derisively and dispersed the destructive energy in his hand. Sun Wukong raised his head and gazed upwards, soaring into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Xiangpa immediately followed suit. After ascending to a considerable height, Sun Wukong suddenly halted midair. Observing this, Xiangpa also came to a stop. "Shall we begin, Lord Xiangpa?" "Indeed." Xiangpa nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian swiftly appeared before Xiangpa and delivered a powerful blow to his face with his right fist. Bang! Boom! With a resounding explosion, Xiangpa's body shot like a ray into the mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt from the impact. Such incredible speed. Bardock squinted his eyes at the spectacle. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized in the King Kai's realm. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. How infuriating. Xiangpa gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of violet light, charging towards Sun Wutian. In no time, Xiangpa arrived before Sun Wutian, his fists glowing with violet energy as he launched an assault. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered to the left and right, effortlessly evading Xiangpa's assault. With a thunderous roar, Xiangpa unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! As Sun Wutian raised his left hand, he deftly intercepted a powerful punch from Xiangpa. In Chapter 50, The Realm of Destruction, Xiangpa gritted his teeth and propelled his right fist forward with all his might, causing Sun Wutian to stagger backward several paces. It was at this moment that Xiangpa forcefully thrust his right knee forward. As Sun Wukong raised his left knee, it forcefully collided with Xiangpa's right knee. An incredibly intense sound of impact resonated from their kneecaps. What? Startled, Xiangpa swiftly lifted his left fist to strike at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wutian swiftly evaded, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to Xiangpa's abdomen. Xiangpa let out a piercing scream, his body propelled backward like a projectile. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa quickly halted in midair. At that moment, Sun Wutian's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Just as Xiangpa sought to locate Sun Wutian, the latter reappeared before him, his fists moving with the speed of lightning, striking fiercely against Xiangpa's face and body. With each blow, Xiangpa was forced to retreat, emitting cries of agony. Suddenly, Sun Wutian thrust his right foot forward with great force, landing a heavy kick on Xiangpa, sending him flying away. With a resounding crash, Xiangpa hurtled into the mountain, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. Enraged, Xiangpa unleashed an overwhelming aura, charging towards Sun Wutian with fierce determination. Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great force, and a translucent aura enveloped his entire body as he charged towards Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, launching powerful strikes at one another. The air was filled with resounding sounds of their fierce clash. Whoosh, bang, bang. As they engaged in a breathtaking aerial battle, moving with astonishing speed, it appeared from a distance as though the sky was rippling with countless waves. It was so swift that their combat became nearly impossible to discern. Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment, remarking that previously, he could clearly perceive the battle between Son Goten, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, and Kampa. Yet now, after receiving the enhancement from the old Kai, Son Goten's prowess had escalated to a level that rendered the conflict utterly incomprehensible to him. This indicated that Son Goten's strength had far surpassed his own. Standing nearby, Beerus observed the duel with a contemplative demeanor. Son Goten had evidently ascended to the realm of the gods of destruction, despite the vast disparity in power he had once shared with Kampa. Contemplating this, Beerus swiftly directed his gaze towards the old Kai. Could it be due to his abilities? Beerus pondered inwardly. In the heavens above, at this moment, Sun Wukong and Xiangpa were engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, fists colliding and feet striking with fervor. How infuriating! Xiangpa gritted his teeth as he realized that Sun Wukong was matching him blow for blow. Previously, during their confrontation, Sun Wukong had clearly been no match for him. Yet, in such a short span of time, Sun Wukong's strength had risen to a comparable level. Could it be that he had not displayed his true power in their earlier battle? Just as these thoughts crossed Xiangpa's mind, Sun Wukong's right fist landed solidly on Xiangpa's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, quickly stabilizing himself midair. At that moment, Sun Wukong darted forward, his fists flashing like lightning as he struck forcefully at Xiangpa's body. Ah! Xiangpa let out a resounding roar, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being, forcefully repelling Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised his arms forward, and soon, his body came to a halt in the sky. At that moment, Xiangpa let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy as he launched an assault on Sun Wukong. Sun Wutian swiftly maneuvered through the sky, evading the onslaught. The destructive energy emitted by Xiangpa either plummeted to the ground or erupted into the atmosphere. Upon realizing that his attack had missed Sun Wutian, Xiangpa exuded an overwhelming aura of devastation. Bados was taken aback. Wutian, he has managed to drive Lord Xiangpa to such extremes. Such extremes? Sun Wukong gazed at Bados with a look of bewilderment. Bados nodded and remarked, Wu Tien, his power has now ascended to the realm of the god of destruction. The realm of the god of destruction. Bang! Just as the two were conversing, Xiangpa surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at Sun Wutian. In the blink of an eye, Xiangpa reached Sun Wutian's side, his fists moving with the swiftness of light, launching an assault upon him. Sun Wukong raised his fists forward, simultaneously fending off Xiangpa's assault while retreating. Suddenly, with a powerful shout, Xiangpa launched a forceful kick with his right foot. Sun Wukong's body was struck with tremendous force, propelling him backward like a shooting star. Xiangpa raised his right hand, gathering a colossal surge of destructive energy, aiming it at the retreating Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong tightly grasped with both hands, swiftly halting his descent in midair, evading the impending danger. After Goten evaded, the destructive energy immediately erupted behind him. The immense force released by the explosion of destructive energy caused the very ground of the Kaishin realm to tremble. In the wake of this, an overwhelmingly massive purple storm surged forth, engulfing the entirety of the Kaishin realm. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and his companions instinctively shielded their eyes. How infuriating! As Xiangpa observed the evasion of his destructive energy, he emanated a terrifying aura of devastation and charged towards Sun Wutian with relentless fury. Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great force, emanating a substantial amount of translucent aura, and surged forward. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! With each resounding impact, the two figures collided in the sky like flashes of light. After a brief yet intense exchange, both individuals soared towards the outer realms of the King of Worlds. Their incredible speed allowed them to swiftly reach the outskirts, where they paused in the atmosphere surrounding the King of Worlds. Standing 1,000 meters apart, they regarded one another. Sun Wukong, your strength is truly formidable. How about becoming the god of destruction for our 6th universe? The god of destruction for the 6th universe? Well, I think I'll pass, as I do not particularly enjoy destruction. Is that so? Then there is no other option. Upon concluding his words, Xiangpa transformed into a streak of purple light and charged towards Sun Wukong. With a smile, Sun Wukong leaped towards Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of lightning, striking forcefully at one another's bodies. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their fierce battle. As the intense clamor of combat erupted, both fighters sustained numerous injuries to their faces and bodies. Chapter 51. Fierce battle with a simultaneous clash. Both of their right fists landed squarely on each other's faces, causing their heads to tilt back in unison. Swiftly, they retracted their fists, resuming their relentless assault upon one another. Sun Wukong, with a powerful headbutt, struck the forehead of Xiangpa. Xiangpa let out a cry of agony and immediately staggered backward a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly approached Xiangpa, delivering powerful strikes with both fists aimed at his opponent's body. Bang! 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 Under Sun Wukong's relentless assault, Xiangpa was compelled to retreat rapidly. Suddenly, with a forceful thrust of his right fist, Sun Wukong sent Xiangpa hurtling backward like a meteor. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep azure wave of energy coalesced from his palms and surged toward Xiangpa. Startled, Xiangpa attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha struck Xiangpa, propelling him backwards. Damn it! Xiangpa roared, emanating a tremendous aura of destruction that dissipated Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Nevertheless, although Xiangpa neutralized the attack, he expended considerable stamina in the process. Consequently, after dispelling the Kamehameha, Xiangpa began to pant heavily. What? Sun Wutian was taken aback. Although he was aware of the formidable power of destruction energy, he had not anticipated its overwhelming strength. It is no wonder that some claim that the god of destruction represents the pinnacle of the universe. Not only are they immensely powerful, but the destructive energy they wield is also exceedingly difficult to neutralize. As Xiangpa's breathing gradually steadied, he cast a somewhat ashen glance at Sun Wutian. Initially, he was curious about how much strength the old Kai had bestowed upon Sun Wutian, which prompted him to engage in battle. Had he known earlier that the old Kai had significantly enhanced his abilities, he would have refrained from fighting him. Just moments ago, he had exerted nearly all of his strength in their skirmish, and the outcome remained undecided. Should he be defeated by Sun Wutian, it would indeed be a considerable embarrassment. With this thought in mind, Xiangpa raised his right hand, channeling an immensely powerful wave of destruction energy towards Sun Wutian. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian swiftly brought his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep blue wave of energy coalesced from his palms, launching towards the oncoming destructive force. Bang! With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha collided fiercely with the destructive energy. With a determined exertion of his hands, Sun Wukong propelled the Kamehameha forward. The destructive energy was instantly thrust back. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa mirrored this effort, pushing forward with equal force. The Kamehameha was promptly repelled. Sun Goten bellowed with all his might, pushing forward with both hands. In response, the god of destruction also cried out, exerting his destructive energy with fervor. As their energies continuously clashed, invisible ripples emanated from the collision, spreading throughout the cosmos. The desolate planets near the King Kai's realm were instantly reduced to cosmic dust under the assault of these unseen waves. It's over. The entire universe is doomed, lamented the old King Kai, engulfed in despair upon witnessing the devastation. What has happened to our esteemed ancestor? Inquired the East Kai. Did you not see? Numerous planets have vanished due to their battle. Vanished? Indeed, the energy they wield is overwhelming the very fabric of the universe. What shall we do, esteemed ancestor? Should I urge Goten to cease the combat? Do you truly believe you can deter them? The East Kai fell silent, realizing his limitations. Though he held the title of Kai, his strength paled in comparison to that of Goku and his kin, leaving him uncertain that Goten would heed his call. Then, esteemed ancestor, how much longer can the universe endure their conflict? Raising 3 fingers, the old King Kai replied, not 30 minutes, but 3 more times. 3 times? 3 more attacks of that magnitude. The East Kai gasped in astonishment. Outside the realm of the Kai, the Kamehameha and destructive energy were being compressed into a singular flash of lightning as the two continued their relentless struggle. With a final, thunderous roar, their energies ultimately dissipated due to exhaustion, granting both warriors a momentary reprieve after their prolonged contest of strength. Although Sun Wutian possesses boundless stamina, the excessive expenditure of energy inevitably renders his body weary. With a resounding crash, after a brief respite, the two charged towards one another once more. A thunderous sound erupted as their right fists collided with tremendous force, emanating an extraordinary aura that radiated outward. Immediately, invisible ripples unfurled from their hands, spreading throughout the cosmos. Once again, the Eastern Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. The old Supreme Kai nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, both withdrew their right fists, striking their left elbows together with great vigor. Once more, invisible waves emanated from them, dispersing across the universe. A third time, the old Supreme Kai remarked solemnly, nodding. With one more, the universe shall face annihilation. With that proclamation, the two forcefully collided their right knees together, producing yet another series of invisible ripples that radiated throughout the cosmos. A fourth time, surely the universe is nearing its end? No, I miscalculated. It may be more than 3 times. How many then? It could be 5, or perhaps even 6. As these words escaped, another series of invisible ripples emerged from their fierce combat. The Eastern Supreme Kai swallowed hard. If the old Supreme Kai spoke the truth, then with 2 more instances, their fate would be sealed. With a thunderous impact, the atmosphere of the Kai realm trembled. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Xiangpa are clasping each other's hands, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. With a resounding shout, Xiangpa emanates a copious amount of violet energy. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten let out a mighty roar, emanating a substantial amount of semi-transparent energy. As the two of them released their auras, they swiftly transformed into dragons and tigers, engaging in a fierce battle within the cosmos. Bang! After a brief standoff, Sun Goten exerted force with both hands, sending Xiangpa hurtling away. Damn it! Xiangpa exclaimed in anger, swiftly thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy directed at Sun Goten. This technique was none other than the renowned prince's combat style from the Dragon Ball universe. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he unleashed waves of energy, detonating the destructive forces that approached him. In an instant, the atmosphere of the King Kai's realm was filled with explosions of destructive energy and the dense smoke they generated. Seeing that his attacks were futile, the figure of PAF transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 52, Determining the Outcome. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong charged towards Xiangpa with equal fervor. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Accompanied by a cacophony that reverberated through the cosmos, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their bodies entwined in a figure-8 motion amidst the vastness of space. Their astounding velocity created a spectacle that resembled an array of flickering purple lights scattered throughout the universe. Boom! With a powerful kick, Sun Wukong sent Xiangpa hurtling through the void. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiangpa swiftly came to a halt, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong. Despite having exerted his utmost strength in their confrontation, he found it exceedingly difficult to conquer his adversary. Cursed be this day. Am I, Xiangpa, renowned for my brilliance, to be vanquished by a mere mortal? Xiangpa gritted his teeth, pondering in his heart. It should be nearly time. Sun Wutien gazed intently at the imposing figure of Xiangpa, and in an instant, propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. Taken aback, Xiangpa had barely enough time to react before he felt the force of Sun Wutien's powerful punch strike his abdomen. With a loud, anguished cry, Xiangpa expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid. At that moment, Sun Wutien's figure flickered and he appeared behind Xiangpa, bringing his fists down with tremendous force upon his adversary. With a resounding crash, Xiangpa plummeted towards the realm of the King of Worlds like a meteor. Sun Wutien clasped his hands behind him, channeling a wave of deep blue energy that surged forth towards Xiangpa. This was the renowned Kamehameha technique. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Xiangpa, forcefully propelling him towards the ground. Wutien, Sun Wukong was taken aback. If the Kamehameha were to strike the ground, the entirety of the King Kai's realm would likely face obliteration. How infuriating! Just as the Kamehameha was about to descend, Kampa let out a thunderous roar, emanating a vast aura of destruction that neutralized the Kamehameha. However, this exertion left him panting heavily. At that moment, Sun Goten executed a rapid teleportation, appearing directly above Kampa. He then delivered a fierce flying kick aimed squarely at Kampa's body. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding impact, Kampa's form was propelled like a projectile, demolishing several mountains behind him. Ultimately, he was pinned to the ground by a massive rock that fell from one of the mountains. At that instant, a voice resonated in Sun Goten's ear. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Kampa and acquiring the energy of destruction, the divine technique of destruction, and the power of Lord Kampa. Observing this, Beerus swiftly flew to the side of the large stone that was crushing Kampa, waving his staff to levitate the boulders away. He then used his staff to heal Kampa's wounds. Once healed, Kampa rose from the ground and cast a deep gaze at Sun Goten, stating, Beerus, let us depart. Yes, Lord Kampa. Beerus nodded, pointing his staff to the ground, where a radiant spectrum of light appeared beneath them, whisking them away from the King Kai's realm. The East Kai was momentarily stunned. They're leaving just like that? The old Kai nodded. It seems Lord Kampa is quite irate. Irate? A distinguished god of destruction defeated by a mere mortal. How could he not be? Will his anger lead to the annihilation of planets in the universe? I am uncertain. But as the god of destruction of Universe 6, he theoretically should not be able to devastate our planets. That is reassuring. The East Kai sighed in relief. The old Kai then turned his attention to Sun Goten. Goten, why did you not show more deference to Lord Kampa? Although you triumphed over him, he is still the god of destruction of Universe 6, and you may face repercussions. Surely it cannot be that dire? In truth, Sun Goten had already shown restraint. Otherwise, with his mysterious Super Saiyan form, he would have easily defeated Kampa long ago. How can it not be? Gods of destruction are exceedingly proud. I was sealed in the King Kai's realm due to offending Lord Beerus. You were sealed by Lord Beerus? Indeed. However, revered ancestor, it is too late to dwell on the past. Who says it is too late? Though Sun Goten battled Lord Kampa this time, if he were to fight Lord Beerus next and emerge victorious, he might very well bring about the destruction of a significant portion of the universe. A significant portion of the universe. Indeed, Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our universe. He certainly will not ponder the consequences. But did you not mention that Lord Beerus is currently in slumber? Lord Beerus may be asleep, yet he shall awaken one day. The East Kai then looked at Sun Goten and warned, Goten, should Lord Beerus seek combat with you, you must absolutely avoid engaging him. Understood. In Universe 7, Kampa and Beerus were en route back to Universe 6. Lord Kampa, though you lost this battle, it is not without merit. I have heard that there are mortals in Universe 11 who surpass even the gods of destruction. Mortals who surpass the gods of destruction? Beerus nodded. Do you truly believe this son Goten is merely a child? I suppose so. Suppose? Indeed, I have examined his soul, and there seems to be no issue. His power at the age of 7 already exceeds mine. Who knows how much he will grow? Beerus, do you think son Goten's sudden surge in power is solely due to the old Kai unlocking his potential? I cannot say. Beerus shook his head. However, it appeared that son Goten did not utilize his full strength during the battle. Did not utilize his full strength? Kampa immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Without exerting his full strength, Sun Wukong's son, Goten, has already displayed remarkable prowess. Should he unleash his complete potential, he would undoubtedly surpass any adversary. I believe he has refrained from doing so out of consideration for your dignity. Bardos, are you truly not deceiving me? Bardos smiled gently and replied, Lord Kampa, please reflect carefully on the recent battle. Did you not notice that there were several instances when you could not keep pace with Goten's speed? Upon reflection, Kampa acknowledged the truth. There were indeed moments when he could not match Goten's swiftness, particularly when Goten ultimately triumphed over him. What say you, Lord Kampa? Surprising, is it not? Kampa retorted stubbornly. Bardos merely smiled in silence. As time swiftly passed, 3 days had elapsed. Upon learning of Goten's victory over Kampa, Trunks devoted these 3 days to rigorous training in the gravity chamber, located on the rear mountain of Sun Wukong's residence in Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutien were engaged in a fierce battle high above the mountains. With a powerful kick, Sun Wukong was sent crashing to the ground like a shooting star, causing a cloud of dust to erupt from the earth. After a brief pause, as the dust settled, Sun Wukong sprang back to his feet with the agility of a carp leaping from the water. Shall we continue the fight, father? As soon as Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien, landed before him, he inquired, Not at all. My current strength pales in comparison to yours. I believe it would be prudent for me to focus on my training first. Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, a figure descended gracefully from the sky. It was none other than Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, he exclaimed. Piccolo returned the nod. Where's Gohan? Did he not join you in your training? No. It appears he has gone on a date with Sister Videl, came the reply. A look of disappointment crossed Piccolo's face as he pondered this revelation, feeling a sense of frustration at Gohan's choice. With such formidable strength, why does Sun Wukong not diligently cultivate his abilities to surpass Sun Wukong? Sun Wutien nodded. By the way, Wutien, do you think Lord Pada will return to Earth? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was about to shake his head when he suddenly sensed the presence of Xiangpa. Father, Lord Xiangpa has arrived. Has he come? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. However, it seemed he was heading towards West City. West City. Could it be that he is going to Bulma's house? I believe that must be the case. Therefore, I shall make my way to Bulma's residence now. With a mere thought, Sun Wukong vanished from his location in an instant. Sun Wukong, Piccolo exclaimed, gazing at the spot where Wukong had just stood. He immediately turned his attention to Goten. Goten, what business does your father have with Lord Kampa? He pondered about the training on Lord Kampa's planet. Training on Lord Kampa's planet? To train on Lord Kampa's planet? Sun Goten nodded. Only in this manner could his strength be enhanced more swiftly. However, would Lord Parta consent to this? Uncertain. Sun Wukong shook his head. If that is the case, shall I return then? Uncle Piccolo, are you leaving just like that? How about we engage in a sparring match? Piccolo remained speechless. Sun Wukong cannot possibly defeat Sun Wutien. Engaging in a duel with him would merely amount to seeking torment. No, I shall return. Upon concluding his statement, Piccolo immediately employed his flying technique to ascend into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong could not help but let out a sigh. Truly, invincibility is a lonely existence. In the West City, at Bulma's residence. At this moment, Sun Wukong has arrived at Bulma's residence, where he encounters Kampa and Vados. Sun Wukong, Lord Kampa. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. And what of Wutien? Wutien is practicing on the back mountain at home. Oh, and what brings you here? Lord Kampa, may I train on your planet? Train? Indeed, I wish to become as powerful as you, Lord Kampa. No, only by becoming the next god of destruction can you train on my planet. Then, Lord Kampa, is there no other way to attain this? None. Kampa shook his head. If Sun Wukong were to visit his planet, he would undoubtedly find no peace. How about this, Lord Xiangpa? Would you care to indulge in a dish that you have never experienced before? A dish I have yet to taste? Indeed. But you must promise me that I may come to your planet to train. Xiangpa let out a cold snort. That would depend on how exquisite that dish is. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. Sun Wukong chuckled. So, where's the delicacy you speak of? Just a moment, I shall fetch it for you right away. All right, do hurry. Sun Wukong nodded and, in an instant, vanished from Bulma's abode. Isn't this instant transmission, Bardos? Indeed, Lord Kampa. But Sun Wukong's method of instant transmission differs from that of the Kais. It is the technique of the yard rats. Oh, moments later, Sun Wukong returned bearing 3 buckets of instant noodles. Kampa glanced at the noodles and inquired, Is this the delicacy you spoke of, Sun Wukong? Yes. So how do we consume this? Simply add the seasoning packet and then steep it in boiling water. Ah, then please prepare it with boiling water without delay. Certainly, Lord Kampa. Upon concluding his words, Sun Wukong promptly unwrapped the instant noodles and added the seasoning packet within. He then proceeded to Bulma's residence to procure a pot of boiling water, which he poured over the noodles. After ensuring the water was adequately added, Sun Wukong covered the bowl of noodles. Can we eat it now? Asked Xiangpa. Not yet. We must wait for 3 minutes. Sun Wukong replied. Very well. The 3 minutes passed swiftly. As the time approached, Sun Wukong opened the instant noodles, and an enticing aroma wafted from the steaming bowl. Xiangpa, drawn by the delightful scent, swallowed hard and inquired, Can we eat now? Upon hearing this, Xiangpa swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks and began to indulge. Observing this, Bados also joined in the feast. After taking a bite, a look of astonishment crossed her face. She had not anticipated that such a simple dish as instant noodles could be so delectable. Isn't it delicious? Sun Wukong inquired of the two. Delicious, replied Xiangpa. Before long, an entire bucket of instant noodles, along with its broth, had been consumed by Xiangpa. How is it, esteemed Xiangpa? Sun Wukong chuckled. It's acceptable. May I journey to your planet for cultivation? Yes, you may, but a single bucket of instant noodles is rather insufficient. I am still quite hungry. I have plenty at home. I shall return to fetch more at once. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong instantaneously vanished. After a brief interval, he returned, carrying several boxes of instant noodles. By the way, Sun Wukong, where's Wu Tien? Xiangpa inquired as he watched Sun Wukong return. He is cultivating in the back mountain of our home. Despite his already formidable strength, he still trains? Indeed, he insists on becoming even stronger to defeat Bados. Defeat me? Yes, for your power is quite superior. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Bados immediately burst into laughter. However, it is truly a pity that Wu Tien does not aspire to be a god of destruction. If he were to take on that role, he might very well become the most powerful god of destruction. Bados, are there individuals in this world more powerful than you? Certainly. My father, the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest? Indeed. I cannot even compare to the strength of his little finger. How astonishingly powerful. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had previously believed that Bardos was among the most prominent beings in the 12th universe, only to discover that she was not even comparable to a mere finger of his father. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. And where is your father now? He is with Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno? Lord Zeno is the most magnificent deity of the 12 universes, as well as their supreme ruler. My father, the Grand Minister, serves as Lord Zeno's steward. Steward? Bardos nodded. My father's prowess ranks among the top 5 in the 12 universes. So, you mean your father's strength is around the top 5? Indeed. Chapter 54. Sun Wukong and Vegeta journey to the 6th universe for training. All right, Sun Wukong. Take out your instant noodles and prepare several bowls. Understood, Lord Kampa. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong promptly went to prepare instant noodles. In the gravity chamber of Bulma's residence, due to Sun Wukong concealing his energy, neither Vegeta nor Trunks, who were engrossed in their training, were aware of his arrival. As Trunks performed one-handed push-ups, counting aloud, the door of the gravity chamber swung open. Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes and addressed the two. Trunks, Vegeta, Bulma has ordered a plethora of food. Would you both like to take a break from your training and join us for a meal? Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a surge of temptation. However, upon noticing the serious expression on Vegeta's face, he quickly dismissed the thought, replying, No thanks, Grandma. My father and I will wait until we finish our training to eat. I see. I was hoping you could have a meal together with Wukong. Wukong uncle. Kakarot has arrived? Vegeta turned to Mrs. Brief inquiringly. Indeed, Lord of Destruction has come as well. Lord Kampa? Yes. Mrs. Brief nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately turned to Trunks. Let us go have something to eat first. and we shall resume our training afterward. All right, father. Trunks nodded in agreement. After Vegeta spoke, he promptly restored the gravity chamber to normal gravity and led Trunks out of the chamber. In the backyard of Bulma's house. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Kampa were seated at a grand table in the backyard, savoring the delectable dishes recently ordered by Bulma. Although instant noodles were quite enjoyable, their monotony prompted Kampa to request a variety of exquisite delicacies to be delivered. Just as Sun Wukong was indulging in his meal, he suddenly caught sight of Vegeta and Trunks approaching from a distance. Vegeta, Trunks. Sun Wukong called out to the two individuals. Uncle Wukong. Trunks politely responded, while Vegeta remained silent. Soon, the two approached Sun Wukong and his companions. Bulma smiled and said, Vegeta, I thought you wouldn't come. Vegeta, however, did not respond to Bulma but turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, Kakarot, what brings you to my home today? I have come to seek Lord Kampa. Seeking Lord Kampa? Sun Wukong is already preparing to train in our universe. Badox interjected. Training? Are you implying, Kakarot, that you intend to train on Lord Kampa's planet? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Mr. Xiangpa, may I also cultivate on your planet? No. Xiangpa shook his head. Why not? Kakarot can. Kakarot? Mr. Xiangpa. Kakarot is Sun Wukong's Saiyan name. Oh, I see. Indeed. Bardos nodded. Sun Wukong can cultivate on my planet because he invited me to sample a dish I had never tasted before. A dish you had never tasted? Yes. So if you wish to cultivate on my planet, you must also invite me to savor a dish I have never experienced. All right. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately agreed. The prowess of Sun Wukong has always surpassed others. Should he fail to seize the opportunity to cultivate in the 6th universe, he would remain forever in the 3rd position. During the Cell Saga, he was also relegated to the 3rd position. Lord Kampa, shall I escort you now? Allow me to savor these delicacies first. Very well. Vegeta nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong, silently vowing, Kakarot, I shall not be outdone by you. After a considerable time, Kampa, having indulged in a hearty meal, let out a resounding belch. Lord Kampa, shall I now take you to sample culinary delights you have yet to experience? Very well. Kampa replied with a nod. Although he was now satiated, he could still take some food to go. Observing this, Vegeta promptly led Kampa and his companions to West City for a gastronomic adventure. Initially, the dishes Vegeta suggested were already familiar to Kampa and his entourage. Fortunately, their limited time on Earth meant that Vegeta ultimately succeeded in persuading Kampa to agree to visit his planet for training, thanks to a bowl of street food consisting of beef tendon balls. Splendid. Upon hearing Kampa's acceptance, Vegeta erupted in joyous exultation. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned home to gather their belongings, preparing to journey to the 6th universe alongside Kampa for training. At noon, after finishing a meeting, Son Gohan returned home, learning from Son Goten about Sun Wukong's departure to the 6th universe for cultivation. Chi-Chi was exceedingly enraged by Sun Wukong's secretive venture into the 6th universe. As a result, Son Goten and Son Gohan remained silent during their meal, fearful that Chi-Chi might unleash her fury upon them. In the 6th universe, the realm of the god of destruction. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have arrived in the realm of the god of destruction. However, due to Kampa's desire for an afternoon nap, he wishes for Sun Wukong and the others not to disturb his slumber, thus instructing them to practice in the afternoon instead. The realm of destruction in the 6th universe is quite similar to that of the 7th, with their palaces perched atop a magnificent purple tree. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, unable to train for the time being, decided to take a brief nap in the room arranged by Bados. In the afternoon, upon awakening, they promptly got out of bed, refreshed themselves, and made their way to a grassy expanse in the realm of the Destroyer. At that moment, Bados stood upon the verdant field. Bados, please arrange our training, they implored. With a subtle motion of her right hand holding the staff, 2 stone locks materialized before them. Is this what we are to lift? Sun Wukong glanced at the stone lock and said, Indeed, you two should lift it with both hands and circle around the entire realm of destruction 3 times. But you must not transform into Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward, placing his hands on the stone lock, exerting all his strength to lift it. However, due to its overwhelming weight, he found himself unable to raise it even after several seconds of effort. Could it truly be this heavy? Observing this, Vegeta approached with a serious expression, placing his hands on the stone lock and straining to lift it as well. Like Sun Wukong, He too struggled to elevate the lock, his face reddening from the exertion. Ah! Just then, Sun Wukong finally succeeded in lifting the stone lock. I did it. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, also managed to raise the stone lock. Now, you must both move forward. If you hesitate, the path behind you will vanish, plunging you into another dimension. At that point, not even I will be able to save you, Bardos said with a smile, addressing the two. What? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Although discipline and training is essential, this was perilously hazardous. As Vegeta pondered this, Bardos waved her staff forward, causing the purple path behind them to begin to dissolve. Realizing the urgency, they hurriedly moved ahead. Chapter 55, Half a Year. Universe 7, Earth, Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wutien lay leisurely upon a patch of grass, gazing up at the sky. In fact, it was Sun Wutian's idea for Sun Wukong to embark on his training in the 6th universe. He yearned for Sun Wukong to grow stronger swiftly and master the art of ultimate freedom. Then, he could defeat Sun Wukong and directly acquire the essence of ultimate freedom for himself. After a brief repose, Sun Wukong suddenly glimpsed a figure approaching from the distance. Soaring towards him, it was none other than Trunks. Upon spotting Trunks, Sun Goten promptly rose from the grassy ground. Moments later, Trunks descended gracefully from the sky, landing before Sun Goten. Trunks, he exclaimed, to which Trunks merely nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, you certainly seem to be enjoying a leisurely day. Trunks continued, aren't you training today? Not really. No matter how hard I try, I can never quite catch up to you. Sun Goten replied, do not speak so disparagingly, Trunks. With diligent effort, you can undoubtedly surpass me. Please, spare me the consolation, Goten. My father trains relentlessly every day, yet he still cannot match your prowess, so what hope do I have? In truth, Trunks, you need not measure yourself against me. Simply strive to surpass your own limits. Trunks nodded thoughtfully. Goten, do you think Lord Pata's planet is far from Earth? Sun Wukong nodded. I heard Sister Bardos mention that her journey to Earth takes quite a while. Is that so? It's a pity I cannot leave Earth. Otherwise, I would truly love to visit Lord Kampa's planet. By the way, Wukong, aren't you capable of instant transmission? Could you possibly take me to Lord Kampa's planet? My instant transmission requires a sense of energy to facilitate the journey, and besides, Lord Kampa's planet is not situated within our universe. Though Sun Wukong's son, Goten, has mastered the divine instant transmission, utilizing it at this moment would pose a challenge in terms of explanation. I see, Trunks replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment. If you wish to visit Lord Kampa's planet, I can arrange for Lord Kaishin to take you. Lord Kaishin? Indeed. Does he not have an attendant named Jebet? I could request him to accompany us. That sounds good. But since my father and the others have just visited Lord Kampa's planet, perhaps it would be wise for us to wait a while before going? Sun Wukong's son, Goten, nodded. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. During this period, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had devoted themselves to rigorous training in the 6th universe. After 6 months of relentless effort, their powers had significantly increased. However, they still found themselves a considerable distance away from the realm of the gods. In the 7th universe, the realm of the Kaishin awaited. At this moment, Sun Wukong is demonstrating the divine technique of instantaneous movement to the East Kaishin and the others. Whoosh! In an instant, Sun Wukong disappeared from the realm of the Kais and reappeared on a desolate planet. The old Kai and his companions observed through the crystal ball, witnessing Sun Wukong's sudden arrival on the uninhabited celestial body. He truly mastered our instant transmission, exclaimed Jebet in astonishment. Months prior, Sun Wukong had arrived in the realm of the Kais, expressing his desire to learn the god-level instant transmission from East Kai. However, this technique could only be wielded by the Kais themselves. East Kai could only impart such knowledge if Sun Wukong agreed to become the next Kai. Despite this, Sun Wukong declined the offer, opting instead to remain in the realm of the Kais to observe Jebet and the others as they employed the god-level instant transmission. Today, he had successfully mastered the technique. Indeed, and he accomplished it in merely 3 months. East Kai gritted his teeth. He recalled that during his own apprenticeship as a Kai, it had taken him over a year to grasp the technique. Yet, through clandestine learning, Sun Wukong had managed to achieve mastery in a fraction of that time. The old Kai nodded in agreement. What a pity he does not wish to become a Kai. He would undoubtedly be the strongest among them. Indeed, East Kai concurred. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong's figure appeared before the three. What do you think, esteemed Kai? This is indeed the instant transmission of our realm. Wukong, have you truly no intention of becoming a Kai? I have no such intention. If there is nothing else, esteemed Kai, I shall take my leave. Very well. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian instantly teleported to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 6. There, he encountered a middle-aged man. His skin a vibrant green and his figure quite rotund, adorned with several upright strands of white hair, dressed in the ceremonial attire of a god of destruction. This individual, named Fuwa, stood upon a patch of grass within the divine realm. Human, Fuwa exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wutian, for it was uncommon for an ordinary human to reach such heights. Greetings, my name is Sun Wutian, a friend of Lord Kampa. Upon hearing Kampa's name, Fuwa immediately scrutinized Sun Wutian with keen interest. To Sun Wutian, he appears to be just an ordinary child. It is indeed difficult for him to fathom that someone like Pa could befriend a child. What you just demonstrated must have been instantaneous movement, correct? Sun Wutian nodded. So you are the god of destruction from another universe? No. Then how is it that you can teleport? I learned it clandestinely from the Lord of the Gods. Clandestinely learned. Upon hearing this, Fuwa could only think, goodness, has it become a point of pride to learn things in secret nowadays? And to admit it so openly? So, when you mentioned that Lord Zampa is your friend, was that truthful? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. What brings you here? I have just mastered instant transmission. Coming from the 7th universe. The 7th universe. Could you kindly inform me of the location of Lord Kampa's planet? Upon hearing this, FWA hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the whereabouts of Lord Kampa's planet. Lord Kampa's planet is located at... All right, thank you. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wutian instantly vanished from the realm of the Kaioshin. In the 6th universe, within the domain of the god of destruction, Beerus stood on a lush meadow, gazing at the cosmos when a figure abruptly materialized in the realm of destruction. It was none other than Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian nodded with a smile. Wutian, how did you arrive here? I utilized the instant transmission technique of the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, have you been chosen as the next Supreme Kai? No. I learned it stealthily from the Supreme Kai. Is that so? Did he not inform you that one should not casually traverse into another's universe? No. Sun Wukong shook his head. He was certainly aware that one should not carelessly traverse the universe. However, he contemplated that since he was quite familiar with Xiangpa and the others, a brief visit should pose no issue. So, do you understand now? Yes. Chapter 56. Whiz comes to Earth. Are you here to find Goku? Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. Wukong and Vegeta were currently ahead, mowing the grass. Bardock nodded. Wutian, would you like to join us in training? I think I would prefer not to. Bardock chuckled. Do you not wish to defeat me? Defeat you? Indeed. It was Wukong who mentioned that you wished to overcome me. Father. Upon hearing those words, Sun Wutian immediately felt as though he had been betrayed by Sun Wukong. Babidi nodded. That was merely a casual remark. Was it truly just a casual remark? Babidi inquired with a smile, gazing at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian, feeling a twinge of guilt, nodded hesitantly. Shall we take you to meet Goku and the others? Upon hearing this, Bardock promptly led Sun Wutian forward, soaring through the sky. In a short while, Bardock brought Sun Wutian to a lush meadow. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were diligently using their scythes to harvest clusters of verdant grass. This was no ordinary grass. It possessed an extraordinary growth rate, such that after merely a day's passage, it would flourish anew to the very same height as before. Father, Uncle Vegeta, Goten. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong responded briefly, yet his hands continued to swiftly cut through the grass. Wait a moment, Wutian. Allow me to finish cutting this grass before we converse. Sun Wutian nodded. After a while, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally finished mowing the grass and were so exhausted that they sat down on the ground. At this moment, Sun Wutian and Bados approached the two of them. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta promptly rose from the ground. Goten, what brings you to Universe 6? Sun Wukong inquired. I have mastered Lord Ko's instantaneous movement, so I came for a stroll. The instantaneous movement of Lord Ko allows one to traverse directly from the 7th universe to our own. Bardos remarked. I see. Father, how is your training progressing? Sun Wukong inquired. It is satisfactory, yet to attain the realm of divinity, it may require considerable time. Sun Wutian nodded. Subsequently, as Sun Wukong and the others were engrossed in their training, Sun Wutian refrained from causing any disturbances in the divine realm and returned to the seventh universe. At noon, upon awakening, Xiangpa learned from Beerus about Sun Wutian mastering the instant transmission technique of the King Kai. The instant transmission of the King Kai? Beerus nodded. In that case, we can have him take me to the seventh universe, significantly reducing our travel time. Xiangpa chuckled. Beerus was at a loss for words. She was unconvinced by anyone, except for Xiangpa, whom she regarded as an intriguing character. By the way, Beerus, have you still not located the last Super Dragon Ball? No. In the seventh universe, on Earth, at Mount Payaz, within Sun Wukong's abode. Achoo. At this moment, Sun Wukong had just finished his meal when he suddenly sneezed. It was the afternoon. Since Trunks had invited Sun Wukong to his home to play, he arrived after waking from his midday slumber. Wukong, you've come, exclaimed Trunks with great joy upon seeing his friend. Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, come, let me show you my newly acquired toy. All right. It turned out that Trunks had invited him over to showcase his toy. In the depths of his mind, Sun Wukong harbored a semblance of doubt. He suspected that Trunks, unable to best him in combat, sought alternative means to secure victory. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong arrived at Trunks' chamber, where he beheld a newly acquired toy airplane. What do you think of this plane? Trunks inquired. It's quite splendid, Sun Wukong replied. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, a remarkably tall man, wielding a staff in his right hand, sat at a modest stall, savoring freshly fried skewers. This individual was none other than Whis. Indeed, the culinary offerings here are exceptionally delightful. It is no wonder that my sister and others frequently visit Earth. I can only imagine the expression on Lord Beerus' face upon awakening to discover he has missed out on such delectable treats. In truth, half a year prior, during his encounter with Kampa, Sun Wukong had become aware of Kampa and Veto's frequent sojourns to Earth. Yet, with Beerus still ensconced in slumber, he hesitated to rouse him, allowing Kampa and his companions to roam freely. After all, he was merely Beerus' attendant, lacking the authority to govern the cosmos directly. Moreover, having lived for such an extensive duration, he possessed a clear understanding of what warranted oversight and what did not. In the backyard of Bulma's residence, at that moment, Sun Wukong was engrossed in playing with a remote-controlled airplane alongside Trunks. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Whis. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of Whis, Sun Goten immediately directed his gaze towards him. Goten, do you know him? I do not. Just as the words left his lips, Whis promptly approached the two of them. He is coming towards us. Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. After a short while, Whis approached the two with a smile and introduced himself. Greetings, my name is Whis, servant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Trunks inquired, Lord Beerus? Indeed, my sister must have mentioned Lord Beerus to you, Whis replied. Trunks responded, your sister? My sister is called Bados. So you are the brother of Sister Bados. Whis confirmed with a nod. What brings you here? I am here to find Wutian. Wutian? You are looking for me? Whis nodded affirmatively. Your strength is impressive, hence I wish to ask you. Would you be interested in becoming a god of destruction? A god of destruction, Trunks exclaimed, his face filled with envy. He recalled that Kampa had also wished for Sun Wutian to become a god of destruction, but Wutian had declined the offer. Why is it that no one seeks me to become a god of destruction? No, I do not particularly enjoy the idea of destroying planets. So I will have to decline. In truth, Sun Wutian's reluctance to assume the role of a god of destruction stemmed primarily from the interconnected fates of the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai. Sun Wutian harbored a fear of becoming a destroyer, wary of the meddlesome East Kai, who might one day meddle too much and lose his own life in the process. He was reluctant to entrust his fate to another. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the house and approached the two, noticing Whis standing before them. Trunks, who is he? She inquired. Mom, he is Whis, the younger brother of Sister Beerus. Brother of Beerus? Ahem. Whis cleared his throat. Greetings, my name is Whis, and I serve Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus? Are you referring to the god of destruction of our universe? Indeed, Whis nodded. But didn't T. Beerus say he was still in slumber? Lord Beerus is indeed still asleep. I merely came to visit your Earth for a while. I see. Chapter 57. 2.5 years Whis nodded. So, your visit to Earth is for? Mom, he is here to find Wutian to become a destroyer. A destroyer? Ahem. Whis cleared his throat again. Actually, my primary purpose for coming to Earth is to indulge in its culinary delights, and I thought to check if Sun Wutian would be interested in becoming a destroyer. Earth cuisine? Do you? like Lord Kampa, also enjoy our Earth's delicacies? Indeed. By the way, I almost forgot. What shall I call you? My name is Bulma. Miss Bulma. Bulma nodded with a smile. Miss Bulma, having just arrived on Earth today, do you have any delectable dishes to recommend? Certainly. On our Earth, if there is one thing we have in abundance, it is exquisite food. Is that so? Whis felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Subsequently, Bulma began to introduce various culinary delights to Whis. Son Goten and Trunks, feeling a sense of ennui, continued to amuse themselves with their remote-controlled airplanes. As noon approached, Whis, having to return, reluctantly prepared to leave Earth. Bulma had spent the morning introducing Whis to the culinary delights of Earth, thus forging a friendship with him. In the days that followed, Whis frequently visited Earth to indulge in its gastronomic offerings. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. Kampa, yearning for Earth's exquisite cuisine after a prolonged absence, decided to bring Goku and the others back to the Earth of Universe 7. At that moment, Whis happened to be on Earth as well. Since angels and their staffs can sense one another when in close proximity, Vados quickly learned of Whis' presence at Bulma's residence upon her arrival on Earth. Lord Kampa, Whis has come to Earth. Whis, indeed, after your intense battle with Goten, he must have sensed our presence. So what if he did? After all, Beerus is still in slumber. Kampa nonchalantly replied. But, Lord Kampa, are you not concerned that Whis might inform the Omni King? Vados teased. Her words were intended to frighten him. Kampa had indulged excessively over the past 6 months and had gained quite a bit of weight. With Whis' appearance on Earth, she saw an opportunity to scare him into reducing his visits. Omni King. Kampa's expression changed at the mention, while he held no fear of Whis. The Omni King was another matter entirely. Vados nodded knowingly. Whis, surely he wouldn't report such a trivial matter, would he? That remains uncertain. What shall we do? Kampa inquired. Shall we return? Absolutely not. We've come all this way. We cannot turn back now. Are you not afraid of the Omni King? Kampa clenched his teeth in response. I refuse to believe that Whis would report this minor issue to the Omni King. Is that your assertion? Indeed. Kampa affirmed with a nod. Vados, realizing her attempt at intimidation had failed, led Kampa and the others to Bulma's home. Lord Kampa, sister. Upon seeing Kampa and the others in the backyard of Bulma's residence, Whis greeted them warmly. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, Beerus must still be asleep, correct? Kampa asked. Still in slumber. Whis replied, directing his gaze toward Goku and Vegeta. You two must be Goku and Vegeta, am I correct? You know us. Sun Wukong inquired. I am friends with Bulma. She has divulged everything to me. So that is the case, Whis nodded in acknowledgement. However, Lord Kampa, although Lord Beerus remains in slumber, he would undoubtedly be displeased to learn of your frequent visits to Earth in our 7th universe. Kampa and Beerus have always been at odds, often resorting to conflict upon their meetings. Whis' words served as a gentle admonition to Kampa. With a scoff, Kampa retorted, had our 6th universe possessed an Earth, I would not have to visit the 7th so often. I understand. But Whis, you wouldn't dare to inform the Grand Zeno, would you? If Lord Kampa's sole purpose for visiting Earth is to indulge in its culinary delights, I assure you, I would keep this matter from the Grand Zeno. Upon hearing this, Kampa felt a twinge of guilt, for his original intent in visiting the 7th universe was to seek out the Super Dragon Balls. However, despite his inner turmoil, Kampa feigned composure and declared, of course, my sole reason for coming to the 7th universe is for the exquisite cuisine. Whis listened, harboring a hint of skepticism. Father. At that moment, Trunks dashed out from the house. Vegeta nodded and asked, Trunks, where's Goten? Sun Wukong inquired, Wu Tien, are you at home accompanying Sun Wufan in his training? Wufan replied, indeed, I aspire to become stronger as well. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. He had initially thought that Sun Wufan was destined for failure. Baizhua Mountain, the back mountain of Sun Wukong's residence. At this moment, Sun Gohan and Sun Goten are engaged in a fierce battle. Whoosh. As Sun Goten's prowess vastly surpasses that of Sun Gohan, the latter's attacks fail to reach his opponent. Bang. With a powerful punch, Sun Gohan is propelled like a projectile, crashing forcefully into the mountain behind him. Instantly, a cloud of dust and debris is raised from the impact. How infuriating. In a fit of fury, Sun Wukong swiftly emerged from the mountains. Brother, it seems that Lord Kampa has arrived on Earth. Lord Kampa? Father and Vegeta may have returned as well. Shall we go meet Father then? Indeed. Sun Goten nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions had already settled down in Bulma's backyard, dining with Whis. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the yard. These two were none other than Son Gohan and Son Goten. Father, Sun Wukong called out to Son Gohan. Gohan, Goten. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, I heard from Trunks that you and Goten have been training in the back mountain. Sun Wukong nodded. You all are diligently training. I certainly do not wish to be the weakest among us. Among the 5 Saiyans on Earth, at present, Sun Wukong is only stronger than Trunks, while he is inferior to the others. Sun Wukong nodded. How about we have a duel after we finish our meal? All right, father. Sun Wukong nodded. Subsequently, after finishing his meal, he returned to Baozi Mountain with Son Gohan and engaged in a brief battle with him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had elapsed. After 2.5 years of rigorous training, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have finally ascended to the realm of the divine. Despite the passage of this considerable time, Kampa and his companions have yet to locate a single Super Dragon Ball. However, not long ago, Kampa learned from Sun Wukong about the existence of a Dragon Ball radar. He initially intended to enlist Bulma's help in creating a Super Dragon Ball radar to assist him in finding the final Super Dragon Ball. Yet, due to Whis' incessant wandering on Earth, he feared that Whis might discover his quest for the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7, which deterred him from seeking Bulma's assistance. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Son Gohan vs. The Mysterious Trunks. Universe 7, Earth, the Other World, inside the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, Sun Wutien was performing a ritual to awaken the latent power within Trunks. This ceremony was originally devised by the old Kaioshin to enhance Sun Wutien's strength. Over the past 2.5 years, in an effort to motivate Trunks, Sun Wutien had utilized the power of the Dark Dragon Balls to help him unlock a portion of his potential, significantly augmenting his abilities. Does this ritual truly require a full day? Trunks inquired, watching Sun Wutien's animated gestures. Indeed, Sun Wutien nodded. Very well. In the realm of the King of Worlds. The old King of Worlds was currently observing the situation within the room of spirit and time through a crystal ball. This young lad, Wutien, has remarkably mastered the ritual I devised to help others surpass their limits, aided by my enhancements, said the elder. Not only that, but he has also learned our King of Worlds instant transmission, remarked East Kai. Indeed, we must refrain from demonstrating any other techniques in front of Sun Wutien, lest he learns them. Outside, a day passed while a year elapsed within the room of spirit and time. 4 minutes later, Sun Wukong successfully completed the ceremony. All right, Trunks, you may now attempt to unleash your energy. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. With a resounding shout, an astonishing aura erupted from Trunks' body, radiating outward in all directions. As the two were still within the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo and the others did not sense Trunks' energy. Incredible, Trunks thought to himself, glancing at his hands in disbelief. Sun Wukong nodded. Shall we venture outside now? Indeed, Trunks responded, and with that, the two promptly exited the hyperbolic time chamber, making their way to the celestial realm. At this moment, Sun Wukong stood at the forefront of the celestial realm alongside Dandy, Bobo, and Piccolo. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of Son Goten and Trunks. Dandy exclaimed, "It is the energy of Goten and Trunks." Gohan nodded. Before long, Goten and Trunks approached Dandy and the others. Brother, Sun Wukong nodded and turned to Trunks. Trunks, it seems your power has increased significantly. Trunks nodded in agreement. Then, shall we spar a bit? Sure. Trunks nodded once more. A little over 10 minutes ago, Son Goten had also assisted Sun Wukong in enhancing his abilities. Thus, both Sun Wukong and Trunks were currently in a mysterious state of strength without the need for further enhancement. Brother, Trunks, if you wish to engage in battle, you may do so in the hyperbolic time chamber. All right. Sun Wukong nodded. After speaking, he and Trunks immediately proceeded towards the hyperbolic time chamber, with Goten and Piccolo following closely behind. Thanks to Bobo's upgrades, the chamber could now accommodate 4 individuals. Moments later, Sun Wukong and Trunks arrived at the entrance of the chamber, while Goten and Piccolo stood before 2 enormous hourglasses, observing the unfolding events. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Trunks assumed their battle stances. Trunks, shall we begin? Absolutely. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong rushed towards Trunks with equal fervor. In no time, Trunks soared to the forefront of Sun Wukong, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong clenched his fists, he collided with Trunks. Many have inquired how Sun Goten and Sun Wukong manage their height disparity in combat. The answer is simple. They can engage while flying. Haha, Trunks shouted as he battled Sun Wukong. Just then, Sun Wukong executed a horizontal kick with his right leg, aiming at Trunks' torso. Trunks swiftly evaded, propelling himself backwards. In an instant, both ascended into the sky, where they commenced their fierce duel. The atmosphere soon resonated with intense sounds of conflict. Their speed was so extraordinary that, from a distance, it appeared as though the sky was rippling with countless waves. Piccolo, observing the almost indistinguishable figures of the two, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He was astounded that Trunks, bolstered by Sun Goten's enhancement, had become so swift that even he could scarcely discern his movements. Bang! With an explosive sound, their right fists met, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that radiated outward. With a powerful grip of his right fist, Sun Wukong sent Trunks reeling back several dozen meters. Infuriated, Trunks gritted his teeth and swiftly thrust both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves aimed at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Thud! As Sun Wukong descended from the air, he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts towards Trunks, who, startled, swiftly evaded while simultaneously retaliating with his own barrage of energy waves. The air resonated with thunderous explosions as their energy attacks collided, creating a cacophony of sound. In an instant, the sky and the ground were engulfed in chaos, filled with the tumult of explosions and the thick smoke they produced. Utilizing the billowing smoke that enveloped both sky and earth, Sun Wukong stealthily maneuvered behind Trunks. He vanished from sight. The moment Trunks noticed the absence of Sun Wukong's silhouette, an overwhelming sense of vigilance surged within him. At that instant, Sun Wukong executed a powerful flying kick, striking Trunks forcefully in the back. Bang! Boom! With a resounding crash, Trunks was propelled like a projectile, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, a considerable crater emerged, with Trunks lying at the bottom, partially buried beneath a layer of sand. With determination, Trunks pressed his hands against the ground and swiftly ascended from the pit, soaring back to the surface. As Sun Wukong smiled, he descended gracefully to the ground. At that moment, the thick smoke surrounding the two dissipated. Trunks gazed at Sun Wukong, and with his right index finger, he traced a circle in the air, conjuring an ethereal golden ring that shimmered brilliantly. With a mighty shout, Trunks unleashed a formidable energy, propelling the golden ring towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leapt upward with both feet, evading the attack. Did he manage to dodge it? Trunks inquired, as he brought his fists together on either side and stretched them outward. The resplendent chocolate ring beneath Sun Wukong's feet instantly expanded outward. Son Gohan was taken aback. At that moment, Trunks raised his hand, and the shimmering chocolate ring swiftly soared around Son Gohan. With a mischievous grin, Trunks brought his fists together from either side, causing the radiant chocolate ring to constrict rapidly, binding Son Gohan's body. Chapter 59, Son Goten vs. Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Son Gohan, what? Huh? Trunks let out a mighty roar as he propelled himself towards Son Gohan, soaring through the air. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious, and an incredibly astonishing aura suddenly emanated from his entire being. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong shattered the resplendent chocolate ring with his bare hands. At that moment, Trunks surged forward, his right fist striking like a bolt of lightning towards Sun Wukong. The impact resounded as Trunks' fist collided forcefully with Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling backward. Without hesitation, Trunks pursued, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Sun Wukong. Just as Trunks' foot was about to connect, Sun Wukong's figure abruptly vanished, leaving Trunks to miss his target entirely. Instantly, Trunks scanned the surroundings and spotted Sun Wukong above him, prompting him to charge upward without delay. As Sun Wukong observed Trunks charging towards him, he executed a swift flying kick with his right foot aimed at Trunks. Upon witnessing this, Trunks promptly halted his advance and shifted to the left. As Sun Wukong's body decelerated, he skillfully halted his descent just before making contact with the ground. Raising his gaze, he beheld Trunks, who was unleashing a torrent of energy waves directed at him. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, evading the barrage of energy waves cascading down like rain. Trunks pursued him, directing his energy blasts ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Trunks' energy waves struck, creating immense craters in their wake. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Trunks. Upon witnessing this, Trunks immediately ceased his energy assault and charged towards Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves face to face, their fists and feet colliding with the ferocity of a tempest. The relentless exchange of blows soon left both combatants' bodies swollen and bruised. With a swift horizontal kick, Son Gohan aimed at Trunks. Bang! Trunks raised his left hand, successfully deflecting the strike. Were their strengths truly comparable? Piccolo observed that Trunks had yet to be defeated after such a prolonged engagement. No, my brother has not yet unleashed his full potential, Piccolo remarked, glancing at Son Gohan, suspended in midair. Son Gohan gradually retracted his right leg, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing at Trunks' left side. Taken aback, Trunks barely had time to react before Son Gohan's right foot struck forcefully at his body. Trunks was propelled downward like a projectile, crashing heavily into the ground. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, a figure suddenly materialized behind Son Gohan, none other than Trunks himself. Son Gohan swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist towards Trunks. Ah! Trunks cried out in anguish, clutching his abdomen as he staggered backward. Gohan, please. No more. I concede. Concede? Very well then. As Sun Wukong spoke, he immediately concealed his aura. Piccolo, witnessing the conclusion of the battle between the two, turned his gaze towards son Goten. Goten, would you be able to assist me in enhancing my strength? Uncle Piccolo, do you also wish for me to help you with that ritual? Indeed. Piccolo nodded. Shall we postpone it for another day, Uncle Piccolo? Assisting Trunks and the others with that ritual has been quite exhausting. Piccolo nodded once more. At that moment, Trunks and Sun Wukong approached. Goten, your ritual is truly remarkable. If my father were to discover the extent of my newfound power, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Sun Wutien nodded. So, Wutien, do you have any means to help me enhance my strength? Trunks perceived him as merely a tool. Indeed. What is that method? Diligent training. Trunks was left speechless. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, Trunks, Goten is right. Only through diligent training can one swiftly enhance their strength. Trunks nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to Earth with Xiangpa, where they learned of Son Gohan and Trunks' remarkable enhancements in strength. Sun Wukong, Wutien, will Lord Kaioshin also assist in the ritual of enhancement? Indeed, father. Son Gohan nodded. Is that so? Then I shall have Goten assist me in enhancing my strength in the future. You are truly devious, Kakarot. Vegeta remarked from the side. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Vegeta, you too can have Goten assist you in enhancing your strength. Humph. Vegeta snorted dismissively. I have no need for Goten to perform such rituals for me. Subsequently, Sun Wukong learned from son Goten that he and Vegeta had already ascended to the realm of the gods in their training. After spending some time at Bulma's house, Sun Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain with Sun Wutien and the others. Since Sun Wukong devoted himself solely to training every day, he did not contribute to the family's finances. Upon returning home, Sun Wukong undoubtedly faced a barrage of nagging from Chi-Chi. After finishing their meal, Sun Wutien expressed his desire to spar with Sun Wukong, leading the two to the back mountain of their residence. Wutien, over the course of these 2 years, your strength must have significantly improved, hasn't it? Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wutien before him and inquired. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong's strength has indeed seen an enhancement, albeit not a significant one. After all, his increase in power primarily relies on external aids. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong gestured with both hands, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Since it is thus, shall we commence? He inquired. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Huh. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong charged towards Sun Wutien. In no time, he reached his brother, his fist striking like the swift winds, launching an assault upon Sun Wutien. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutien, effortlessly evaded his father's strikes by deftly shifting and darting to the left and right. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and thrust his right fist forward with all his might. With a swift motion, Sun Wutien raised his right index finger to block Sun Wukong's punch. Observing from a distance, Sun Wufan's face instantly revealed a trace of astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Wukong was able to deflect that swift punch with merely a single finger. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong immediately perceived the disparity between the two individuals. He let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Subsequently, his fists moved with the swiftness of lightning, launching an assault towards Sun Goten. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wutien appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a swift elbow strike to his back. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent crashing to the ground. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust from the earth beneath him. Could it be that Wu Tien has attained a form that does not require transformation? Chapter 60, Android 21. With both hands firmly planted on the ground, Sun Wukong propelled himself into the air, retreating several dozen meters behind. How formidable! It seems I must also summon my true prowess. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great force, emanating an astonishing aura that swiftly ascended. With a resounding shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a celestial blue, and his pupils shifted to a deep azure. Surrounding him was a blue spiritual energy, adorned with particles reminiscent of a starry sky, while droplets of water occasionally flowed within this fiery aura. The movement of this energy was considerably slower than that of a human or a Super Saiyan, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity. This aura manifested in two distinct layers, from the outer to the inner, showcasing hues of sky blue and white. This was indeed the essence of Super Saiyan Blue. Son Gohan, Super Saiyan Blue. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien remained calm. Wutien, will you not transform? No need. I have mastered the ability to exert my full power without transformation. Very well then. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong immediately charged towards Sun Wutien. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Sun Wutien, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded the attack from Sun Wutien, with his hands placed casually behind his back. How infuriating! With a roar of fury, Sun Wukong propelled his right foot forward with all his might. Bang! Sun Wukong's right foot was swiftly seized by Sun Wutien as he raised his left hand. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Sun Wukong was gently pushed backward as Sun Wutien relaxed his grip with his left hand. With a firm stamp of his right foot upon the ground, Sun Wukong steadied himself and cast a glance towards Sun Wutien. Huh! With a resounding shout, an abundance of azure energy radiated from Sun Wukong's entire being as he surged forward towards Sun Wutien. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wutien's figure flickered and appeared above Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his head and soared into the sky. Sun Wutien extended his hands forward, engaging in battle with the rushing Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 As the battle raged on, Sun Wukong's strength grew increasingly formidable. Yet, despite his remarkable prowess, the disparity between him and Sun Wutien remained insurmountable. With a resounding crash, a powerful kick sent Sun Wukong hurtling through the air, crashing down to the ground like a bolt of lightning. The impact stirred up a massive cloud of dust and debris. When the dust finally settled, a considerable crater was revealed, with Sun Wukong lying within its depths. Sun Wukong gazed at the sky where Sun Wutien resided and chose to concede. I am defeated, Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Sun Wukong and obtaining the Super Saiyan 2 advancement card. Would you like to utilize the Super Saiyan 2 advancement card? Yes. Very well, Master. As soon as the words were spoken, a plethora of memories regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan God 2 surged into Sun Wutien's mind. The transformation into Super Saiyan God 2, unlike that of Super Saiyan God, not only significantly enhances power, but does not differ greatly otherwise. It appears that remaining in a non-transformed state has its own merits. Sun Wutien cast a glance at the Sun Wukong lying on the ground and silently pondered to himself. This time, Sun Goten refrained from transforming while engaging in battle with Sun Goku, as he sought to experience the prowess of a master like Beerus. It is widely acknowledged that Saiyans astonish their adversaries through continuous transformations, whereas beings such as Beerus and Jiren, who do not possess the ability to transform, maintain an exceptionally formidable state in their natural form. Furthermore, their physical stamina consumption remains remarkably low without the need for transformation. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Beerus effortlessly flicked Super Saiyan 3 Goku away with a mere gesture. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten was profoundly astonished. Sun Wukong stood before Sun Wutien as he descended. Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wufan and said, Wufan, although your strength has increased, you must continue to cultivate diligently. All right, father. Sun Wukong nodded. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Kampa, unable to seek Bulma's assistance in creating the Super Dragon Balls, sought out a brilliant scientist in Universe 6 who helped him construct a Super Dragon radar, ultimately locating the final Super Wish Ball. To his astonishment, this last Wish Ball was found on a nameless planet. Vados nodded in acknowledgement. So, Lord Kampa, what wish do you intend to make? Is it not obvious? Of course. I wish to restore Earth in our Universe 6. This way, we will no longer need to continually travel to Universe 7. Vados nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Vados summoned the Eternal Dragon, granting the restoration of Earth in Universe 6 and elevating its civilization to the same level as that of Earth in Universe 7. Upon the wish's fulfillment, the Eternal Dragon immediately transformed back into 7 Super Dragon Balls, scattering across both the 6th and 7th universes. The first thing Kampa did after making his wish was to take Vados to Earth in Universe 6 for a grand feast. Time passed swiftly once more, and a year and a half had gone by. Now, only 4 months remained until Beerus' arrival. In Universe 7, on a deserted island thousands of miles south of West City, there existed a clandestine research facility. There, a woman with disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and large earrings, donned a white lab coat as she sat before a computer, scrutinizing numerical data. This woman was known as Android 21, a former scientist employed by the Red Ribbon Army, who was acquainted with Dr. Gero. After the demise of the Red Ribbon Army, she had gone into hiding, continuing her research on androids while collecting data on Goku and his companions. When Majin Buu emerged, she acquired his cells and utilized them to transform herself into an android, naming herself Android 21. Her purpose for becoming an android was straightforward: to attain immortality and relentlessly pursue her research to create the most powerful android. Tap, tap, tap. The rapid clatter of the keyboard summoned forth a golden-colored cell on the screen. This golden cell was the ultimate creation Android 21 sought to bring to life. Not only did Golden Cell possess strength that far surpassed that of the original cell, but it also contained the cells of Majin Buu, meaning it could resurrect itself even after being shattered into pieces. Furthermore, Golden Cell possessed the ability to absorb others. However, despite being the ultimate android designed by Android 21, it faced a significant challenge: time. Like the original cell, Golden Cell was cultivated from cells, indicating that it would require 20 years to fully develop. 20 years. Android 21 gazed at the display of Golden Cell, her mind engulfed in contemplation. 2 decades was no trivial span. By the time she succeeded in creating Golden Cell, she might still be unable to defeat Goku and his allies. Chapter 61. Call me brother. Just as Android 21 pondered this, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced her mind, giving rise to a desire for destruction. She screamed in agony as a dark aura erupted from her body, transforming into a woman with pink skin, disheveled long hair, golden bangles adorning her arms, and red pupils surrounded by black sclera. This woman wore a black crop top, white trousers, a golden belt around her waist, and sported a long tail. She was the embodiment of Android 21's malevolent thoughts. And who might you be? I am you. The evil Android 21 licked her lips and replied, You are me? Indeed. In a manner of speaking, I am the manifestation of your innermost desires. Desires? Do you not wish to create the most formidable android and rule the world? Rule the world. Android 21 contemplated this notion. Could it be that you are the wicked thought residing within my heart? Evil Android 21 smirked. As I just mentioned, I am the embodiment of your deepest desires. If we join forces, this world shall belong to us. No, I refuse to ally with you. Upon hearing this, the evil Android 21's expression hardened. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Without hesitation, Android 21 turned to flee. The evil Android 21 immediately pursued her. Soon, they had exited the research facility and soared above the ocean surrounding the island, coming to a halt. Haha. The evil Android 21 looked at her counterpart, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Furious, Android 21 clenched her fists. With a powerful roar, she transformed into a Majin state reminiscent of the evil Android 21, though her energy was considerably weaker. The evil Android 21 charged at her counterpart upon witnessing her transformation. Startled, Android 21 braced herself for battle. Bang! With a thunderous impact, the evil Android 21 thrust her knee forcefully into Android 21's abdomen. Android 21 cried out in pain as she was sent flying 1,000 meters away, clutching her stomach. She barely had a moment to react before the evil Android 21 appeared before her, without allowing Android 21 a second to respond. The evil Android 21 unleashed a barrage of punches like a tempest, targeting Android 21's face and body. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless assault of the evil Android 21, Android 21 staggered backward, emitting cries of anguish. Bang. Suddenly, the evil Android 21 delivered a fierce kick, propelling Android 21 backward. Raising her right hand, the evil Android 21 unleashed a pink energy wave directed at Android 21. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave struck Android 21, erupting above the ocean's surface and enveloping it in a thick cloud of smoke. Plop. Taking advantage of the smoke, Android 21 plunged into the sea. Upon hearing the splash, the evil Android 21 immediately fired energy waves towards the ocean. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of tremendous explosions, the ocean erupted into colossal waves. The artificial being 21, struck by an energy wave from the malevolent artificial being 21, quickly recuperated due to her formidable regenerative abilities akin to those of Majin Buu. With a splash, the evil artificial being 21 plunged into the sea, her body moving with lightning speed towards artificial being 21. Clenching her fists with determination, artificial being 21 surged forward to confront her adversary. In a flurry of motion, the two engaged in a fierce battle, fists colliding and feet clashing. The surrounding waters churned violently, creating massive whirlpools that posed significant resistance to their combat. With a resounding impact, artificial being 21's right fist struck the face of her counterpart, sending her hurtling backward into a massive boulder. The rock fractured upon the collision, its upper portion crumbling toward artificial being 21, who deftly sidestepped the debris. Simultaneously, the Z fighters on Earth sensed the formidable energy emanating from the clash between the two artificial beings. In West City, Krillin, upon sensing the overwhelming aura, turned to his companion Lazuli and remarked, "Such immense power. Could there be a formidable enemy emerging on Earth?" Uncertain, Lazuli replied, "Nevertheless, those two possess extraordinary strength. They are certainly not opponents you can handle." Meanwhile, in the midst of their fierce confrontation, the evil artificial being 21 and artificial being 21 ascended from the ocean, engaging in aerial combat. Just as their battle intensified, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Goten. "Son Goten," exclaimed artificial being 21, her eyes lighting up as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. "Do you know me?" "Of course. This entity represents my dark essence. Could you assist me in vanquishing her?" "Certainly, but only if you call me brother." Artificial being 21 felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. She was older than Goku himself, and yet she was being asked to refer to him as brother. Just as she hesitated, the evil artificial being 21 delivered a powerful kick to artificial being 21, sending her spiraling backward. "Brother." In the midst of her flight, artificial being 21 called out to Goten without a moment's hesitation. With a swift movement, Sun Wukong appeared behind Android 21, his right hand pressing against her waist, bringing her to a halt. The malevolent Android 21 let out a cold snort. "Since you insist on meddling, I shall eliminate you as well." With a smile, Sun Wukong remarked, "Are you implying that if I do not rescue her, you will refrain from eliminating me?" "Of course, you will still annihilate me," the malevolent Android 21 declared, and without delay, charged towards Sun Wukong. In no time, Android 21 stood before him, launching a barrage of fists and kicks that struck with the swiftness of light, directed at Sun Wukong. With a firm grip, Sun Wukong propelled himself towards the malevolent Android 21. Chapter 62. The Annihilation of the Evil Android 21. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors found themselves face to face, their fists and feet colliding with the swiftness of light. The sky resonated with the sounds of their fierce combat. Bang! After a brief exchange of blows, Sun Wukong's right fist struck forcefully against the abdomen of the wicked Android 21. With a cry of anguish, Android 21 staggered backward. Gritting its teeth, the malevolent being launched itself once more towards Sun Wukong. With a cold grunt, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with remarkable speed. With a powerful shout, he transformed into an adult form. His entire body, save for his chest, head, palms, and soles, was adorned with a profusion of crimson fur. Cascading down from his head was a mane of long, black hair, while his golden irises glimmered fiercely, framed by striking red rings around his eyes. Sun Wukong, bare-chested, donned a pair of yellow trousers and black cloth shoes, with a blue fabric strip tied around his waist. This was none other than Super Saiyan 4. The malevolent android 21 was taken aback, yet still launched an assault against Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's younger brother, Sun Goten, swung his left fist forward with great force, colliding powerfully with the right fist of the malevolent android 21. With a resounding bang, android 21 was sent reeling backwards. His physique began to enlarge. Android 21 gazed in astonishment at Sun Goten, who had just moments ago appeared as a mere child, now transformed into a tall and handsome figure, exclaiming in disbelief. Goten observed his own physique. Although he possessed formidable strength in his mysterious state, he still preferred his adult form. In his adult body, his limbs were elongated, allowing him to strike at his adversaries without necessitating proximity. Seizing the moment of Goten's distraction, the malevolent android 21 charged towards him with haste. With a smile, Sun Wukong vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind the nefarious android 21. Startled, android 21 quickly halted and turned around, only to find a foot soaring toward her face. The speed was so tremendous that she barely had time to evade, and the blow sent her sprawling backward. Despite the force of the kick, android 21 managed to regain her balance. However, in the very next moment, Sun Wukong delivered another powerful kick to her face, compelling her to retreat. Swift as lightning, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of kicks upon android 21's body and face, causing her to stagger backward while emitting anguished cries. With a resounding thud, after a relentless assault, Sun Wukong landed a decisive kick to android 21, launching her into the air. Clenching her fists tightly, android 21 quickly stabilized herself midair. In an instant, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves to counter the nefarious android 21. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The sky was illuminated by a multitude of explosions, and the ocean roared in response to the energy waves crashing into its depths, sending forth towering waves. In that moment, the malevolent android 21 ceased her assault, her hands emanating a formidable gravitational pull that absorbed the energy waves hurled by Sun Wukong. Be cautious. She can absorb your energy, warned the android. Absorb energy, is it? With a smile, Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of purple destructive energy, directing it toward the malevolent android 21. The wicked android aimed her hands at the incoming wave of destructive energy, attempting to absorb its power. In a fleeting moment, a considerable amount of this destructive energy was drawn into her being. However, in the very next instant, the expression on android 21's face transformed dramatically. What is this energy? Destructive energy. Sun Wukong's son chuckled. Destructive energy is a form of energy that has been compressed, and it is in no way comparable to ordinary energy. Furthermore, destructive energy is inherently annihilative. The malevolent android 21, upon absorbing it, not only fails to convert it into her own strength, but also risks inflicting harm upon herself. Although android 21 appeared unaffected after absorbing the destructive energy, she had to expend considerable stamina to suppress its power. Upon hearing this, android 21 gritted her teeth and hastily evaded the oncoming assault of destructive energy. Will she not absorb any energy? Sun Wutien taunted the malevolent android 21. Upon hearing this, the wicked android 21 glared at Sun Wutien with a face full of fury. Just then, Sun Wufan and Trunks flew in from the distance. Brother, is that you, Wutien? Trunks questioned in disbelief. Yes, but how did you transform like this? This is a new transformation I've mastered, allowing me to assume an adult form. A newly acquired transformation? Indeed, I'll explain everything after I finish this battle. All right. As Trunks spoke, he turned his gaze towards the android 21, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the evil android 21. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of that fiend? The android 21 was momentarily at a loss for words, as her existence was a direct result of the malevolent android 21. While the two were engaged in conversation, Sun Wutien had already charged towards the wicked android 21. With a swift motion, she raised her right fist to strike at Sun Wutien. As Goten raised his left hand, he deftly intercepted her right punch. The malevolent android 21 was taken aback. In that moment, Goten lifted his right hand and declared, "Destruction." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blinding radiance enveloped Android 21. With a piercing scream, her form vanished at an astonishing speed. Trunks, astonished, exclaimed, "Goten, what kind of technique is this? How did she disappear?" "This is the technique of destruction." "The god of destruction?" Sun Wutian nodded. "Then can you teach me?" "Of course." "So how did she resolve the situation?" Trunks glanced at Android 21. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "I just sensed the malevolent aura of Majin Buu emanating from that guy, which is why I eliminated her. Please explain, what exactly is going on?" Sun Goten inquired of Android 21, who, upon hearing his question, reluctantly revealed her identity and the details regarding her collection of Majin Buu's cells. Chapter 63, The Awakening of Beerus. Once Android 21 finished her explanation, Trunks regarded her with a serious expression and admonished, "Android 21, after this experience, you must reflect deeply and strive to become a better person." "Indeed." Android 21 nodded, somewhat speechless, as she found herself being lectured by a mere child. "By the way, Android 21, you mentioned that you are a scientist, correct?" "Yes," she affirmed with a nod. "Then, why not consider working at my company? It is the largest corporation in the world, with a 9-to-5 schedule and weekends off." "Let me think it over," she replied. "All right," Trunks nodded. "If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave now." Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully. Upon witnessing this, Android 21 immediately turned and soared back to her laboratory. "Goten, what exactly is this Super Saiyan for?" "Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation I experienced once under the full moon, where I transformed into a giant ape and lost my senses, only to regain control later." "A giant ape?" "Indeed. Did your father not inform you that we Saiyans transform upon seeing the full moon?" "No." Trunks shook his head in disbelief. "Moreover, I have seen the full moon before and did not transform into any giant ape." Vegeta, having long since severed his tail, had not mentioned this matter to Trunks. "That is precisely because you lack a tail," Son Gohan remarked. "A tail?" "Yes, I once transformed into a great ape." "The tail?" Trunks glanced behind him. When he was very young, he had a tail, but Bulma disapproved. Additionally, as he was to attend school, having a tail would undoubtedly attract undue attention. So it was removed. "So, does Goten need a tail to transform into a Super Saiyan 4? "No, aside from having a tail, one's power must also reach a certain level." Meanwhile, after returning to the laboratory, Android 21 gazed at the embryo of the golden cell she had cultivated and ultimately decided to destroy it. Although creating the strongest android had been her dream, the incident involving the evil Android 21 left her concerned. She feared that the Majin Buu cells within the golden cell would cause it to split into two cells, which would render her incapable of controlling the situation. Furthermore, her dark thoughts had been separated from her, significantly altering her temperament. Time flew by, and 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the day of Beerus's awakening. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus lay sleeping atop a floating stone. Surrounding the stone on which he rested were numerous stone bells. Suddenly, one of the bells exploded, sending debris cascading down upon Beerus. Unfazed, he merely turned over. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several stone bells erupted in succession. Beerus slightly opened his eyes, then closed them once more. After a while, he yawned and rolled forward, tumbling onto another floating stone below. Gradually, he wriggled forward, eventually rolling onto a large stone less than a meter from the ground. At that moment, Whis entered from outside, saying, "Lord Beerus, it's time to awaken. If you do not rise soon, I shall sing loudly for you." Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly rolled off the stone and stood up from the ground, yawning as he inquired, "Whis, is the hot water ready? I wish to take a bath first." "It is prepared, Lord Beerus." "Is that so?" With a sleepy expression, Beerus made his way toward the room's exit. After a while, Beerus arrived at the bathroom, where he submerged himself in a steaming hot tub, while Whis stood nearby, adding water. "How is the water temperature, my lord?" "This temperature is just right. Any hotter, and it would be unbearable." "Understood, Lord Beerus," Whis said, promptly ceasing to add more water. "Whis, I had a dream. I dreamt that I battled Kampa and nearly brought about the destruction of the entire universe." "Is that so?" Whis chuckled awkwardly. Previously, he had wondered how the commotion from Goten and Kampa's fight had not awakened him. It turned out it was Beerus who had been dreaming of battling Kampa. "Lord Beerus, Kampa has come to our universe, and he fought against a Saiyan named Goten." "What?" Beerus exclaimed, astonished. Now he understood why he had dreamed of Kampa. It was due to the battle in his own universe. Scion, did I not instruct Frieza to eliminate the Scions? Has Frieza failed to follow my orders? No, my lord. Frieza has indeed destroyed planet Vegeta, but this Goten is the son of a surviving Scion. I see. However, a mere Scion should be easily dealt with by Kampa, no? Not quite. Over the past decade, the Scions have mastered a new transformation known as Super Saiyan. Whis continued. As a projection of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan appeared within the crystal ball atop his staff. Super Saiyan. Beerus mused, stroking his chin. Is that Super Saiyan formidable? The ordinary Super Saiyan is average, but beyond that are Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan Blue. Oh. Then what is Goten's power level in his battle against Kampa? He surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Surpassed Super Saiyan Blue? Who ultimately triumphed? Goten. What? Beerus exclaimed. Rising excitedly from the tub, Kampa, a god of destruction, was defeated by a mere human? At that moment, Whis suddenly appeared quite bashful. Lord Beerus, below. Prompted by Whis's reminder, Beerus quickly glanced downward and hastily returned to the tub. How old is the Goten who defeated Kampa? 12 years old. 12? So he is still a child? Indeed. Whis nodded. He was merely 7 years old when he bested Kampa. 7. Is this Goten truly a Scion? He is indeed a Scion, but he is a hybrid of Scion and Earthling. A hybrid? Whis nodded. By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you awaken so soon this time? Because of a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? The oracle fish once told me that my formidable foe would emerge in 39 years. Oh, however, your prophetic dreams seem to have never come to pass. Whis chuckled. Chapter 64, Prophetic Dream of. Beerus scoffed. Who said they have never come true? Did not Goten defeat Kampa? I suspect he is the adversary from my dream. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, you aren't suggesting that you conjured Goten based on my earlier words, are you? Who said I conjured Goten? This is clearly my prophetic dream. Does your prophetic dream mention Goten's name? No, in my prophetic dream, I was battling someone referred to as Super Saiyan something. Super Saiyan something? I don't recall. I shall think of it later. Since the Scions are now so powerful, what of Frieza? Frieza has already been defeated by Goten's father, Goku. Goku? Son Goten possesses the capability to vanquish Kampa, and it is hardly surprising that Son Goku can triumph over Frieza. Indeed, he is the first Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, one must ponder how Kampa managed to arrive in our universe and engage in battle with someone named Son Goten. I am not entirely certain of that myself. By the way, Lord Beerus, I have discovered a planet abundant in culinary delights. A planet teeming with food? Yes, that place is Earth. Where is Earth located? Earth resides in the northern galaxy, and it is the very planet inhabited by Goku and his companions. Even Lord Kampa holds a fondness for the delicacies found on Earth. Kampa? Could it be that he frequently visits our 7th universe while I slumber? Upon hearing this, Beerus squinted his eyes. He had yet to settle the score with Son Goten regarding their confrontation, yet Kampa has been consistently intruding upon his universe. It's not that frequent, merely on occasion. And what of you? Beerus fixed his gaze intently on Whis. Me? Since you mentioned that Earth is brimming with delicious food, you must have visited it as well, correct? I too have only gone occasionally. After hearing this, Beerus regarded him with skepticism. More than just a slight visit compared to Lord Kampa. Whis replied, somewhat sheepishly. You are not deceiving me, are you? How could I? Since you have spoken of the culinary delights on Earth, did you bring any back with you? Naturally, I did. Aware of your awakening today, I made a special trip to Earth yesterday to procure some delicacies. Now that is more like it. After some time had passed, Beerus, having finished his bath, donned his attire, and proceeded to the palace. Whis presented the array of earthly delicacies he had brought back one by one. What is this? This is called pizza. You should give it a try, Lord Beerus. Upon tasting a slice of pizza, a look of astonishment immediately crossed Beerus' face. He quickly devoured the piece and sampled other earthly delicacies laid out before him. After indulging in numerous treats, Beerus glared at Whis with mounting ire. Whis, with such an abundance of delectable food, why did you not awaken me sooner? I was concerned that rousing you would displease you. Humph. Beerus snorted. You, my friend, must confess how many times you have visited Earth. I seem to have forgotten. Forgotten? Or are you simply too afraid to admit it? Lord Beerus, I believe it would be prudent for me to remain silent, lest your anger intensify. You rascal. Beerus regarded the grinning Whis, his anger dissipating. Though he longed to chastise Whis, He knew that Whis' formidable strength rendered him unable to do so. After a while, having finished his meal, Beerus summoned the Oracle Fish. What is it that you require, Lord Beerus? Oracle Fish, you previously mentioned that a formidable rival would soon appear, correct? Indeed. The Oracle Fish nodded. Do you know the name of this rival? Alas, I have forgotten. The Oracle Fish scratched its head. Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed his gaze upon it. Whis. You provide the Oracle Fish with sustenance 3 times a day, do you not? Yes, Lord Beerus. Then, from now on, provide it with nourishment only twice daily. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis responded with a smile. You must not, Lord Beerus. The Oracle Fish exclaimed in a state of alarm. If that is the case, you must remember. Beerus said, his anger simmering. Yes. The Oracle Fish, frightened by Beerus' wrath, complied. By the way, I have recalled that your formidable rival is known as the God of Super Saiyan. The God of Super Saiyan. Beerus chuckled, turning to Whis. What do you think, Whis? I was not misleading you, was I? Whis nodded slightly. So, Whis, do you know where this God of Super Saiyan resides? In response, Lord Beerus. The so-called God of Super Saiyan refers to the transformation of Super Saiyan into a divine state. The divine transformation of Super Saiyan? I had just introduced the concept of Super Saiyan transformations and neglected to mention the God of Super Saiyan. As Goku and his companions have already mastered the transformation that surpasses the God of Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Are you suggesting that it is superior to the God of Super Saiyan? Indeed. Whis affirmed with a nod. How do the strengths of Goku and Goten compare? Son Goten's power exceeds that of Son Goku by a significant margin. Is that so? How long would it take us to reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. That's quite a while. We could watch an episode of an animated series in that time. What's the matter, Lord Beerus? Do you wish to engage in combat with Son Goten? Beerus nodded in agreement. Although Son Wukong defeated Kampa, his strength surpasses that of Kampa, which does not necessarily guarantee his victory over Son Wukong. Very well, said Whis, as he departed the palace with Beerus, making their way to Earth. Earth, Mount Payos. At this moment, Son Wukong lay leisurely on a patch of grass, basking in the sunlight. A golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl descended from the sky and landed beside him. This enchanting girl was Marin, the daughter of Krillin. At the age of 9, although she was not particularly tall, she had grown significantly since Son Wukong's first encounter with her. Due to Son Wukong's exceptional talent, he was frequently mentioned by Krillin, which piqued Marin's interest. After playing together a few times, she developed a fondness for their company. Marin, brother Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. Maruin, what troubles you today? Oh, nothing much. I was just feeling bored at home, so I came to seek your company. And where is your father? He is at work. Brother Wutien, why are you lying here? Basking in the sun. Brother Wutien, how about we go to the mountains to pick wild fruits? That sounds dull. Then what do you suggest we do? Perhaps you could invite Trunks to join us? Brother Trunks isn't home. Upon hearing this, Son Wutien inwardly exclaimed, Trunks, you sly one. How about I take you to find Dragonite? Dragonite? It is a flying dinosaur. After a moment of contemplation, Marlin nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly soared forward with Marlin. After a brief moment, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Son Wutien called loudly into the cave, Fast Dragon. Initially, there was no response from within the cave. After a brief moment, a dinosaur appeared, its skin a vibrant yellow in the front and a lighter hue at the back, adorned with a pair of wings. This creature was none other than the Fast Dragon. The Fast Dragon had been a cherished companion of Sun Wufan during his childhood, as depicted in the Dragon Ball movie series. And it was through tales from Sun Wufan that Sun Wutien had come to know of the Fast Dragon. Fast Dragon. Upon hearing this, the Fast Dragon immediately licked Sun Wutien's hand with its tongue. Fast Dragon, this is Marin. Hello. Marin greeted the Fast Dragon with a smile. The Fast Dragon let out a joyful sound and gazed at Marin with a grin. Then, it approached Marin, lowering its head. Wutien brother, what is he doing? Marin inquired. He is showing you affection, inviting you to pat his head. Oh, I see. Marin responded, reaching out to gently stroke the Fast Dragon's head. The Fast Dragon lifted its head with a cheerful expression and licked Marin's hand again. In the 7th universe, Beerus and Whis were currently en route to Earth. Having slumbered for an extended period without fulfilling his duties, Beerus took the opportunity to destroy several planets along the way. In the realm of the Kais, the old Supreme Kai had sensed Beerus's awakening and was heading in their direction. What is it, Elder Supreme Kai? The East Supreme Kai asked, noticing the furrow in the old Supreme Kai's brow. Lord Beerus has awakened. exclaimed the old Supreme Kai. Indeed, he nodded. In just a short while, many planets have been obliterated by Lord Beerus. What shall we do, Elder? There's nothing we can do. Huh. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. His role is to annihilate planets. We can only pray that he spares some. What I fear most is that Lord Beerus may seek out son Wukong and his companions. Wukong? Yes, you know how trouble-prone those scions can be. On Earth, after becoming acquainted, Marin and the fast dragon soared through the sky, riding on the fast dragon's back. Upon witnessing the joyful antics of a man and his dragon, son Wukong swiftly settled down onto the ground. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura of destruction. Could this energy possibly belong to Beerus? The North Kai's planet. Son Wukong, weary of Chi-Chi's incessant nagging, decided to retreat to the 7th universe for a period of training. 2101. Son Wukong. With an immense burden weighing over 100 tons, given that the gravity of North Kai's planet is tenfold that of Earth. This translates to a staggering weight of over 1,000 tons, was diligently practicing one-finger push-ups. Suddenly, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura of destruction. What a formidable presence. Could it be that Lord Beerus has awakened? Indeed. North Kai nodded in affirmation. Wukong, should Lord Beerus arrive, you must not provoke him. Why? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our universe. If you offend him, he might truly obliterate a planet. Fear not, my esteemed Kai. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. However, North Kai felt a twinge of unease. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis had reached the northern galaxy. Whis. How long until we arrive on Earth? In 5 minutes. However, Lord Beerus, the son Wukong who defeated Frisia, is currently not on Earth. He is on North Kai's planet. North Kai? Yes, North Kai is essentially Wukong's master. It seems that North Kai has taken a scion as a disciple. Let us proceed to North Kai's realm. As you wish, Lord Beerus. 4 minutes later, Beerus and Whis arrived at North Kai's planet. Lord Beerus. Upon their arrival, North Kai greeted them with enthusiasm. Beerus nodded and surveyed the surroundings, remarking, North Kai, your planet is rather diminutive. Whis, standing nearby, could not suppress a chuckle. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? North Kai's planet was not originally this small. It diminished in size due to your previous destruction. Is that so? Indeed. Whis nodded in confirmation. At that moment, son Wukong approached with great enthusiasm. Greetings, Lord Beerus. I am son Wukong. You are the legendary son Wukong? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. I heard from Whis that you have mastered the Super Saiyan God? Indeed, Lord Beerus. So, could you transform into a Super Saiyan God and battle with me? Lord Beerus. The North Kai was taken aback. Beerus actually requested to fight son Wukong. Super Saiyan God? Beerus nodded. Very well. As son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great force, emanating an astonishing aura that swiftly ascended. With a thunderous roar, the hair atop his head transformed into a brilliant crimson hue. His physique grew leaner, and his entire body became enveloped in a spirit energy reminiscent of solar flames. His eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils, while his skin took on a more luminous whiteness, and his visage appeared rejuvenated, resembling that of a youthful lad. This was indeed the god of Super Saiyans. Beerus, with a subtle upward curl of his lips, revealed his pearly white teeth and remarked, Is this the god of Super Saiyans? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. With a swish, Whis swiftly retreated. Upon witnessing this, King of the North immediately led Beerus and the others to withdraw, avoiding being caught in the crossfire of the two warriors. At that moment, Beerus pointed his right index finger at son Wukong, beckoning him. With a thunderous roar, son Wukong lunged forward. His right fist moving with the swiftness of light, aimed directly at Beerus's face. In an instant, Beerus deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with remarkable agility. With a thunderous roar, son Wukong unleashed a mighty punch. Startled, Beerus swiftly raised his left hand to intercept and block the incoming strike. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Beerus was propelled backward a few steps, the ground beneath him stripped of grass by the force of his feet pressing down. In that moment, son Wukong surged forward, leaping into the air, executing a powerful side kick aimed squarely at Beerus. Reacting with remarkable speed, Beerus deftly retreated, narrowly evading the blow. As son Wukong's body struck the ground, he charged once more towards Beerus. Chapter 66, Son Wukong vs. Beerus, Part 2. Beerus, with a powerful stomp of his feet, surged forward to meet son Wukong. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors stood before each other, their fists moving with the swiftness of light. colliding with tremendous force. The lush grass of the North Kai's planet was uprooted by their fierce battle, leaving the entire landscape barren. My North Kai's planet. The North Kai lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Given the destructive power of Sun Wukong and his companions, it was evident that his beloved North Kai's planet would not endure. Earth. As Son Goten sensed his father, Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan god, he promptly retrieved a crystal ball to observe the battle on North Kai's planet. Brother Goten, what are you watching? Asked Marin as she descended from her dragon. I'm watching my father's fight with Lord Beerus. Who is Lord Beerus? He is the god of destruction of our universe. Is that so? Then I want to see too. Marin exclaimed, sitting beside Son Goten to gaze into the crystal ball. Brother Goten, why can't I see anything? It's because my father and the others are moving too swiftly for you to catch a glimpse of their battle. I see. On North Kai's planet. Due to its diminutive size, both fighters ascended into the sky simultaneously, halting a kilometer apart at the same altitude. Sun Wukong, you indeed possess some skill. No wonder you were able to defeat Frisia. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Beerus. However, if your strength is merely at this level, you shall not triumph over me. Sun Wukong smiled softly. I did not expect to defeat Lord Beerus. I merely hoped to exchange a few moves with him. Oh. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the power of Sun Wukong's transformation into the Super Saiyan god is formidable, it pales in comparison to the Super Saiyan god of his dreams. By the way, Sun Wukong, I heard from Whis that you have mastered a transformation even beyond that of the Super Saiyan god, correct? Lord Beerus, are you referring to the Super Saiyan Blue? Indeed. Beerus nodded. Well, since Lord Beerus has said so, I shall transform into the Super Saiyan Blue. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, and an immensely powerful aura of divinity erupted from within him, swiftly ascending. With a resounding shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a celestial blue, while his pupils shifted to a deep azure. Surrounding him was a halo of blue spiritual energy, interspersed with unique starry particles that danced like droplets of water. The flow of this energy was considerably slower than that of a human or a Super Saiyan, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity. The aura exhibited a dual-layered structure, with the outer layer being sky blue and the inner layer white. This was indeed the Super Saiyan Blue. Upon witnessing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Is this the form that transcends the Super Saiyan God? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Then let me witness your true power. Very well, Lord Beerus. As the words echoed, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Beerus. In response, Beerus raised his fists forward, also rushing towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, the two found themselves before each other, their fists and feet colliding with the speed of light. The sky resonated with a series of thunderous roars, accompanied by the violent winds generated by their clash. Suddenly, Sun Wukong accelerated, delivering a powerful right punch to Beerus's body, causing him to stagger backward. Beerus was taken aback, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy waves directed at Beerus. Beerus swiftly evaded and appeared before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a powerful right hook aimed squarely at his chin. Bang! With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong was propelled backward, stumbling several steps. At that moment, the energy wave unleashed by Sun Wukong exploded in the sky. In a flash, Beerus appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. With both hands raised in defense, Sun Wukong staggered backward for several hundred meters. Is this all you are capable of? Sun Wukong? Surely, I am not to be compared with Lord Beerus. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, emanating an abundance of blue energy. With this surge of energy, he suddenly charged towards Beerus at an astonishing speed. Caught off guard by Sun Wukong's unexpected acceleration, Beerus could only raise his hands to brace for the impending assault. Indeed, as Beerus lifted his hands, Sun Wukong's fist struck like a tempest, relentlessly bombarding him. Bang! 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 Under the onslaught of Sun Wukong's fierce strikes, Beerus was compelled to retreat. After a fierce exchange, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful blow, sending Beerus hurtling backwards several hundred meters. Observing the exhilarating clash, Whis nonchalantly retrieved a bag of chips from his staff, munching contentedly while watching the duel unfold. The North Kai, witnessing this spectacle, remained speechless, his heart pained by the devastation wrought upon his planet by the battle between Sun Wukong and Beerus, only to see Whis enjoying the fight with such delight while snacking. North Kai, would you care for some chips? Very well. In the skies, after being pushed back, Beerus swiftly gathered destructive energy in his hands, preparing to unleash it upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shifted his body to the side, narrowly evading the oncoming attack. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic explosion erupted behind him, unleashing a fiercely intense purple tempest that surged outward in all directions. Moments later, another wave of destructive energy detonated. Witnessing both of his attacks miss their target, Beerus immediately charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and charged towards Beerus with equal fervor. In an instant, the two figures appeared before each other simultaneously. With a powerful swing of his right fist, Sun Wukong launched an all-out attack towards Beerus. However, Beerus deftly evaded, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Just as he was about to turn around, Beerus's tail suddenly ensnared his body like a rope. Once Sun Wukong found himself bound and immobilized, Beerus let out a sinister chuckle and unleashed a powerful assault upon Sun Wukong's face and body with his fists. Sun Wukong immediately let out a series of anguished cries. Crack! After a brief moment of assault, Sun Wukong suddenly bit Beerus's tail. Beerus let out a loud, anguished cry and swiftly retracted his tail. Lord Beerus! The North Kai, witnessing this scene, was nearly struck with terror. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Wukong employed the same tactics against Beerus that he had used against Frisia. Chapter 67, Sun Wukong vs. Beerus, Part 3. With a huff, Beerus gazed at his inflamed tail and promptly began to blow on it. As the redness subsided, a deep fury welled within him, and he glared at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "You despicable creature, how dare you resort to such barbaric methods of combat? Master Beerus, who compelled you to ensnare me with your tail?" With a disdainful snort, Beerus surged forward at lightning speed, charging directly at Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong swiftly raised his hands in defense. Bang! 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 Beerus, with hands crackling with lightning, struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's arms. As Sun Wukong was assaulted by Beerus, he immediately found himself retreating rapidly. Bang! Suddenly, Beerus forcefully thrust his right knee forward, striking heavily against Sun Wukong's abdomen. With a resounding cry, Sun Wukong expelled a torrent of bitter water from his mouth. In an instant, Beerus appeared behind him, bringing his fists together to strike forcefully at Sun Wukong's back. Bang! Boom! With a deafening explosion, Sun Wukong's body soared like light, creating a massive crater in the surface of the North Kai's planet. Instantly, a third of the North Kai's planet was obliterated. My North Kai's planet! The North Kai exclaimed, filled with a mix of excitement and despair. Just then, as Sun Wukong continued his descent, he clenched his fists tightly, coming to a gradual halt just beneath the North Kai. As Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, he discovered that the silhouette of Beerus had long since vanished from the skies above North Kai's planet. It was gone. No sooner had he spoken than Beerus's form abruptly materialized beneath Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong appeared to gaze downward. Observing that Beerus was gathering a formidable surge of destructive energy in his right hand, directing it towards him, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Realizing it was too late to evade, with a thunderous roar, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the sky, unleashing destructive energy. An immense purple storm erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. The entire North Kai planet was ravaged, reduced to mere remnants by the colossal blast. In the instant before the explosion, Whis conjured a protective shield with angelic power, safeguarding the North Kai and his companions. The North Kai gazed at the devastated planet, now reduced to half, his heart a tumult of emotions. Beerus snorted disdainfully, extending his right hand towards the billowing smoke to unleash a wave of destructive energy. Another explosive sound erupted, and once more, chaos reigned in the heavens. A piercing scream echoed from within the smoke. The already battered North Kai planet trembled violently from the impact of the explosion. The North Kai lost his footing and fell to the ground. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong stood in the air, disheveled and panting heavily. Beerus chuckled, descending towards the remnants of the North Kai planet. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly pursued. Before long, the two arrived above the North Kai's planet. They exchanged glances, and in an instant, their bodies surged forth with the swiftness of light, charging towards one another. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With each resounding clash, their forms transformed into hues of blue and purple, colliding incessantly in the celestial expanse. The sky was soon adorned with numerous blue and purple circles, manifestations of their fierce confrontation. After engaging in combat for a while, the two grasped each other's hands, striving with all their might amidst the heavens. Due to Beerus's superior strength, he swiftly began to push Sun Wukong backward. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong emanated a vast aura of blue energy, sending Beerus hurtling back. Gritting his teeth, Beerus retaliated with an overwhelming surge of purple energy, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat. The very fabric of space around them trembled violently from the clash of their formidable auras. Fierce gales erupted from their bodies, radiating outward with unrestrained ferocity. After a moment of stalemate, Beerus exerted his strength, propelling Sun Wukong away. Both warriors, drained from the immense exertion, gasped for breath in unison. After a brief respite, Beerus conjured 6 clones, encircling Sun Wukong with intent. Sun Wukong was taken aback, his expression transforming into one of gravity. At that moment, 7 figures, each channeling destructive energy from their right hands, launched an assault upon Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth tightly. With a resounding boom, a surge of destructive energy erupted, filling the sky with an abundant cloud of explosive smoke. He struck true. Beerus erupted into joyous laughter, summoning all his manifestations back into his core being. However, amidst the thick smoke, a powerful shout emerged. What? Beerus gasped in astonishment as he beheld Sun Wukong, fists tightly clenched, charging forth from the haze. In no time, Sun Wukong reached Beerus's front, delivering a forceful right punch. Beerus raised his arms forward, successfully blocking Sun Wukong's assault. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised his left fist, striking forcefully towards Beerus. In response, Beerus propelled his right knee forward with great strength, intercepting Sun Wukong's fist just as it was about to connect, effectively repelling him backward. As Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, he beheld Beerus, his right hand gathering a formidable sphere of destructive energy aimed directly at him. Beerus grinned widely, unleashing the destructive force from his hand. Sun Wukong shifted his body to the side, evading the impending danger. With a resounding boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a wave of destructive energy across the heavens. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong was poised to charge at Beerus, only to witness an immense concentration of destructive energy enveloping Beerus's entire being. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Beerus extended his right hand forward, and all the destructive energy instantly surged towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly clasped his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue wave of energy coalesced from his palms, surging forth to counter the incoming destructive force. The Kamehameha wave resembled a divine dragon's tail, detonating all the destructive energy in its path. Instantly, the sky was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke from the ensuing explosions. Beerus observed the devastation with a raised index finger, concentrating a colossal sphere of destructive energy in his grasp. What? Exclaimed King Kai of the North in astonishment. If this destructive force were to descend, his North Kai's planet would surely be obliterated. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the destructive energy coalescing around Beerus, his teeth clenched in determination. Beerus let out a soft chuckle, directing the destructive energy towards Sun Wukong. Kamehameha. With both hands clasped behind him, Sun Wukong once again concentrated a deep blue wave of energy, directing it towards the incoming destructive force. With a resounding bang, the Kamehameha collided with the destructive energy. However, due to the colossal size of the destructive force, the Kamehameha was forced back. Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, his entire being radiating an astonishing aura, propelling the destructive energy forward slightly. Chapter 68. Beerus arrives on Earth. Beerus opened his eyes wide and pressed down forcefully with his right hand. Sun Wukong suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure and shouted in despair, "This is the end for me." Beerus chuckled softly, exerting even more force with his right hand. How infuriating! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth as an immense wave of azure energy radiated from his being. Kaioken. With a resounding shout, alongside the vibrant blue aura enveloping him, a surge of crimson energy emerged. What? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Tenfold Kaioken. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's aura surged dramatically, repelling the destructive energy outward. Beerus gritted his teeth, pressing his left hand against the torrent of destructive energy. As the two forces clashed incessantly, invisible ripples emanated from their collision, spreading throughout the cosmos. Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, his aura surging once more. 20-fold Kaioken. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong forcefully pushed back the destructive energy. Beerus, gritting his teeth, exerted all his strength to advance the destructive force slightly forward. After a brief stalemate, both energies eventually dissipated into nothingness. Panting heavily, Beerus gazed at Sun Wukong. Had he known that Sun Wukong possessed such a formidable trump card, he would not have held back and would have decisively defeated him. Now, as he sought to battle Sun Wutien, he was certain he would be at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also panting heavily as he gazed at Beerus. Suddenly, his form reverted to its normal state. King Kai the North exclaimed, "Wukong has transformed back." Whis nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed remarkable that Wukong could engage in battle with Lord Beerus for such an extended duration. Beerus, with a smile, looked at the now normal Sun Wukong and inquired, "Do you wish to continue fighting?" "No, Lord Beerus, I have exhausted all my strength," Wukong replied. Beerus nodded in understanding and descended towards the now half-diminished North Kai's planet. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong descended as well. "Lord Beerus," Vados exclaimed, promptly approaching. "Vados, shall we proceed to Earth?" "Indeed, it is Lord Beerus." "To Earth?" Sun Wukong inquired of Whis. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, shall we venture to Earth to savor its delicacies?" Before Whis could finish his response, Beerus interjected, "In that case, why don't I escort you?" "You, Lord Beerus?" "Goku possesses the instant transmission of the Yardratters, which allows him to travel faster than we can. If that is the case, then let it be you who guides us." Sun Wukong nodded, placing his index fingers upon his forehead. "Lord Beerus, Whis, kindly place your hands upon my back." The two responded with a nod and rested their hands upon Sun Wukong's back. Whoosh. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantaneously vanished from sight. Following the departure of the three, King of the North gazed at the remaining half of the North Star and immediately donned a sorrowful expression. Today had truly been an unfortunate day for him. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Sun Wukong had already escorted Beerus and Whis to the backyard of Bulma's home. "Wukong, who is this?" Bulma inquired, eyeing Beerus, who bore a striking resemblance to Kampa. "Wukong, this is Lord Beerus." "Oh, so you are the esteemed Lord Beerus of our universe." Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. "Lord Beerus, this is Miss Bulma. She has arranged all my meals since my arrival on Earth." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed a penetrating gaze upon Whis, as if to silently question how much he had indulged in without his knowledge. Sensing the scrutiny, Whis responded somewhat sheepishly, "Lord Beerus, what delicacies would you like to sample?" "I do not know. Just bring me anything delicious." "I understand. Then, Miss Bulma, I shall trouble you with this." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Lord Beerus, weren't you seeking to battle Goten? Why the sudden desire to savor Earth's cuisine?" Whis quietly inquired of Beerus. "I have just expended considerable energy. Is it not permissible to replenish myself?" Whis chuckled lightly. "Lord Beerus, could it be that you fear you might not be able to defeat Goten? Hence the need to restore your strength? Who fears not being able to defeat Goten? I merely wish to enjoy Earth's exquisite dishes." "Very well, very well," Whis replied with a cheerful grin. At that moment, Sun Wukong, standing not far away, noticed the two whispering and immediately called out to Whis. "Whis, what are you discussing?" "Oh, nothing at all." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a mixture of belief and doubt. After a considerable time, the delectable Earth delicacies that Bulma had ordered arrived and were placed upon the grand table set in the backyard. Upon seeing the lavish spread of food, Beerus was eager to indulge, only to be interrupted by Whis, who remarked, "There are protocols. One must express a word of thanks before dining, don't you think?" "Of course I know," Beerus retorted. "Then I shall feast." Thus, the banquet commenced. As Sun Wukong observed the conclusion of the battle and was about to stow away the crystal ball, he noticed Marin gazing at him with a beaming smile. "Brother Sun Wukong, may I borrow your crystal ball for a moment of play?" "Absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong refused. Upon hearing this, Marin pouted and remarked, "Don't be so stingy. I'm not refusing to return it to you. I can lend it to you, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Marin's eyes sparkled with interest. "Defeat me." "Brother Sun Wukong, if you don't want to lend it, just say so." "I did say so, but you still want to borrow it." "Humph." Marin huffed disdainfully. "I shall ignore you. I'm off to play with Brother Trunks." With that, Marin soared into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong did not pay it any mind, but instead stored the crystal ball he had picked up into the system's inventory. At that moment, Marlin glanced back at Sun Wukong, and upon noticing his indifference, quickened her pace and soared forward with greater speed. In the West capital, at Bulma's residence, Beerus, after indulging in a sumptuous feast, found his stomach round and full. "What a delightful meal," Beerus remarked, patting his belly with his right hand. In response, Whis picked up a fried fish with his chopsticks and began to eat. Having dined twice since arriving from the realm of destruction, it was indeed peculiar for Beerus to feel unsatisfied. After half an hour had passed, Feeling that he had digested sufficiently, Beerus turned to the already sated Whis and said, "Whis, let us seek out Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong, looking for Goten? Indeed. Lord Beerus initially intended to engage in battle with Goten, but upon learning that you had vanquished Frieza and mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God, he decided to fight you instead to assess your prowess. Is that so? Whis nodded. Then, Lord Beerus, shall we proceed? Chapter 69, Super Saiyan God 2. Observing this, Whis pointed his staff towards the ground, leading Beerus away from Bulma's residence, on top of Bowsy Mountain. At this moment, Son Goten sat atop a large stone, gazing upward at the sky. Suddenly, a beam of multicolored light descended from above. As the radiance dissipated, two figures emerged within it. These individuals were none other than Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, this is Son Goten, the youngest son of Sun Wukong. Lord Beerus nodded slightly. Goten. Lord Beerus has heard of your formidable strength and wishes to engage you in battle. Engage me in battle? Whis affirmed with a nod. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Sun Wukong. He certainly did not wish to miss such an exhilarating battle. Bees cast a glance at Sun Wukong and immediately soared into the air, retreating to the rear. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong also began to retreat. Beerus chuckled and remarked, Son Goten, why not transform into a Super Saiyan God? A Super Saiyan God, you say? I am eager to see if you are the formidable rival I envisioned in my dreams. Sun Wutien nodded firmly, clenching his fist with determination. With a resounding shout, his hair transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, his eyes enlarged and exhibiting distinct pupils. They became strikingly outlined, with the pupils and irises taking on shades of black and red, respectively, while his entire being was enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames. This was the manifestation of the Super Saiyan God. Observing this, Beerus thoughtfully stroked his chin with his right hand. Although Sun Wukong's energy is formidable, it has yet to reach the realm of a destroyer god, in the realm of the King of Worlds. The old Kai observed the two preparing for battle and could not help but sigh. I had thought that once Goku and Lord Beerus concluded their fight, it would be the end. I never anticipated that Lord Beerus would seek out Sun Wukong again. The East Kai responded, Esteemed ancestor, it is simply unavoidable. How many in this universe dare to refuse a request from Lord Beerus? The old Kai nodded slightly. Then, Lord Beerus, shall we commence? Sun Wukong gazed intently at Beerus, who met his gaze with a subtle nod. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong tightened his grip with both hands and struck towards Beerus's face. Beerus swiftly shifted his body to the side, evading the blow. With a resounding cry, Son Goten forcefully thrust his right knee forward. Beerus mirrored this action, driving his left knee forward to collide with Son Goten's right knee, producing an incredibly intense sound accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Both combatants were momentarily pushed back a few steps, yet they swiftly closed the distance once more, their fists and feet striking with the swiftness of light. The clamor of their fierce battle reverberated through the entirety of Bowsy Mountain, causing the ground to tremble and countless stones to be hurled into the air around them. With a powerful punch, Beerus struck Son Goten squarely in the face, sending him careening away. In a thunderous explosion, Son Goten, like a bolt of lightning, crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. Beerus raised his right hand, gathering a surge of destructive energy aimed at the mountain into which Son Goten had collided. With a colossal explosion, the mountain shattered into countless fragments, raining down from the sky. However, amidst the debris, there was no sign of Son Goten. Observing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, a figure materialized behind him, Son Goten. As Beerus turned, he found Son Goten's right fist hurtling toward him. Swiftly, Beerus sidestepped to the right, delivering a powerful lateral kick that sent Son Goten flying to the left. Sun Wukong's feet pressed firmly against the ground, halting just before crashing into the towering mountains behind him. The warm-up is over. It is time for you to reveal your true strength. Sun Wukong's strength certainly surpasses that of an elephant. He is capable of much more than mere appearances suggest. Sun Wukong's son nodded, his fist clenched tightly, and an immensely powerful aura immediately emanated from his body, swiftly ascending. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of his energy. Son Goten let out a thunderous roar, radiating an abundance of white light. When the brilliance faded, although his appearance remained that of a Super Saiyan God, his aura had undergone a profound transformation. Beerus, sensing Son Goten's energy, felt a twinge of astonishment, for Son Goten's current aura was now scarcely inferior to his own. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and Whis were taken aback. Shouldn't Wukong's transformation, surpassing that of the Super Saiyan God, be the Super Saiyan Blue? Sun Wukong nodded. I believe it is possible that Goten's strength surpasses mine, so even in his transformation to Super Saiyan God, he may indeed be stronger than my Super Saiyan Blue. Is that so? Sun Wukong nodded. Beerus inquired, are you the Super Saiyan God? Sun Goten nodded. However, this is the Super Saiyan God too. Super Saiyan God too? Indeed. Although they are both Super Saiyan gods, there exists a significant disparity in their realms. Now I understand. No wonder your aura differs so greatly from before. As Beerus spoke, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Prior to his arrival, he had speculated about Sun Goten's strength, yet he found himself underestimating him. According to Goku, Super Saiyan Blue transcends the transformation of Super Saiyan God, and if Sun Goten has also mastered Super Saiyan Blue 2, or the Kaioken technique, then in this battle, the odds might be evenly matched. Then, Lord Beerus, let us continue our battle. Very well, Beerus replied, feeling somewhat uncertain within. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of crimson light, soaring into the heavens. In response, Beerus ascended alongside him. The two halted abruptly at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Gazing at one another, Sun Goten let out a light chuckle, his entire being radiating a brilliant crimson glow as he charged towards Beerus. In response, Beerus emanated a formidable violet aura and surged forward to meet Sun Goten. With a series of thunderous sounds, whoosh, bang, bang, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their bodies swiftly maneuvering through the sky. As their intense clash unfolded, the atmosphere was pierced by ferocious gales, sweeping down towards the earth. Bang! Sun Wukong and Beerus simultaneously struck each other with their right fists, sending each other staggering backwards. Ha! Sun Wutien let out a mighty roar, swiftly clapping his hands together, unleashing a torrent of energy waves directed towards Beerus. In response, Beerus deftly sidestepped, launching himself towards Sun Wutien with great speed. Upon witnessing this, Sun Goten immediately ceased his energy wave assault and moved forward. Chapter 70, Battling the God of Destruction with Mortal Strength. Whoosh! Beerus's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Sun Goten. Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted his body backward, catching sight of Beerus raising his foot to deliver a kick. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to shield himself, retreating several steps. Beerus let out a cold snort and charged towards Sun Wukong with a clenched fist. Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly, launching an assault towards the oncoming Beerus. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Beerus swiftly dodged to the sides, evading Sun Wukong's fierce strikes. In response, he raised his fist to counterattack Sun Wukong. Sun Goten swiftly sidestepped, evading Beerus's onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Beerus gathered a surge of destructive energy in his right hand and launched it towards Sun Goten. Sun Wukong was taken aback, swiftly evading the impending danger. Boom! With a resounding explosion, destructive energy erupted behind him. As Sun Wukong and Beerus swiftly ascended, their fists collided with great force. Bang! After a brief exchange of blows, they grasped each other's hands, their bodies emanating crimson and violet auras that clashed violently. The surrounding void trembled under the intensity of their energies, while invisible ripples radiated from their forms, spreading throughout the cosmos. The oceans of Earth churned violently in response to these unseen waves, causing the inhabitants to experience varying degrees of discomfort, including headaches and nausea. Nearby, barren planets were reduced to cosmic dust upon the impact of these ethereal waves. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong propelled Beerus several steps forward. Gritting his teeth, Beerus retaliated, sending Sun Wukong staggering back. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, both warriors were thrust away from one another, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a subtle smile graced Beerus's face. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan God from my dreams, albeit slightly shorter than I envisioned. Dreams? Sun Wutien feigned ignorance. Indeed, do you know why I sought you out for combat? Is it not due to my superior strength? That is not the sole reason. The primary cause lies in my prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? To put it simply, I envisioned myself battling the god of Super Saiyan, whose strength is on par with mine. Alas, I awakened before we could determine a victor. I see, Beerus nodded. However, there was one significant reason he refrained from disclosing: pride. A prophetic dream, even if fabricated, would not ordinarily bear much weight. Yet, he had previously boasted to Whis about his prophetic dreams on numerous occasions, only for them to repeatedly miss the mark, which would surely lead to Whis's mocking laughter. His earlier battle with Sun Wukong, while showcasing the might of the god of Super Saiyan, still fell short of the prowess he envisioned in his dream. Thus, his confrontation with Sun Wutien served to unequivocally validate the authenticity of his prophetic dream, delivering a resounding slap to Whis's face. Then, Lord Beerus, let us continue our battle. Upon concluding his words, Sun Wukong's form instantly transformed into a blazing streak of light, surging towards Beerus. With a thunderous roar, Beerus propelled his right fist forward with all his might. Bang! In an earth-shattering clash, their fists collided with tremendous force, emanating an astonishing aura that radiated outward. Subsequently, invisible ripples cascaded from their hands, expanding throughout the cosmos. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, Beerus tightened his grip, forcing Sun Wukong to stagger backwards several steps. Raising his index finger, Beerus gathered a colossal surge of destructive energy, directing it towards the ground below. Startled, Sun Wukong swiftly positioned himself beneath the destructive energy, channeling his energy with both hands behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, striking towards the descending destructive force. With a resounding bang, the Kamehameha collided violently with the destructive energy. Beerus exerted a powerful downward force with his hands, suppressing the destructive energy. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to push upwards. Such formidable power. Is this what it means to possess the strength of Lord Beerus and his peers? Although Sun Wukong initially observed the battle between Sun Wutien and Xiangpa at that time, he was unable to perceive the divine energy. Now, the intense clash of energy between the two made him acutely aware of the chasm that separates him from them. Ah! Beerus shouted loudly, exerting all his strength to press downward with both hands. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar, raising his hands with all his might. Bang! As two waves of energy violently collided, they unleashed a tempest of unparalleled ferocity, radiating outward in all directions. Subsequently, invisible ripples emanated from the clash, spreading throughout the cosmos. After a brief stalemate, the two energies, due to continuous collisions and compression, ultimately vanished into thin air as their power was exhausted. Panting heavily, the two exchanged glances. Suddenly, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state. Beerus inquired, "Are we not to fight any longer?" "No, I merely wish to engage you with the strength of a mortal." "The strength of a mortal?" "Indeed." As Sun Goten spoke, he clenched his fist with great force, radiating an astonishing aura that swiftly ascended. The ground trembled violently around him. With a tremendous roar, Sun Goten's body elongated and expanded. Except for his chest, head, palms, and soles, a profusion of white fur sprouted all over him. With his white hair cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets, while his pupils transformed into a striking red. This was none other than Super Saiyan 5. As Sun Goten's energy surged forth, Krillin and the others on Earth immediately sensed his power. What an overwhelming force! Could it be that Goten is battling someone? Tien Shinhan remarked. "I have no idea." Kaiatsu shook his head. Upon witnessing Sun Goten's transformation, Beerus was also taken aback and mused, "Is this the transformation of a Super Saiyan?" Sun Goten nodded. Although Super Saiyan God 2 possesses the capability to vanquish Beerus, as a mortal, he still yearns to defeat Beerus using the strength inherent to humanity. "Very well, if that is the case, allow me to witness your power." Sun Goten nodded, transforming into a beam of white light as he charged towards Beerus. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Beerus, his fists moving with the swiftness of light as they struck towards him. Beerus deftly evaded while using his hands to deflect Goten's onslaught, retreating in the process. Chapter 71, Super Saiyan 5 Full Power. Sun Wutien let out a mighty roar, unleashing his right fist with all his strength forward. Bang! Sun Goten struck Beerus in the chest with his right fist, sending him hurtling back several hundred meters. At that moment, Piccolo and Trunks arrived on the scene. "Is that Goten?" Piccolo inquired. Although Trunks had witnessed Goten's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he had never seen Goten in his Super Saiyan 5 form. Furthermore, given their altitude, he was somewhat uncertain if it truly was Goten. "Indeed," Piccolo nodded. Goten cast a glance at Beerus, his form transforming into a streak of white light as he soared towards the skies above Earth. Observing this, Beerus promptly pursued him. Before long, Goten ascended beyond the Earth's atmosphere, coming to a halt high above the planet. Sun Goten lowered his gaze and beheld the azure orb of Earth. At that moment, Beerus soared before him and came to a halt. Sun Goten chuckled lightly, suddenly raising both hands towards Beerus. Upon witnessing this, Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards Beerus. Beerus intended to evade, but found himself inexplicably immobilized, as if his body were under some unseen control. As he gazed at Sun Wukong, who raised his hands, a realization dawned upon him. In that instant, Sun Wukong reached Beerus, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. Beerus let out a piercing scream, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. As Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind Beerus, He clasped his hands into a hammer-like formation and struck forcefully against Beerus's back. With a thunderous crash, Beerus's body plummeted towards Earth like a shooting star. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goten swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep azure energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Beerus. What? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Boom. The Kamehameha struck Beerus, propelling him downward with increased velocity towards the Earth. Upon witnessing the Kamehameha wave hurtling towards Earth, Sun Wukong felt a surge of concern. Damn it! Exclaimed Beerus, as an overwhelming aura of destruction radiated from his being, gradually dissipating the Kamehameha before him. However, despite Beerus's successful neutralization of the Kamehameha, he found himself considerably drained of energy. The Kamehameha had vanished. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Whis nodded. The god of destruction can convert energy, Wukong. Have you not learned this during your extensive training under Lord Kampa? I had no idea. Though Sun Wukong diligently trained under the tutelage of Xiangpa, he seldom engaged in combat with him. At that moment, Sun Goten clenched his fist with fervor, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with remarkable speed. What? Upon sensing Sun Goten's rapidly escalating energy, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. He had just exerted all his strength in his battle against Sun Goten, only to realize that Sun Goten had concealed his true power. It was one thing to mask his energy, but after such an extended confrontation, Beerus noticed that his own energy had waned due to fatigue, while Sun Goten, having transformed twice, not only maintained his energy but actually amplified it. Was this truly a human being? Zzz boom. At that instant, Sun Goten elevated his power to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 5, unleashing the gathered energy that enveloped his form. Witnessing this, Beerus gritted his teeth in determination. The strength of Sun Wukong far exceeds his own imagination. Should he continue to engage in battle, he might indeed find himself vanquished by Sun Wukong. Yet, to refrain from fighting would imply that he fears Sun Wukong. He now faces a dilemma of profound proportions. Resolute in his decision, Beerus declared, and in an instant, his form transformed into a radiant beam of purple light, hurtling towards the expanse beyond Earth. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately propelled himself from beyond Earth's atmosphere back towards the planet. With a thunderous crash, he descended while Beerus ascended, their right fists colliding with tremendous force. An extraordinarily fierce gust of wind emanated from their hands, radiating outward into the surroundings. The entire sky instantly resonated with an astonishing roar. Ha! With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong unleashed an overwhelming force from his right fist, driving Beerus downward. Gritting his teeth, Beerus swiftly stabilized himself in midair. At that moment, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful flying kick that struck Beerus with tremendous impact. The sound of the collision echoed like thunder, as Beerus, akin to a bolt of lightning, plummeted heavily to the ground. The earth erupted in a colossal cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Beerus and acquiring the rudimentary form of destruction energy through Ultra Instinct. Defeated? Indeed, Master, his current power level has diminished to merely 10%. Only 10%? Yes, Master, do you wish to eliminate him? No, I was merely inquiring. After a brief pause, as the dust settled, an immense crater emerged on the ground, with Beerus lying in the very center of it. Lord Beerus! Sun Wukong glanced at Beerus, who lay in the deep pit. At that moment, Beerus took a deep breath and rose from the abyss, gazing up at Sun Goten in the sky. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong transformed back to his normal state and descended. Tien Shinon inquired, Wukong, has he reverted? Indeed, replied Chaos. Lord Beerus, I find myself quite famished. Shall we conclude our battle here? As Sun Wukong spoke, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a glance at the spectators, including Piccolo, and nodded slightly. Having lived for several billion years, Beerus was well aware that Sun Wukong was deliberately providing him an opportunity to save face. Observing this, Whis immediately soared over to tend to the injuries sustained by the two. Wukong, he inquired, was that power you just exhibited, the one that rendered my body immobile? A form of superpower? Sun Goten nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Beerus immediately turned to Whis and remarked, Whis, did my prophetic dream not prove accurate? Sun Goten truly possesses strength comparable to mine. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis affirmed with a nod. After hearing this, Beerus let out a yawn and said, Well then, Whis, shall we take our leave? Certainly, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, bidding farewell to Goku. Goku, we shall be on our way. Sun Wukong nodded. Observing this, Whis pointed his staff towards the ground, and a radiant spectrum of light instantly manifested beneath them, whisking the two away from Earth. Upon witnessing their departure, Trunks promptly soared to Goten's side and inquired, "Goten, was that transformation you just executed Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wukong nodded. "You rascal, just how many transformations can you perform?" After hearing this, Sun Wutien found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 72. Beerus confronts Kappa. The transformations he currently mastered were primarily those of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. As for the mysterious state, the techniques of the God of Destruction, and the Ultra Instinct, these are more akin to states and realms. Although they may alter one's appearance, they do not qualify as transformations. If Black Goku were to appear in the future, he might very well master Super Saiyan Rose. Reflecting on this, he realized he had quite a repertoire of transformations, nearly becoming a transformation expert. Just as Sun Wutien was lost in thought, a figure flew in from the distance. It was Marin. "Marin!" Trunks called out to her. Marin nodded and smiled at Sun Wutien. "Brother Wutien, what transformation was that you just performed? I couldn't see it clearly from the ground. Could you transform again for me?" "Sorry, Marin, but I'm quite hungry right now and lack the energy to transform." "Well then, I'll come back this afternoon to see your transformation." Trunks nudged Sun Wutien with his elbow. "Nice one, Wutien." In the 7th universe, after Whis took Beerus away from Earth, they immediately began their conversation. "Lord Beerus, what did you think of the battle?" "Humph." Beerus snorted. "What do you think?" Whis chuckled. "It was you who insisted on fighting Sun Wutien. That was only because your prophetic dream was inaccurate, compelling me to seek him out." Whis smiled. "But your previous prophetic dreams have indeed proven to be incorrect." Beerus snorted again. "By the way, it has been over 4 years since Sun Wutien fought Kappa." "Over 4 years?" Whis nodded. "In that time, his strength has increased significantly." "By the way, Whis, how old is Sun Wutien this year?" "If we calculate according to their Earth age, he should be 12. "Only 12? "Yes." "Do you think he has the potential to surpass the angels?" "I can't say for certain." Whis shook his head. "A talent like Sun Wutien is a rarity among humans." In the 6th universe, in the realm of the God of Destruction, Vegeta was training on a patch of grass. Beerus's attendant, Beerus, flew down from the palace and landed before Kappa, who was seated on a large rock. "Lord Kappa, Lord Beerus has awakened." "Awakened?" "Yes. And he fought against Sun Wukong and Sun Wutien." "Sun Wukong and Sun Wutien? Why would Beerus suddenly seek them out for battle?" "I don't know, but like you." Lord Beerus also lost to Sun Wutien. Upon hearing their conversation, Vegeta abruptly halted his training, clenching his fists tightly. "Beerus lost too?" Kappa felt a sense of schadenfreude. "Indeed. And Sun Wutien's strength now exceeds what it was when he fought you." With that, Kappa's expression turned serious. "Beerus, what sort of race are the Saiyans?" "If they are from our 6th universe, they are a peace-loving people. If from the 7th universe, they are a warrior race." "A warrior race." Furthermore, once they master the Super Saiyan transformation, they can break through their limits without any bottlenecks. Then, Beerus, has there ever been an exceptionally powerful individual among the Saiyan race? "I'm not sure about the Saiyans of the 7th universe, but the Saiyans of the 6th universe should not have any." "None?" "Indeed." Time flew by. And 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Beerus, intending to settle accounts with Kappa regarding his misdeeds in Beerus's universe, arrived in the realm of the God of Destruction in the 6th universe. "Beerus." Kappa greeted him immediately. Beerus nodded and glanced towards Vegeta, who was standing nearby. "Lord Beerus." Vegeta greeted him promptly. Beerus nodded again, turning back to Kappa. "What brings you here today?" Unexpectedly, Kappa felt a twinge of guilt. "Are you not welcoming me? Or do you think I am unaware of what you did while I was in slumber?" "I did nothing. I merely indulged in some delicious food from your universe." "Humph." Beerus scoffed. "And what about your fight with Sun Wutien? How did you come to be in my universe?" "I was just bored and decided to take a stroll in your universe, and I happened to sense Sun Wutien's divine aura, so we sparred." "Is that all?" Beerus narrowed his eyes. He could not shake the feeling that Kappa was concealing something from him. "Otherwise? What else could there be?" Beerus snorted. "Regardless, the 7th universe is my domain. If you dare to take advantage of my slumber and cause mischief in my territory again, I shall not spare you." Beerus's visit was primarily a warning to Kappa. "TCH, were it not for the Earth delicacies, I wouldn't have come to your universe." "Well then, don't come back." "Fine. I want to come back. After all, our universe has Earth too." "Whis, let us depart." "As you wish, Lord Beerus." Whis replied, pointing his staff to the ground. And a radiant light enveloped them, whisking them away from the realm of the God of Destruction. "Are they really leaving?" Vegeta was taken aback, having anticipated a grand battle between the two. In the 6th universe, after Whis took Beerus away from the realm of the God of Destruction, he promptly addressed Beerus. "So? Where shall we head next, Lord Beerus?" To Earth in our universe. As you wish, Lord Beerus. In the 7th universe, on Earth. At the home of Sun Wukong on Mount Payas, with Sun Wutian growing older, Chi-Chi had begun contemplating enrolling him in school. Although Sun Wukong initially hired a tutor for his studies, he still had to attend school when he reached high school. Mother. I believe self-study at home would be more beneficial, it would save money, and my brother could assist me with my studies. Indeed, Mother. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan responded. No, if you stay at home to study, you will undoubtedly be distracted and play every day. I won't, Mother. You can have my brother supervise me. No. Wufan has already graduated from university. He will be busy with work and won't have time to oversee you. But, Mother. I heard that Bulma Annie dropped out of school at 16. She comes from an incredibly wealthy family, while ours is not. Chapter 73, The Pilaf Gang then, Mother. If our family were to become exceedingly wealthy, would I be exempt from studying? How would we become exceedingly wealthy? Is it through your father? Moreover, wealth and education are two different matters. Even the wealthy must pursue their studies. Oh. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chi-Chi opened the door to reveal a blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. This was Marin. Marin. Hello, Aunt Chi-Chi. Marin greeted Chi-Chi politely. Chi-Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Are you here to see Goten? Yes. Marin nodded affirmatively. Then, Goten, since Marin has come to see you, you should spend some time playing with her. All right, Mother. As Sun Wukong spoke, he led Marin outside to a grassy expanse on Bao Bao Mountain, where they settled down. Brother Wutian, could you transform into Super Saiyan 5 for me to see? Super Saiyan 5? Yes, you promised to transform into Super Saiyan 5 for me before, remember? Is that so? Of course. You mentioned you were hungry, so come in the afternoon. On North Kai's planet, after 3 days of diligent effort, North Kai had nearly completed the restoration of his domain. Sun Wukong gazed upon the restored North Galaxy star, a grin adorning his face as he addressed the North Galaxy King. My lord, you truly are impressive, managing to repair the North Galaxy star so swiftly. Humph. The North Galaxy King scoffed. You have the audacity to say that? If it weren't for your meddling, my North Galaxy star would not have fallen into such disarray. But this time it was Lord Beerus who insisted on battling me. Even if Lord Beerus had not sought you out, you still left my planet in ruins. By the way, why aren't you training in the 6th universe alongside Vegeta? Isn't Lord Beerus awake now? Indeed. I thought it best to train on Lord Beerus's planet. Ah. I see. I was wondering why you hadn't been training in the 6th universe these past few days. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed the presence of Beerus. Lord Beerus is here. As Sun Wukong spoke, he instantly teleported back to Earth. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Beerus and Whis had already arrived in Bulma's backyard. Lord Beerus, Whis. Bulma greeted the two. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Bulma, Lord Beerus wishes to sample your planet's delicacies. Could you kindly arrange that? Of course, that would be no problem. Bulma replied with a smile. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in Bulma's backyard, revealing none other than Sun Wukong. Bulma exclaimed, Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. Beerus responded with a nod. Wukong, what brings you here? Bulma inquired. Sun Wukong has always been one to seek out the 3 treasures hall for any trivial matter. I am here to find Whis, to train on Lord Beerus's planet. Train on my planet? Beerus glanced at Whis. Whis smiled and replied, Lord Beerus, I believe Wukong possesses considerable strength, so I agreed to guide him in his training. Upon hearing this, Beerus squinted his eyes. Whis, have you received any benefits from him? Not at all, Lord Beerus. Whis responded, looking somewhat guilty. Indeed. He had received certain advantages from Sun Wukong. Spare me the nonsense. Based on my understanding of you, you must have received something in return for mentoring him. Really? I haven't, Lord Beerus. Beerus snorted coldly. I am indifferent to your training sessions, but you must ensure that you do not disturb my slumber. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. After hearing this, Beerus cast a wary glance at Whis, for he was most concerned about this fellow. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, Kappa was sitting atop a large rock, appearing quite bored. Vados, why hasn't Wukong come to train with Vegeta? Kappa inquired. Vados chuckled, Lord Kappa. It seems Wukong intends to train with Lord Beerus. Beerus? Indeed, for Lord Beerus's location is comparatively closer. Kappa scoffed. If that is the case, have you not wasted your efforts in teaching him? Lord Kappa, are you particularly concerned about Wukong? Vados asked with a smile. Not at all. I'm merely asking out of curiosity. In the 7th universe, a massive spaceship traversed through the cosmos. This vessel belonged to Friesia's army. Inside a chamber of the ship stood a short man with blue skin, clad in a green Saiyan battle suit and draped in a white cloak. His name was Sorp, the chief strategist of Frisia. Before him stood two formidable warriors, one with red skin and large horns, named Zasami, and another bald man with white skin, named Tagma. Zasami, have you still been unable to locate Namek? Sorb inquired. No, the original Namek has been relocated by the Namekians. Sorb stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems we must take the risk of visiting Earth. Earth? Yes, for there are Dragon Balls on Earth as well. To resurrect King Frisia and restore our army, we must seek the Dragon Balls there. This mission will only involve the three of us, to avoid detection by the Saiyans. Just the three of us? Zasami asked. Indeed. Sorb affirmed. 2 days later, the trio arrived on a great mountain on Earth. Is this Earth? Zasami gazed at the azure sky. Sorb nodded. There is no time to waste. Let us proceed. Indeed. Zasami agreed. Sorb promptly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar to search for the Dragon Balls. After a lengthy search, they located 4 Dragon Balls. We still require 3 more. Sorb remarked, glancing at the radar. The remaining 3 are clustered together. It is possible others are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Could it be the Saiyans? I'm uncertain. In any case, we must remain vigilant. Agreed. Zasami nodded. On a mountain outside West City, 3 figures were in search of the Dragon Balls. These individuals were the diminutive Pilaf and his gang. King Pilaf. For Dragon Balls have gathered together, could it be that someone else is collecting them as well? Mai observed, looking at her radar. Could it be Sun Wukong? Shu mused. For Pilaf's group, the mere thought of Sun Wukong instilled fear in their hearts. Sun Wukong can undoubtedly be regarded as their lifelong adversary. Upon hearing this, Pilaf immediately broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, Asu, do not speak such nonsense. Our last endeavor to collect the Dragon Balls was quite successful, was it not? Regardless of whether our opponent is Sun Wukong, we must exercise caution. Indeed. Asu and Xiao nodded in agreement. After a considerable time, Sorbai, accompanied by Tagma and others, located Pilaf and his group. Upon realizing they were not Saiyans, Sorbai breathed a sigh of relief and declared, hand over the Dragon Balls, or do not hold us accountable for our ruthlessness. Lord Pilaf, Asu and Xiaowu, upon noticing the towering figures of Tagma and Zasami, immediately turned to Pilaf. Seeing that the 3 were formidable, Pilaf clenched his teeth and ordered, Asu, Xiaowu, surrender the Dragon Balls to them. As you command, Lord Pilaf. Though reluctant, the 2 complied and relinquished the Dragon Balls. Seeing their compliance, Sorbai decided to spare them and glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls strewn on the ground. Zasami, do you know how to use these Dragon Balls? No. Zasami shook his head. Sorbai, are you unaware of their usage? No, replied Sorbai, turning to Pilaf's group. Tell me, do you know how these Dragon Balls work? The Pilaf group was instantly taken aback. Simply call out to the Dragon Balls, come forth, dragon, and grant my wish. Pilaf instructed. Come forth and fulfill my wish? Sorbai mused, eyeing the Dragon Balls. Just as he spoke, the sky over the earth darkened, and a cerulean dragon materialized in midair. This dragon was none other than the Earth-S Shinran. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3. Sorbai inquired, 3? Such a multitude? Indeed, Shinran affirmed. In that case, I wish to resurrect King Frisia. That is feasible. However, Frisia's body was shattered, and I can only restore the fragments of his body. Fragments? Indeed. Shinran confirmed. Lord Sorbai, we can utilize our latest regeneration technology to reassemble King Frisia's remains. Tagma suggested. Ah, I nearly forgot about that. Sorbai exclaimed. Then, dragon, please provide us with the fragments of King Frisia's body. Very well, Shinran replied, his eyes flashing red. Instantly, numerous body fragments fell from the sky. Sorbai urged Tagma and the others to assist in gathering the pieces of Frisia's body. Seeing them collect the fragments, Asu and Xiaowu called out to Shinran, Dragon, I wish for 1 million. Dragon, I wish for 10 million. Very well, Shinran responded, his eyes gleaming red. In an instant, a large stack of money appeared in the hands of Asu and Xiaowu. Until we meet again, Shinran declared, promptly transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls and descending toward the earth. What? Sorbai exclaimed, his frustration mounting. He had initially intended to resurrect King Cold as well. But with those 2 wishes, it was clear that he would be unable to bring King Cold back. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo noticed the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky and hastened towards Sorbai and his group. Lord Sorbai, we have gathered all the fragments of King Frisia's body. I suggest we withdraw. Sorbai nodded and, accompanied by Tagma and the others, departed. though harboring resentment toward Pilaf and his group. He was aware that the unusual occurrence in the sky could attract the attention of the Saiyans, potentially leading to their demise. As Pilaf watched the three leave, he sighed in relief. Then, glancing at the money in Asu and Xiaowu's possession, he remarked, Asu, Xiaowu, why did you not wish for more money? Especially you, Asu. Only asking for 1,000,000. I was too anxious and forgot. Pilaf, upon hearing this, promptly took the money from their hands. I shall keep this money safe for you. Tonight, I will treat you to a fine meal at a restaurant. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong's home. At this moment, Sun Wutian was taking a nap at home, unaware of the events surrounding the use of the Dragon Balls. On Frisia's spaceship, Tagoma and his comrades, after retrieving the shattered remnants of Frisia's body, immediately utilized the latest resurrection device from Frisia's army to reconstruct and revive him. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the treatment pod containing Frisia broke apart. Frisia's feet touched the ground as he slowly opened his eyes, inquiring, Have I been resurrected? Indeed, Lord Frisia, replied Sorbet. And who might you be? I am Sorbet, the chief advisor of Frisia's army. Ah, I believe I recall something of you, but why did it take so long for my revival? It was due to the inability to locate the original Namek, and the Saiyans have grown considerably stronger, which is why we could only bring you back now. Frisia snorted disdainfully, casting a glance at Tagoma and the others. We pay our respects to Lord Frisia, they exclaimed. Frisia acknowledged with a nod. And who are these two? They are Shirsami and Tagoma. They both contributed significantly to your resurrection. Oh, by the way, what has become of the Saiyans? Frisia asked. In response, Lord Frisia, the Saiyans have shown remarkable growth over the years, even defeating Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Frisia's expression turned grave. His father had once warned him that there were two beings in the universe one must never provoke. Beerus, the god of destruction, and Majin Buu. Indeed, Lord Frisia. They have indeed become much stronger. Lord Frisia, our army is in disarray. Your revival is perfectly timed to restore our forces. I assume that is the reason for my resurrection? Frisia remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sorbet. Yes, indeed. Let us set aside the matter of revitalizing Frisia's army for the moment. I have a more pressing matter to attend to. A more pressing matter? Yes. It concerns exacting revenge on Son Goku and his companions. I can never forget those days I spent in hell on Earth. Lord Frisia, the Saiyans are exceedingly powerful. I believe it would be wise not to confront them. Tagoma cautioned. Frisia shot him a cold glare, then took a step forward, seizing Tagoma by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Lord Frisia. Sorbet gasped in shock. Tagoma struggled to breathe as Frisia tightened his grip. It is because of individuals like you that my army has fallen to such a state, Frisia declared, releasing his hold and using his telekinetic powers to hurl Tagoma violently against the glass behind him. With a sound of shattering glass, the pane broke. And as the spaceship moved, Tagoma and the soldiers surrounding him were immediately sucked into the vacuum of space. Activate the force field. Quickly, deploy the ship as protective shield. Sorbet shouted urgently to the crewman at the controls. The soldier promptly activated a translucent shield outside the spaceship, saving Tagoma and the others from being ejected into the cosmos. Frisia let out a disdainful huff. By the way, Sorbet, my father has not been resurrected, has he? In response, Lord Frisia, we encountered some complications. So King Cold was not revived this time. However, we will certainly bring him back next time. There is no need to revive him. He constantly nagged me while in hell. Let him remain there. As you wish, Lord Frisia. Furthermore, with Son Goku's enhanced abilities, I must undergo 4 months of intense training before returning to Earth. Intense training? Indeed, I am a genius. I have never trained since my birth. Frisia clenched his fists tightly. In just 4 months, I am confident I can defeat Son Goku. Sorbet nodded in agreement. Frisia then turned to Tagoma. During these 4 months, you shall train alongside me, and I will ensure you receive proper training. Tagoma, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered. On Earth, at Ascension. At this moment, Sun Wukong awakened from his afternoon slumber atop the Mount Baozi, engaged in his training. Suddenly, a green figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, he exclaimed. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Wukong, where is Gohan? He inquired. He has gone to West City for an interview. Wukong replied. Are you aware that someone has recently utilized the Dragon Balls? Piccolo continued. Dragon Balls? I was just napping and am unaware of any events. Wukong responded. Is that so? Piccolo remarked, turning his body as if to depart. Uncle Piccolo, would you like my assistance in enhancing your power? Wukong offered. Enhance my power? You mean like how you assist your brother and the others? Piccolo questioned. But doesn't that require a full day? Not at all. In the hyperbolic time chamber, it only takes a few minutes, Wukong assured him. Very well then. Piccolo considered for a moment before agreeing. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian swiftly transported Piccolo to the celestial realm. Piccolo, Wutian, Dondi, who was in the heavenly domain, greeted the two. Sun Wutian nodded. Wutian, what brings you here today? I am here to assist Uncle Piccolo in enhancing my strength. Enhancing your strength? Indeed. I wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. Very well. How long do you plan to stay inside? Just one day will suffice. All right. Dandy nodded. Bobo. Do we still have food and water inside? Yes, my lord, there is enough food and water to last for 2 years. Then please escort them to the hyperbolic time chamber. Understood. Bobo nodded. After a little over 10 minutes, Piccolo emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. His aura significantly more potent than before. The remarkable increase in strength brought an unusual smile to Piccolo's face. What an impressive aura, Dandy remarked, feeling Piccolo's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, on Earth, Krillin and the others sensed Piccolo's formidable energy. However, as Krillin had work obligations, he did not bother to inquire about the situation. Time swiftly passed. And a week later, upon learning from Piccolo that Sun Wutian was the one who aided him in enhancing his strength, Krillin visited Sun Wukong's home in search of Wutian. Uncle Krillin, Sun Wutian greeted with a smile and a nod. Wutian, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? I would like your assistance in enhancing my strength. Krillin replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gazed at Krillin. Krillin is the mightiest human in the Dragon Ball universe. Tien is a hybrid of a three-eyed alien and a human. Although his strength is commendable, he remains fundamentally a human, and thus his potential for enhancement is limited. Otherwise, he would have already assisted in elevating his power. Very well, however. The ritual to unlock one's inner potential is exceedingly time-consuming. Shall I seek the assistance of the Elder Kaishin to perform this rite for you? The Elder Kaishin, you say? Indeed. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, nodded, and in an instant, he teleported to the realm of the Kais. Goten. Son Goten nodded and said, Lord Ko. Why have you come here, Goten? I am here to seek the assistance of the Elder Kai. Me? The Elder Kai, who was engrossed in his reading, set the book aside. Yes, I wish for you to help Uncle Krillin unlock the potential within him. That is not feasible. I am quite occupied at the moment. Sun Wukong is certainly capable. There is no need for him to seek assistance. Sun Wutian chuckled and said, By the way, Old Kai, I have also mastered the technique that Lord Beerus used to seal you away. Are you threatening me? Upon hearing this, Old Kai's expression turned to one of sheer anger. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly executed an instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. After a brief moment, he reappeared, wielding the restored sword of the King of Worlds. The old King of Worlds, upon gazing at the refurbished blade, immediately displayed a look of alarm and exclaimed, Very well, I shall assist you. Just lower the sword. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately set down his sword and said, Shall I bring Uncle Krillin? Nodded the old Supreme Kai. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly executed a technique of instant transmission, bringing Krillin along with him. Old Kaishin. The Elder Kaishin acknowledged with a nod. If there are no further matters to attend to, shall I return for you tomorrow, Uncle Krillin? Indeed. Krillin responded with a nod. Please convey my regards to Marin and the others. Sun Wukong nodded briefly, and in an instant, he vanished from the realm of the King of Worlds. Time swiftly flowed. And before long, 4 months had elapsed. In the 7th universe, the realm of the Destroyer God. At this moment, Sun Wukong finds himself engaged in battle with Whis on a grassy expanse. After 4 months of rigorous training, Sun Wukong has elevated his prowess to the depths of Super Saiyan Blue. However, despite this formidable enhancement, he finds himself unable to land a blow on Whis, whose strength remains overwhelmingly superior. Suddenly, Whis raises his hands in a gesture of pause and declares, Stop. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his assault. What is it? Whis? He inquired. It is still insufficient. Your speed is fundamentally lacking. You rely on your intellect before executing an action, which inevitably constrains your swiftness. You must first attune yourself, and then allow the signals from your brain to travel through your nerves. By the time this reaches your body, it takes far too long. If only each part of the body could independently assess and act. Achieving this is exceptionally challenging. Even Lord Beerus cannot attain perfection in this regard. Chapter 76. The Assault of Frisia's Sun Wukong nodded in a somewhat confused manner. In the western capital of Earth, at Bulma's residence, Bulma was leisurely seated in her backyard, sipping coffee. In the courtyard, Sun Wukong and Trunks were engrossed in their playful antics. Suddenly, a small spacecraft descended from the heavens, landing gracefully with a soft sound. The glass panel of the spacecraft opened, revealing an extraterrestrial being. His skin was a striking shade of purple, his face a deep blue, and his eyes resembled the hue of salted egg yolks. He wore a pristine white uniform, indicative of the Galactic Patrol. This individual was named Jack, a member of the Galactic Patrol of the Seventh Universe. Upon witnessing the spaceship, Sun Wutien and Trunks immediately approached it, scrutinizing the figure of Gak who stood atop. With a swift leap, Gak descended from the spacecraft and inquired, "Hey kid, is this Bulma's place?" Trunks nodded in affirmation, questioning, "Who are you?" Gak replied, "I am a friend of your mother, and I have urgent news for her." "Friend of my mother?" Trunks pointed ahead, declaring, "Mom is right there." Following Trunks' gesture, Gak spotted Bulma, who was sipping coffee while perusing a magazine. "Bulma," Gak exclaimed, striding towards her. "Is that you, Gak?" Bulma asked, astonished at his unchanged appearance. Gak nodded. "It has been a long time, Bulma." She responded, "Indeed. What brings you to Earth today?" "I have a message from your sister," Gak stated. "Yes. Frieza has been resurrected and will arrive on Earth in approximately half an hour." "Frieza," Bulma gasped, recalling the formidable adversary he once was. Gak affirmed, "Do you know Goku, who defeated Frieza?" "Of course, we are very good friends." Bulma replied. "Do you know where he is now?" Gak inquired, his expression growing animated. "He is currently training with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction." "Lord Beerus? Isn't he a mythological figure?" Bulma dismissed. "Not a myth. Lord Beerus is real and has lived for millions of years." Gak exclaimed, astonished by this revelation. "Millions of years?" Gak was taken aback, pondering if Beerus was indeed a living relic. During their conversation, Sun Wutien and Trunks climbed aboard Gak's spaceship. Alarmed, Gak rushed over, warning, "Kids, you must not play around with this spaceship." Bulma followed suit, calling out, "Trunks, Wutien, come out this instant." "Yes, Mom." Trunks complied, emerging alongside Sun Wutien. "Bulma, I heard you got married. Are they your children?" Gak inquired. "Trunks is my child, and that one is Goku's." Bulma clarified. "Goku? Is he Goku's child?" Gak echoed, astonished. "Yes." Gak immediately turned to Sun Wutien with a friendly demeanor. "You can explore the spaceship. Just don't break anything. By the way, Bulma, who is your husband?" "Vegeta." "Vegeta? Are you referring to Prince Vegeta?" Gak stammered, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that both Sun Wutien and Trunks were no ordinary children. They were not to be trifled with. "You can look around the spaceship, just don't break it." Gak chuckled, addressing Trunks, who nodded in response. With a mind as brilliant as Bulma's, Trunks was indeed intrigued by Gak's vessel. Gak sighed with relief. "Bulma, you mentioned Goku is with Lord Beerus? Can you summon him back?" "I can, but for what purpose?" "What do you mean, for what purpose?" "To defeat Frieza, of course. But even in Goku's absence, we have Wutien, right?" "Wutien?" "Yes, Wutien's power far surpasses that of Goku. Even Lord Beerus is no match for him." "Wutien is stronger than Goku?" Gak gasped. Bulma nodded. "I believe no one except Whis can rival him." "Is that so?" Gak felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had mistaken such a formidable individual for an ordinary child. Fortunately, he had not offended him. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger, with Frieza's arrival imminent. Bulma promptly notified Krillin and the others of the situation. Upon learning of Frieza's impending arrival, they gathered to devise a plan to confront him. Half an hour later, they arrived at an island. "I sense Frieza's energy," Krillin declared, his expression grave. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Soon after, Frieza's spaceship descended from the sky, halting above the island where Krillin and the others stood. The ship opened, releasing a multitude of soldiers. Frieza, seated upon a flying chair, appeared alongside his minions in the sky. "Frieza." Krillin recognized him instantly. Frieza surveyed the island, spotting many familiar faces. Wasn't this bald-headed fellow killed by me? Did he come back with the Dragon Balls? And that Namekian, this child resembles Goku. He must be Goku's offspring." As Frieza's gaze fell upon Trunks, his pupils dilated in shock. "Why does this kid bear such a striking resemblance to the one who severed my body into pieces?" At that moment, Tagoma, standing behind, stepped forward, asking, "Frieza, should we attack now?" "Not yet. I wish to ask them a few questions first," Frieza replied. "Very well, Frieza." Tagoma respectfully retreated. Frieza then turned his attention to Krillin and the others. "Where is Goku? Why is he absent?" "Goku is currently training with Lord Beerus," Krillin answered. "Lord Beerus?" Frieza was taken aback, not anticipating Goku's connection with Beerus. If Goku had a profound relationship with Beerus, he would think twice before challenging him. What is Goku's relationship with Beerus? Not much. Goku is merely training there, Krillin explained. Is that so? Frieza sighed in relief. When will he return? Unknown. Krillin shook his head. Unknown. Even if Goku is absent, Wu Tien can still handle you, right, Wu Tien? Son Wu Tien nodded. Wu Tien? Indeed, you are the child of Sun Wukong. By the way, I seem to recall that Sun Wukong has another child. Where might he be? Here I am. It has been a long time, Frieza. Sun Wukong's son stepped forward and spoke. Are you that little brat from before? How time has flown. It's no wonder I hardly recognized you. It has indeed been an eternity since we last met. Back in the days of the battle against Frieza on planet Namek, Sun Wukong's son sported a mushroom hairstyle, while now he donned a spiky look. Since Goku hasn't returned, allow me to deal with you all first, Frieza declared, waving his hand, prompting his formidable army to charge toward Krillin and the others. With swift precision, Sun Wukong propelled both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that surged towards the advancing soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions resonated as a multitude of Frieza's forces was obliterated in an instant. Krillin and his companions, momentarily taken aback, channeled their own energy waves, retaliating against Frieza's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of tremendous blasts, all of Frieza's army, save for the trio of Zasami, Tagma, and Sorb, fell to the might of Krillin and his allies. The Frieza army was unexpectedly vanquished. Sorb was taken aback. Clapping his hands with a smirk, Frieza remarked, Indeed, Saiyans are swift and decisive in battle. Zasami, Tagma, it is your task to deal with them. As you command. Lord Frieza. The two immediately charged toward Krillin and his group. Stepping forward, Piccolo declared, Wukong, leave those two to me. Sun Wutien nodded. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo immediately charged towards the two. Zasami and Tagma, startled by Piccolo's advance, swiftly swung their fists in an attempt to strike him. Piccolo deftly evaded their attacks, delivering a powerful blow to Zasami's abdomen with his right fist. Zasami let out a piercing scream as he fell backward to the ground. Curse it! Tagma shouted in fury, launching a forceful punch at Piccolo. Bang! Piccolo raised his left hand, catching Tagma's right fist. What? Tagma exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, Piccolo forcefully thrust his right knee forward, striking Tagma's abdomen with tremendous force. Tagma screamed in agony, a mouthful of bile spewing forth. Piccolo then raised his right hand, unleashing a golden energy wave towards Tagma. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave struck Tagma, engulfing him in a massive explosion that filled the sky with thick smoke. Tagma! Solb gasped in disbelief. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Tagma's presence was nowhere to be found. Tagma! Zasami, consumed by rage at the loss of his companion, charged at Piccolo. With a cold snort, Piccolo gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and directed it at Zasami. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, and Zasami was obliterated. Zasami, Solb, witnessing the demise of his comrades, began to fear for his own life at the hands of Krillin and his allies. Upon witnessing the demise of the two individuals, Sun Wukong swiftly cast his gaze around. Suddenly, he beheld a green frog. Could it be Jinyu? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wutien unleashed a beam from the index finger of his right hand, directing it towards the frog. Bang! The beam struck the frog, instantly reducing its body to a charred mass. A chime echoed, congratulating the master on defeating Jinyu, truly reminiscent of Jinyu's prowess. Initially, Sun Wutien had approached the situation with a mere sense of curiosity, yet he was taken aback by Jinyu's reckless challenge. Wutien, do you have a penchant for roasted frogs? Trunks inquired, gazing at the charred remains of Jinyu. Not at all, I was simply bored and decided to take a shot at that frog. Sun Goten chuckled, I see. I thought you enjoyed roasted frogs. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Frieza. To their surprise, Frieza, witnessing the destruction of Tagoma and his comrades, not only remained unfazed but even revealed a slight smile. I remember you. You were the Namekian who fought against me back then, Frieza exclaimed. Indeed, Frieza. The last time I failed to eliminate you, but this time, I shall ensure your demise. Ho ho ho. Frieza laughed in response. You Namekians never cease to amuse me with your jokes. Damn it. Piccolo gritted his teeth and unleashed a golden energy wave from his right hand, aiming it at Frieza's flying chair. Startled, Frieza leaped from his seat, soaring into the air. With a resounding explosion, the flying chair was obliterated. Piccolo snorted coldly and directed another golden energy wave towards Sorbet, who was hiding behind a large rock. Sorbet, taken aback, realized too late that he could not evade the attack. Boom. With another deafening explosion, Sorbet was struck by the energy wave, and a thick cloud of smoke erupted from the ground. Interesting. No wonder you dare to act so brazenly. It seems your power has significantly increased, Frieza remarked with a grin. However, no matter how much stronger you become, you can never surpass me. Is that so? Piccolo retorted, charging at Frieza with determination. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly intensified. Aya! With an ear-splitting roar, Frieza transformed into his final form. An overwhelming pressure radiated from his body, enveloping the surroundings. Piccolo raised his arms forward to shield himself from the immense force emanating from Frieza. Due to the considerable distance, Sun Wutien and the others were largely unaffected. Is this truly Frieza's final form? Gak, astonished, raised his camera to capture images of Frieza. As the ruler of the Frieza force, encounters with Frieza were rare, making this transformation into his ultimate form an opportune moment for Gak to boast to his comrades. Observing Frieza's transformation, Piccolo felt disdain and charged at him. In no time, Piccolo stood before Frieza, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Chapter 78, Orange Piccolo vs. Golden Frieza. Bang! Frieza raised his left hand, catching Piccolo's punch. What? Piccolo gasped in surprise. Frieza smirked with a sense of pride. At that moment, Piccolo thrust his right knee forward, and Frieza countered by lifting his left knee to meet Piccolo's assault. Bang! With a resounding crash, Frieza was pushed back several hundred meters. How infuriating! Frieza seethed, charging swiftly toward Piccolo. Piccolo, evading seamlessly, mirrored Frieza's advance. Soon, they were face to face, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast strikes upon one another. Swoosh! Bang! 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 Their fists collided with tremendous force, resonating like thunder. After a brief exchange, Piccolo landed a decisive blow to Frieza's face, sending him hurtling through the air. As Frieza flew backward, Piccolo unleashed an energy wave towards him. Boom! With a colossal explosion, Frieza was struck by the energy wave, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the sky. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Frieza appeared in a defensive stance, looking somewhat disheveled. Oh, he is still alive! Piccolo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Although he hadn't exerted his full power, he believed that the potency of that energy wave should have been sufficient to annihilate Frieza. You detestable Namekian, I shall not forgive you, Frieza growled. Though the energy wave had not claimed his life, it had certainly inflicted significant damage. Unlike Son Goku, Piccolo showed no mercy towards Frieza. As Frieza clenched his fists, an astonishing aura radiated from him, rapidly escalating. Boom! The ground trembled violently across a vast expanse as Frieza's energy surged. What a formidable aura! Krillin gasped. From the outset, he had sensed Frieza's increasing power, but he had not anticipated such a tremendous transformation. Even Piccolo furrowed his brow in concern. At that moment, Frieza let out a thunderous roar, his skin transforming to a golden hue, except for his head, the area beneath his face, his palms, soles, and the gem on his chest, which remained unchanged. The rest of his body took on a purple tint. This was the golden Frieza. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza released the energy he had amassed, causing the ocean to surge with towering waves. Krillin remarked, what an overwhelming aura. Piccolo stands no chance against him. Frieza sneered. Namekian, does this scene not remind you of our previous battle? Not quite. Although Piccolo's expression was grave, he did not cower before Frieza, for he too had preserved his strength. Frieza chuckled. What makes it different? The gap between us is not insurmountable. Are you suggesting that you can contend with me in my golden Frieza state? Indeed. Piccolo nodded. Is that so? Then let me witness your strength. Frieza laughed. Piccolo. Though Piccolo exuded a powerful aura, the disparity with golden Frieza was still significant. How infuriating. Seeing Frieza mock him, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, his energy surging dramatically. Boom. The surrounding islands trembled under the influence of Piccolo's aura, and debris was flung into the air. With a mighty roar, Piccolo's form expanded, his skin turning orange and his eyes becoming red. This was Orange Piccolo. Piccolo has transformed into his orange form, Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Previously, only Son Goku and the others could undergo such transformations, but now Piccolo had joined their ranks. Sun Wukong nodded. This Orange Piccolo was a result of Sun Wukong harnessing the power of the Dark Dragon Balls to elevate Piccolo's strength to such formidable levels. Otherwise, given Piccolo's innate abilities, it would have taken him several years of arduous training to achieve the form of Orange Piccolo. Son Gohan, however, from the perception of his aura, It appears that Uncle Piccolo's power is not significantly weaker than that of Frieza. I never anticipated that Uncle Piccolo's strength had grown to such an extent. Son Gohan expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Observing this, Jace immediately began to photograph Piccolo. It turned out that Namekians could also transform. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Ah, so you have mastered transformation as well. I wondered how you could be so audacious. Frieza chuckled. Despite Piccolo's increased strength, he harbored unwavering confidence against Frieza's golden form. With a cold snort, Piccolo propelled himself towards Frieza at lightning speed. In no time, he stood before Frieza, launching a barrage of punches with astonishing velocity. Frieza deftly dodged while raising his fist to engage Piccolo in a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. Their strikes collided relentlessly. Suddenly, Piccolo let out a fierce shout, delivering a powerful side kick that struck Frieza with immense force. Frieza cried out as he was sent flying to the right. Curse it! Frieza seethed, raising his right index finger to unleash a volley of purple beams aimed at Piccolo. Sensing the imminent danger, Piccolo swiftly evaded. Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosions echoed as the purple beams either struck the island or plummeted into the ocean, creating towering waves. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. After evading, Piccolo quickly gathered a substantial amount of energy in his hands and launched it toward Frieza. Frieza smirked, evading the attack with ease. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of energy waves exploded in the sky, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Utilizing the cover of smoke, Frieza charged at Piccolo from behind. However, Piccolo, possessing the ability to sense energy, detected Frieza's approach. Whoosh! Frieza swung his right fist towards Piccolo, but Piccolo vanished in the nick of time, causing Frieza's punch to miss its target. Frieza, startled, scanned his surroundings. At that moment, Piccolo reappeared beneath Frieza, delivering a crushing blow to Frieza's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding impact, Frieza's abdomen was struck forcefully, eliciting a loud scream of agony. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he retaliated against Piccolo. Bang! Frieza's right fist landed hard on Piccolo's abdomen, and Piccolo too let out a loud cry of pain. After the cry subsided, Piccolo, gritting his teeth against the pain, launched another assault on Frieza. Frieza dodged to the side, countering with his own strike toward Piccolo. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With a series of violent sounds, their fists and feet clashed with blinding speed. Bang! Both fighters simultaneously struck each other on the face, their heads snapping back as they were forced to retreat from the powerful impact. They tightly clenched their fists, swiftly halting in midair before launching themselves at one another once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The fierce sounds echoed as they fought like streaks of lightning in the sky, causing massive ripples to form in the air. Ha! With a mighty shout, Frieza executed a powerful side kick that sent Piccolo hurtling hundreds of meters to the right. Frieza chuckled darkly, unleashing several purple energy waves towards Piccolo. Given the proximity, Piccolo had no choice but to raise his arms to defend against Frieza's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Piccolo was struck by the energy waves, and a thick cloud of smoke filled the sky. Uncle Piccolo, as Sun Wukong observed the scene, a sense of unease enveloped him. After a moment, as the thick smoke dissipated, Piccolo appeared mid-air, assuming a defensive posture. Karin and the others, upon seeing that Piccolo was unharmed, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction's domain, the potent energies radiating from the two combatants caught Sun Wukong's attention. This energy belongs to Frieza, he exclaimed. Oh, you have sensed it, have you? Remarked Whis, who stood nearby. What on earth is happening? Why am I perceiving the energies of Frieza and Piccolo? Has Frieza been resurrected? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed. Whis confirmed with a nod. But how has Piccolo's energy grown so formidable? Sun Wukong pressed further. I cannot say for certain. You would need to inquire with Goten and the others, Whis replied. Meanwhile, on Earth, Frieza, witnessing Piccolo's survival, couldn't help but taunt him. I never expected you to still be among the living. Piccolo snorted disdainfully. Even if you were to perish, I would not follow suit. Is that so? Frieza sneered, his form vanishing and reappearing before Piccolo in an instant, launching a swift attack. Startled, Piccolo raised his fist to retaliate. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves that stirred the ocean below into a massive wave. The two warriors exchanged blows with astonishing speed, their movements blurring in the air. The sky resonated with the sound of their fierce battle. With a fierce grip, they grappled in the air, Piccolo gritting his teeth as radiant golden light enveloped him. Frieza roared, his body emanating an intense purple glow. Their energies clashed violently, creating a tremendous explosion. After a brief stalemate, Frieza exerted force, propelling Piccolo away. Both combatants gasped for breath, regaining their composure. With a smile, Frieza remarked, "It seems my strength surpasses yours." Piccolo remained silent. Though his power had indeed exceeded Karin and the others' expectations, it was still limited. Noticing Piccolo's silence, Frieza's arrogance swelled. "Ah!" Piccolo shouted, charging at Frieza. The latter's smile vanished as he too surged forward. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, the air filled with the sounds of their fierce combat. With a powerful strike, Frieza's fist connected with Piccolo's face, sending him staggering backward. Wiping the blood from his wounds, Piccolo discarded his clothing and hat, throwing them onto the island. "Oh, so you hadn't been fighting at full strength?" Frieza remarked, somewhat surprised. Piccolo did not respond. Though shedding his garments could enhance his power slightly, it was not a drastic improvement. Frieza chuckled lightly, raising his hands to unleash a barrage of energy blasts toward Piccolo. Taken aback, Piccolo quickly retreated to evade Frieza's onslaught. With explosive detonations echoing in the air, Frieza continued to bombard him with energy waves. "Ah!" Frieza bellowed, relentlessly firing at the retreating Piccolo. Meanwhile, Piccolo countered with his own energy blasts, creating a chaotic display of explosions in the sky. As the smoke billowed and flames illuminated the heavens, the two warriors ceased their energy assaults and charged at each other once more. Their fists and feet collided with the speed of light, creating a series of resounding impacts. Suddenly, Frieza's tail ensnared Piccolo, binding him like a rope. "Uncle Piccolo." Sun Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly elongated his arm, ensnaring Frieza's body. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Thus, the two found themselves entwined with one another. "Release me. Release me." They gritted their teeth, glaring at each other. How infuriating. After a brief stalemate, Frieza forcefully slammed his forehead against Piccolo's. Bang. Under the violent impact of Frieza, Piccolo felt the world spin around him. However, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated, crashing his forehead into Frieza. Bang. Frieza was struck hard and let out a loud wail. "Damn it." Frieza roared angrily as his tail suddenly withdrew from Piccolo. Observing this, Piccolo retracted his elongated arm as well. The two locked eyes, their gazes ablaze with fierce determination. Suddenly, their figures flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing high in the sky to engage in battle. The air was immediately filled with the sounds of their intense confrontation, as they moved with astonishing speed. It appeared from a distance as if the sky were rippling with countless waves. Bang! After exchanging blows for a while, Frieza delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, sending Piccolo crashing down onto an island in front of Son Goten and the others. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Frieza panted heavily as he gazed down at Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo." Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan cast a concerned glance at his brother, Son Goten. "Brother, if you're worried, why not confront Frieza yourself?" "Confront Frieza myself?" Chapter 80, The Beast, Son Gohan. Son Wukong nodded. Uncle Piccolo remarked that an enraged brother is invincible. "An angry me?" Krillin and the others turned their gazes towards Son Gohan. During the Cell Games, Son Gohan indeed unleashed an extraordinarily formidable power. However, the current circumstances differ somewhat from those earlier times, leaving them uncertain whether Son Gohan would exhibit the same strength as before. "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded emphatically. "Gohan, if you were truly enraged, you might indeed be capable of defeating Frieza," observed Krillin. "Uncle Krillin." "Indeed, Gohan," echoed Tien and the others, encouraging Gohan to harness his potential. Upon witnessing the faith that others placed in him, Son Wukong felt a flicker of conviction to vanquish Frieza. At that very moment, Frieza descended before Piccolo, his right foot crashing down heavily upon Piccolo's form. "Uncle Piccolo." Son Wukong was taken aback. Frieza let out a chilling laugh, his right index finger unleashing a violet beam directed at Piccolo's foot. Bang! The purple ray pierced through Piccolo's foot, eliciting a dreadful scream from him. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong clenched his teeth tightly, his fist gripping with immense force. An extraordinarily potent aura immediately emanated from his being. Frieza, noticing this, narrowed his eyes, memories flooding back of the moment when Son Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan out of fury after Frieza had slain Krillin. At that moment, Piccolo seized Frieza's right foot, pushing him backward. He then swiftly rose from the ground, though his stance was somewhat unsteady due to the injury to his foot. "Uncle Piccolo." Upon witnessing this scene, Son Wukong's aura diminished significantly. Frieza let out a cold chuckle and swiftly lunged towards Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo braced himself for the confrontation. Bang! The two grasped each other's hands, engaging in a fierce struggle on the ground. However, due to Piccolo's injured foot, he was soon propelled away. As Piccolo was sent flying, Frieza rapidly positioned himself in front of him, unleashing a flurry of punches with the speed of light aimed at Piccolo's face and body. Bang, bang, bang. Under Frieza's relentless assault, Piccolo emitted a series of agonizing cries. Uncle Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more. At that precise moment, Frieza deliberately struck the injured spot on Piccolo's foot with his right foot, eliciting an agonizing scream from him. Uncle Piccolo. Upon witnessing this scene, the fury within Sun Wukong was ignited in its entirety, unleashing an aura far more formidable than before, radiating from his being. The surrounding islands trembled violently under the influence of his overwhelming energy. The assailants, who had been poised to continue tormenting Piccolo, halted their actions immediately. A resounding roar erupted, reverberating through the air, as Sun Wukong's hair and eyebrows transformed to a striking silver, with all but his bangs standing erect. His eyes turned crimson, and his entire form was enveloped in a brilliant silver aura, crackling with pink lightning. This was the manifestation of the beastly Sun Wukong. Krillin and the others, upon witnessing this transformation, were left in utter astonishment, particularly Piccolo. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Destroyers, at this moment, Sun Wukong was gazing at the battle on Earth through the crystal ball atop the staff of Weiss. What is this? It appears quite formidable, he mused. Uncertainty evident in his tone. Weiss shook his head in response. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, Frieza not only felt no fear but instead burst into laughter. Oh, I see. Your transformations as Scions are all fueled by rage. However, even if you have mastered some new form, you shall never be a match for my golden Frieza. Confidence in his own power surged within Frieza. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. Frieza let out a chilling laugh. Lifting his right index finger, from which a purple beam of light was unleashed, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. With a swift motion of his left hand, Sun Wukong deftly deflected the violet beam into the ocean. A resounding explosion ensued, conjuring a towering wave that soared hundreds of feet high. Much of the seawater cascaded down upon Krillin and his companions. How intriguing! Frieza chuckled softly, transforming into a streak of purple light as he charged towards Sun Wukong. With a determined grip, Sun Wukong propelled himself towards Frieza. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they found themselves face to face, engaging in an intense battle. The sky was instantly filled with the resounding echoes of their fierce confrontation. Son Gohan's strength surpasses that of Piccolo, thus his battle with Frieza remains unwavering. Krillin and the others, unable to discern the rapid movements, find it impossible to follow the clash between the two. How's the battle between those two going? Goten inquired. They are evenly matched. Is that so? Just as the words left his mouth, Son Gohan delivered a powerful knee strike to Frieza's abdomen, sending him reeling backward. Damn it! Frieza exclaimed in fury as he concentrated a significant amount of energy into his hands, launching a fierce attack towards Son Gohan. As Son Gohan deftly evaded, he advanced towards Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast unleashed by Frieza erupted in the sky. At that moment, Son Gohan appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful right punch to Frieza's abdomen. Bang! With a powerful strike, Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily upon Frieza's abdomen, eliciting an excruciating scream from the latter. Frieza, you are no match for me. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave this planet, came the assertion. I am not your inferior, Frieza retorted, his eyes widening in furious disbelief. The proud Frieza, disdained by a Saiyan, and worse yet, the son of the very Saiyan he loathed. Gohan, you must not show him any mercy. Have you forgotten about Cell? Piccolo cautioned. Cell. Upon hearing Piccolo's reminder, Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to eliminate Frieza. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Wukong was distracted, Frieza's figure suddenly darted towards the ground. Could it be that he intends to self-destruct? Upon witnessing the vanishing figure of Frieza, Son Gohan's expression instantly transformed into one of alarm. Perish! Just then, Frieza's right hand gathered an energy wave, poised to unleash it upon the ground. Suddenly, it seemed as though an unseen force had seized control of his body, rendering him immobile. My body. I can no longer move. Frieza exclaimed, casting his gaze downward to behold Son Goten raising both hands in his direction. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong swiftly descended to the ground, his hands quickly coming together as he proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Frieza. No! Frieza exclaimed, his heart brimming with reluctance as he beheld the approaching Kamehameha. Chapter 81, Super Saiyan Blue Goku vs. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Boom. Frieza's body, rendered immobile, was soon struck by the incoming attack, propelling him into the heavens. Kaboom. With a cataclysmic explosion echoing through the sky, the Kamehameha detonated. An unparalleled tempest erupted, sweeping downwards towards the earth. The ocean roiled violently in response. Observing this, Krillin and the others shielded their eyes with their hands. After a moment, as the thick smoke began to dissipate, Frisia's presence had vanished entirely. Krillin, has Frisia been defeated? Yes. Tien and Shinon nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Sun Wukong flew over to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Piccolo nodded, returning to his normal state. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien cast his gaze upon the Frisia spaceship that had fallen to the ground. Aunt Bulma, are you interested in acquiring a spaceship? A spaceship? Bulma responded, immediately turning her attention to Frisia's vessel. Wutien, you can't possibly be thinking of selling me Frisia's spaceship, can you? Son Goten smiled and nodded. Goten, your calculations are quite astute. Given the family's financial struggles, you wish to earn some money for home. So, how much do you intend to sell this spaceship for? I am uncertain, Aunt Bulma. Please suggest a price. How about 100 million? 100 million? Indeed, while Frisia's spaceship is substantial, I lack the skills to operate it, rendering it of little use to me. Very well then. In the 7th universe, the realm of the god of destruction, upon witnessing the demise of Frisia, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of regret, remarking to himself, Frisia has already been vanquished, otherwise, I would have truly relished the opportunity to battle against Golden Frisia. Whis nodded in agreement. As time swiftly passed, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. In West City, at Bulma's residence. After Goten sold Frisia's spaceship to Bulma, he transported it to her residence. At that moment, Bulma was aboard Frisia's spaceship with Jack, listening to his explanations about the vessel. Jack, do you think Frisia's spaceship might have a self-destruct mechanism? Bulma inquired. I believe it shouldn't have one, right? Certainly, Jack replied, as Bulma fixed her gaze intently upon him. Just then, Goten entered, accompanied by a woman clad in a white coat. This individual was none other than Android 21. Goten. Who is she? She is Android 21. Is she truly Android 21? Sun Wukong nodded. So, are you bringing her here? She might have a better understanding compared to the spaceship. Indeed, I must seek her counsel, Bulma exclaimed, stepping forward to engage with Android 21. As Jace noticed his sudden exclusion, a flicker of displeasure arose within him. So that's how it is. After a considerable time, Bulma, having comprehended the structure of Frisia's spaceship, turned to Android 21 and extended an invitation. 21, with your vast knowledge, how about joining my company? The annual salary is at least 10 million. Android 21 pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Vegeta was diligently training on a patch of grass when Beerus suddenly approached from a distance. Vegeta, it seems you haven't trained with Goku for quite some time, have you? Vegeta nodded. Would you be interested in sparring with Kakarot? Indeed, it would also serve as a test of your training. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta nodded once more. In that case, I shall inform Lord Kappa and take you to the 7th universe. Vegeta nodded again. Shortly thereafter, Beerus brought Kappa before Vegeta. Lord Kappa. Kappa nodded. I heard from Beerus that you and Goku are going to spar, so I would like to join and observe. Is that so? Kappa nodded again. Very well, Lord Kappa. Shall we set off? Indeed. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, at this moment, Sun Wukong was engaged in combat with Whis. Suddenly, the staff positioned not far from them began to radiate light. Observing this, Whis promptly instructed Sun Wukong to pause and investigate the staff. Sister and the others have arrived. Sister? Are you referring to Bardock? Indeed. Whis nodded. She has also brought Vegeta. Vegeta? It seems I haven't seen him for quite some time. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, Kappa and his companions arrived on Beerus's planet. Beerus, upon seeing Kappa, felt a surge of displeasure and remarked, Kappa, did you not previously declare that you would not visit our 7th universe? Kappa let out a scoff. Do not misunderstand, Beerus. The reason for my visit to your 7th universe this time is to witness the battle between Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta? Yes. Goku and Vegeta were training under my supervision prior to your awakening, after which Goku came here to train. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and stated, Then Goku, you must not lose to Vegeta, or I shall revoke your right to train here. Understood, Lord Beerus. Vegeta, you absolutely must not lose. As you wish, Lord Kappa. With that, the two swiftly ascended to the grassy arena ahead. Very well, Vegeta, shall we begin? Vegeta nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately charged towards Vegeta. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. With a powerful roar, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong was taken aback, yet he charged towards Vegeta. Vegeta deftly evaded, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist to Wukong's face. With a resounding crash, Wukong was immediately propelled backwards. Witnessing this, Beerus clenched his teeth in frustration. What is Wukong doing? He is at a disadvantage right from the outset. My lord Beerus, this is a habitual flaw of Wukong. A habitual flaw? Indeed. He typically refrains from unleashing his true strength at the beginning of a battle. Is that so? Whis nodded in agreement. Just as the two conversed, Wukong steadied himself on the ground, his fists tightly clenched. With a mighty roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Although Sun Wukong is not accustomed to unleashing his full power from the outset, he finds it impossible to hold back when faced with Vegeta's formidable strength. Boom. Upon transforming, Sun Wukong instantly morphed into a streak of azure light, charging towards Vegeta. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, engaged in a fierce battle. Their astonishing speed created the illusion of countless ripples in the sky from a distance. Chapter 82. The Match. With a thunderous crash, their right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing an awe-inspiring gale. After a moment of stalemate, both warriors were propelled backwards. Vegeta roared, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. This technique was none other than the renowned Prince's combat style from the Dragon Ball universe. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves in retaliation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the skies and the earth were engulfed in thick smoke and flames, resounding with the cacophony of violent explosions. Realizing that their energy waves could not strike true, both warriors transformed into streaks of blue light, hurtling towards one another. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce exchange of fists and feet. The air around them crackled with the ferocious winds generated by their combat. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished, skillfully dodging Vegeta's right punch, leaving Vegeta momentarily astonished. In the next heartbeat, Sun Wukong reappeared behind Vegeta, driving his knee forcefully forward, sending Vegeta soaring through the air. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta swiftly halted his descent, only to be met with the sight of a colossal fist hurtling towards him. Bang! Sun Wukong forcefully struck Vegeta's face with his right fist, causing Vegeta's head to tilt backward. Subsequently, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches towards Vegeta's face and body, akin to a tempest. With each blow, Vegeta emitted anguished cries. Well done, Wukong! Exclaimed Beerus, filled with delight, as if he were the one engaged in the battle. Vegeta, what are you doing? Shouted Kampa, his discontent palpable. This was his endeavor to bring Vegeta to fight Sun Wukong, and should Vegeta falter, it would reflect poorly on him as well. Upon hearing Kampa's outcry, Vegeta, gritting his teeth against the pain, swung his right fist with all his might towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist connected forcefully with Sun Wukong's chest, pushing him back. With a firm grip of his fists, Sun Wukong swiftly halted his body in the sky. Vegeta, panting heavily, fixed his gaze intently upon Sun Wukong. In an instant, he charged toward him with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta found himself before Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of strikes as swift as light itself. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he launched himself towards Vegeta with fierce determination. The air reverberated with explosive sounds. Whoosh, bang. The two warriors engaged in a breathtaking aerial duel, their movements swift and relentless. The sky was soon illuminated by a multitude of fiery explosions. With a resounding crack, they clasped each other's hands, their bodies radiating an intense azure aura as they exerted their utmost strength. After a brief stalemate, they simultaneously propelled each other backward, gasping for breath. Wukong, where is your 20-fold Kaioken? Beerus inquired, sensing Sun Wukong's reluctance to unleash his full power, a hint of urgency creeping into his tone. 20-fold Kaioken. Vegeta growled in anger, his teeth clenched. Kakarot, if you dare to hold back, I will not forgive you. He could accept defeat at Sun Wukong's hands, but as the Prince of the Saiyans, he would never allow anyone, especially not Wukong, to overshadow him. Upon hearing this, Kampa's expression shifted. If Sun Wukong truly mastered the 20-fold Kaioken, victory would undoubtedly belong to Vegeta. Very well then. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great force, emanating an extraordinarily powerful divine aura that surged upward with remarkable speed. Bang! Beyond the azure aura emanating from Sun Wukong, a crimson essence began to materialize. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. Tenfold King Kai Fist. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised his arms defensively, intent on countering Wukong's tenfold strike. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's form curved gracefully, maneuvering behind Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta had but a moment to react before Wukong's right fist struck his back, sending him careening through the air. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta swiftly regained his composure mid-flight. 20-fold King Kai fist. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, his right fist aimed with all his might at Vegeta's face. The impact resonated like an explosion, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground with astonishing speed. A cloud of dust and debris erupted from the earth. "Vegeta!" exclaimed Kampa in alarm. After a moment, as the dust settled, an immense crater revealed itself on the surface. Vegeta gasped for breath, his form reverting to its normal state. "Kakarot," he thought bitterly, casting a glance at Sun Wukong soaring in the sky. It seemed the outcome had been determined. How infuriating. Kampa muttered through clenched teeth. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, returning his body to its normal state. Although the Kaioken at 20 times its usual strength was formidable, it also drained considerable stamina. Beerus chuckled softly, remarking, "It appears that my Wukong is indeed the stronger one." Kampa scoffed. "So what if you won one battle? What is there to be proud of?" "Yet we did win," Wukong replied, glancing at Whis, who nodded in agreement. "Damn it," Kampa exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly. "Are you bold enough to compete with me once more? One more match?" "Yes. But this time it shall not be Wukong versus Vegeta. It will be a contest between our two universes." "Two universes?" "Indeed. We shall each select 5 contestants from our respective universes and then engage in battle." "Sounds good. After all, we have Goten on our side." "Goten?" "No, he cannot participate." "Why not?" "You said we would select 5 contestants from each universe." "Ah, I forgot to mention. Goten is excluded." Upon hearing this, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. "Are you afraid?" "No, I merely find it a bit of a waste of time." He preferred slumber and sumptuous feasts over watching a competition. Kampa, gritting his teeth, suggested, "How about this? If you win, I will grant you 4 Super Dragon Balls." "Super Dragon Balls?" "Yes, they are scattered throughout our universe, and neither of us can collect them all. If you win, you will be able to gather all 7. Beerus narrowed his eyes at this proposition. "So, did you collect the Super Dragon Balls while I was asleep?" Kampa, appearing somewhat guilty, replied, "Impossible. If I had collected them while you slept, I would have gathered them long ago." Beerus remained skeptical. Chapter 83, Kampa imparts destruction techniques to Vegeta. "Lord Beerus, you should agree to his terms." Sun Wukong inquired. "Do you wish to participate in the competition?" Sun Wukong nodded emphatically. "Very well. If that is the case, shall we consider it settled?" Beerus responded with a nod. "However, since you proposed the contest, the choice of the venue shall be your responsibility." "I shall take charge," Kampa replied nonchalantly, knowing he had Beerus. "As for Vegeta, he belongs to our universe. He should be eligible to participate on our behalf, correct?" Beerus inquired. "No, that's not permissible." "Why not?" Kampa retorted. "Although he is from your universe, he is currently training with us." "All right then, what about the timing of the competition?" "In 7 days." Beerus nodded in agreement. Then, Beerus, "Shall we return?" "Of course, Lord Kampa." Upon hearing this, Beerus raised his staff and pointed it towards the ground, taking Kampa and his companions away from the realm of destruction. Once the trio departed, Beerus immediately turned to Sun Wukong and Whis. "Whis, shall we head to Earth?" "Earth?" "Indeed. Since we are to hold a competition, we must seek out participants. But what purpose do we have for going to Earth? Is it not obvious? We must convene to discuss the contenders for the competition." Beerus asserted with a serious expression. "Very well then. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence." At this moment, Sun Wukong is playing in Bulma's backyard with Trunks. Approaching from a distance is Android 21, clad in a white coat. "Android 21. Sun Goten greeted Android 21, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Goten, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "It pertains to Majin Buu." "Majin Buu?" "Indeed. Majin Buu is an ancient being." "Ancient?" "Yes, from several 100 million years ago." "Several 100 million years ago." Sun Wukong remembered that Beerus seemed to be just over 200 million years old. Android 21 nodded in agreement. "However, what I wish to convey to you is not this, but rather about his ancestor." "His ancestor?" "It appears that his ancestor was an exceptionally formidable being." "An exceptionally formidable being? Is his ancestor still alive?" "I am not entirely certain, but I believe he should still be alive." Sun Goten nodded. "Then why do you share this with me? I seem to sense the call of our lineage. Are you implying that the ancestors of Majin Buu are summoning him?" Android 21 nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. You must remain vigilant." Indeed. Just then, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, 3 silhouettes emerged. These figures were none other than Beerus and his companions. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded in response. And Bulma? Aunt Bulma is currently applying a facial mask. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly led Whis to seek her out. Before long, Beerus and Whis arrived before Bulma. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded once more. Bulma, could you prepare some food for us? Of course, Lord Beerus. Whis glanced at Beerus and remarked, Lord Beerus. Your urgency in bringing me to Earth is surely for the sake of food, isn't it? What do you know? How can one engage in meaningful discussion on an empty stomach? Whis was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Beerus, uninterested in Whis's response, settled into a nearby chair. Father, what brings you back so suddenly today? As Sun Wukong returned, Sun Wutien looked at him and inquired, what happened? Oh, it's nothing significant. Sun Wukong replied, I had a match with Vegeta today and emerged victorious. However, Lord Kappa was displeased with this outcome and proposed a competition between the 2 universes. A competition? Sun Wutien echoed. Indeed, it involves each universe sending forth 5 contenders to compete. I see. May I partake in this contest? He asked eagerly. It appears that you cannot, Sun Wukong responded. Neither Kappa nor Beerus would stand a chance against you. Should you participate, the 6th universe would surely face defeat. Then, Father, have you decided who will compete? Sun Wutien questioned. Not yet, but I am considering enlisting Gohan and Piccolo, as their strengths have significantly increased, haven't they? Son Goten nodded. Father, since it is a competition, are there any stakes involved? Indeed, replied the elder, as Lord Parta stated, should he lose, he shall bestow upon us 4 Super Wish Orbs. Super Wish Orbs? You mean the Super Dragon Balls? It is said that each Dragon Ball is as large as a planet. Goten pondered, with 2 more participants, who do you think should join? Majin Buu and Android 21. In Sun Wukong's heart, there exists another candidate, Broly. However, due to their lack of familiarity and Broly's formidable yet challenging to control powers, this notion was ultimately dismissed. Both of them possess considerable strength, yet one wonders if they would consent to participate. It remains uncertain. Perhaps you might inquire with them directly. Sun Wukong nodded. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the Destroyers, Vegeta had returned to this domain with Kappa and the others. However, having been defeated by Sun Wukong, his demeanor appeared somewhat despondent. Vegeta, do you wish to surpass Sun Wukong? Kappa inquired, observing Vegeta's low spirits. Surpass Kakarot? Vegeta replied. Indeed. While Sun Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken is formidable, I possess a technique even more powerful that can enable you to defeat him. A more powerful technique? Yes. This technique is the divine art of our destroyers. But can you teach it to me? Of course not, although you may learn it through stealth. Kappa chuckled. Learn it secretly? Yes. Do you wish to learn? Vegeta nodded. Then follow me, Kappa said, leading the way forward. Vegeta immediately followed. After a brief while, Kappa brought Vegeta to his small hill. Vegeta, what do you perceive as destruction? Destruction? I suppose it involves obliterating planets? Incorrect. True destruction is the freedom to act as one desires. Freedom to act as one desires? Precisely, Kappa exclaimed, picking up a stone from the ground. With a mere touch of his index finger, the stone erupted with a tremendous explosion. Do you see? This is destruction. Vegeta nodded in understanding. Before creation, one must first annihilate. The reason I possess such strength is that my mind is devoid of distractions aside from destruction. To attain my power, you must obliterate your former self and reshape your being. Reshape my being? If you still harbor confusion in your heart, you shall never master this technique. Upon hearing this, a torrent of memories flooded Vegeta's mind, from his birth as the Saiyan Prince to the destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza, and then his arrival on Earth, which altered the course of his life. Chapter 84. Piccolo vs. Berta. The destruction we employ eradicates the existence of objects from this world. It is the act of returning everything to zero as objects explode, releasing immense energy. Kappa continued, observing Vegeta's comprehension. He then picked up another stone, touching it with his index finger, which resulted in another violent explosion. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Beerus was indulging in a lavish feast while discussing potential competitors for the tournament with Sun Wukong and the others. Gohan? Piccolo? Indeed. They have both battled against Golden Frieza and possess considerable strength. Whis, do you think the grievances between Frieza and Sun Wukong can be resolved? Whis chuckled in response. I think not. Why is that? Frieza has been vanquished by Sun Wukong twice. It is unlikely he will let go of his vendetta. That is true. So, Sun Wukong, What about the other two candidates? Android 21 and Majin Buu. Android? Yes, she should agree, but I will need to confirm with Majin Buu. What are their strengths like? They are both quite formidable. Is that so? Then we have gathered 5 contestants. In the afternoon, Sun Wukong visited Mr. Satan's home to inquire if Majin Buu would be willing to participate in the tournament. Against the 6th universe? Yes, there may be many skilled fighters. Will there be food? I believe not. Then, in that case, I shall not participate. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately turned to Mr. Satan. Majin Buu, you ought not to dwell solely on food. Occasionally partake in competitions as well. Majin Buu remained silent in response. How about this? If you are willing to compete, once the contest concludes, I shall treat you to whatever you desire. Really? Indeed. Mr. Satan nodded vigorously. Very well, since you have said so. I shall participate in the competition. Excellent. Mr. Satan exclaimed, giving Sun Wukong an okay gesture. In that case, I shall come to find you on the day of the competition. Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly bid farewell to Mr. Satan and departed from his residence. Time swiftly passed. And in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Today marked the day of the inter-universal competition. Beerus and Whis arrived at Earth early in the morning to escort Sun Wukong and Bulma to the beautiful Tainland Star in the 6th universe. At Tainland Star, Kappa stood upon a pristine white competition arena. In front of the arena, 2 large portraits of Kappa and Beerus were displayed prominently. Beneath the competition stage, vending machines filled with beverages and snacks were available. Are Beerus and the others not here yet? Kappa inquired while munching on popcorn. I'm not certain. They may be en route. Just as the words left his mouth, a purple shuttle cube materialized, which was none other than Whis' transport. They have arrived. Bados remarked as she glanced towards the universe. After a brief interval, Whis and the others landed on Tainland Star. Beerus. Kappa greeted him warmly. Beerus offered a subtle nod in response. Observing this, Kappa promptly led Bados to the audience seats, and Beerus followed suit, bringing Sun Wukong and the others along as well. Once both sides were seated, a man with green skin ascended the competition stage. Greetings, everyone. I am the referee summoned by Lord Kappa to officiate and commentate this match. He continued, the competition will commence with the sounding of a bronze gong. During the match, the use of weapons or external forces is strictly prohibited. Falling out of the arena, conceding defeat, or being unable to rise within a 10 count will all result in a loss. Furthermore, killing one's opponent is forbidden, or else one shall be disqualified from the competition. The defeated side may directly send contestants to compete until one side has no remaining fighters. Does anyone have any questions? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others fell silent. If both universes are free of issues, then please send forth your chosen contestants to compete. Beerus immediately turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, so, who among you will participate? Sun Wukong replied, I shall take the stage, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong declared, no. You are the main force. Perhaps I should take the lead, Lord Beerus? Piccolo suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus nodded in agreement. Son Gohan, Uncle Piccolo. Give it your all. Piccolo nodded and soared towards the arena. Soon, he arrived at the competition stage. At that moment, Universe 6 had also dispatched their contender. The fighter sent forth by Universe 6 was a rather rotund, yellow bear. The bear's skin was smooth and elastic, adorned with a red vest, sporting a pair of athletic wristbands, and clad in red boots. His nose was brown, and he had a short tail. His name was Bergamo, a contestant discovered by Vados in Universe 6. Now, if there are no further issues, let the match commence. The 2 fighters nodded in agreement. Observing this, the referee promptly leaped onto the arena. Piccolo assumed a battle stance, charging towards Bergamo. With a light chuckle, Bergamo remained motionless, standing his ground. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo had closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of punches, akin to a tempest, aimed at Bergamo. Bang, bang, bang. Piccolo's fists landed forcefully against Bergamo's body, yet Bergamo regarded Piccolo as if nothing had transpired. What? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. In the next instant, Bergamo's fist shot towards Piccolo with the speed of lightning. Piccolo barely managed to sidestep, evading the attack. What is happening? Why are Uncle Piccolo's strikes ineffective against him? Sun Wukong inquired. I suppose it might be due to his physical constitution. Whis remarked, physical constitution. He possesses a rubber-like body, granting him immunity to physical attacks. Is that so? Then, isn't Uncle Piccolo's assault ineffective against him? Whis nodded in affirmation. On the arena, Piccolo, realizing his attacks were futile against Bergamo, shifted to a defensive stance. As he evaded, he contemplated a new strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he delivered a swift kick to Bardamo's legs. Bang! Bardamo was sent tumbling to the ground. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, attempting to rise. At that moment, Piccolo elongated his arms, grasping Bardamo's body and pushing him forward. Bardamo, startled, pressed his hands down against the ground, halting his momentum. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly retracted his arms and charged at Bardamo. Chapter 85, Piccolo vs. Vegeta. Bang! 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 In no time, Piccolo stood before Bardamo, launching powerful punches toward him. It's futile. Bardamo laughed. Unperturbed by his taunts, Piccolo continued his relentless assault. Bardamo snorted disdainfully. Swinging his fist forward with great force, Piccolo swayed to evade the blows. Enraged, Bardamo persisted in his onslaught. Suddenly, he felt an unusual lightness beneath him. Glancing down, he discovered his feet had left the ground. Kampa gasped, his expression tightening with anxiety. Although it was merely a friendly competition, a loss would mean surrendering the gathered 4 Super Dragon Balls to Beerus. At that moment, Piccolo unleashed a powerful punch, sending Bardamo flying off the arena. Bardamo was eliminated, and Piccolo emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately turned to Vegeta and his companions, asking, who will compete in the next match? A massive robot, adorned with a blazing power core on its chest and a smoking head, rose to its feet. Its chest, jaw, wrists, and ankles gleamed silver, while the rest of its body shimmered in bronze and purple, with luminous blue eyes and 2 transparent reactors containing magma at its core. This metallic being was known as Botamo Mageta, a representative from Universe 6. After rising, Botamo Mageta swiftly approached the arena. Is that a robot? East Kai questioned. This is a galactic metal man. Does your universe not have any? West Kai replied. The old Kai, hearing this, stared incredulously at East Kai, exclaiming, how could you not know this? I truly wonder how you became a Kai. East Kai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Very well. Universe 6 has now dispatched a new contestant for the match. If both contestants have no objections, let the battle commence. They nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Piccolo assumed a combat stance and charged at Botamo Mageta. With a tremendous roar, Botamo Mageta unleashed a torrent of molten magma toward the advancing Piccolo. Taken aback, Piccolo swiftly retreated. The magma dripped onto the ground, nearly melting the surface away. The arena heated up due to the magma spewing from Botamo Mageta. Piccolo shouted, gathering a massive amount of energy into his hands and launching it at Botamo Mageta. Botamo Mageta raised his arms to shield against the incoming energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive impact, Botamo Mageta was struck by the energy waves, enveloped in thick smoke. Seeing this, Piccolo ceased his energy assault. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Botamo Mageta stood before Piccolo, completely unscathed. Surprised, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Without hesitation, he darted toward Botamo Mageta like lightning. Soon, he was upon him, delivering powerful punches. Each strike echoed with a metallic clang. After enduring a series of attacks, Botamo Mageta suddenly erupted with energy, flames engulfing his body as the magma within him glowed brightly. This surge of power significantly increased the heat he emitted, unleashing a formidable wave of scorching air. Alarmed, Piccolo quickly retreated, beads of sweat forming on his brow due to the intense heat radiating from Botamo Mageta. Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, Botamo Mageta launched another jet of magma at Piccolo. In a remarkable leap, Piccolo evaded the attack. With a mighty roar, Piccolo transformed into his orange form. Vegeta gasped. Though he had heard from Trunks about Piccolo's enhanced power, he never anticipated such a dramatic increase. As Vegeta marveled, Piccolo clasped his hands together, gathering a deep blue energy wave, which he hurled toward Botamo Mageta. Boom! The deep blue energy wave struck Botamo Mageta, pushing him backward. Mageta! Kampa exclaimed, his face filled with concern. With a thunderous shout, Botamo Mageta managed to halt himself at the edge of the arena. Piccolo, with all his might, thrust his hands forward. Instantly, Botamo Mageta was propelled off the arena. Botamo Mageta was eliminated, and Piccolo emerged victorious. Well done, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan exclaimed with joy. Piccolo, gasping for breath, descended from the air, reverting to his normal form. Although the orange-hued Piccolo possessed formidable strength, he needed to conserve his energy for the ensuing battles. Curse be it. I have lost again, Kampa uttered in frustration. At that moment, Vegeta stood up, declaring, Lord Kampa, allow me to confront this opponent. Very well, Vegeta, do not disappoint me. Vegeta nodded and soared toward the arena. Father, Vegeta, Trunks and the others called out upon seeing him. Observing this, Piccolo's expression grew serious. Vegeta remained silent, casting a glance toward Goku in the audience. Now, the sixth universe has dispatched new contenders. If there are no further issues, please commence. The two fighters nodded in agreement. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo, his fist clenched with immense determination. Ha! With a fierce shout, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Piccolo, in response, unleashed his transformation into Orange Piccolo once more. Trunks, witnessing the clash, found himself at a loss as to whom to support, Piccolo representing the universe, or his father. Thus, he chose to cheer for neither side. Piccolo, it has been months since we last met, and I am astonished by your significant power increase. However, even with this, you shall not prevail against me. Piccolo, upon hearing this, emitted a cold snort, remaining silent. Bang! Vegeta's fist tightened, and he surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of blue energy, charging at Piccolo. Piccolo raised his right fist, also propelling himself toward Vegeta. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! In an instant, both fighters collided before each other, their fists and feet connecting with the speed of light. The ground of the arena trembled violently under the intensity of their fierce battle. Bang! Vegeta's right fist clenched tightly, delivering a forceful blow that sent Piccolo reeling backward. Piccolo dug his feet into the ground, rapidly stabilizing himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, Vegeta vanished from sight. Chapter 86, 20-fold Kaioken versus Self-Transcendence. Piccolo was taken aback. In the next moment, Vegeta materialized before him. Before Piccolo could react, a brutal strike impacted his abdomen. Piccolo cried out in agony as he staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta executed a powerful kick aimed at Piccolo. Bang! Vegeta's right foot connected forcefully with Piccolo, sending him hurtling away. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, swiftly regaining his balance on the ground. Vegeta let out a cold snort. His fists clenched with resolve. Could it be that he has employed that technique? Kampa smirked slyly. That technique? Sun Wukong cast a curious glance towards Kampa. Yet Kampa refrained from elaborating further. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor erupted from the arena floor, causing Krillin and the others to gaze in astonishment at the stage. At that moment, Vegeta's aura transitioned from blue to a deep purple, his hair morphing into the same hue, his eyebrows vanishing, and his brow pressing closely against his eye sockets, while his pupils transformed into a striking gold. This was indeed the divine technique of destruction imparted to Vegeta by Kampa. Witnessing this, Beerus clenched his teeth in frustration. Realizing that Kampa had actually bestowed such a formidable divine technique of destruction upon Vegeta in his quest for victory. The divine technique of destruction? Sun Wukong and his companions gazed upon Beerus. This is the divine technique that only a god of destruction can wield. Could it be that Vegeta has consented to become a god of destruction? Sun Wukong remarked. I do not know. Beerus shook his head in response. Kampa, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, Beerus, this is not something I taught him. Rather, he learned it through stealth. Do you think I would believe you? Beerus retorted, gritting his teeth. Kampa laughed again, saying, Your disbelief is of no concern to me. The divine technique of the god of destruction? Piccolo murmured. Vegeta, with a smile, gazed at Piccolo and transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards him. Upon seeing this, Piccolo's eyes narrowed slightly. In no time, Vegeta had arrived before Piccolo. With a powerful swing of his fists, Piccolo aimed to strike at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Piccolo. Before Piccolo could react, Vegeta concentrated a surge of purple destructive energy in his right hand and unleashed it upon Piccolo. Piccolo let out a loud scream as the destructive energy sent him flying. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Piccolo clenched his teeth, halting his descent just before falling off the tournament stage. He then slowly turned his body, casting the destructive energy skyward. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the destructive energy detonated in the heavens, creating an immense purple storm that surged towards the arena and the audience. Vegeta smirked and charged at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo shouted and rushed towards Vegeta as well. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two collided at the center of the stage, their fists and feet moving like lightning as they exchanged blows. The stage trembled violently beneath their fierce combat. Bang! Bang! After a brief skirmish, Piccolo found himself gradually overpowered by Vegeta's might, being pushed back relentlessly. With a resounding shout, Vegeta unleashed his full strength, delivering a punch that sent Piccolo flying off the tournament stage. Piccolo is disqualified. Vegeta emerges victorious. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly rose to his feet. Wukong, father, allow me to take the stage next. Sun Wukong and his companions nodded in agreement. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong immediately soared to the competition stage. Kakarot. Sun Wukong nodded. Very well, the seventh universe has now dispatched new contenders to the arena. If the two participants have no further concerns, let the match commence. The two individuals nodded in agreement. As Sun Wukong beheld Vegeta, who was still enveloped in his self-imposed state of Ultra Instinct, he clenched his fist with immense determination, radiating an unparalleled aura of divine energy. With a tremendous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Observing this, Vegeta instantly morphed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Sun Wukong. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong charged towards Vegeta. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the two warriors found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. As Sun Wukong observed the fierce clash between the two combatants, a slight furrow formed upon his brow. He had not anticipated that the likes of Beerus would impart the divine techniques of the god of destruction to Vegeta. Could it be that Vegeta was poised for a remarkable comeback? Just as this thought crossed Sun Wukong's mind, Vegeta's right fist landed with tremendous force upon Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a piercing scream, his body retreating backwards. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, concentrating a surge of violet destructive energy in his right hand, and hurled it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback and swiftly raised his hands to catch the incoming destructive energy. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind Sun Wukong and delivered a powerful kick to his body. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong and the destructive energy in his grasp were sent flying. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong hurled the destructive energy into the sky, then swiftly halted his body on the ground, turning to face Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Kakarot, I suggest you employ the Kaioken, for without it, victory is beyond your grasp. Very well. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great force, emanating an astonishing aura that swiftly ascended. Boom. The ground of the arena trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wukong's energy. Bang. At that moment, an additional layer of crimson energy enveloped the azure aura radiating from Sun Wukong. The Kaioken times 10. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of light, charging towards Vegeta. Just as Sun Wukong was about to reach him, Vegeta deftly sidestepped, evading the full force of Sun Wukong's tenfold Kaioken. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Vegeta let out a soft chuckle and swung his right fist forcefully towards Sun Wukong's face. Bang! Vegeta's right fist landed heavily on Sun Wukong's face, sending him reeling backward. How infuriating! With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong swiftly halted his descent to the ground, channeling his energy to elevate it once more. 20-fold Kaioken. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong surged forward with even greater speed, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta remained utterly still, rooted in place. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong reached the front of Vegeta and unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to connect with Vegeta, the latter unexpectedly raised his left hand, successfully intercepting Sun Wukong's King Kai fist. The 20-fold King Kai fist of his father was caught. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin nodded gravely. Chapter 87. Freeform Ultimate Technique versus Self-Determined Ultimate Technique. Even Beerus, who sat nearby, wore a somewhat serious expression. Sun Wukong serves as their main force. If he were to be defeated, the others would stand no chance against Vegeta. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Vegeta exerted force with his left hand, pushing Sun Wukong back several paces. Sun Wukong exerted force through his feet, coming to a halt. Vegeta chuckled and remarked, Kakarot, apart from the Kaioken, you must have exhausted your techniques, haven't you? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded and said, nevertheless, I will fight with all my might. Vegeta smiled in silence. Ever since his arrival on Earth, he had been unable to surpass Sun Wukong, but now he finally found himself stronger than him. With this thought, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Given their proximity, Vegeta reached Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, launching a powerful fist attack forward. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he used both hands to fend off Vegeta's relentless assaults, gradually retreating. Vegeta bellowed, thrusting his right fist forward with all his might. Boom. With an incredibly resounding crash, Sun Wukong was propelled to the edge of the arena, his body transitioning from the 20-fold Kaioken state back to Super Saiyan Blue. Phew. Sun Wukong gasped for breath as he gazed at Vegeta. Yamcha remarked, it seems that Wukong may be on the verge of defeat. Hearing this, Beerus shot an angry glance at Yamcha and retorted, do not speak such discouraging words. Wukong has not lost yet. Indeed. Yamcha, taken aback by Beerus's reaction, fell silent. Vegeta, observing the panting Sun Wukong, concentrated a surge of purple destructive energy in his right hand, poised to strike him off the competition stage. Sun Wukong gazed upon the amassed destructive energy, his teeth gritted in determination. Just then, Vegeta unleashed the destructive energy from his hand, directing it towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported and appeared above Vegeta. Vegeta quickly noticed Sun Wukong in the sky and soared upwards towards him. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and launched an attack towards the oncoming Vegeta. With a vigorous swing of his own fists, Vegeta met Sun Wukong's strike. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong found his speed unable to keep pace with Vegeta's relentless assault, resulting in a powerful blow to his abdomen from Vegeta's right fist, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Vegeta raised his left hand, gathering a sphere of destructive purple energy. "This is the end, Kakarot," Vegeta declared, immediately unleashing the destructive energy towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling through the air. "Out of the bounds of the arena. Yes, out of the ring," Krillin exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the destructive energy erupted in the sky, creating an immensely violent purple storm that swept outward. Subsequently, a thick cloud of smoke from the explosion filled the air. Sun Wukong plummeted headfirst from the billowing clouds of smoke. Wukong, father, Krillin, and the others, witnessing this scene, presumed the competition was nearing its conclusion. Just as Wukong's body was about to strike the ground, he suddenly halted mid-air, swiftly pivoted, and stood suspended in the void. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Wukong, having reverted to his normal state, exhibited shimmering silver lines across his form, his pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue, enveloped by an ethereal white aura. This was the nascent form of the Ultra Instinct technique. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wutien was taken aback. Just moments ago, he believed that Sun Wukong would lose the match. Yet unexpectedly, Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended the Ultimate Instinct technique. Though incomplete, it was sufficient for him to achieve parity with Vegeta. One cannot deny the extraordinary advantages that protagonists possess. "Gohan, is this a transformation into a Super Saiyan for Wukong?" Krillin inquired. "I'm not certain, but I believe it is not." Sun Wukong soared back to the competition stage. Although Sun Wukong had just exited the arena, his body had not yet touched the ground outside the competition platform, thus he had not technically lost. Vegeta let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his form transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stood motionless in place. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared before him, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning, launching an assault towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Vegeta's assault. Startled, Vegeta unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. As Sun Wukong raised his fists, he engaged in fierce combat with Vegeta. The sound of their strikes echoed, bang, bang, bang. Due to a significant enhancement in both strength and speed, the two were evenly matched in power. "Wukong and Vegeta are equally formidable," Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin nodded in agreement. However, what could have caused this sudden surge in Wukong's prowess? "Ultra Instinct," Beerus said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Ultra Instinct." Whis gasped in surprise. Ultra Instinct is indeed a technique of the gods, but unlike the destructive techniques of the gods of destruction, it is a skill belonging to the angels. Mastering Ultra Instinct is considerably more challenging than grasping the techniques of the gods of destruction. Among the 12 gods of destruction, only Beerus has a partial mastery of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct? Son Gohan gazed at Beerus with a look of utter bewilderment. "You should inquire with Whis. He possesses greater clarity on this matter." Whis smiled and responded, "The Ultra Instinct is a divine technique mastered by us angels, a form of instinctual combat." "Instinctual combat?" Gohan echoed. "Yes, the Ultra Instinct enables the body to perform reflexive attacks and defenses autonomously, without the need for cerebral command, thus enhancing both reaction and movement speed. This technique allows the body and consciousness to separate, enabling each part of the body to instinctively sense surrounding dangers, eliminating the necessity for cognitive deliberation." "Mr. Whis, are you implying that my father is currently relying solely on his instincts in battle?" Whis nodded in affirmation. On the competition stage, at this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta clasped their hands tightly, emanating fierce energies of silver and purple, clashing violently against one another. Vegeta gritted his teeth, harboring a deep sense of resentment as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of defeating Sun Wukong, only for him to suddenly grasp the profound technique of Ultra Instinct. Contemplating this, Vegeta immediately exerted all his strength, pushing forward with both hands. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong thrust both hands forward. Bang! After a brief stalemate, they were simultaneously propelled backward, gasping for breath. After a moment of respite, they charged at each other once more. The arena was immediately filled with the resounding echoes of their fierce combat. Chapter 88, Son Gohan vs. Gabby. It's happening so fast, I can barely perceive their battle. Piccolo, can you see it clearly? Krillin inquired. I can just about make it out. Piccolo replied. Really? Just as they conversed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a remarkable gale. Bang! After a brief struggle, they exerted their strength, sending each other reeling back, panting heavily. Ha! With a mighty shout, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of destructive energy from both hands, directing it towards Sun Wukong. This technique was none other than the renowned Prince's combat strategy in the Dragon Ball universe. With a powerful leap, Sun Wukong skillfully evaded Vegeta's destructive energy while launching a counterattack with energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The ground of the arena was rapidly devastated under the barrage of their explosive assaults. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air, enveloping the battleground. Observing the rising smoke, both combatants ceased their energy wave attacks and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves facing each other, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. The atmosphere crackled with the sounds of their intense combat. Bang! As their right fists collided with each other's faces, both warriors were sent reeling backward. Ha! Vegeta gritted his teeth and swiftly charged at Sun Wukong once more. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared before Sun Wukong, swinging his right fist with great force, only to have it deftly dodged by Sun Wukong using his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. Vegeta was taken aback. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily on his face, sending him crashing down onto the arena floor. Vegeta gasped for breath as he glared at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! As Sun Wukong descended from midair, he cast a glance at Vegeta. At that moment, due to the immense toll on his body, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state. Krillin exclaimed, transform back. Has Wukong returned to his original form? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing Son Goku revert to his original form, a flicker of joy immediately illuminated Vegeta's face. However, in the next moment, his own body returned to its normal state. Uncle Vegeta has also transformed back. Krillin nodded in agreement. Darn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists clenching tightly. Bang! With an astonishing surge of power, Vegeta ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong wore a grave expression. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar and, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding cry, Sun Wukong charged towards Vegeta. The clash of fists echoed through the air as they swiftly confronted one another, their strikes as rapid as lightning. In a pivotal moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful blow with his right fist, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the face and sending him hurtling away. Almost immediately, Vegeta brought his hands together, channeling a brilliant golden energy wave directed at Sun Wukong. Despite still regaining his footing, Sun Wukong raised his arms to shield himself from Vegeta's attack. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta exerted all his strength in a forceful push. Ultimately, under the immense pressure of Vegeta's might, Sun Wukong was thrust off the competition stage. With Sun Wukong eliminated, victory belonged to Vegeta. I have won. Vegeta exclaimed, elated at having finally bested Sun Wukong after 15 long years. Meanwhile, Beerus turned to Gohan and the others, inquiring, who will step up next? I shall take the stage. Son Gohan volunteered to take on the challenge. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately rose from the audience, soaring onto the competition stage. Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan politely greeted Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta remained silent. Now that both participants have taken the stage, let the competition commence. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, due to his dwindling stamina, Vegeta returned to his normal state. Gohan, Vegeta has exhausted his energy. Transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat him quickly. Beerus shouted loudly at Son Gohan. Understood. As Sun Wukong clenched his fist with determination, he transformed into a Super Saiyan too. Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, yet he charged towards Sun Wukong with unwavering resolve. In a fleeting motion, Sun Wukong darted behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful blow to his back with his right fist. Bang! Vegeta's body was propelled forward like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms and surged towards Vegeta. Boom! In an instant, the Kamehameha struck Vegeta, propelling him off the arena. With Vegeta eliminated, Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately reverted to his normal state. Seeing this, Kampa swiftly turned his gaze towards the remaining two contestants. One was a diminutive figure, sporting a tuft of upright hair atop his head, clad in a vintage Saiyan battle suit. He rose from the audience of the 6th universe, introducing himself as Kaba, a Saiyan from Universe 6 and a distinguished member of the Saiyan Elite Force, the Sadala Defense Force. At that moment, Beerus also stood up from the audience. Lord Kampa, given the extent of the destruction to the audience area, I believe I should first repair the competition stage. Kampa nodded in agreement. Observing this, Beerus promptly soared to the stage to commence the repairs. Before long, Beerus had successfully restored the competition platform. Kaba flew toward the stage and landed gracefully. Greetings. My name is Kaba, and like you, I'm a Saiyan. Kaba courteously greeted Sun Wukong. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. Now that both contestants have taken the stage, shall we commence the match? Inquired the referee from below. The two nodded in unison, and then, simultaneously, they assumed their stances, gazing intently at one another. Son Gohan was the first to charge towards Gabai. Startled, Gabai swiftly retaliated, rushing towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet moving like the wind, striking each other with great force. Bang! Son Gohan struck Gabe's face with great force using his right fist, sending Gabe staggering backward. Clenching his fists, Gabe swiftly stabilized his stance and fixed his gaze upon Son Gohan. With a resounding shout, Gabe thrust both hands forward, unleashing a multitude of energy waves directed at Son Gohan. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded the oncoming energy blasts, he countered by swatting them away with remarkable agility. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the thunderous echoes of colossal explosions, engulfing both the arena and its surroundings in a thick shroud of smoke. Observing his energy waves miss their target, Gabe's fist clenched with intense determination. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 89. A grueling battle. The Ultra Super Saiyan. Krillin gasped in astonishment. Son Gohan clenched his fist with great force and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goten gazed at Gabe, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, lost in contemplation. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Gabe lacked the mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, in accordance with the original Dragon Ball narrative, Frost, who bears a striking resemblance to Frieza, should also make an appearance. With this thought, Goten immediately turned his attention to Vegeta. Could it be due to Vegeta? Just as Goten pondered this, Gohan and Gabe charged towards each other simultaneously. In no time, they faced one another, engaging in combat. After his transformation, Gabe's speed and strength surged significantly. However, even with such enhancements, he struggled to keep pace with Gohan's agility. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch sent Gabe hurtling backwards like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Gabe. As Gabe, who had just steadied himself, caught sight of the impending attack, he hurriedly raised his arms to shield himself from the oncoming Kamehameha. With a resounding crash, the energy wave struck Gabe, propelling him backward. Gritting his teeth, Gabe managed to halt his descent just as he was on the verge of falling off the competition stage. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward with all his might. Under the sheer force of his strength, Gabe is ultimately pushed off the arena. Gabe is eliminated. Sun Wukong is victorious. Upon hearing this, Kappa immediately turns to the man seated nearby. The man, whose skin is a deep shade of purple and adorned in a black coat, is known as Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6. Noticing Kappa's gaze, Hit rises calmly from his seat and flies onto the arena. Very well, the final contestant from Universe 6 has taken the stage. If both fighters have no objections, let the battle commence. The two contenders nod in agreement. Subsequently, Sun Wukong assumes a combat stance and charges at Hit. In the blink of an eye, Hit appears before Sun Wukong and delivers a powerful punch to his abdomen, with a resounding thud accompanied by a piercing scream. Sun Wukong is sent hurtling backward like a projectile. Wukong. Piccolo's heart fills with a sense of concern at this turn of events. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, his body gradually coming to a halt upon the ground. Moments later, he clenched his fist with great intensity, an astonishing aura emanating from him as he ascended rapidly. The arena trembled violently under the influence of Gohan's energy. With a powerful roar, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a shimmering silver, rising skyward akin to a Super Saiyan. His irises turned crimson, and his form radiated a silvery flame interlaced with pink lightning. This was the beast form of Son Gohan. Vegeta was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Gohan in such a transformation. Incredible! Gohan has transformed into Beast Gohan, Krillin exclaimed. Yamcha added, Beast Gohan? Indeed. That is the name Gohan has given to this transformation. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan became a streak of purple light, charging towards Hit. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Hit, his fists and feet moving like lightning in a relentless assault. Hit evaded while raising his hands to block Gohan's strikes, retreating in response. After a brief withdrawal, it suddenly activated his time skip ability, freezing time for 0.1 seconds, and delivered a powerful blow to Gohan's abdomen. The impact resounded as Hit's fist struck forcefully against Gohan's midsection. Son Gohan let out a piercing scream, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the moment of Gohan's agony, Hit unleashed his time skip technique once more, his fist raining down upon Gohan like a tempest. Under the ferocity of Hit's assault, Gohan emitted a series of excruciating cries. Gohan! Piccolo shouted. At that moment, Gohan collapsed to the ground. Hit glanced at the referee and commanded, "Begin the countdown." Very well, the contestant Gohan is down. The countdown starts now. 10, 9, 8. How infuriating. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong struggled to rise from the ground, displaying a face marked by hardship. The contender, Sun Wukong, has stood up. Beerus remarked, "Whis. You must have sensed it, haven't you?" Sensed it? Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus with a look of confusion. Whis nodded in affirmation. It is the technique of time freezing. Time freezing? Indeed, I have heard whispers of a martial art within the universe capable of halting time. It appears to be true. It has just employed the time skip technique. Bardos remarked. Time skip? Yes, it is quite similar to what was described. Hit's time skip can freeze the surrounding time for 0.1 seconds. I see, he exclaimed, panting, as the competition stage loomed before them. At this moment, Sun Wukong was taking deep breaths, gazing at Hit. You cannot defeat me. I advise you to concede. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong remained silent. At that moment, Piccolo, seated in the audience, shouted towards Sun Wukong, Wukong, it has the ability to manipulate time, capable of freezing the surroundings for 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds. Hit scoffed dismissively. Even if you are aware of this, it is of no consequence. That may not necessarily be the case. As Son Gohan spoke, he stepped back, channeling a substantial amount of energy waves through his hands to launch an attack on it. His strategy was straightforward. If close combat proved ineffective, then he would resort to ranged warfare, even if it merely served to deplete Hit's stamina on behalf of Majin Buu and his allies. Upon witnessing the energy waves hurtling towards him, Hit swiftly evaded to the side. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the energy waves struck the arena floor, enveloping it in thick smoke. Utilizing the cover of the smoke generated by the blasts, Hit advanced towards Son Gohan. In no time, he stood before Son Gohan, unleashing a powerful right hook. Bang! Sun Wukong raised both arms forward to block Hit's right fist, stepping back in the process. At that moment, Hit activated his time skip ability once more, swiftly appearing in front of Sun Wukong and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his abdomen. Bang! Hit's right fist struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's midsection. Son Gohan let out a piercing scream, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. With a forceful thrust of his right knee, Hitler propelled Son Gohan through the air. Just as Son Gohan was about to plummet off the arena, he exerted all his strength to push off the ground, coming to a halt. However, the overwhelming pain in his body forced him to kneel partially on the ground. A mere 0.1 seconds. Sun Wukong gazed at it, contemplating that should his strength advance further, he might just transcend the fleeting moment of 0.1 seconds. Chapter 90, The Mighty Hit. Hit observed Sun Wukong, who was half kneeling on the ground, preparing to charge forward and knock him off the arena. But he was taken aback as he witnessed Sun Wukong struggling immensely to rise from the ground. Son Gohan gasped for breath as he gazed at Hit. Hit snorted disdainfully, his form transforming into a streak of purple light, hurtling towards Son Gohan. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong clenched his fist with immense strength. Accompanied by an incredibly intense roar, a silver aura enveloped Sun Wukong, crackling with pink lightning. This aura expanded outward, growing ever larger. The ground of the entire arena trembled violently. The approaching Hit was compelled to slow his advance due to the overwhelming energy radiating from Sun Wukong. Wukong, Krillin, and the others gazed in astonishment, awestruck by the formidable presence emanating from him. Son Goten, brother, his power has significantly increased compared to just now. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, yet he remained uncertain whether he could vanquish Hit. Just as the two engaged in conversation, Son Gohan suddenly suppressed his aura and charged towards Hit. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Hit, unleashing a flurry of punches. Taken aback, Hit swiftly raised his right fist to counter Gohan's assault. But Gohan's right punch landed first. With a resounding impact, Hit was struck and immediately staggered backwards several steps. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, striking fiercely at Hit's face and body. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless assault from Sun Wukong, Hit staggered backward, emitting a series of anguished cries. Witnessing Hit's brutal beating, The expression on Kampa's face became increasingly unsettled. Has timeskip been broken? Tien Shinhan inquired. Indeed. While timeskip can freeze time for 0.1 seconds, if our attack speed is sufficiently rapid, his timeskip becomes ineffective against us, Krillin remarked. So, it means that as long as our strength is formidable enough, his timeskip will have no effect on us? Precisely. Whis nodded. Suddenly, after enduring a relentless barrage, it activated timeskip, retreating several dozen meters away from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's gaze narrowed slightly, and he swiftly charged towards Hit once more. In response, Hit activated his timeskip ability, launching an attack at the oncoming Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong's right fist struck Hit's face first. With a resounding thud, Hit was propelled backward. He forcefully planted his feet on the ground to come to a halt, subsequently wiping the scratches from his face. Enhancing my own strength, is it? Hit murmured, as a surge of purple energy emanated from his entire being. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong charged at Hit with full force. At that moment, Hit once again activated his timeskip ability, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Hit's right fist struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Gohan let out a piercing scream, his body reverting to its normal state as he collapsed onto the ground. With Sun Gohan down, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 0. Sun Gohan rose from the ground, yet Hit emerged victorious. What transpired? Hadn't Sun Gohan's strength surpassed that of Hit just moments ago? Krillin inquired. Whis responded. Hit's timeskip ability has been extended. Extended? Indeed, it has increased by approximately 0.2 seconds. Damn it! Beerus exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Goten, do you think those two will be alright? Although this is merely a match between two universes, it bears significant implications for my dignity as a god of destruction. And I cannot afford to lose to Kampa. I'm not entirely certain, Goten replied. Originally, the plan was for Goku to defeat both Vegeta and Hit, but unexpectedly, Goku had been eliminated. What did you say? Beerus bellowed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian wore an expression of guilt. Had he known earlier, he would have summoned Broly. So, who among you two will take the stage next? Beerus glanced at Majin Buu and Android 21. Despite the tension, the competition must proceed. I propose we have Majin Buu go first. Sun Goten remarked that Majin Buu was relatively weak, suggesting that he should take the lead to deplete some of Hit's stamina. Very well, Majin Buu, you shall go first, he stated. Majin Buu nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, he rose from his seat and soared onto the arena. Now that Universe 7 has sent forth a new contender, if neither of the participants has any further concerns, let the match commence. Both fighters nodded in affirmation. Go. Majin Buu. Mr. Satan shouted encouragingly. Majin Buu responded with a childlike grin directed at Mr. Satan. Are we ready to begin? Hit inquired. Majin Buu nodded and, in a flash, darted towards Hit with incredible speed. In an instant, Hit vanished and reappeared behind Majin Buu. Where did he go? Majin Buu exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Majin Buu, he's right behind you, Piccolo warned. Behind you. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu swiftly turned around. With a resounding crash, Hit's right fist struck forcefully against Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu let out a loud cry of agony, spitting out a mouthful of bitterness. Hit scoffed and delivered a powerful kick forward, sending Majin Buu flying backward like a projectile. Just as he was about to tumble off the stage, Majin Buu suddenly halted midair. With an intense gaze at Hit, a surge of white energy erupted from the hole atop his head. What? Hit gasped in astonishment. I'm angry now. Majin Buu roared, charging towards Hit with lightning speed. In no time, Majin Buu stood before Hit, unleashing a flurry of punches as swift as lightning. Hit, however, effortlessly evaded Majin Buu's fierce assault with a slight shift of his body. Son Gohan, it is futile. The disparity in strength between the two is insurmountable. Majin Buu stands no chance against Hit. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Beerus clenched his teeth in anger. At that moment, Hit delivered a powerful blow with his right fist, sending Majin Buu flying to the edge of the arena. Majin Buu roared, gathering a vast amount of pink energy waves in his hands, launching an attack towards Hit. As Hit deftly dodged, he advanced closer to Majin Buu. Boom, boom, boom. The arena erupted with explosions from Majin Buu's onslaught. Suddenly, Hit appeared in front of Majin Buu, delivering a decisive punch that knocked him off the stage. Chapter 91. Android 21 vs. Hit. Majin Buu is disqualified. Hit emerges victorious. Upon witnessing this, Kampa burst into laughter. Beerus, it seems the outcome of this match is still uncertain. Beerus snorted coldly. Kampa, do not revel too much. We still have one contender left. Oh. And who might your last contestant be? Is it Krillin or Tien? Neither. it is Android 21. Android 21? Upon hearing this, Android 21 immediately stood up from her seat. What? It's a woman? I expected someone formidable. Android 21 shot a displeased glance at Kampa. What's wrong, Lord Kampa? Do you look down upon women? Whis. With a smile, observed Kampa. No, not at all. Despite being a god of destruction, he harbors a degree of apprehension towards Whis. For she possesses not only formidable strength but also a cunning nature. Seeing this, Android 21 swiftly flew to the arena. Well, Universe 7 has dispatched their final contestant. This match will determine the victor of this tournament. If there are no further issues, let the battle commence. The two nodded in agreement. As Beerus and the others regarded the seemingly frail Android 21, their expressions grew tense. They had witnessed Hit's prowess. And it seemed a daunting task for a delicate woman to overcome him. Just as Krillin and the others held this thought, Android 21 let out a powerful roar. Her skin turning pink, her brown hair transforming to pink, her eyes shifting to red with black sclera, her ears becoming pointed, and a long tail sprouting from behind. This was the transformation into Android 21's Majin state. Beerus and the others were taken aback upon witnessing Android 21's metamorphosis. What is this? Lord Beerus. This is Android 21's transformation. Son Goten remarked, transformation? How does her transformation resemble that of Majin Buu? The answer lies in the fact that her transformation is indeed that of a Majin. Majin transformation? Yes, it is somewhat intricate, but to put it simply, she possesses the cells of Majin Buu within her. Is that so? Sun Tien nodded. Upon witnessing the transformation of Android 21, it was momentarily taken aback. However, his surprise was fleeting. As the foremost assassin of Universe 6, he had encountered numerous formidable challenges. At that moment, Android 21 raised her right hand, unleashing a barrage of pink energy waves directed at Hit. As he evaded the onslaught, he advanced toward her. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves unleashed by Android 21 detonated upon impact with the arena, enveloping it in a thick cloud of smoke. In the blink of an eye, Hit reappeared before Android 21, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her abdomen. Bang! Hit's fist struck with tremendous force, causing Android 21 to emit a piercing scream and spit out a mouthful of bitter liquid. As Hit withdrew momentarily, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon her. Resembling a tempest, gritting her teeth, Android 21 extended her arms, ensnaring Hit's body like ropes. Taken aback, Hit exerted immense strength to break free. In response, Android 21 charged her forehead against his with a violent clash. The impact resonated with a heavy sound. I am sorry, Hit exclaimed, emanating an astonishing aura that shattered Android 21's grip. 21. Bulma gasped. It's all right, Aunt Bulma. Like Majin Buu, 21 possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. Sun Tien remarked. As soon as he spoke, Android 21's arms regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is it an immortal body? Hitter questioned. Upon hearing this, Android 21 remained silent, placing her hands on her forehead. Krillin gasped in astonishment. Could this technique be the solar flare? Android 21 shouted, swiftly closing her eyes. An incredibly brilliant light erupted from her hands instantaneously. What? Hitter exclaimed, hurriedly shutting his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others promptly closed their eyes. After a brief moment, as the blinding light began to dissipate, the figure of Android 21 flashed before Hit, her tail coiling around his body like a rope. With a swift motion, she drew forth energy from within him. Startled, Hit exerted all his strength in an attempt to break free from the constricting tail of Android 21. However, her tail proved to be exceptionally resilient, making his escape quite difficult. Moreover, he could already sense his strength waning. Desperation set in, Hit exclaimed. And with a fierce determination, he bit down on Android 21's tail. With a sharp crack, a noticeable bite mark appeared on her tail. Android 21 let out a loud cry of distress and quickly retracted her tail, blowing on the swollen appendage. Witnessing this scene, Beerus felt an unsettling sense of familiarity and glanced over at Sun Wukong beside him. Sun Wukong let out a dry chuckle and scratched his head, inquiring, Lord Beerus. What are you looking at me for? Oh, it's nothing. Xiangpa interjected, keen to avoid recounting the embarrassing moments of his battle with Sun Wukong. Nearby, Wish chuckled and remarked, Lord Beerus must be reminiscing about the time he fought Wukong and had his tail bitten. Whis. Beerus glared at him, his face contorted with anger. This fellow always has too much to say. The mention of tails prompted Xiangpa to glance at his own, which was quite short, preventing him from ensnaring anyone like Beerus and the others could. By the way, Goten, doesn't Android 21 possess the ability to absorb others' energy? Whis inquired. Sun Wukong nodded. Beerus, absorbing the energy of others? Indeed, Lord Beerus, did you not notice that Android 21 has been desperately trying to grasp Hit's body with her hands? Is that so? However, it must have realized this by now, so he will likely resolve the battle promptly. Upon hearing this, Beerus clenched his teeth tightly. On the arena, Hit broke free from Android 21's tail and immediately activated his instant transmission to launch an attack on her. Bang! Hit's right fist struck forcefully against Android 21's abdomen. She let out a piercing scream, clutching her abdomen as she staggered backward. Chapter 92, The Arrival of the King. Hit swung his left fist powerfully forward, landing a heavy blow on Android 21's face. She screamed loudly, her body flying backward. Clenching her fists tightly, Android 21 halted just before falling off the arena. Subsequently, she exerted herself, releasing a tremendous amount of red energy that surged upwards. Boom. The ground of the entire arena trembled violently under the influence of Android 21's aura. Could this technique be? Sun Wukong was taken aback. He was exceedingly familiar with the King Kai Fist technique. Yet how could Android 21 possibly wield such a move? Sun Goten, Kaioken. Goten, how could Android 21 possess this technique? I surmise it is because she has gathered our cells. Gathered our cells? Just like Cell? Precisely. Sun Wutien nodded. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Just as the crowd was filled with astonishment, Android 21 let out a fierce shout and darted towards Hit with the speed of light. Hit, sensing the approach, immediately activated his time skip ability to counter. In the blink of an eye, the two were face to face, their fists and feet striking each other like flashes of light. Bang, bang, bang. As their fierce battle raged on, the arena's ground cracked continuously, with violent gusts of wind emanating from their bodies and cascading onto the spectators below. The referee, feeling the powerful winds, retreated several steps. Bang. At that moment, Android 21 was knocked back. Clenching her fists tightly, her aura surged once more. 20-fold King Kai Fist. With a mighty roar, Android 21 charged at Hit with even greater speed. Startled, it activated his time skip again. However, due to the increase in speed, Android 21's 20-fold King Kai Fist landed first on it. Bang! Hit let out a pain scream, staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Android 21 unleashed a flurry of punches like a tempest, targeting Hit's face and body. As Hit cried out in agony, he continued to retreat. Krillin and the others watched in shock, especially Kappa, who had underestimated the woman. Well done, Android 21. Beerus shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Kappa, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in anger. Bang! Android 21 swung her right fist with great force, sending Hit flying to the edge of the arena. She then withdrew her aura, breathing heavily. Though the 20-fold King Kai Fist was formidable, it was also immensely taxing on her stamina. Hit, too, was panting heavily. After a brief respite, Android 21 shouted again and executed the 20-fold King Kai Fist once more. While this technique was taxing for Goku, Android 21 possessed a physique akin to that of Majin Buu, allowing her to recover swiftly even after sustaining heavy damage. The only consideration was her stamina. As Android 21 charged at Hit, a grave expression crossed Hit's face. Nevertheless, he prepared to meet her head-on. In an instant, Android 21 was before him, fists moving as swiftly as lightning to strike. Hit attempted to evade while raising his hands to block Android 21's onslaught. However, due to the significant portion of his stamina being drained by Android 21, he was ultimately knocked off the arena by her powerful punch. Hit is out of the match. Android 21 is the victor. Wonderful. We won. Krillin and the others cheered joyously. Observing their jubilant expressions, Android 21 softly pondered, is this what friends are? Although a brilliant scientist, Android 21 was inherently solitary, much like many geniuses. Damn it. Kappa fumed, feeling bitter about the loss. Yet, accepting defeat, he resigned himself to the reality. Compared to his original portrayal, Kappa's competitive spirit was somewhat diminished, partly due to being bested by Sun Wutien and partly due to the influence of his interactions with Goku and others, which had subtly altered his character. Of course, his fiery temper remained unchanged. Now that we have one, the 4 Super Dragon Balls should belong to us, correct? They belong to you, but remember, only by gathering all 7 can a wish be granted, Kappa replied nonchalantly. Beerus scoffed. If that's the case, then we shall seek the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls. Seek the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls? Indeed. Before the tournament, Bulma invented a radar capable of locating the Super Dragon Balls. A Super Dragon Ball radar? Kappa was taken aback, surprised that Beerus and his team had acquired such a device. Lord Kappa. What is it? Bottas. Lord Kappa, look at the stage. The stage? Kampa turned his gaze to the arena and beheld a child with skin of 2 shades of purple, adorned in a robe emblazoned with Zeno. It was none other than Zeno himself. Beside Zeno stood 2 slender, light blue-skinned men, who were his attendants, while Whis' father stood at the forefront. Lord Zeno. Kampa's face turned pale with fear upon seeing him. Beerus, seated among the audience of Universe 7, also recognized Zeno, mirroring Kampa's reaction. Lord Kampa, is it appropriate for us to remain here? Babidi chuckled. Of course it is not. Kampa retorted, immediately soaring towards the arena. Beerus followed suit. Ancestor, who is that person to frighten Lord Beerus and the others so? The East Kaishin whispered to the Old Kaishin. The Old Kaishin, shaking his head in disappointment, scolded the East Kaishin softly. That is Lord Zeno, the supreme deity reigning over the 12 universes. Lord Zeno. Startled, the East Kaishin gasped. We should hasten to pay our respects to Lord Zeno. Indeed. With that, the Kaishins of both universes and Jebet flew to the arena, kneeling before Zeno. We greet you, Lord Zeno. The Old Kaishin led the greeting. The East Kaishin and the others followed suit. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis, already before Zeno, bowed deeply. We greet you, Lord Zeno. Welcome to your esteemed presence. Chapter 93, Future Trunks. We greet you, Lord Zeno. I hope you are in good health, Babidi inquired. Lord Zeno nodded. Beerus and Kampa slowly raised their heads. What brings you here today, Lord Zeno? Beerus asked. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to remind you two to remain diligent in your duties during the tournament. Yes. They both nodded vigorously. Lord Zeno, I must inform you that Lord Kampa is more passionate about gourmet food than work. Just look at how he has let himself go. And he even complains about the diet meals I prepare for him. Babidi feigned tears. Kampa, caught off guard by Babdi's sudden complaint, broke into a cold sweat. Lord Zeno. Lord Beerus is the same. Aside from food, he is only interested in sleeping. Whis chimed in, joining in the grievances. Whis. Upon hearing the words, Beerus immediately broke into a cold sweat. Is that so? If so, why not switch to another god of destruction? The Grand Zeno, upon hearing this, startled both Zeno and Beerus. Just kidding. The two immediately sighed in relief. However, the previous match was quite entertaining. Shall we host another? The Grand Zeno inquired. Smiling at the two, they were taken aback and found themselves at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, they finally managed to utter an affirmative response. Despite their inner reluctance, they dared not voice a dissent in the presence of the Grand Zeno. Just then, Goku soared down from the audience of Universe 7. Grand Zeno. Did you just say you want to hold a tournament? Beerus looked on, startled at Goku's sudden arrival on the stage. Goku, this is the Grand Zeno. You must not be disrespectful. Silence. The Grand Zeno coldly regarded Beerus. Yes. Beerus hastily complied and fell silent. At that moment, the two attendants of the Grand Zeno approached and positioned themselves in front of him, preventing Goku from advancing further. Am I not allowed to proceed? The two attendants nodded in affirmation. Step aside. The Grand Zeno commanded the attendants. They exchanged uncertain glances with the Grand Minister, unsure whether to allow passage or not. Do you wish to be erased? Upon hearing this, the attendants quickly cleared the way for Goku. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong approached the presence of the Omni King, extending his right hand in greeting. Greetings, esteemed Omni King. My name is Sun Wukong. The Omni King, taken aback, immediately reached out his hand to shake Sun Wukong's. The gods of destruction, including Beerus, were left in a state of shock. A mere mortal was actually shaking hands with the Omni King. Just as they were grappling with their astonishment, Sun Wukong lifted his hand, causing the Omni King to ascend into the air. The sight left Beerus and the others utterly speechless, their minds racing with the dreadful realization that this time, things had certainly taken a turn for the worse. After lifting the Omni King, Sun Wukong swiftly lowered his hands, allowing the Omni King to descend gently to the ground. With a smile, the Omni King gazed at Sun Wukong and said, You mentioned your name is Sun Wukong, correct? Indeed. Your Majesty, what you just did was quite amusing. Amusing? Yes, because others are incapable of such feats. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a mixture of skepticism and belief. The action he had just performed seemed deceptively simple. Indeed. The Omni King nodded. Your Excellency, you just mentioned the intention to hold a competition, correct? The Omni King nodded once more. Do you also consent to hosting it, Wukong? Sun Wukong nodded. Mighty Lord of all. When will the competition be held? At that moment, the Grand Priest approached and said, We must carefully plan the details of the competition. Once the arrangements are finalized, I will have Whis and the others inform you. All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, the Omni King glanced over at Beerus and the others. Beerus, you two must work diligently. Yes, your majesty. Both Kampa and Beerus replied in unison. So, Wukong, shall I take my leave? Very well. Son Wukong nodded. Lord Zeno. Safe travels. The old Kai and Beerus, upon hearing this, respectfully bid farewell to Zeno as he departed. The Grand Minister, witnessing this, pointed his staff towards the ground, ushering Zeno and the others away from the blue planet. With Zeno's departure, both Beerus and Kampa let out a sigh of relief, having been drenched in sweat unbeknownst to them. Subsequently, Kampa returned to the audience seats of Universe 6 and addressed Hit and the others. This match was merely a small contest. When it comes to Lord Zeno's tournament, you must not let me down. Yes, Gobesu exclaimed loudly. Now, Bados, let us return. As you wish, Lord Kampa. Bados replied, retrieving the dimensional cube to transport Kampa and the others back. Whis, please take us back to Earth first. Then bring back the 4 Super Dragon Balls. You wish to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls? Indeed, they are the prize of our competition. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis then produced the dimensional cube, guiding Son Wukong and the others back home. Upon their return to Earth, Bulma promptly called for a sumptuous feast to celebrate the tournament. Meanwhile, Whis was tasked with returning the Super Dragon Balls to Universe 7. At the celebratory banquet, Android 21 observed Son Wukong and the others joyfully gathered together, causing her perceptions of the world to shift slightly. 3 days later, utilizing the Super Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma, Whis located the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. As Beerus had no wishes of his own to make, he graciously offered the opportunity to Son Wukong and the others. Although Son Wukong and his companions possessed certain wishes, those aspirations could be fulfilled by the Dragon Balls on Earth. After much deliberation, Whis resolved to grant Son Goten's wish. Son Goten's aspiration is to bestow Earth with cosmic-level defenses, primarily enhancing its subterranean fortifications. Thus, even a destroyer would find it exceedingly challenging to wreak havoc upon the planet. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight has elapsed. The world remains tranquil. While Son Goten is currently engaging in play with Trunks in Bulma's backyard, suddenly a yellow rocket materializes in the sky above Bulma's residence, descending gracefully into her garden. This yellow rocket is none other than the time machine. As Son Goten and Trunks approached the time machine, it sprang to life. Upon their arrival, a man, strikingly similar in appearance to Trunks, emerged from the depths of the time machine and collapsed onto the ground. This individual was none other than future Trunks. Chapter 94, Black Goku. Goten, he has fainted. Son Wukong nodded and produced a magical bean, which he offered to future Trunks. After consuming the bean, future Trunks quickly regained consciousness and gazed at the 2 individuals before him. Who are you from my childhood? He inquired, turning his attention to Son Wukong. Although future Trunks had visited the primary timeline, Son Wukong had not yet been born during that time, and thus, he did not recognize him. My name is Son Wukong. Son Wukong? Could it be that you are Gohan's younger brother? Son Wukong nodded slightly. Who are you? Son Wukong pretended not to recognize him and said, I am Trunks from 20 years in the future. The Trunks of 20 years hence. Trunks was taken aback. The future Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Wukong, where is your father? He inquired. My father? He is currently training under Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Son Goten nodded. When will he return? Future Trunks continued to inquire. I am uncertain. It could be a few days or perhaps several months. Several months? No, the future cannot afford to wait that long. What about my mother? Where is she now? Mother is at home, Trunks replied. Upon hearing this, future Trunks immediately headed home. Before long, he found Bulma inside their residence. Mother, Trunks. Are you not the Trunks from the future? Future Trunks nodded. Trunks, did you not return to the future? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Has something occurred in the future? Future Trunks nodded again. By the way, Mother, where is Father? Your father is currently training with Lord Kampa, Bulma said with a displeased expression. Lord Kampa? Yes, he is the god of destruction of Universe 6. I see. Then what about Lord Beerus, whom Goten just mentioned? He is the god of destruction of Universe 7, which is our universe. So, there are other universes aside from ours? Bulma nodded. Why aren't Father and Uncle Goku training together? Originally, they were training together under Lord Kampa, but when Lord Beerus awakened, Goku went to train with him. Why is that? Mother? Perhaps it is because they are rivals. Rivals? Indeed, your father has always aspired to surpass Goku. In the match a fortnight ago, your father even defeated Uncle Goku. Really? Future Trunks smiled upon hearing this. Although he had always regarded Son Goku as superior to Vegeta, he could not help but feel genuine joy at his father's victory over Goku. By the way, Trunks, what exactly happened? Upon hearing this, the expression on future Trunks' face darkened. Mother, could you summon Father and Uncle Goku? All right. Bulma replied after a moment of contemplation. After some time, Son Goku and Vegeta were returned by Beerus and Kampa. Beerus. Kampa. Upon seeing each other, their expressions soured immediately, particularly Kampa, who had previously lost to Beerus in the tournament between the two universes. Kampa, what brings you here? Bulma sent me. Bulma? Just then, Bulma approached with future Trunks and the others. Bulma. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded and glanced at future Trunks, who bore a striking resemblance to Trunks. Who is he? He is Trunks from 20 years in the future. 20 years in the future. Upon hearing this, Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. How did he travel back? Well, Lord Beerus, he arrived using a time machine. Sun Wukong proclaimed, time machine. Upon hearing this, Xianpa's expression turned serious as he remarked, Bulma, traversing through time is a grave offense. A most heinous crime. Future Trunks, taken aback, hurriedly knelt before Whis and exclaimed, Lord Beerus, this matter of time travel bears no connection to my mother. It is entirely my fault. Beerus replied with a perplexed expression. I am merely Lord Beerus's servant. He is right there. Ah, are you not? Upon hearing this, future Trunks immediately bowed before Beerus, pleading, My Lord Beerus. All of this is my fault. Please do not hold my mother accountable. Coughing lightly, Beerus remarked, Well, it all depends on your actions. Actions? Trunks questioned. As long as you present me with a delicacy I have never savored before, I shall feign ignorance regarding this incident. Delicacy? You are truly cunning, Beerus. Xiangpa retorted indignantly. After contemplating for a moment, Bulma retrieved several fish sausages from her pocket and offered them to Beerus and the others, saying, What is this? This is fish sausage. It is quite delicious. Do give it a try. Upon hearing this, Beerus and his companions immediately peeled open the fish sausages and began to eat. Delicious. Beerus exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face after taking a bite. Although Sun Wukong and his companions found the fish and meat sausages delightful, they did not react with such exaggeration. After all, as inhabitants of Earth, they had savored numerous delicacies and had a certain level of culinary appreciation. As for individuals like Pan, they too had indulged in a variety of exquisite dishes during Beerus's prolonged slumber, thus maintaining a sense of composure. As for Lord Beerus and the matter of traversing time and space, I shall feign ignorance this time. However, let it be known that there shall be no second chance. Exclaimed Bulma joyfully. Trunks, how is it that you have come from the future? Is it possible that a formidable adversary has emerged? Sun Wukong inquired. Future Trunks nodded. Is that Majin Buu? Vegeta asked. No. Future Trunks shook his head. Then who is he? I do not know who that fellow is. But he bears an identical visage to Uncle Wukong. He looks just like Kakarot. Just like me? Yes, he dons a black martial arts uniform. Which is why we all refer to him as Black Wukong. Black Wukong. Trunks, could you elucidate your statement a bit more clearly? Sun Wukong remarked. Future Trunks nodded in agreement. That individual suddenly appeared on our planet, claiming to annihilate all of humanity. Since his arrival, the Earth has transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. I have confronted him, yet I was no match for his power. My mother, in a bid to protect me, has gone missing, her fate uncertain. Sun Wukong, are you suggesting that the future Bulma? Future Trunks nodded emphatically. Chapter 95, The Arrival of Black Goku. Uncle Wukong, could you accompany me to the future? Help us defeat Black Goku. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists in anger and strode toward Future Trunks. Father. Soon. Vegeta stood before Future Trunks, gripping the front of his shirt with his right hand, demanding loudly. You came from the future solely to have Kakarot eliminate Black Goku for you? Do you intend to rely on others for everything? Is this how a warrior of the Saiyan race behaves? Do you even consider yourself my son? Future Trunks remained silent in response. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, releasing his hold on Future Trunks' shirt. From this afternoon onward, I shall personally train you until you can defeat that fiend. All right. Although reluctant, Future Trunks nodded in agreement. Ahem. Kampa coughed. It's been ages since I've savored the delicacies of your Earth. Bulma smiled and replied, Lord Kampa, I have long prepared the feast. What about us? Beerus inquired. Lord Beerus, yours is also ready. Now that's more like it. In the afternoon, Kampa and his companions returned to Universe 6. While Beerus and Whis remained at Bulma's home to indulge in Earth's culinary delights. Outside the city, in a secluded grove, Future Trunks and Vegeta faced each other. Ready for combat. Trunks, transform first. Understood, father. Future Trunks nodded, clenching his fists tightly. Ha! With a loud shout, Future Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Observing from the sidelines, Trunks turned to Goten. Goten, how long do you think the future me can endure against Dad? I have no idea. Tien shook his head. All right, Father, it's your turn to transform. Vegeta nodded, his fist clenching tightly. Ha! With a powerful shout, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What is this? Future Trunks exclaimed in surprise. This is called Super Saiyan Blue, the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. The divine transformation of a Super Saiyan? Now, you attack me. As long as you land a hit, you win. Future Trunks nodded and charged at Vegeta with clenched fists. In an instant, Vegeta moved. Appearing right in front of Future Trunks, his fist striking like a tempest towards Trunks' body. Ah! Future Trunks cried out in agony, retreating under Vegeta's onslaught. Bam! With a powerful clench of his right fist, Vegeta sent Future Trunks flying hundreds of meters away. Trunks, after all these years, is this all the progress you've made? Of course not. Future Trunks replied, wiping the blood from his face. He then clenched his fists tightly, his muscles bulging dramatically. This transformation is the erroneous transformation that Goku once spoke of to Gohan during the Cell Saga. Tien, what kind of transformation is this? It looks quite formidable. Trunks observed the muscular Future Trunks. This is the erroneous transformation. The erroneous transformation? Before Tien could respond, Vegeta. Seeing Future Trunks ignore his warning and revert to the flawed technique he had used against Cell, charged at him with clenched fists. Future Trunks, noticing Vegeta's approach, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, forming a smirk. He knew this was a mistaken transformation, yet he intended to lure Vegeta into it. Just as Vegeta was about to reach Future Trunks, he reverted to his original form, evading Vegeta's right punch. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. In the next moment, Future Trunks' right fist struck his chest. Vegeta gritted his teeth and retaliated, landing a heavy blow on Future Trunks. The impact sent Future Trunks flying, crashing violently into a large tree behind him. The future me has hit Father. Son Goten nodded. Goten, did you just say this transformation is erroneous? Indeed. While this transformation may significantly augment your power, the grotesque inflation of your muscles will undoubtedly impede your attack speed, rendering you incapable of striking your opponent. Even the mightiest strength is futile if you cannot connect. Trunks nodded in agreement. Future Trunks exclaimed, Dad, I hit you. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Consider yourself fortunate to have barely passed this time. Future Trunks smiled. Just then, a dark vortex suddenly appeared above Bulma's backyard. A man clad in a black martial arts uniform, adorned with a silver ring and wearing a pair of emerald green earrings, resembling Son Goku in every aspect, emerged. This individual was none other than Black Goku. Upon his arrival, Beerus, who was lounging in Bulma's backyard, quickly noticed him. This energy is emanating from Black Goku. Future Trunks remarked upon sensing the aura. What? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. As Future Trunks spoke, he and Vegeta soared toward West City. Upon Black Goku's appearance, he also spotted Son Goku and the others. Son Goku, Beerus, I wondered why I couldn't find Trunks. It turns out he has returned to the past. No sooner had he spoken than Future Trunks and the others swiftly approached from a distance. Trunks. Black Goku greeted Future Trunks with a grin. Hearing this, Future Trunks clenched his teeth tightly and replied, Black Goku, how did you arrive here? With a chuckle, Black Goku responded, I came here through the time ring in my possession. Time ring? Just then, Son Goku soared up from Bulma's backyard. Son Goku. Black Goku beamed at him. Do you know me? Of course I do. I've always wanted to battle you. I never expected to meet you today. Is that so? After hearing this, Son Wukong smiled. Trunks, leave him to me. All right, Uncle Wukong. The Future Trunks replied, descending with Vegeta into Bulma's courtyard. Whis, he just mentioned the time ring, correct? Beerus inquired solemnly, directing his gaze at Whis. Indeed, Whis affirmed. Not only the ring, but also the Patera earrings. What are you two talking about? Bulma, bewildered, questioned them. Chapter 96. The Mystery of Black Goku. The ring worn by Black Goku is a time ring, which only the Supreme Kai can wield. Whis elucidated. A time ring? That is capable of traversing to the future. How could Black Goku possess such a ring? I do not know. Whis shook his head. Just then, Son Wukong let out a mighty roar and charged towards Black Goku, fist clenched. Black Goku chuckled lightly, moving with the swiftness of the wind to meet him. Soon, Son Wukong reached Black Goku, launching a powerful double-fisted assault. Black Goku, gripping his hands tightly, countered with his own attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists collided with the speed of a tempest. With a resounding clash, both of their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, forcing them apart. Goten. Why doesn't your father transform into a Super Saiyan to battle Black Goku? Future Trunks queried Goten. That's Kakarot's old habit. He never starts off fighting with his full strength. Vegeta remarked. I see. In the sky, Black Goku regarded the retreating Sun Wukong, placing his right hand over his chest. A hint of exhilaration dancing across his face. Is this the power of Sun Wukong? Black Goku mused as he concentrated, forming an energy sphere with a yellow exterior and a black core, launching it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong cast a glance back at the urban landscape behind him, raising both hands forward to intercept the energy sphere. However, the force of the sphere propelled his body 1,000 meters away. A faint smirk crept upon Black Wukong's lips as he emanated a dark purple aura and charged towards Sun Wukong, having just halted the energy sphere. Sun Wukong immediately hurled it into the air, clenching his hands tightly. With a resounding shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a brilliant gold. While all but his bangs stood upright, his irises shifting to a light green, and a golden flame enveloping his entire being. This was the manifestation of the Super Saiyan. At that moment, Black Wukong had already closed the distance, launching a powerful right fist towards Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong evaded, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist towards the dark counterpart. The Dark Wukong raised his left hand, successfully intercepting Sun Wukong's blow. An incredibly fierce wind emanated from Sun Wukong's hand. In response, the Dark Wukong lifted his right leg, aiming a kick at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong abruptly retreated, evading the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, his fists and feet struck like lightning towards Black Wukong. As Black Wukong dodged, he counterattacked with fervor. The sky was immediately filled with the resounding echoes of an intense battle. Uncle Wukong! Future Trunks exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Ah, Sun Wukong is truly fascinating. Beerus chuckled. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Black Wukong's right foot landed squarely in Sun Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. With a resounding cry of anguish, Sun Wukong was propelled like a bolt of lightning, soaring to a great mountain beyond the western capital. The dark counterpart of Wukong lifted his right foot and soared towards the location of Sun Wukong. How infuriating! With a gritted jaw, Sun Wukong emerged from the depths of the mountain, soaring towards the dark counterpart in the sky. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, Sun Wukong ascended from the ground to mid-air, his fist striking with remarkable speed towards the Dark Wukong. The Dark Wukong raised his arms, continuously fending off Sun Wukong's relentless assault. Ha! With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong thrust his right fist forward with great force. Bang! Accompanied by an incredibly intense sound. The Dark Wukong was propelled backward like a ray of light. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Black Wukong. Taken aback, Black Wukong quickly halted mid-air, clasping his hands together to conjure a dark purple Kamehameha, countering Sun Wukong's attack. With a thunderous roar, an immensely powerful explosion erupted as the two Kamehameha waves collided. A fierce tempest manifested in the air, violently tearing at one another. Following this, a thick cloud of smoke billowed into the atmosphere from the subsequent explosions. In an instant, Black Wukong darted forward, charging towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong charged towards his dark counterpart with equal fervor. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows while soaring through the air, their swift movements creating the illusion of numerous ripples dancing across the sky. Suddenly, their figures materialized on the ground, where the Dark Wukong delivered a powerful right hook that struck Sun Wukong squarely on the chin. Sun Wukong immediately staggered backward a few steps. Black Wukong let out a soft chuckle, preparing to launch another attack. Suddenly, a colossal force emanated from the black vortex hovering above Bulma's residence, drawing Black Wukong towards it. What? Black Wukong was taken aback by the vortex's immense pull. Instantly, his body was uncontrollably yanked backward. Curse be it! Gritting his teeth, Black Wukong attempted to resist the force, yet it proved overwhelmingly powerful, pulling him into the air as he flew toward Bulma's home. Soon, he found himself suspended above Bulma's backyard, where the time machine lay. Gazing at the machine, he concentrated, manifesting a dark purple energy wave in his right hand, aimed at the time machine. At that moment, a figure appeared, blocking Black Wukong's energy wave with his right hand. It was none other than Son Goten. Black Wukong was startled. In the next instant, he was drawn into the black vortex. Then, the vortex vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the energy wave that Son Goten had intercepted was neutralized by his destructive power. Whis, Goten must have just used his destructive power, right? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly returned to Bulma's residence. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Wukong, the identity of this black Wukong may be rather complex. Whis remarked. Complex? The silver ring adorning black Wukong's hand is the time ring, a possession exclusive to the Supreme Kai. The time ring? Beerus inquired. Whis. Are there any Supreme Kais in the 12 universes who bear a resemblance to Wukong? As far as I am aware, there are none, Lord Beerus. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus stroked his chin in contemplation. Whis, are you suggesting that Black Wukong is a Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong inquired. No. It could also be someone close to the Kaishin. Whis, this matter concerns the ring. We may need to investigate further. Indeed. Whis nodded in agreement. Lord Beerus. What is the purpose of the time ring? The time ring allows one to traverse into the future. Chapter 97. Zamasu traverse into the future? Indeed. Beerus affirmed. In the future timeline, Black Goku had returned to a desolate world filled with ruins. Is this the extent of Sun Wukong's power? He mused, gazing at his right hand. Although he had exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong, he seldom utilized Sun Wukong's powers to battle formidable foes. However, his recent skirmish with Sun Wukong had ignited the Saiyan blood within him, causing a fervent surge of energy. In the primary timeline, after Black Goku's departure, Sun Wukong and his companions resumed their deliberations on how to confront Black Goku. Future Trunks, during their discussions, learned that son Goten was the strongest among them. Mom, you say that Goten, who is a year younger than me, is stronger than Dad and the others. Not just your father, he is even mightier than Lord Beerus. Bulma replied with a smile. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Beerus cleared his throat. Though it is a fact that Sun Wukong is superior to him, it is an unspoken understanding among them all. Now, as Bulma openly states this matter, does she not care for her own dignity? What is there to fear from Lord Beerus? Trunks would not divulge this to anyone. Bulma chuckled. Beerus snorted in response, declaring, if he dares to speak recklessly, I shall obliterate him. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded, contemplating, once Trunks returns to the future, let us see how you intend to destroy him. Trunks, I shall accompany you to the future, exclaimed Bulma. Father. Future Trunks was taken aback. How had his father, Vegeta, changed his stance so abruptly after previously urging him to rely on himself? That Black Goku possesses formidable strength. My accompanying you is merely a precaution. Future Trunks acquiesced, nodding. Since Vegeta wishes to go, I shall join as well. Sun Wukong inquired. So, Wu Tien, do you wish to join us? Future Trunks posed the question to Sun Wu Tien. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta agreed to go, it would be more prudent to include Sun Wu Tien as well. Trunks, is your time machine capable of accommodating so many individuals? I believe we can manage to squeeze in. Although Sun Wukong is now 12 years old, he still stands rather short in stature. Trunks, a mere shadow of Black Goku, is a foe I can vanquish alone, without the need to summon Wukong. Very well. Whis. Let us embark on an investigation into the time ring and ascertain if any of it has been lost. Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. So, Goku. Shall we take our leave? Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Whis pointed his staff towards the ground, taking Beerus away from Earth. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Future Trunks had gathered the energy necessary to return to his time and was prepared to embark on his journey. At this moment, Krillin and the others had gathered at Bulma's home to bid farewell to Future Trunks and his companions. Trunks, you must give it your all. Son Gohan inspired Future Trunks, who nodded earnestly in response. Shall we embark on our journey to the future? He asked. Krillin and the others nodded in agreement. Observing this, Future Trunks promptly soared towards the time machine. After observing, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also entered the time machine. Due to the limited space within the machine, it became exceedingly cramped once the three of them were inside. All right, Dad, Uncle Wukong, we shall set off now. Indeed. Sun Wukong responded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Future Trunks promptly pressed the activation switch. The time machine quickly powered up and vanished from sight. After an indeterminate period, the time machine reappeared amidst a landscape strewn with ruins. This location was indeed the future timeline. Future Trunks surveyed the surroundings and opened the time machine, allowing Sun Wukong and the others to descend onto the ground. Having learned from past experiences, as soon as the three stepped out, Future Trunks swiftly stored the time machine within a universal capsule. Just then, a dark figure emerged unexpectedly. It was Black Goku. We meet again, Sun Wukong. Indeed. Sun Wukong chuckled. Vegeta snorted coldly, Kakarot. It was you who faced him last time. This time, it cannot be left to you again. Sun Wukong chuckled softly and remarked. Vegeta, why do you take it so seriously? Does it truly matter who engages him? It's all the same. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, his hands clenching with immense force. With a tremendous roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What? Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment, sensing a divine aura emanating from Vegeta. In that moment of surprise, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, appearing before Black Goku in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Black Goku cried out in agony, spitting forth a mouthful of bitter fluid. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, striking at Black Goku's face and body with the swiftness of light. As Black Goku staggered backward under the assault, he emitted loud cries of distress. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Black Goku and delivering a crushing blow to his back with both fists. The impact resonated with a deafening sound, sending Black Goku crashing to the ground like a bolt of lightning. The earth erupted in a massive cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, Black Goku was struck, letting out a series of anguished cries. The surface was engulfed in thick smoke from Vegeta's onslaught, and when the haze finally dissipated, a vast crater was revealed, with Black Goku lying helplessly at its bottom. Vegeta let out a cold snort as he descended from the air, striding toward Black Goku. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. A man with green skin clad in a Supreme Kai uniform, sporting a striking white punk hairstyle. His name was Zamasu, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Is that attire truly from the Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong regarded Zamasu's attire, mistakenly believing he had come to assist them. Upon hearing this, Future Trunks furrowed his brow. He was familiar with the Supreme Kai, yet for some inexplicable reason, Zamasu exuded an air of hostility that unsettled him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Uncle Wukong. This person's aura bears a striking resemblance to that of Black Goku, he exclaimed. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. At that moment, Black Wukong rose from the ground and swiftly soared into the sky. You've arrived. Black Wukong addressed Zamasu, who was approaching him. Zamasu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and the others on the ground. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks. Chapter 98. Chaos of Battle. Black Wukong nodded. Indeed. The two were in cahoots. Future Trunks' expression grew grave. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired. Zamasu chuckled and replied, My name is Zamasu. Zamasu? Zamasu nodded. Then what is your relationship with Black Goku? I am he, and he is I. You are him? He is you? What does this mean? With a perplexed expression, Sun Wukong inquired. Upon hearing this, Zamasu, disinclined to explain to Sun Wukong, turned instead to Black Goku and asked, So, shall you confront Sun Wukong, or shall I? I will first deal with Vegeta to settle the score from earlier. All right. Zamasu nodded in agreement. After their discussion, Black Goku clenched his fist with great intensity, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. With a tremendous roar, Black Goku became enveloped in a fiery aura, radiating three distinct colors, deep red, light red, and purple. With a roseate hue rising from his head, his transformation mirrored that of a Super Saiyan, yet his eyes lacked contour. And both his pupils and irises turned a pale gray, with a vibrant rose color surging forth. Sparks of electricity danced around him. This transformation is known as the Super Saiyan Rose, a unique metamorphosis exclusive to Black Goku. What is this? Sun Wukong was taken aback. This is known as Super Saiyan Rose. Black Goku chuckled. Super Saiyan Rose? Black Goku nodded and charged towards Vegeta on the ground. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and similarly lunged at Black Goku. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves facing each other, their fists and feet clashing like lightning as they engaged in an intense battle amidst the sky. The air was filled with an uproar of thunderous sounds. Simultaneously, Zamasu also rushed towards Sun Wukong on the ground. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong surged towards Zamasu. In no time, he confronted Zamasu, his fist striking like the wind in a fierce assault. Zamasu swiftly evaded, retaliating with a powerful right punch aimed at Sun Wukong. Bang! The force of Zamasu's right fist collided with Sun Wukong's face, eliciting a loud cry of anguish as he was sent hurtling backward. Zamasu scoffed disdainfully, his right hand gathering a sphere of violet energy, which he propelled towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback, swiftly raising his arms to shield himself from the energy sphere hurled by Zamasu. With a resounding explosion, the sphere detonated in the sky, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a powerful shout erupted from within the haze, and a brilliant golden aura emerged, dispersing the smoke and revealing a figure. This figure was none other than Sun Wukong, transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at Zamasu. In response, Zamasu also surged towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong found himself right before Zamasu, his fist moving with lightning speed as he launched a barrage of attacks. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had significantly enhanced Sun Wukong's speed and strength. Before Zamasu could even land a blow, Sun Wukong's right fist struck Zamasu squarely in the face, causing his head to jerk back sharply. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of rapid punches towards Zamasu's body. Zamasu, retreating, emitted piercing cries of anguish. Father, Uncle Wukong, future Trunks, observing the fierce battle, found himself torn between intervening and remaining a spectator. Suddenly, with a thunderous impact, Zamasu was sent crashing to the ground like a shooting star, displacing clouds of dust and debris. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's front, the transformation of Black Goku had significantly enhanced his power. However, he still found himself at a disadvantage. With another explosive crash, Black Goku plummeted to the earth just as Zamasu had, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Excellent, Father, future Trunks exclaimed, feeling elated as he witnessed Vegeta maintaining the upper hand. As the dust settled, a formidable crater revealed itself on the ground. Black Goku glared up at Vegeta, his teeth clenched in determination. Vegeta, it seems I have underestimated you. Vegeta scoffed, his fists tightening with newfound resolve. With a resounding roar, Vegeta's hair and aura transitioned to a striking violet, his eyebrows vanishing, and his pupils transforming to gold. This transformation was the divine technique he had mastered from Kappa, which he named his ultimate technique. Upon sensing the destructive energy radiating from Vegeta, Black Goku's expression turned grave. That is the aura of a god of destruction. Have you been chosen as the next god of destruction? No, it's merely the divine technique of a god of destruction. Black Goku gritted his teeth in response. Although he recognized Vegeta's strength, he had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. With that, Vegeta immediately concentrated destructive energy in his right hand and launched an attack towards Black Goku. As Black Goku dodged, he retaliated with energy blasts. The air was filled with thunderous explosions as Vegeta's destructive energy either struck the ground or collided with Black Goku's energy waves, igniting a series of fiery detonations across the sky and earth. After a flurry of attacks, Vegeta teleported in front of Black Goku, his fists moving with blinding speed as they struck relentlessly. Black Goku, caught off guard, felt Vegeta's fist land heavily on his face, twisting his head to the side. Without pause, Vegeta continued to unleash a barrage of punches upon Black Goku's face and body, prompting cries of anguish as he staggered backward. Suddenly, with a decisive blow, Vegeta's fist connected with Black Goku's chin, sending him soaring into the air. In an instant, Vegeta conjured a massive surge of destructive energy aimed at Black Goku. Startled, Black Goku raised his arms to defend against the impending onslaught. The destructive energy collided with him, propelling him upward. Damn it, Black Goku seethed, his heart ablaze with fury as he faced the menacing energy before him. Yet, he refused to concede to Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, Black Goku unleashed an overwhelming aura, pushing the destructive energy back towards the ground. Vegeta, undeterred, lifted his hands with fervor, countering the force of the destructive energy. Black Goku, feeling an insurmountable pressure bearing down upon him, growled, "Damn it, I will fight back." Chapter 99, The Flaw of Super Saiyan Blue. As Black Goku summoned all his strength to push downward, Vegeta mirrored his effort, shouting with determination as their powers clashed. Under Vegeta's immense might, the destructive energy was swiftly redirected back toward Black Goku. Fear flickered across Black Goku's face as he witnessed the reversal of power. At that moment, Zamasu, who had been engaged with Sun Wukong, suddenly halted his battle and flew to Black Goku's side, joining forces to withstand the destructive energy. With a cataclysmic explosion, the destructive energy erupted in the sky, creating an immense purple storm that swept outward in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others instinctively shielded themselves from the fierce winds. Soon after, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the sky, obscuring it entirely. Future Trunks inquired, "Has it been eradicated?" "I believe it has not yet." With a grave expression, Sun Wukong spoke. As his words hung in the air, the thick smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing two figures, Black Wukong and Zamasu. Vegeta was taken aback. How is this possible? The destructive energy Vegeta had just amassed was his utmost power, yet it failed to vanquish Black Wukong. Black Wukong, observing Vegeta's astonishment, couldn't help but chuckle. "Vegeta, are you surprised that my life was spared? Let me enlighten you. Zamasu possesses an immortal body." "An immortal body?" Vegeta echoed. "Indeed, when that energy exploded, I too believed I would perish. Fortunately, Zamasu shielded me, significantly mitigating the blast's force and allowing me to survive. Vegeta retorted, so, you are not truly immortal? Correct? But you have lost your chance to kill me, Black Wukong declared, gesturing towards Zamasu, signaling him to confront Vegeta. The two shared a mental connection. Zamasu swiftly comprehended Black Wukong's intent and charged at Vegeta. Raising his right hand, Vegeta concentrated a golden energy wave and unleashed it towards Zamasu. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave struck Zamasu, engulfing him in a cloud of black smoke. However, his form quickly reconstituted before Vegeta's eyes. Zamasu regarded Vegeta with a smile. Indeed, I am truly immortal. Vegeta's expression darkened. Had he known Zamasu's immortality beforehand, he would have learned the God of Destruction's technique from Kampa, a move capable of obliterating anything, even the souls of mortals. Yet, with the battle already joined, he had to devise another strategy to eliminate Zamasu. With this in mind, Vegeta shouted towards the future Trunks on the ground. Trunks, you handle this foe, Kakarot, and I will deal with Black Wukong. Despite Zamasu's immortality, his strength was not formidable, and future Trunks could easily manage him. Understood, father. Future Trunks nodded, clenching his fists tightly. With a tremendous roar, future Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Do you think two of you can take me on? Black Wukong smirked, gathering a purple energy blade in his right hand and charging towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong let out a resounding roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan Blue. At that moment, Black Goku lunged towards Sun Wukong. Thrusting a purple energy blade formed in his right hand towards him. With a swift shake of his body, Sun Wukong evaded the impending strike. Bang! The future Trunks, having transformed, rapidly drew the long sword from his back and aimed a fierce slash at Zamasu. In response, Zamasu promptly concentrated a violet energy blade in his right hand to parry the incoming sword strike from future Trunks. Future Trunks exclaimed, exerting all his strength with both hands, forcing Zamasu to stagger back. Observing this, Vegeta immediately turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong was deftly evading the energy blades of his dark counterpart while launching an assault towards him. Bang! With a swift horizontal kick of his right foot, Sun Wukong sent the dark counterpart soaring to the left. Enraged, the dark Wukong unleashed a powerful purple energy blade, cleaving towards Sun Wukong with all his might. Sun Wukong was taken aback and swiftly raised his hands to intercept the dark Wukong's energy blade. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong lifted his hands upward, propelling the dark Wukong's violet energy blade away. The dark Wukong, startled, quickly halted his descent in midair. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Vegeta launched himself towards the dark Wukong. Vegeta! Sun Wukong was taken aback. Ordinarily, he and his opponent would refrain from intervening in each other's battles, yet this time, he audaciously intruded into the conflict between himself and Black Wukong. It was not only Sun Wukong who was astonished. Black Wukong too wore a look of disbelief as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Vegeta. With a fierce shout, Black Wukong raised the energy blade in his right hand and lunged towards Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly sidestepped to the right, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Black Wukong. Bang! With an explosive sound, Black Wukong was sent reeling backward like a projectile. Boom! 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 The cacophony of destruction echoed as Black Wukong collided with several towering buildings behind him, toppling them with ease. Vegeta unleashed a mighty roar, channeling a colossal wave of destructive energy directed at Black Wukong. Startled, Black Wukong hastily employed instant transmission to evade the attack. Vegeta's energy blast missed its mark, detonating in the sky thousands of meters away. Instantly, a cataclysmic sound erupted, causing the very ground of the earth and the surrounding space to tremble. The ocean around the explosion churned violently, affected by the shockwave. Soon after, a colossal purple tempest manifested, sweeping outward in all directions. Had it not been for Vegeta's destructive energy missing the ground, the earth would have likely met its demise. Instant transmission. Vegeta, witnessing his grand maneuver evaded, wore an expression of surprise. He had not anticipated that Black Wukong possessed the ability to teleport. Infuriating, Black Wukong regarded Vegeta with a profound sense of wariness. Had he not dodged Vegeta's recent destructive energy, he would have surely faced fatal consequences. As Vegeta assessed Black Wukong, preparing to strike once more, he realized that his form had reverted back to Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta! Sun Wukong was taken aback. Upon witnessing this, Black Wukong could not help but burst into laughter. Vegeta, it seems you can no longer maintain that form. So what? I can still annihilate you, Vegeta proclaimed, immediately charging towards Black Wukong. Chapter 100. Returning to the original time-space with a light chuckle, Black Wukong met him head-on. In no time, the two were face-to-face, engaged in a fierce battle. Sun Wukong watched the fierce battle between the two, momentarily uncertain whether to intervene. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as future Trunks was sent flying by Zamasu. Although Zamasu's strength was not formidable, he remained impervious to future Trunks' assaults, allowing him to disregard Trunks' attacks and retaliate without hesitation. Trunks. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong immediately charged towards Zamasu. Due to his remarkable speed, he swiftly appeared before Zamasu, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Zamasu's body was instantly propelled backward like a projectile, with a swift motion of his right hand. Sun Wukong unleashed a golden energy wave directed at Zamasu. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar as the energy wave struck Zamasu, resulting in a spectacular explosion that illuminated the sky. Thick clouds of smoke quickly enveloped Zamasu's form, obscuring him from view. Meanwhile, Black Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their movements akin to flashes of light. A powerful kick sent Black Goku hurtling backward. Yet he swiftly regained his composure mid-air, a grin gracing his face as he regarded Vegeta. Although Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta possessed formidable strength, he was still significantly outmatched when compared to his Ultra Instinct counterpart. Furthermore, due to Black Goku's divine essence, his transformation into Super Saiyan Rose consumed far less energy and stamina. This indicated that Super Saiyan Rose could sustain itself much longer than Super Saiyan Blue. Furious at the sight of the smirk on Black Goku's face, Vegeta's anger surged. Apart from their differing attire, Black Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, which led Vegeta to unconsciously perceive him as his rival during their confrontations. Thus, witnessing Black Goku's mocking grin only intensified his ire. With a resounding shout, Vegeta transformed into a streak of blue light and charged at Black Goku. In response, Black Goku summoned a purple energy blade in his right hand, thrusting it into his left palm. Once the blade embedded itself, he withdrew a scythe crafted from the same energy. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, pressed on with his assault. Black Goku slashed forward with his scythe, creating a pink rift in the sky from which numerous pink apparitions of himself emerged, launching an attack at Vegeta. With a disdainful scoff, Vegeta retaliated by unleashing a barrage of energy waves in all directions, targeting Black Goku. Under the onslaught, Black Goku dissipated into smoke, but he quickly reformed, returning to his original state. Sun Wukong is here. Although Sun Wukong's strength vastly surpasses that of Zamasu, the latter possesses an immortal body, rendering any attempts to slay him futile, regardless of how many times he may be vanquished. At this moment, he gasps for breath as he gazes at Zamasu. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have joined forces with Vegeta to eliminate that Black Goku first. Are you all right, Uncle Wukong? I'm fine. Sun Wukong shook his head. Zamasu let out a cold laugh, raising his right hand with the purple energy blade, charging towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong summoned a golden wave of energy in his right hand and hurled it towards Zamasu. A thunderous explosion erupted as the energy wave struck Zamasu, shattering his form into countless fragments. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his body restored itself to its original state. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong turned to the future Trunks beside him and inquired, "Trunks, do you possess any senzu beans?" He had initially believed that with the combined strength of his father and Uncle Goku, they could effortlessly vanquish Black Goku. Yet he was taken aback to discover there were two adversaries. Just as the two conversed, a piercing scream erupted from Vegeta, whose body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. The earth was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. "Father!" Future Trunks gasped, hastening towards Vegeta's direction. In an instant, Black Goku's figure flickered, appearing directly before Future Trunks, delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen with his left fist. Future Trunks let out an agonizing cry as he was sent hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, he collided with an abandoned building behind him. Black Goku let out a disdainful snort, surveying the swirling dust before him. Moments later, as the dust settled, Vegeta lay in a disheveled state at the bottom of a deep pit, his form having reverted from Super Saiyan Blue to his normal state. Seeing Vegeta in such a diminished condition, Black Goku chuckled triumphantly. "Vegeta, you are no longer in Super Saiyan form. It appears that victory belongs to me." Just then, from a distance, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful energy wave towards him. Black Goku leaped skyward to evade the attack. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy wave struck the ground, erupting in a fiery display. A massive cloud of smoke billowed upward, and in a flash, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself to Vegeta's side. Instant transmission. Black Goku exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Sun Wukong gathered a tremendous amount of energy in his hands, launching attacks in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive impact, the surroundings of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were enveloped in thick smoke. Gritting his teeth, Black Goku charged into the haze. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself alongside Vegeta to the side of Future Trunks, whisking him away. Black Goku, realizing he had fallen into a trap, swiftly turned and dashed towards Future Trunks. However, by the time he arrived, Future Trunks had already been spirited away by Sun Wukong, leaving no trace behind. Sun Wukong. Black Goku howled in fury, his heart brimming with wrath. In a desolate ruin of the future world, Sun Wukong glanced at the severely injured Vegeta. Vegeta, are you all right? He inquired. For now, I'm not dead. Vegeta replied. Then Trunks, please retrieve the time machine. We must return at once. Understood. Future Trunks nodded and produced the time machine capsule from his belongings. In the main timeline, Beerus and Whis sat in the backyard of Bulma's residence. Why haven't Goku and Vegeta returned yet? Could something have gone awry? Beerus expressed his concern. I'm uncertain. But I believe Goku and the others should be capable of handling any situation, Whis replied. No sooner had he spoken than a yellow machine appeared in Bulma's backyard. It was the time machine that Sun Wukong and his companions had used. Chapter 101. The Identity of Black Goku. Trunks, upon seeing the time machine materialize, felt a surge of excitement and shouted towards the courtyard, Mom, Dad have returned. As soon as the words left his lips, the time machine opened, and Sun Wukong and the others emerged. Bulma and the others rushed over upon hearing the commotion. How did it go, Goku? Bulma inquired. Sun Wukong shook his head. What is it, father? Could it be that you have not vanquished them? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed, Black Goku has an accomplice named Zamasu. Zamasu? Whis responded. Whis. Are you familiar with this Zamasu? Whis nodded. During my investigation with Lord Beerus, I encountered an apprentice supreme kind named Zamasu. I wonder if he is the same individual you are referring to. Goku, could you describe the appearance of this Zamasu to me? Sun Wukong nodded. His skin was a vivid green, and his hair was white, resembling the hairstyle of Lord Kaioshin. He donned the attire of Kaioshin as well. Thus, I surmised that the Zamasu you encountered is indeed the same Zamasu I met. So, Wukong, did this Zamasu say anything to you? He uttered a rather peculiar statement, claiming he was Black Wukong, and that Black Wukong was he. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Whis began to ponder thoughtfully. Father, could it be that this Zamasu utilized the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with you, thereby acquiring your form? Son Goten proclaimed, Super Dragon Balls. Whis responded. I find Goten's conjecture quite plausible, for the essence of Black Goku indeed bears a striking resemblance to that of Zamasu. If this is the case, how did Zamasu come into possession of the time ring? Beerus remarked, it is quite simple. He merely needs to eliminate the Supreme Kai. Sun Wutien proclaimed. We must eliminate the Kaioshin. Beerus was taken aback. If Zamasu had the audacity to slay the Kaioshin, he certainly would not be spared. Whis. You must keep a close watch on Zamasu. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, Vegeta, is Zamasu truly that formidable? Even you cannot vanquish him? Zamasu is not particularly strong. But he possesses immortality, Beerus responded. Immortal? Whis affirmed. Indeed, no matter how much I attempt to kill him, I cannot succeed. However, even if you cannot slay him, Vegeta should be capable of doing so, shouldn't he? Lord Beerus, while Vegeta has mastered your divine techniques of destruction, he has not yet fully grasped that particular move. That move? Beerus inquired. Yes, that technique can obliterate a person's very soul. Unlike Goku's Kamehameha or other energy attacks, which merely destroy the physical form. The god of destruction possesses a technique that can erase a being from existence entirely. Of course, this move requires significant stamina, and the stronger the opponent, the greater the toll on one's energy. It can even annihilate the soul. Beerus exclaimed. Indeed. Whis chuckled. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat. This technique is not something that can be taught to just anyone. Unless Vegeta is willing to become a god of destruction, I shall not impart it to him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Vegeta. He remained silent, for he had no desire to become a god of destruction. His only aspiration was to surpass Goku and become the mightiest Saiyan. Observing this, Whis promptly utilized his staff to heal them. Soon, the wounds of the three were mended by Whis' magic. So, Father, what are your plans moving forward? Son Gohan inquired. I am uncertain about this as I have no means to achieve immortality. Piccolo responded, Indeed, we can utilize the Mafuba technique. I had completely forgotten about that move. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with enlightenment. The demon sealing wave? Future Trunks gazed at the two with a look of perplexity. The demon sealing wave is a technique employed by Master Roshi's master, the great Taoist, to seal the demon King Piccolo. Tien Shinhan remarked. Sealing? Tien nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a yawn. Uncle Piccolo, you really needn't go through such trouble. The technique that Weiss mentioned, I am capable of performing it. You can? The crowd gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment, especially Beerus. Indeed, as Sun Wukong spoke, he raised his right hand, concentrating a surge of destructive energy into a violet orb. Destructive energy? Exclaimed Krillin in astonishment. At that moment, Sun Wukong directed the destructive energy toward a nearby boulder, which immediately disintegrated into violet particles, gradually vanishing from sight. Vegeta was taken aback. While his own destructive energy could also obliterate the boulder, it did so in an explosive manner. This indicated that the technique Sun Wukong was employing was indeed the one that Whis had mentioned. Beerus, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. Wukong, how did you acquire this technique? Did that fellow from the planet of the Kais teach you? I comprehended it on my own. You learned it by yourself? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Impressive, Wukong. Would you be willing to teach me this technique? Trunks inquired eagerly. Of course. But it is quite challenging to master, so you may need considerable time to learn. Trunks nodded in agreement. Then, Wukong, why not assist the future version of me in defeating Black Goku and his allies? At this suggestion, Krillin and the others turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong. This time, Vegeta did not exhibit his usual arrogance. It's not impossible. In that case, you shall accompany us to the future. Sun Wukong remarked. Sun Wutian nodded. However, the energy within the time machine was insufficient. They would have to wait until enough energy was collected before they could venture into the future, Bulma remarked. Future Trunks acknowledged this with a nod. Although he yearned to eliminate Black Goku and his cohorts, it was a predicament beyond his control. In the afternoon, Beerus instructed Whis to pack a plethora of delectable earth delicacies before they departed the planet. Whis, do you believe that Wutian has truly comprehended our God of Destruction techniques on his own? Beerus inquired. I'm not certain. What troubles you, Lord Beerus? Whis responded. It's nothing. I merely sense a lingering unease, Beerus confessed. Unease? Whis echoed. Indeed, for Sun Wutian is extraordinarily formidable. Whis nodded thoughtfully. Do you think he might be possessed by some entity to possess such strength? Beerus pondered aloud. I have considered that possibility as well. But my investigations indicate he is entirely unblemished. Whis replied. Is that so? Yet he undeniably stands as a unique existence. Time swiftly passed. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus lounged leisurely in his palace, when suddenly, the staff before him began to glow. Chapter 102. The Omni King summoned Son Goku. Beerus approached and grasped the staff, stating, Whis is presently occupied. If you have matters to discuss, please call back later. Just as Beerus finished speaking, an exceedingly familiar figure materialized atop Whis' staff, Omni King himself. Lord Omni King, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, bowing deeply and inadvertently damaging a corner of the stone table. The Omni King nodded in acknowledgement. May I inquire as to why you seek Whis? Beerus trembled. I wish to summon Son Goku. I desire an audience with him. The Omni King declared. Son Goku? Beerus repeated. Indeed, the Omni King affirmed. Very well, Lord Omni King. I shall fetch Son Goku for you forthwith. Beerus replied, and the Omni King nodded before severing the connection. With a long sigh of relief, Beerus relaxed. At that moment, Whis emerged from the kitchen, having finished preparing the meal. Beerus promptly relayed the Omni King's request for Son Goku to Whis. So, Lord Beerus, shall we head to Earth now? Whis inquired. Indeed. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, within the gravity chamber. At this moment, Sun Wukong is engaged in battle, having transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade against Future Trunks. Although Future Trunks has triumphed over the Demon Realm King Dabura, he still falls short of matching the prowess of the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. After a fierce exchange, Future Trunks ultimately succumbs to Sun Wukong's superior strength. Uncle Wukong, you are truly formidable. Sun Wukong nodded. In truth, your current strength is already remarkably close to that of a Super Saiyan 3rd level. I believe that with a bit more cultivation, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd level. Is that so? Indeed. At that moment, the door to the gravity chamber swung open, and Beerus entered accompanied by Whis. Lord Beerus, Wukong, come out. We have something important to discuss. Something important? Yes. Shortly thereafter, Future Trunks and Sun Wukong arrived in the courtyard, where they learned that the Omni King wished to see Sun Wukong. The Omni King wishes to see me? Yes. So hurry back and change into formal attire, in preparation for your audience with the Omni King. Sun Wukong nodded and, in an instant, teleported back home to don a new martial arts uniform. Wukong, did I not just instruct you to wear formal attire? Beerus exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he noted that Wukong had merely changed into a fresh orange martial arts outfit. Is this not formal wear, Lord Beerus? But my entire wardrobe consists solely of such garments. Wukong protested. Certainly not. Beerus retorted through gritted teeth. Never mind, Lord Beerus. For Wukong, this outfit signifies formal attire. Our utmost priority is to ensure Wukong behaves appropriately in the presence of Lord Zeno. He must not speak indiscreetly. Upon hearing this, Beerus swiftly quelled his inner fury. Wukong, when you meet Lord Zeno, you must show him the utmost respect and refrain from uttering inappropriate words. Inappropriate words? Wukong inquired, to which Beerus nodded gravely. In the past, there were a total of 18 universes. The other 6 were obliterated by Lord Zeno due to their transgressions, leaving us with the 12 that remain. Therefore, you must never provoke Lord Zeno. Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, Wukong, are you friends with the King of Worlds? Beerus inquired. Yes, why do you ask? Wukong replied. Lord Zeno's palace is exceedingly far from us. Even if I were to take you there, it would take several days. Whis remarked. Several days, indeed. Wukong exclaimed. However, the King of Worlds has a means to reach Lord Zeno instantaneously. Is that so? Then, Whis, shall we visit the King of Worlds? Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis affirmed, tapping his staff against the ground, whisking Sun Wukong and Beerus away from Earth. Soon, the trio arrived in the realm of the King of Worlds, where they conveyed the message of Lord Zeno's summons for Sun Wukong to the East King of Worlds. The East King of Worlds was taken aback. Lord Zeno wishes to summon Wukong? Indeed. Therefore we implore you to guide us to Lord Zeno's palace. Lord Zeno's palace? The East King of Worlds immediately turned to the Elder King of Worlds. Elder, have you been to Lord Zeno's palace? I have visited several times. Then how do we get there? It's quite simple. I shall explain shortly. My greatest concern at present is Wukong himself. Me? Sun Wukong pointed at himself. Of course it's you. You who lack discretion in your words. If you inadvertently offend Lord Zeno, our entire universe could face the peril of annihilation. Am I truly the kind of person who would be so impudent? Sun Wukong chuckled. Indeed. The East Kai and the Old Kai echoed in unison. Subsequently, the Old Kai revealed the method to reach the Grand Zeno's palace to the East Kai. The East Kai placed his hands upon the backs of Sun Wukong and Whis. Open the realm. With a resounding shout, the East Kai transported the two to a vast continent. Before them stood a grand structure in the shape of the character, the very palace of Grand Zeno. At this moment, the Grand Minister stood outside the palace, welcoming them. Welcome. He bowed to Sun Wukong and his companions. It has been a long time. The East Kai and Whis also bowed in respect. The Grand Minister nodded and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, Mr. Sun Wukong, Grand Zeno has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, follow me. Yes. The three responded in unison. The Grand Minister then turned and led them into the palace. As they stepped inside, a veil of white enveloped them. After a considerable duration, the trio beheld the shimmering, translucent floor and the pillars crafted from jade, intricately adorned with lifelike carvings. At that moment, they also spotted Grand Zeno seated upon his throne. Upon reaching the foot of the throne, the East Kai immediately knelt and proclaimed, I pay my respects to you, Grand Zeno. Sun Wukong greeted the Omni King, who nodded in acknowledgement and descended from his throne. Welcome, Sun Wukong. Greetings. Ahem. The East Kai coughed towards Sun Wukong. No, I meant good morning. So, what brings you to me? Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately approached Sun Wukong, grasping his hand with his right. Well, I desire a friend. As he spoke, the Omni King soared into the air, circling around Sun Wukong. I admire you greatly and wish for you to be my friend. And then, what comes next? As friends, what shall we do? Play, of course. Is that all? You summoned me merely for this? How could I not? The thought of being friends with the Omni King fills me with immense joy. The East Kai interjected. Silence. The Omni King coldly addressed the East Kai. Yes, the East Kai, upon hearing this, immediately lowered his head in fear. What do you wish to say, Sun Wukong? Just call me Wukong. Wukong? And what should I call you? Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and remarked, a Quan. Standing nearby, the Grand Priest couldn't help but chuckle. The two guards of the Omni King, however, were taken aback. The East Kaishin nearly fainted from shock upon hearing this. As for Whis, who stood behind Sun Wukong, he displayed a hint of surprise. "A Quan, splendid!" The Omni King exclaimed joyfully. "What shall we engage in next?" "I apologize, but I am currently preoccupied. Would it be possible to wait a moment until I conclude this matter?" Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, beseeching, "Grant me the virtue of prudence." The two guards behind the Omni King soared towards him. "Silence, or I shall obliterate you." The Omni King turned his gaze upon them. Instantly, the two halted, retreating to their original positions. "I sincerely apologize. Once that matter is resolved, will you indulge me in some leisure? Perhaps I should bring someone more suited for companionship?" "Really?" exclaimed the Omni King, filled with delight. "Leave it to me. Then it is settled. As a token of our agreement, shall we recreate the previous encounter? That one?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately recalled his first encounter with the Omni King, during which he had lifted him up. He then extended his right hand and clasped it with the Omni King's right hand, raising it upward to allow the Omni King to ascend into the air. The Omni King, filled with delight, laughed and exclaimed, "Yes, exactly. This is so amusing. No one else can do this. It's quite simple. I wish to learn more about this. It is indeed rather dull here. If given the chance, come and visit Earth." "Wonderful. I shall give you this," the Omni King said, producing a purple button. Its outer ring a vivid purple while the button itself was a striking blue. "What is this?" he inquired. "Just press this, and I will be able to come instantly." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pressed a button. "It holds no significance for you to press it now, for I am present here." "Ah, indeed. Then I shall accept it. A matter concerning friends is settled. Well then, farewell." As Sun Wukong extended his right hand, he once again shook hands with the Omni King. "Farewell, Wukong." "Indeed. The Lord of the Kai has returned." As Sun Wukong lifted the Eastern Realm King's staff from the ground, he inquired, "Is it over?" The Eastern Realm King, drenched in perspiration, responded, "Indeed, it is over." With a sigh of relief, the Eastern Realm King immediately felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Truly, there was no other way. As Sun Wukong spoke, he placed the East King God upon his shoulder. "A Quan, look back." With that, the Grand Priest led Sun Wukong and his companions away from the palace. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the destroyers, Beerus sat upon a large rock, gazing into the cosmos when suddenly three figures appeared. These three were none other than Sun Wukong. "We're back. You were overly concerned, Lord Beerus. A Quan is a good person." At the mention of a Quan, Beerus was so startled that he tumbled off the rock. "Wukong, you should return to Earth." "Leave this to me." Sun Wukong nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. Bulma had finally gathered the energy for the time machine once more. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions were gathered at Bulma's home, preparing to embark on their journey to the future. This time, the travelers included Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Goten, and future Trunks. At this juncture, Sun Wukong and the others had already settled inside the time machine, with only Son Goten still outside. "Goten, hurry and come in," Sun Wukong shouted towards Sun Wutien. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Father, you all can remain inside. I shall be perfectly fine outside." As Sun Wukong spoke, he clasped one corner of the time machine with both hands. "Trunks, shall we embark?" The future Trunks nodded and pressed the activation switch. With a whoosh, the time machine whisked Sun Wukong and his companions into the future. The future world remained unchanged, still replete with ruins in every direction. Sun Wukong, releasing his grip on the horn, tumbled down from the time machine. As Sun Wukong and his companions descended from the time machine at a leisurely pace, future Trunks promptly emerged once all had disembarked. At that moment, two figures soared towards them from the distance, none other than Black Goku and Zamasu. "Sun Wukong, Vegeta. Last time you managed to escape, but I never anticipated you would dare return, and this time you even brought Son Goten to meet his demise." Black Goku remarked with a smirk, casting a glance at the four individuals. Having exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong, he had previously slain that timeline's Son Goten. Hence he regarded the Son Goten before him with utter disdain. Son Goten smiled as he gazed at Black Goku, remarking on the audacity of one who requires a body swap to attain formidable power, questioning from whence such confidence to defeat him could arise. Upon hearing this, Black Goku clenched his fists tightly and declared, "You handle Goku and the others first. Once I have slain Son Goten, I shall assist you." "Indeed." Zamasu nodded in agreement. With that, Black Goku immediately charged towards Son Goten, exclaiming, "Do you underestimate me?" As Sun Wutien spoke, he clenched his fist with tremendous force, an astonishing aura emanating from his entire being as he swiftly ascended. With a powerful shout, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Black Goku, taken aback, immediately halted his movements. With a swift motion, Son Goten appeared above Black Goku, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Black Goku let out a piercing scream as he plummeted to the ground like a projectile, crashing down with a force that kicked up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Zamasu immediately charged towards Son Goku and the others. At that moment, Black Goku unleashed a thunderous roar, emanating a fiery aura that radiated 3 distinct colors: deep red, light red, and purple, crackling with electric sparks. His hair and eyebrows transformed into a vivid magenta, standing upright, while the contours of his eyes vanished, revealing grayish-white pupils and irises. This was the Super Saiyan Rose. The surrounding dust was swept away by the overwhelming energy that radiated from Black Goku. With a resounding shout, he surged towards Son Goten in the sky like a beam of light. Sun Wukong stood motionless in place. Soon, Black Goku approached him and swung his fist towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body shifted to the left, and his right fist struck the abdomen of Black Goku with the swiftness of a flash. Black Goku let out a loud wail, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. As Sun Wutian retracted his right fist, he forcefully thrust his right knee upwards, striking Black Goku's chin. Chapter 104. Absolute God. Black Goku let out a piercing scream, his head jerking upward with great effort. In swift succession, Sun Wutian unleashed a flurry of punches akin to a tempest, targeting Black Goku's face and torso. Under the relentless barrage of Sun Wutian's assault, Black Goku cried out in agony, retreating step by step. Sun Wukong, with a mighty roar, delivered a powerful sidekick that struck Black Wukong squarely in the chest. Black Wukong let out a piercing scream as his body was propelled backward like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly soared several thousand meters away, before clenching his fists tightly and coming to a halt in midair. Sun Wukong's son chuckled lightly, his fists moving like beams of light as they struck forward. Waves of invisible ripples emerged, transporting his fists directly in front of the dark version of Wukong. This was the black hole transmission of the evil thought wave. The dark Wukong, taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected ability, suffered a brutal assault on his face and body. Bang! With an incredibly intense sound, Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily on the dark Wukong's face, sending him flying once more. Gritting his teeth, the dark Wukong quickly steadied himself in midair, gasping for breath. Sun Goten smiled as he looked at Black Goku and said, "Zamasu, is this all the prowess you possess?" Upon hearing this, Black Goku wiped the wounds on his face and replied with a grin, "It seems you are already aware of my identity. But do you comprehend the fate that awaits you in another timeline? My destiny. Indeed, after acquiring Goku's body through the Super Dragon Balls, I exterminated you, your mother, your brother, and all your companions on Earth." Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian replied calmly, "Do you know your fate? My fate? I shall bring about your demise." Black Goku sneered, "Sun Wutian, your strength is indeed formidable, yet do not delude yourself into believing that it is sufficient to vanquish me." With a light chuckle, Sun Wutian clasped his hands behind him, gathering energy as he proclaimed, "Turtle School's Kamehameha." A deep azure wave of energy coalesced in his palms. Black Goku's eyes narrowed slightly, his body poised for evasion. In that instant, Sun Wutian executed a rapid teleportation, appearing directly beneath Black Goku. "What?" Black Goku exclaimed in surprise. "Wave!" Sun Wutian bellowed, unleashing the Kamehameha from his hands towards Black Goku. The proximity was so close that Black Goku had no chance to evade, resulting in a direct hit from the Kamehameha, which sent him hurtling away. With a resounding explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky. Black Goku immediately emitted an ear-splitting roar as an immense storm surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Subsequently, a thick cloud of smoke generated from the numerous explosions obscured Black Goku's figure. Future Trunks inquired, "Has he been eliminated?" "I cannot say," Vegeta replied, shaking his head. After a brief moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, a silhouette gradually emerged. It was none other than Black Goku, panting heavily, appearing in a most disheveled state. "He is not dead." Vegeta gritted his teeth upon hearing this. "Wutian, what is he doing? He could have easily defeated Black Goku just now." "Father, do you mean to say Wutian is toying with him?" "Indeed," Vegeta nodded. In the sky, Black Goku, filled with rage, glared at Sun Wutian, astonished that he had been so thoroughly bested. After a moment of fury, his gaze shifted to Zamasu, who was engaged in battle with Sun Wukong. Although Zamasu possessed immortality, his strength paled in comparison to that of Sun Wukong. Were it not for his indestructible nature, Zamasu would have been vanquished by Sun Wukong and his allies countless times. Upon catching Black Goku's gaze, Zamasu abruptly ceased his combat with Sun Wukong and soared towards Black Goku, who reciprocated by flying towards Zamasu. Have they fled? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Soon, the two soared into the sky, removing the patera earrings from opposite ears. The instant the earrings were taken off, their bodies collided and fused together as if drawn by magnetic force. Accompanied by a blinding flash of white light, a figure emerged. Sporting the hairstyle of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, bearing the face of Zamasu, and adorned with a silver divine halo. This being was the amalgamation of Black Wukong and Zamasu, the embodiment of absolute divinity. The future Trunks was astounded. Vegeta gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Son Goten. At this moment, Sun Wukong gazed with a beaming smile at the absolute god. Have you merged? However, even if you have united, it is futile. For I shall conquer the mightiest of you, defeating the strongest version of ourselves. Upon hearing this, the absolute god erupted into laughter. Sun Wukong, your strength is indeed formidable. Yet you stand no chance against us in our combined form. Son Goten chuckled softly and inquired, Zamasu, do you know why I refrained from ending your life just now? Why do you spare me? Zamasu retorted, indeed, it is because I wish for you to experience a profound despair, an utter sense of hopelessness. The absolute god scoffed. My name is no longer Zamasu. I am now known as the absolute god. We embody absolute justice. Absolute justice? And you believe you are worthy of it? Sun Wutien wore an expression of disdain. Absolute God gritted his teeth and swiftly charged towards Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien let out a thunderous roar. His entire body enveloped in a brilliant white aura as his hair cascaded down to his waist, his pupils transforming into a fiery red. This was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan 5. The absolute God was taken aback, yet he charged towards Sun Wutien without hesitation. Father, what transformation is Wutien undergoing now? This is the Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5? Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. No sooner had he spoken than the absolute god reached Sun Wutien. Unleashing a powerful right fist aimed directly at him, Sun Wukong's body shifted slightly, and his right fist struck with the swiftness of lightning towards the abdomen of the absolute god. The absolute god let out a piercing scream, spewing forth a copious amount of bitter liquid from his mouth. With a disdainful snort, Sun Wukong summoned a radiant wave of golden energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards the absolute god. With a resounding explosion, the absolute god was instantly hurled away. Clenching his fists tightly, the absolute god swiftly grounded himself, coming to a halt on the earth. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at his eyes. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's son, Goten, forcefully struck the absolute god right above the eyes with his right foot. The absolute god let out a piercing scream, immediately stumbling backwards several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a tempest of fists upon the visage and form of the absolute god. In the wake of Sun Wukong's relentless assault, the absolute god staggered backwards, emitting anguished cries that echoed through the air. Before long, the absolute god found himself battered and bruised, his body marred by the force of Sun Wukong's strikes. Chapter 105, Hypocritical Justice. Bang! Sun Wutien forcefully thrust his right knee forward, striking the abdomen of the absolute god with tremendous power. The absolute god let out a piercing scream, his body propelled backward like a bolt of lightning, crashing into a pile of ruins behind him. This heap of debris was the remnants of the city devastated by Black Goku, the ruins of collapsed buildings. Incredible! The power of Super Saiyan 5 is truly astounding, Future Trunks exclaimed, filled with excitement. Although he was aware of Sun Wutien's formidable strength, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent. How infuriating! At that moment, the absolute god emerged from the ruins, his right fist clenched tightly. Filled with an intense rage as he gazed at Son Goten, I shall never be defeated by a mere human. Never. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gazed at him with an expression of icy disdain. You claim you will not be defeated by humanity, yet are you not human yourself? Of course not. He retorted, I am a deity, unlike you sinful mortals. Then why did you exchange bodies with my father? He is but a human. Humph. The absolute deity scoffed coldly. This is my human zero plan. Although I have exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong, my soul remains divine. To me, your so-called justice is nothing but hypocrisy. Do you believe you are worthy of being a god? Upon hearing this, the absolute deity clenched his teeth. Whether I am worthy of being a god is not for you to determine. Indeed, you are merely a being trapped within your own world. Silence. The absolute deity bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards Sun Wukong in a furious assault. As Sun Wutien deftly evaded, he countered the incoming energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the energy waves detonated upon impact with the ground. In an instant, the earth was shrouded in a thick haze of smoke and destruction. Observing this, the absolute deity immediately ceased his energy wave assault, conjuring a violet energy sword in his right hand, charging towards Sun Wukong with fierce determination. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong's son dashed towards the absolute god. In but an instant, the two stood before each other. The energy sword in the absolute god's hand moving with the speed of light as it thrust towards Sun Wukong's son. Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful left punch to the face of the absolute god. The absolute god let out a piercing scream, immediately staggering backward several steps. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure flashed before the absolute god, and with a swift motion, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the absolute god's chest. The force of the kick sent the absolute god soaring 1,000 meters away. Gritting his teeth, the absolute god gradually ascended towards the heavens, while several crimson beams of light extended from the divine ring behind him, launching an assault towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leapt into the air, his feet propelling him upward. A crimson beam descended, exploding upon contact with the ground beneath him. The absolute god let out a soft chuckle, transforming the luminous barrier behind him into a grand circular formation. Several red dots materialized behind him, swiftly launching towards Sun Wukong like blades of a sword, intent on striking him. Sun Wukong leapt upward, deftly evading the attack. With gritted teeth, the absolute god conjured a colossal bird from the divine halo behind him, enveloping it in crackling purple lightning as it surged towards Sun Wukong. With a swift motion of his right hand, Sun Wukong summoned a colossal surge of destructive energy, directing it towards the approaching giant bird. A thunderous explosion ensued as the immense bird collided fiercely with the energy. In an instant, the destructive force erupted, conjuring an enormous purple storm that obliterated the giant avian creature. The absolute god was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. At that moment, Sun Wukong raised both hands, rendering the absolute god immobile, unable to move. As these words echoed, Sun Wukong appeared before the absolute god, his feet moving with the swiftness of light as he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the deity. The absolute god let out a piercing scream, his body being relentlessly propelled backward. Suddenly, Sun Wukong ceased his assault, gazing at the absolute god and stating, "It is time to conclude this battle." As Sun Wukong spoke, his right hand swiftly coalesced a violet beam of destruction aimed at the absolute deity. Destruction. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the absolute deity's form vanished at a pace visible to the naked eye. No. The absolute deity roared in profound resentment. Yet, despite his protest, his body disintegrated into purple particles, dissipating into the vast expanse of the universe. Following the obliteration of the absolute deity, the time ring adorning his finger fell to the ground, while the Pa'ala earrings adorning his ears were annihilated along with the god of destruction. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly picked up the time ring from the ground. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Black Goku and acquiring the Super Saiyan Rose. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing Zamasu and learning. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for overcoming the Absolute God and attaining." Future Trunks, upon seeing this, immediately flew over with Sun Wukong and the others from a distance. "Incredible, Wukong! I never anticipated your strength would be so formidable." Sun Wukong nodded, reverting his form to its usual state. "Now, Trunks, shall we return?" Sun Wukong remarked. Future Trunks nodded and retrieved the time machine's universal capsule, taking Son Goten and the others back to the primary timeline. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Bulma and her companions sat at a table in the backyard, harboring a sense of unease. Why have Trunks and the others been gone for so long? Could something unfortunate have occurred? Bulma expressed her concern. Given Goten's strength, I doubt it. Whis interjected. Then why are they taking so long? Bulma questioned. I don't know. Perhaps it has something to do with Goku and the others. Sun Wukong and his companions are inherently combative. Their inevitable encounter with Black Wukong is likely to escalate into conflict. However, this time, Whis has misjudged the situation. For it is Sun Wutien who seeks to impart a thorough lesson to Black Wukong, which is why he has invested considerable time in preparation. Wukong? No sooner had the words been spoken than a yellow machine materialized in the sky above the courtyard. This machine is none other than the time machine. Upon seeing the time machine, Bulma immediately rose from her chair and hurried over. After observing, Sun Wukong and the others followed suit and stepped outside. Son Goten and Vegeta grasped two corners of the time machine as they descended from above. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and future Trunks disembarked from the time machine. How are you, Trunks? Bulma inquired. Goten has already aided us in vanquishing Zamasu and his cohorts. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Bulma joyfully lifted son Goten into her arms. Though son Wukong possesses formidable strength, his weight remains remarkably light. And Bulma. Son Wu Tien was taken aback by this sudden action. Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly set son Wu Tien down. I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with joy to have lifted you. Chapter 106. Gawas is the future version of Trunks still alive? I do not know. The future Trunks solemnly shook his head. Although he had already formed a suspicion in his heart, he was still reluctant to accept this reality. So, when do you plan to return, Trunks? In a moment, Bulma nodded. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to future Trunks and son Gohan, they boarded the time machine and returned to the future. Upon arriving in the future, future Trunks found himself amidst the ruins of a city, where he spotted an exceedingly familiar figure. It was Bulma from his timeline. Mother. Future Trunks rushed forward, enveloping the future Bulma in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks. The future Bulma gently patted his back. After a considerable time, future Trunks finally released his grip and asked, Mother, how did you escape from Zamas? Zamas? Black Goku is Zamas. I did not escape from Zamas. I merely returned from the dead. Returned from the dead? Yes. The specifics are still unclear to me. Trunks, have you defeated Black Goku? Trunks nodded and recounted his experiences from his journey to the past to the future Bulma. Upon hearing this, the future Bulma was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that the 12-year-old son Wu Tien possessed strength surpassing that of Goku and his companions. Main timeline. West City, Bulma's residence. At this moment, son Wukong was removing a silver ring from his finger. This ring was none other than the time ring. After taking off the time ring, son Wukong promptly stored it in the inventory of his system. Wukong. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from behind. As son Wukong turned to glance behind him, he beheld Trunks and Marin. Shortly thereafter, the two approached him. Trunks, Marin. Brother Wukong. Son Wu Tien nodded. Marin. How did you come here? Dad said you were here, so I came. In the backyard of the Bulma family, Beerus was leisurely reclining on a lounge chair. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was the East Kaioshin. Kaioshin. Lord Beerus. What brings you here? Lord Beerus. I just received news from Zuno that Zamasu is inquiring about the Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes and rose from his chair. Whis. Let us take Goku and pay a visit to Universe 10. To Universe 10? Indeed. Since he can hardly contain himself, let us stoke the flames further. Whis nodded in agreement. But, Lord Beerus, why must I accompany you? The Monkey King inquired. He is offering to exchange your body. Do you wish to accept this proposition? You responded. Your reasoning holds merit. With a chuckle, son Wukong scratched his head. Observing this, Beerus exchanged a glance with Whis, signaling him to escort them away from Earth. In the realm of the Kaioshin of Universe 10, an elderly figure adorned in a black Kaioshin uniform, with yellow skin and white hair on one side, was currently imparting knowledge to Zamasu. This venerable being was none other than Gaosu, the Kaioshin of Universe 10 and Zamasu's mentor. Humans, despite their numerous flaws, are not universally deficient. I have faith that they can evolve, proclaimed Gaosu. They are remarkably intelligent beings, as evidenced by the myriad civilizations they have forged. Zamasu nodded, secretly dismissing Gaosu's words. Just then, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the sky. As the brilliance faded, three figures emerged, son Wukong, Beerus, and Whis. Lord Beerus. Gaosu greeted him respectfully. Beerus acknowledged with a nod. May I inquire what brings you here today, Lord Beerus? You seldom come without cause, Gaosu remarked. Indeed. I previously inquired about the time rings. I wish to ask again if you have made any new discoveries. None, Gaosu replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Gaosu nodded and then turned to son Wukong, asking, is he your disciple, Lord Beerus? One could say that, came the reply. Greetings. I am son Wukong, he introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you. Gaosu responded, then directed Zamasu, hurry and prepare tea for Lord Beerus and his companions. Yes, Lord Gaosu. Zamasu replied, promptly moving to the tea table to brew tea for Beerus and the others. Please, take a seat, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded and settled down. Upon witnessing this, son Wukong also took his seat. However, his gaze remained fixated on Zamasu. Meanwhile, Whis stood behind Beerus. What is the matter? Guavas inquired, noticing son Wukong's intense stare at Zamasu. Nothing, replied son Wukong. Is that so? Guavas responded, somewhat skeptical. You said your name is son Wukong, correct? Indeed. Since you are Lord Beerus's disciple, you must possess formidable strength, I presume? It's decent. At that moment, Zamasu had prepared the tea and placed it before Beerus and the others. Lord Beerus, enjoy your tea. Beerus nodded, locking eyes with Zamasu, feeling somewhat uneasy under Beerus's gaze. Zamasu pondered, could it be that Beerus has discovered my inquiries about the Super Dragon Balls? The more he contemplated, the more he deemed it likely. To avoid any prolonged complications, he resolved to execute his plan after Beerus and the others had departed. The appearance of Goten had altered the course of history. Although Zamasu had not battled Sun Wukong directly, he had learned about the Super Dragon Balls while watching a recording of the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 through Guavaz's divine oil pipe during Sun Wukong and his companion's first journey to the future. This prompted him to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls, for with them, he could realize all his ambitions. After sipping tea for a while, Beerus suddenly stood up. It's getting late. I should be on my way. Are you leaving already? Yes, Beerus affirmed with a nod. Then, Lord Beerus, travel safely. Guavaz rose to see them off. Zamasu also stood up. So, Guavaz, shall we take our leave? Whis bid farewell to Guavaz. Very well. With that, Whis pointed his staff to the ground, leading Sun Wukong and the others away from the realm of the Kaishin of Universe 10. After Sun Wukong and the others departed, Guavaz promptly took a seat and remarked, Zamas, this tea is splendid. Please pour me another cup. Certainly, Lord Guavaz. Chapter 107. The matter resolved. As Zamas spoke, he filled Guavaz's teacup with tea. In the 10th universe, after Beerus and his companions left the realm of the Kais, they did not return to the 7th universe but instead lingered in the cosmos. Whis, why have you halted? Sun Wukong inquired. Zamas, he may be about to take action. So we must keep a watchful eye on him. Action? Zamas nodded, pointing his staff towards the ground. A projection materialized within the crystal orb atop his staff, revealing both Guas and Zamas. At that moment, Guas was leisurely sipping tea, while Zamas discreetly retreated to the side, his right hand gathering a purple energy blade, poised to strike at Guas. This is not good. Sun Wukong was taken aback. With a resounding crash, as soon as the words left his mouth, Gervis fell lifeless at the hands of Zamasu. Thus, evidence was established. Whis commanded the flow of time to reverse. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis declared, pointing his staff toward the ground, and time instantly rewound to 3 minutes prior. Shall we hasten back? If Zamasu were to kill Lord Gervis again, I would be unable to save him. Indeed, Beerus nodded. Observing this, Whis waved his staff, and the three of them returned. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the earlier scene unfolded once more. Just as Zamasu was about to strike Gervis, a glove adorned with a cat pattern materialized on his hand, startling him. In the next moment, Beerus and his companions appeared in the Supreme Kai realm. Lord Beerus, weren't you supposed to return? Gervis inquired. That is a question for your disciple. Beerus replied. Gamas. Gervis turned to Zamasu, noticing the glove on his right hand. What is this glove? It is for massage. Zamasu retorted. Massage? Whis, upon hearing this, waved his staff, causing the glove to slip from Zamasu's hand, revealing his energy blade coalescing in his right hand. Lord Gervis, Zamasu was just about to kill you. Kill me? Gervis exclaimed incredulously, gazing at Zamasu. If you don't believe me, come and see. After hearing this, Gervis approached and witnessed the scene of Zamasu attempting to slay him through Whis's crystal ball. With lingering disbelief, Gervis stared at Zamasu. The disciple he had treated with utmost sincerity was now poised to take his life. Zamasu, what on earth is happening? Gervis asked wearily. He intended to kill you.